Agony. A bone-deep stabbing pain, as if a red-hot steel spike were driven straight into his temple, wrenched Yuan's consciousness out of a viscous, suffocating darkness. Before he could even wonder where he was, torrents of foreign, chaotic memories reeking of blood and madness crashed into his mind like a storm. Explosions, fire, human faces twisted in shrieks. The cold touch of a dagger, the warmth of viscous liquid. A shadowed altar, eerie whispers curling through the dark. Ugh! The tearing and rejection that seemed to reach into his very soul made him curl up violently. He opened his mouth, yet could only force out ragged hoarse breaths. Air flooded his lungs, carrying a rusty sweetness and burning sting, yet it could not calm the churning knot of chaos at the depths of his thoughts. Where was he? What had happened? Confusion, fear, and a bloodthirsty, killing intent that did not belong to him stirred in the depths of his consciousness. Only then did his dulled senses begin to take in the outside world, air laced with chill, the acrid stench of filth, a hard, icy pressure biting into his wrists and ankles. Shackles. Yuan's gaze hardened as he quickly adapted to the dim light around him. What met his eyes was a cramped space, shadowed and damp. The cracked concrete walls were smeared with grimy gray paint, long since peeled away, scarred over with chaotic scratches and meaningless graffiti. He lay on a metal slab bolted to the wall, covered only by a thin, mildewed pad that was rough and unforgiving beneath his body. Black and white striped prison garb clung to his body, the number D734 printed glaringly across his chest. This was a prison, a cell. How had he ended up here? Awake. Then get up. Time for interrogation. A coarse voice sounded outside the cell door, accompanied by the shrill clatter of a baton striking heavy iron bars. Quit playing dead, scum of the Weaving Life cult. Interrogation. Weaving Life cult. With the guard's bark, more fragments of memory belonging to this body surged up by force the vast courtroom, the judge impassively reading the verdict. Yuan for participation in the Weaving Life cult plan, terror attack at the Royal Grand Theater. Unforgivable. Sentenced to death. Execution by electric chair in 3 days. The judge's pronouncement echoed in his mind. For an instant, Yuan's breathing halted, then steadied again, yet a chill born of pure survival instinct still rose inexorably from the depths of his heart. These memories were not his. Transmigration. Possession. This reality was so absurd it surpassed any shock he had ever experienced in his previous extreme challenges. The original owner of this body was also named Yuan, a fanatical warrior of a cult, due to face execution in 3 days. And he himself now dwelled within this shell, doomed to destruction. Yuan slowly clenched his fist, nails biting into his palm, using that faint sting to confirm this unbelievable reality. 3 days. Time was brutally short. He had to survive. There was no room for wallowing in shock and absurdity. As someone used to seeking a way out in desperate situations, he knew exactly what he needed most now. Cold clarity analysis. Since the transmigration had already happened, there was no sense in hysterical complaints or denial. Better to think carefully about how to respond to what lay ahead. Give up. No matter the time or place, that word had never existed in his life's dictionary. Calm. He had to. Yuan forced his breathing, still disordered from shock, back into rhythm, compelling himself into that state of absolute focus he entered whenever he stood at the edge of a bottomless abyss. He closed his eyes, no longer passively enduring the impact of the memory flood. Instead, he sank his entire awareness into that chaotic ocean deliberately, as an outsider beginning to comb through and parse the jumbled fragments that belonged to the original owner. The memories revealed this place as the Igor Empire, a vast nation of diverse cultures whose social structure seemed steeped in a certain liberal spirit. Its technological level roughly matched the early 21st century he had come from. Cars, telephones, rudimentary computer networks, and grainy surveillance cameras, but far from an age of information overload and omnipresent digital eyes. The prison that held him stood near the capital, Liberty City, a steel jungle brimming with opportunity, yet riddled with crime, a glaring wealth gap carving through its heart. As for the body's original owner, the youth also called Yuan. By the terms of his former world, he would have been considered Huai of Chinese descent. His parents had emigrated years ago from a distant place known as the Great Zhou Alliance, seemingly a more traditional Eastern nation. In the memories, the original owner's childhood was far from happy, saturated with the sense of marginalization, discrimination, and poverty that often dog minority families in foreign lands. His parents were diligent, yet taciturn laborers at the bottom of society, both killed early on in a factory accident, whose details remained blurred even in memory. Left alone, the original Yuan struggled to survive in Liberty City's underbelly. His temperament turned mute and withdrawn, his heart sensitive and self-effacing, yet starved for recognition. Such a fragile disposition made him an easy target for extreme ideologies. Fate duly nudged him toward the mouth of the abyss. After a street conflict left him cornered, he caught the favor of the Weaving Life cult. The cult dangled bait before him: food, shelter, meticulously manufactured cheap warmth, and most lethal of all, a warped sense of belonging and the promise of power. Within the cult, relying on decent combat aptitude and near-blind obedience to his superiors, he grew swiftly through hellish training. His hands were no longer clean, they were steeped in blood. The boy who had once scraped by at society's bottom vanished, replaced by a cult veteran whose gaze burned and whose strikes were merciless. His entire world was consumed by the cult's twisted doctrine and fanatical devotion to the so-called weavers of secrets. His own will was shattered completely until he became nothing more than a numb, obedient tool of slaughter wrapped in the skin of a zealot. The final act of his life was his role in the bloody attack at the Royal Grand Theatre that shocked the Federation. There as executioner, he orchestrated unspeakable carnage, and in the aftermath came shackles and a death sentence. What a pathetic and hateful life! Yuan sighed, inwardly his feelings complicated. He felt a twinge of sympathy for the original owner's misery, but far more contempt and disgust for his willing dissent, his choice to become a machine of killing. That past self, named Yuan, had chosen to pin the roots of all misfortune crudely on the world outside, then wield the blade of blood in the most extreme fashion against what he deemed unjust, until he walked into irreversible self-destruction. As for him, the current Yuan, his previous life had also traced the borders of thrill and extremity, but out of a deep exploration of life's potential and genuine reverence for nature's power. He cherished life, respected order and rules. The foundations of their characters could not have been more different. After roughly sorting through the original owner's tangled memories, Yuan moved his body stiff from maintaining one posture for too long and instinctively pressed his palm against the cold concrete wall to steady himself. Suddenly, an extremely faint, yet piercingly clear thought burst into his mind without warning. So boring, this damned place, when shift change. The thought radiated raw irritation and boredom, alien and abrupt, and it was absolutely not his own. Nor had it appeared in any of the original owner's memories. It was not quite an inner voice, so much as a sound forced into his mental ears, its source seemingly just beyond the wall. Yuan's whole body stiffened. He snatched his hand back. The thought vanished at once. What was happening? A hallucination. Wait. He held his breath, and once more gently pressed his palm to the wall. This time he focused all his attention on listening. Coffee. Tasteless. Want something stronger. That bastard Coulson, gossiping behind my back again. Disjointed snippets of thought clearly belonging to another person and brimming with negative emotion once again trickled into his mind like faint currents. Though vague, they were undeniably real. Yuan's heart hammered uncontrollably. This was no hallucination. He seemed to have accidentally triggered some ability to hear another person's thoughts through a wall. Was it a hidden trait of this body, or... As he reeled with shock and doubt over the discovery, the cell door was struck again with brute force. D734. Out. Interrogation time. Two guards opened the door and hauled him up roughly. Yuan did not resist, hanging his head in apparent submission, yet inside, he burned with the urge to verify what he had just discovered. He gathered every ounce of his mental strength, and just as he had done with the wall, extended invisible tendrils toward the young guard on his right, focusing them sharply. Arguing with my girlfriend last night. That Starlight bag, so expensive. Damn shifts, I'm exhausted, maybe an Iron Bull drink will help. That old man Coulson filed another complaint next time I need to. The position of my baton is uncomfortable. Need to save up for a better holster. Thoughts crashed over him, mundane, petty, saturated with irritation and fatigue. Compared to listening through the wall, this was 100 times clearer. Countless messy, trivial thoughts thick with negativity burst into Yuan's mind, like water breaching a dam, bringing vicious headaches and mental noise. But they also irrefutably proved that he truly possessed this terrifying ability. In that instant, the muscles at his waist tightened subconsciously, as though he could feel the dull ache the guard carried from long hours of standing. The shock to his psyche made his steps falter. Move it, the young guard grunted, giving him a shove and frowning slightly without thinking. Yuan forced himself steady while inside his thoughts roiled. Linking to another's mind, reading their thoughts. This was nothing short of a divine gift. One term rose naturally to the surface of his mind: soul imprint. It seemed that was the name of this ability. The moment he settled on the name, more information about soul imprint surfaced abruptly. It felt as if this ability held other functions as well. And why did it feel so strangely familiar to him? So was soul imprint a trait of the original owner or of himself? As he was escorted and made to wait for interrogation, Yuan revisited the original owner's memories with this question in mind. From the original's abject childhood to the cult-driven frenzy, Yuan probed every shard of recollection. At last he was certain there was no trace of the soul imprint ability anywhere in that mind. The original had been nothing more than a common soldier pushed by cruelty to an extreme. The conclusion was crystal clear: soul imprint was a singular, extraordinary ability belonging to his transplanted soul alone, his only and most crucial trump card in this present deadlock. With that realization, the taut strings of his heart gradually relaxed. A resilient calmness began to sprout quietly within him. The unknown is the soil from which fear grows, but once his own uniqueness had been confirmed, it felt like finding solid rock beneath a swamp, a fulcrum with which to pry open his predicament. Of course, the risks were immense. His earlier attempts had shown him that the ability carried a price, spiritual contamination of a sort. Mastering it safely and effectively would be the key to surviving this game of life and death. The path ahead bristled with thorns and trials, but it was not devoid of hope. At the very least, he held this card, one capable of appending the current board. Yuan felt the weight of the shackles on his wrists and the interrogation room's dead stillness and marrow-deep chill pressing in around him. 3 days. He closed his eyes, calmly mapping out each possible step to come, how to face the imminent interrogation, how to explore the limits of his ability, how to design an escape that seemed impossible, and how to gauge hidden threats. Just then the door to the interrogation room swung open. The man at the forefront stepped inside in a perfectly pressed suit, hair sleeked back, without a strand astray, a pair of gold-rimmed glasses perched on his nose. His aura was calm and contained, yet could not conceal the razor-sharp assessing gaze behind the lenses. The figure who followed made Yuan's nerves draw taut on instinct. This newcomer wore a sharply cut black combat uniform, his frame compact and honed. His footsteps were soundless, yet brimming with coiled strength. His features were hard, his eyes hawk-sharp and intimidating. More crucially, Yuan sensed an indescribable pressure radiating from him. Yuan, prisoner, D-734. The man in the suit sat opposite him, opened a folder, and spoke with level, detached tone. I am Charles Hank, a field agent of the Federal Paranormal Bureau of Affairs' 3rd External Operations Unit. He gestured toward the silent man in black beside him. This is my colleague, Agent Brian. Federal Paranormal Bureau of Affairs. Yuan turned the words over in his mind, weighing what lay behind that title, and unconsciously met Agent Brian's gaze for a brief moment. His brow tightened despite himself. Brian's eyes felt as if they cut past surface and peered straight into his soul, leaving him deeply uncomfortable. According to the record, your execution is scheduled for 3 days from now, Agent Hank said, adjusting his glasses, his voice flat. Before that, however, we require your cooperation on several matters. Concerning the Weaving Life cult, further details of the attack on the Royal Grand Theater, and the entity you worship as the Weavers of Secrets. Yuan slowly lifted his head, a faint layered smile touching his face. Yuan answers. Fine. Bring me your sincerity, and we can trade. His voice was hoarse, yet uncommonly clear and unwavering. The air in the interrogation room seemed to congeal the instant Yuan's words fell. Agent Charles Hank pushed the gold-rimmed glasses up the bridge of his nose. A flicker of surprise flashed behind the lenses, only to be swiftly smothered beneath professional indifference. D-734, it seems you still do not grasp your own situation, he said, voice steady, bearing the official cadence unique to bureaucrats. You are a terrorist sentenced to death, scheduled for execution in 3 days. You have no capital whatsoever with which to bargain. At the same time, the long silent Agent Brian narrowed those deep cold pool eyes ever so slightly. Yuan could distinctly feel a concentrated razor-sharp mental force, like a tangible probing needle, attempting to pierce through his defenses of consciousness. This interference that acted directly upon the spiritual plane was so clear, so aggressively invasive, that a needle-prick ache exploded through Yuan's brain in an instant. This guy possesses a power similar to mine. As expected, Yuan understood at once, his vigilance rising to its peak. The name of this department, the Federal Bureau of Paranormal Affairs, meant that its so-called paranormal was no hollow label. The agent before him, Brian, truly possessed a special ability that could directly interfere with the mind. Such an ability was formless and intangible, nearly impossible to guard against, utterly troublesome. It confirmed his earlier suspicions and forced him to re-evaluate the level of danger in this world entirely. He had no time to ponder this discovery deeply. Instinctively, he focused his mind and invoked the power of his soul imprint, constructing a mental fog, choked with the original bogus memories of fanaticism, paranoia, and chaos, to disrupt the probe, while cautiously extending spiritual tendrils to capture any echo from the other side. While weaving his mental defenses, Yuan also rapidly sifted through the memories of the boat's former owner. Strangely, although the original host had been a veteran warrior of the cult, tempered by countless blood-soaked rituals and brutal training, and vaguely aware that certain high-ranking members seemed to bear the Lord's grace, his memories of such clear, controllable abilities, powers that could be directly used for probing or attack, were meager and blurred, as though deliberately obscured. Perhaps this so-called veteran status had never granted the original host access to the cult's true core, or perhaps the extraordinary forces of this world were themselves so secretive that even within organizations like the cult, only a tiny minority could truly grasp and comprehend them. Capital is created, Agent, Yuan rasped, speaking slowly. His voice was hoarse, yet his tone, tempered by his recent analysis, carried a newfound calm and probing edge. You did not come here for mere routine procedures, but to obtain from me intelligence on the Weaving Fate cult that you have yet to grasp. For example, the internal structure of the cult or the deeper, more specific purpose behind the Royal Grand Theater attack. Is that not so? He laid bare their intent without preamble while carefully sensing the reactions of the two men, especially Hank's expression did not change at all, yet Mo Yuan detected an extremely faint impatience and contempt ripple through Brian's mental field as he heard those words. Fragments of Brian's thoughts brushed past, just more peripheral trash data, utterly worthless. What is he really hiding? The key is, that night, the lost, high-energy reactive object, codename container. From these shards, Mo Yuan seized the crucial information. Lost, high-energy reactive object, container. Without needing to guess further, he understood that night the FBPA had lost a high-energy item codenamed container. Perhaps this was the true reason they were interrogating him, seeking information on the Weaving Fate cult. Certain now, Mo Yuan did not expose the truth at once. Instead, he began a second round of probing. It seems you are not interested in these small matters. His voice turned wryly playful. Indeed, compared to the true major event that occurred that night, these are hardly worth mentioning. For the FBPA to lose composure to such an extent, even dispatching this gentleman here. Mo Yuan cast a meaningful glance at Brian. A special asset of this caliber merely to pursue an ordinary death row inmate like me. He paused, then continued. It seems that what you lost that night was not only face, but some concrete thing of vital importance to you, correct? Mo Yuan tightened the concept of loss, shifting it from a vague, major incident, or damage, to a specific object, carefully watching their reactions. This time, Agent Hank's breathing clearly quickened a fraction, the joints of the fingers gripping his file tightened visibly. Brian's mental field, as if pricked by a needle, flared violently again, shedding more thought fragments about the container and its characteristics. How could he possibly infer that it was a concrete item? He knows about this. Further fragments emerged, an unexpected development. The object's energy reaction, extremely unstable, must be recovered as soon as possible, will cause spatial, temperature anomalies. Spatial instability, temperature anomalies. Mo Yuan latched onto these two key descriptors at once and simultaneously felt the anxiety and iron resolve in Brian's thoughts regarding the lost container. Now the time was ripe. It would appear. I have struck another nerve, he murmured. A complex expression, a mix of fear and comprehension, spread across his face. He inclined his body toward them, voice dropping further, as though sharing a shocking secret, and slowly wove the details he had stolen into something like his own recollection, an item capable of making you this nervous. It seems I may have recalled certain rumors about it. Inside your ranks, is it referred to as the container? He first cast out the codename as bait. Seeing the instant stiffness in both men's expressions, Mo Yuan sneered inwardly and continued his recollection. Yes, the container. It is said, it emits a faint glow and approaching it feels exceedingly strange. The surrounding space seems unstable, the temperature suddenly cold, then hot. Am I wrong? As these precise details, supposedly top secret, surfaced from Mo Yuan's mouth as memories, Agent Hank almost sprang from his chair by reflex, eyes filled with incredulous shock. Brian's entire body jolted, that iceberg-like facade shattered completely. His mental field erupted like a volcano. Though he struggled to contain it, the surge of shock, fury, and profound bewilderment transmitted clearly into Mo Yuan's perception. Impossible. How could he know these specifics? The sensation of temperature anomalies and spatial instability. These are all core records sealed under alpha-level clearance. Was he in the central zone that night and survived? Or has there been an internal breach? Someone leaking information to him? We must report to the bishop at once and reassess both his threat level and the source of his intelligence. Catching these thoughts, Mo Yuan felt his confidence solidify. He continued to play the role of a man who had chanced upon certain secrets and now sought to survive by trading them. An object capable of triggering such phenomena. Mo Yuan went on, his tone tinged with just the right nuance of lingering dread. No wonder you are so on edge. Its value and peril clearly exceed anything I had imagined. Speak. Hank slammed the table, attempting to crush Mo Yuan with sheer force of presence. His voice, twisted by agitation, rose in pitch. Where is the container? Who took it? Mo Yuan leaned back against the chair. Facing Hank's interrogation, he merely shook his head calmly. Agent, until we negotiate terms, I will not utter another word. Moreover, my memories of that night are a mess. I will need time to recall them properly. A savage glint flickered across Hank's eyes. He was seconds away from ordering harsher measures. Mo Yuan even caught the fleeting thought. Damn cult scum, refuse the toast and drink the forfeit. Time to teach him a lesson. Just as Hank was about to initiate some form of coercion, Mo Yuan intercepted an even colder, more self-assured thought from Brian. A silent, commanding intent sufficient to still his partner. Calm down, Charles. His mental state is highly irregular. Since he has opened his mouth, he must be seeking something. With zealots of this kind, force will only make them shut down. First grant part of his demands and see what he truly intends. And, if the intelligence has indeed leaked, we need the source. Almost as soon as Yuan caught this stream of thought, he saw Hank, who had been boiling with emotion, suddenly freeze as though an invisible hand had pressed him down. The rage contorting his face was forcibly smoothed away. Though his gaze remained dark, he refrained from further action. Yuan's heart stirred. Brian had not spoken nor made any overt move, yet Hank had genuinely calmed. Could Brian's ability extend beyond mental probing to some form of telepathic communication or psychic suggestion? Yuan immediately reined in his thoughts, turning the soul imprint inward. He actively pushed harmless prisoner-appropriate emotions and ideas. Hunger, aversion to the self, fear of death, up to the surface of his consciousness, coating his mind in a layer of benign camouflage to conceal deeper schemes. After a while, watching the two agents regain composure, Yuan let a faintly amused smile tug at his lips and spoke again, half probing, half self-mocking. Since I am still of some use to you, and this container seems so crucial, tell me, gentlemen, is there any chance you could rewrite my ending? He paused, tone light, as though discussing the weather. For instance, commute my death sentence to life imprisonment. Or simply release me and let me atone through service. I help you retrieve it. After all, my familiarity with our home with the weaving fate cult's methods is surely greater than yours, is it not? Hank's face turned an instant shade of iron blue. He seemed ready to retort, but Brian silenced him with a... Brian regarded Yuan, his gaze icy, utterly devoid of emotion. D734, you appear to lack understanding of the consequences of the Royal Grand Theater attack. He began, voice low yet cutting like ice. According to the latest statistics, that attack resulted in 312 direct deaths, 27 missing persons, and 891 severely injured with permanent disabilities, among whom 106 will require lifelong care. In addition, the ensuing social panic and economic loss are preliminarily estimated at over 5 billion imperial credits. The Federation will never pardon the masterminds of this incident. None of them, ever. Each cold statistic landed like a hammer blow upon Yuan's heart. Though he knew these sins were not his own, occupying this body meant he had to bear their consequences. The numbers made brutally clear that the chance of gaining freedom or a reduced sentence through negotiation was nil. The trace of easygoing humor on his face vanished, completely replaced by deeper calm and steely resolve. Very well. It seems freedom truly is a luxury. Yuan's tone returned to its former composure, even colder now. Then let us discuss more realistic terms. He raised his shackled hand and extended two fingers. First, environment. Transfer me out of the death row block immediately and into a single cell in the general population. I need a relatively quiet, less oppressive place to organize my thoughts. The atmosphere in death row, is not conducive to recall. Second, Yuan's gaze shifted to the silent Brian, curiosity and a strange fascination glinting in his eyes. I am very interested in this container you lost. The details alone sound extraordinary. But to be honest, I am even more intrigued by that invisible force agent Brian used on me just now. One that directly interferes with the mind. He frowned slightly, as if struggling to convey the sensation, voice colored with uncertainty and conjecture. It is difficult to describe, like my thoughts were being swept by some kind of invisible sound wave or force field. It felt chilly, as though something were trying to read or parse my mind. Extremely uncomfortable, yet strangely fascinating. I am just a man about to die, and before death one wishes to understand a few things. This world seems far more complex than I once believed. Regarding this kind of ability, or what your FBPA calls paranormal powers, I would like to learn a bit. Is there any accessible material? Or perhaps some basic introduction to ability users, their categories of power, approximate tiers of strength, inherent limitations? Indulging the curiosity of a condemned man is not too much to ask, is it? Perhaps, with such understanding, I might recall certain irregularities within the cult. You want information on ability users? Hank frowned, his tone thick with vigilance and suspicion. A member of the Weaving Fate cult concerned about this before death. What is your game? A game? Yuan gave a small, weary smile, tinged with self-mockery. Agent, what kind of game can a man play when he is 3 days away from the electric chair? It is just that, after Agent Brian's little attention earlier, the sensation was peculiar, to say the least. Brian raised a hand to cut off Hank's further questioning and fixed his deep gaze on Yuan. Maintaining the same mild smile, Yuan silently captured yet another drift of thought from him. Are you intrigued by anomalous abilities themselves? Requesting public records? Are you probing our limits? Provide some innocuous compiled materials about known anomalous phenomena. The risk is controllable and might relax him enough to reveal more. It is worth a try. Sun Bulai seemed to make a decision and nodded slightly to Hanku. Hanku inhaled deeply, suppressed his anger, and said in a measured tone, "We can agree to your first condition and arrange the transfer immediately. As for the second condition, the basic materials on anomalous abilities, Although that falls under controlled information, if you subsequently provide substantive intelligence on the container and show actual progress, we can consider releasing a portion. That answer amounted to this: well, move you to stabilize the situation, and whether and how much we give later depends on your performance and our disposition. Yuan understood their calculation, but he had already achieved his core objective. Escape from death row, enter a new environment by precious time, and keep open the possibility of learning about this world's anomalous power system. As for intelligence about the container, he had none, but he could continue to fabricate. As long as it bought time, anything was possible. Agreed. Yuan nodded calmly and accepted the deal with its conditions. I believe a more comfortable environment and broader knowledge will greatly help my recollections. I hope so, Hanka said coldly. Interrogation concluded. When the metal cell door clanged shut and the surrounding silence fell complete, Yuan slid down the wall and sat breathing out a long sigh. That negotiation had been like walking a tightrope along a sheer cliff. He had deftly used the information captured by the soul imprint coupled with psychological gambits and precise deception to temporarily extricate himself from a fatal predicament and snatch a slim chance, a brand new starting point. Regarding the whereabouts of that so-called container, he truly knew nothing, yet he had persuaded FBPA to believe he might know more and to pay for it. That was enough, but what he needed was time. Yuan closed his eyes and set about restoring his mental energy. The mysteries of the soul imprint spread before him like a vast starry sky waiting to be explored. The slightly more spacious new cell and the impending access to books and materials about this world's system of anomalous abilities would serve as the first harbor from which he could set sail. The 3-day countdown continued to slip away, merciless and inexorable. The new cell was cleaner and roomier than the death row quarters and gave Yuan a relatively private space. Time was urgent. He had no leisure to savor small comforts. Every second was precious, and he concentrated all his attention on the mysterious ability that had carried him across the world's seam, the soul imprint. He needed to master it quickly. It was his only hope. As night deepened and the world fell quiet, Yuan sat cross-legged on the bunk and began to sift through and probe the strange power that had accompanied his crossing. The soul imprint, from a few brief attempts and the fragments of cognition that surfaced, naturally seemed to open a peculiar channel deep within his spirit that could peer into and connect with another's mental world. Through this channel, he could faintly or clearly hear the whisper of thoughts, see scattered memory fragments, and even sense a person's surface emotions and bodily state. The connection had varying depths. A shallow connection was like straining to hear in a noisy marketplace. One could only capture fragmentary, inconsequential thought shards. The mental drain was negligible, but the yield was limited. Distance constraints were not severe. A deep connection was akin to forcibly breaking into another's brain hard drive, attempting to download deeper information, perhaps the trick of a technique or a sealed crucial memory. Furthermore, deep connections carried strict proximity limits. One had to be close to the target and might require brief physical contact to establish a stable channel. Once the distance grew, the link blurred, and no valuable skill or memory could be obtained. As for the effects of such connections, Yuan recalled the sensation when he read the guards, and Bu Lian's mind's foreign thoughts and emotions had surged in producing a mild headache and mental noise, but still within tolerable bounds. Perhaps because the connections were brief, or because the target's mental states were relatively stable. He was not certain. For now, the most important thing was to use it to acquire the information and skills needed to survive. The original Bodhi's residual combat instincts would suffice. What he needed was technique. Yuan carefully employed the soul imprint to conduct shallow probes into the mental fields of nearby inmates. Before long, 2 targets entered his view: an old inmate nicknamed Gui Shou, reputedly adept at picking locks, and the veteran electrician responsible for water and power who knew the prison's wiring intimately. To extract the crucial knowledge lodged in their minds, he had to contrive opportunities for close contact. This was also one of the core reasons he risked exposure to negotiate with FPBA for a transfer out of death row into the ordinary cell block. Under the near-total isolation of death row, he could not reach sufficient imprint targets. Only by entering the general population and mingling among inmates could he create the close contact opportunities during yard-time labor or prisoner skirmishes required for deep imprints. A new day arrived, and during the upcoming yard time and work details, Yuan waited patiently for his chance. While queuing for lunch in the crowded, noisy line, he seized a careless collision and made brief physical contact with the old inmate nicknamed Gui Shou. The soul imprint quietly engaged. He carefully controlled the depth of the connection and focused his consciousness on grasping the man's knowledge of locks. Vague images and sensations drifted into his mind: the subtle internal structure of a lock cylinder, the faint tremor when a metal spring is nudged by a tool, and an almost instinctive intuition about different lock mechanisms. The incoming information was broken and intermittent like fragments of shattered glass, yet he could feel those obscure pieces of knowledge taking root in his mind. Getting close to the old electrician proved more troublesome. After the collective labor ended and they returned to the cell block, Yuan seized the chance to brush past him and initiated a deep imprint aimed at the prison's circuitry and surveillance system. This time he invested far more mental energy straining to sift through the electrician's chaotic memories and mental noise that felt like groping through a vast database. When a wave of fatigue hit, and he reluctantly withdrew his mental tendrils, a partial wiring diagram of the prison's several key camera locations and the approximate power sources had formed in his mind. To his surprise, he also caught a memory of a maintenance passage hidden behind the boiler room. The deep imprint had exacted a heavier toll, dizziness followed by a tidal exhaustion of spirit. Leaning against the wall to rest, his gaze passed over the wire junction in the corner, and an alien thought flickered through his head. The insulation is aged, it needs replacing. The thought did not belong to him. Perhaps the electrician's occupational reflex. He flinched, briefly attributed it to residual information, and paid it little mind. That afternoon, in an inconspicuous corner of the yard, a commotion drew his attention. A hulking bald inmate with a neck tattoo, others called him Man Yo, was surrounding a skinny, timid young prisoner with a few lackeys. "Hey Kaiwan, my community mutual aid fund spokesperson," Man Yo shouted in an overfamiliar tone and slapped Kaiwan's thin shoulder with a palm like a fan. The force made him stagger. "It's that time again to contribute to our warm family, isn't it?" Kaiwan clutched his pockets and trembled. His gaunt face was full of fear mingled with stubbornness. I really need those credit points. I can't give them to you." "Oh, can't give?" Man Yo's smile twisted. He leaned in and with a feigned concern said, "Don't be like that, Kaiwan. You know paying your tax on time is every good citizen's duty. Or, would you like to experience our special collection service in the showers? That usually involves some unconventional methods of communication that may not be kind to the body." Most of the prisoners watched indifferently, some even wore expressions of schadenfreude. Yuan had no intention of intervening. He had more pressing matters, but seeing Kaiwan's helplessness and Man Yo's ugly countenance, he ultimately walked over. "Hey," Yuan's voice was low but carried into Man Yo's ear, "find someone your own size to play with." Man Yo froze, his movements stalling. When he turned and recognized Yuan, a trace of unease flickered across his eyes. The rumors that the death row inmate had been involved in the Huangjia Theater blood incident had spread even within the closed prison. "You? That? The celebrity from the Huangjia Theater?" He forced a threatening leer as he appraised Yuan. "They say you're ruthless. Your hands stained with blood, right? So what? Your reputation outside means nothing here. This is my turf." A dying cultist still sticking his nose in. He raised his volume to dispel the unease inside him, attempting to overwhelm Yuan with menace, as if sheer ferocity could mask his own trembling. Yuan met his gaze calmly. The soul imprint activated, instantly pinpointing a secret fear lodged deep within Man Yo. Rather than swaggering here, Yuan's voice was icy and precise, audible only to the two of them. "Perhaps you should think about that stash of contraband you hid. If the warden's confidant discovers it, what will become of you?" Man Yo's manufactured ferocity froze and was replaced by a vast, incomprehensible dread. How do you know?" he cried, staring at Yuan as if he had seen a specter. His courage, propped up by bluster, deflated like a punctured balloon. The dreadful rumors about the death row inmate and Yuan's inexplicable insight left him utterly terrified. Yuan replied nothing, only looked at him with eyes that seemed to see through everything. Man Yo could not withstand the psychological pressure and cursed weakly before fleeing with his men. Crisis averted. Kaiwan thanked Yuan in a trembling voice. "Thank you. My name is Kaiwan." Yuan nodded. Yuan. He studied Kaiwan and saw he did not look like a habitual offender. "Does he bother you often?" Kaiwan shook his head bitterly. "Not often, just picks on me because I'm easy to bully." He hesitated and his eyes dimmed. "I don't belong here." Yuan's interest was piqued. "Oh, how so?" Kaiwan hesitated. Perhaps Yuan's help had engendered a flicker of trust. He whispered quickly, "I used to work on the docks as a tallyman for an import-export company. Half a year ago, a batch of valuable electronic components disappeared from the warehouse. The boss accused me and produced forged evidence. I couldn't afford a good lawyer and was convicted of theft. They sentenced me to 3 years." His tone brimmed with injustice. Yuan asked, "Is there really no evidence to prove your innocence?" Kaiwan answered helplessly, "They arranged it flawlessly. All the evidence points to me. I suspect the real thief is the boss' nephew, but he has an alibi. I was utterly defenseless." Yuan pondered, sensing the sincerity in Kaiwan's words, and asked, "Then why did he bully you just now? Are those credit points important to you?" At the mention, Kaiwan's eyes grew dimmer and watery. "Yes, very important. My sister Lilia. She has a heart condition and needs money for surgery. I'm working here to save credit points in hopes of exchanging them for cash and having an old friend bring it to her. I know it's unlikely, but it's all I can do. Sister heart disease surgery costs a brother imprisoned under a false charge." Yuan fell silent. He did not use the soul imprint to verify for the anxiety, worry, and helplessness Kai, when displayed, were too authentic to fake. Hearing Kai Wen's plight stirred an unexpected current within Mo Yuan. Wrongfully imprisoned, powerless, burdened with responsibility for kin and despair, was this not in some way a mirror of his own fate? Mo Yuan had also opened his eyes inside a body not his own, carrying the original sins and struggling beneath the shadow of death. At least Kai Wen had someone to strive for, his sister Lilia. What about him? Apart from surviving, he seemed to have nothing and no one to hold on to. Stay safe here. Mo Yuan buried his thoughts and simply patted Kai Wen's shoulder. Sometimes fists are not the only weapon. After yard time ended and he returned to the cell, Mo Yuan put the episode with Kai Wen aside for the moment. He needed to concentrate on more pressing matters. In the evening, Han Ku of FBPA arrived as scheduled. In the interrogation room, the same cold metal table remained and Han Ke's face was still unreadable. Perhaps occupied with other important tasks, Bulayan was not present this time. D734. Han Ku opened bluntly, more impatient than before. Last time you led us to believe you knew something about the container. But merely describing its attributes is not enough. We need leads. Anything that can point to its location or people who may have come into contact with it. His fingers tapped the table in a rhythmic click as he stared sharply at Mo Yuan. Until you provide substantive, investigable information, you will not see even a single word of the anomalous ability materials. Mo Yuan kept his head bowed, appearing to recall, but actually rapidly calculating his next moves. He knew mere delay would no longer suffice. He had to cast out bait that seemed valuable, yet would lead them astray. Mo Yuan recalled the key information he captured while imprinting Brian yesterday: high energy reaction, spatial instability, abnormal temperature. Agent that night. It was too chaotic. Mo Yuan's voice was hoarse, tinged with just the right amount of fatigue and confusion. Explosions, screams, and those fanatical rituals within the cult. Many memories are jumbled together. He paused as if straining to sift through the memories in his mind. About the container. I indeed can't recall exactly who took it or its final precise location. The core members of the cult operate with extreme secrecy. We soldiers often merely execute orders without understanding the bigger picture. But Mo Yuan's tone shifted as he lifted his head, a glimmer of recollection in his eyes. I seem to remember some rules regarding the handling of similar sacred objects. Alright, we usually refer to it as a sacred object, which should be synonymous with what you call a container. And some strange properties of that thing itself. Speak, Hank said succinctly. That thing is extremely unstable, right? Mo Yuan tentatively inquired, watching Hank's reaction closely. I remember once, while near a heavily guarded box at a certain outpost, I felt very strange. The surrounding air seemed to sometimes suddenly turn cold like an ice cellar, yet at other times my skin felt numb, as if there was static. Hank's gaze sharpened slightly. These details indeed matched certain records regarding the container. Seeing Hank's subtle reaction, Mo Yuan felt a bit more assured, knowing that his first bait had taken effect. He continued to recollect, moreover, the cult is extremely cautious about such high-energy objects. It is said that they require a special field to stabilize it, preventing its power from dissipating or being interfered with by the outside world. They referred to that kind of place as the stagnation place. This name was spontaneously fabricated by Mo Yuan, sounding both mysterious and fitting for the weaving cult style. The stagnation place. Hank probed, what kind of place is that? Where is it? I don't know the exact location. Mo Yuan shook his head, a powerless expression on his face. That belongs to core secrets. But I have heard higher-ups mention it occasionally, and it seems certain special conditions must be met. For example, a strong geomagnetic field, or a remote area away from urban electrical interference. They seem to be searching for a location that can naturally shield certain fluctuations. This was Mo Yuan combining modern physics knowledge with possible counterintelligence needs of a cult fabricating seemingly reasonable intelligence. Geomagnetic field. Shielding fluctuations. Hank mulled over these terms, which sounded somewhat logical, but could not be immediately verified or falsified. As for the individuals responsible for the transfer, Mo Yuan continued, the cult has a specialized team responsible for escorting sacred objects. They do not use names, only code names, and the routes and personnel for each operation may vary. I only know that they are referred to as the faceless ones, operating with extreme secrecy, directly obeying the highest authorities. As Mo Yuan spoke, he secretly attempted to activate the soul imprint, establishing a shallow connection with Hank. He distinctly sensed Hank's heightened concern for the new concepts. He presented the pressure and urgency to retrieve the container, almost spilling over. At the same time, he also captured Hank's internal struggle over whether to provide Mo Yuan with some information. Now his mind engaged in an intense weighing of options and vague thoughts of consulting superiors. This is all I can remember at the moment. Mo Yuan timely concluded his recollection, lifting his head to calmly meet Hank's gaze, his tone carrying a firmness that implied it was a matter of course. Agent, I believe I have provided enough new clues. potential types of hiding places, possible screening conditions, as well as the code names and characteristics of the personnel responsible for the transfer. This is far more substantial than merely describing the container itself during our last conversation, isn't it? As for whether these clues are true or false, or whether they can help you find the container, Yuan's lips even curled into a barely perceptible smirk, carrying the unique mockery of a death row inmate. That is your FBPA's job, is it not? I am just a person who will soon sit in the electric chair in less than 2 days. I have no obligation or ability to help you verify the authenticity of the information. Now I have demonstrated my value and sincerity. He leaned slightly forward, his gaze piercing into Hank's. So shouldn't you present the promised information regarding supernatural abilities? Perhaps upon understanding those things I might truly be able to recollect more of what you wish to know about the container or the secrets of the cult's core. After all, time waits for no one, both for me and for that lost treasure of yours, right? Hank's expression fluctuated. He remained silent for a long while and finally seemed to come to a decision. He took out a thin sealed document bag marked with the words "Internal Reference Restricted Reading" from his briefcase, placed it on the table, and pushed it toward Yuan. Inside are some basic materials regarding the classification and characteristics of known anomalous ability phenomena. Hank's voice remained cold, carrying a warning tone. D734, if these new clues ultimately prove worthless, or if you cannot provide more decisive intelligence, then this will be our last conversation. He leaned slightly forward, lowering his voice, and you must understand that although your death sentence cannot be changed, the specific procedures for the final time before execution, such as when you will undergo the last physical examination, or how long the testing of the electric chair will take, we FBPA still hold some advisory rights. If you cease cooperation or are found to be toying with us, we can ensure that your final journey will not be so peaceful and may even be rather long and painful. Do you understand? After saying this, Hank did not linger, quickly leaving the interrogation room with a hint of urgency in his Yuan looked at the thin document bag on the table, contemplating Hank's unreserved threat, and slowly leaned back against the chair, letting out a long sigh. A wave of extreme mental fatigue washed over him, yet the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl into a victorious arc. In this psychological game of unequal information where life and death hung in the balance, he successfully pried open a corner of FBPA's hard shell, using the limited known information, precise psychological inducement, and just the right amount of toughness. He obtained the key he needed most at this stage regarding the extraordinary power system of this world. Though the price was fabricating more lies, binding himself more closely to the container line, and constantly bearing the risk of exposure and potential retaliation from the other party, at least he had won himself precious time, as well as the first window to understand his opponents and the rules of the world. The next day, time flew by amidst exploration, imprinting, observation, and maneuvering. The night deepened, and the prison cell was deathly silent, with only Yuan's deliberately slowed breathing breaking the stillness. He did not immediately lie down to rest. Instead, under the faint light seeping in from the corridor, he carefully opened the sealed document bag that Hank had left behind, marked "Internal Reference Restricted Reading." The document was thin, only a dozen pages, made of the slightly rough printing paper commonly used by official institutions, filled with numerous marks obscured by black ink, clearly having undergone strict review and redaction. Yuan flipped through the pages carefully. The title of the document was "Preliminary Classification and Response Guidelines for Known Anomalous Phenomena Excerpt." The document emphasizes that most of these abilities are unstable, difficult to control, and possess the potential for immense destruction. Therefore, one of the main responsibilities of the FBPA is to identify, assess, manage, and when necessary, eliminate these phenomena under the veil. The following content begins to roughly classify the known anomalous abilities. Yuan observed several major categories, such as physical interference, energy emission, biological mutation, space-time manipulation, and mental interference, with each major category listing 1 or 2 extremely vague descriptions of phenomena. For example, under physical interference, it mentioned mind control of objects, local distortion of force fields, while under space-time manipulation, there were only a few words, rare phenomena descriptions, missing extremely dangerous. The key information was almost entirely redacted, leaving only vague terms like risk level extremely high and recommended countermeasures, lockdown avoidance. The document vaguely mentioned an ability rating system from F to S, but similarly did not provide any specific rating standards or descriptions of abilities corresponding to each level, only emphasizing that high-level ability users are extremely dangerous and require priority handling. Yuan's gaze finally lingered on the mental interference section, which contains similarly brief descriptions including, but not limited to, thought reading, emotional perception, memory retrieval, mental communication, spiritual suggestion, and illusion creation, among various forms of manifestation. The range and depth of effects vary greatly among individuals. It can easily cause irreversible mental damage to both the target and oneself. Upon reading this, Yuan's mind flashed with the image of Brian's cold, sharp eyes, as well as the sensation of an invisible probe piercing into his thoughts during the interrogation yesterday. Mental detection, or even further mental scanning. Does it fall under this category of mental interference? Yuan murmured to himself. Although this information was vague, it at least confirmed that Brian's abilities indeed existed and were officially recorded as a type of anomaly. He instinctively compared Brian's abilities with his own soul imprint. Brian's ability resembled a radar or sonar actively sending out probes to scan, locate, and extract specific information, direct, precise, with strong aggressiveness and penetration, seemingly more focused on immediate information acquisition and mental confrontation. Moreover, recalling the abrupt changes in Agent Hank's emotions yesterday, along with Brian's almost commanding eye contact, Yuan was almost certain that Brian probably possessed a form of silent information transmission, or even the ability to directly exert influence and perform mental suggestion. He was not just a detector, but more like a puppet master who could silently influence the will of others. In contrast, his soul imprint was like a deep sea that could reflect and absorb all things, not an active scanner, but a means to establish connections, deeply entering the target's mental world to understand, download, or even simulate their memories, skills, and emotions, transforming others' things into his own. In theory, it seemed capable of accommodating and deciphering everything on a mental level with even broader. After 2 days of exploration, Yuan even had a strong intuition the limits of the soul imprint's abilities were certainly not just copying the skills and memories of ordinary people, perhaps. Even powerful abilities like Brian's belonging to the mental category could also become targets for this deep sea to reflect and absorb. In comparison, Brian was like a soldier armed with standard weapons, well-trained with strong aggression and precise control, while he resembled an explorer who possessed some mysterious key which might unlock a treasure trove of infinite possibilities. Moreover, at least in terms of stealth, he had the advantage. After all, when he read Brian's fragmented thoughts yesterday, the latter was unaware. If a fiery glint flashed in Yuan's eyes as an indescribable excitement and greed for power seized his heart, not just for Brian's convenient detection and mental suggestion abilities, but for all anomalies. If his intuition was correct, if the soul imprint could indeed imprint these extraordinary powers themselves, it would mean he had found a path to infinite possibilities, continuously hunting and merging various powerful abilities. As the last glimmer of light disappeared from the high iron window, the deep night completely engulfed the cell. The second day had already ended, and Yuan felt no sleepiness at all. He lay flat on the cold metal bed, eyes tightly closed, yet his brain operated like a high-speed precision instrument, integrating and optimizing all the information, knowledge, fragments, and plan details acquired over the past 2 days on the canvas of his consciousness. His consciousness first immersed in the memory fragments imprinted from Ghost Hand. Those vague images and sensations regarding locked cylinder structures, marble arrangements, and torque perception gradually became clear and three-dimensional under the stimulation of his mental power. He repeatedly simulated the process of probing into the locked cylinder with crude tools, feeling the subtle changes in resistance and ultimately the click of success. He needed to transform this understanding into an almost instinctual operation, because once the action began, the time available would be counted in seconds. Next came the memories of the old electrician. The circuit layout of the boiler room slowly unfolded in his mind, with every line's direction and each junction box's location being restored as much as possible. The most critical element was the entrance to the hidden maintenance passage, a loose firebrick and the abandoned inspection port next to it. He needed to firmly remember its precise features and relative position without any deviation. He also repeatedly simulated the plan for creating a short circuit to incapacitate local surveillance, calculating the current timing and possible chain reactions, striving to achieve the goal in the shortest time possible without triggering widespread alarms. Time passed second by second, and Yuan could clearly hear his heart beating steadily and powerfully in the silence. He began to enter the final preparation stage. Using the cover of deep night and the relatively secluded location of the cell, Yuan retrieved the items he had previously hidden from a secret corner of his bed. It was a toothbrush handle sharpened to perfection, sufficient to serve as a probe, and single-tooth hook for unlocking, along with a few thin metal pieces he had secretly smoothed and hidden during factory labor, which he had initially shaped for use as a makeshift torque wrench and insert. Though these tools were pitifully crude in the hands of someone who knew how to use them, like Yuan at this moment, they held the potential to create miracles. Yuan carefully wrapped these meticulously prepared keys with fabric strips torn from the lining of his prison uniform, securely tying them to the inner side of his calf, ensuring that they were both discreet during the action and quickly accessible when needed. Having completed all this, Yuan began to adjust his state, sitting cross-legged, slowly closing his eyes, employing a certain breathing technique he had learned in his past life to regulate the rhythm of his breathing, allowing his heartbeat to gradually slow while his mind remained highly focused. He excluded distracting thoughts, temporarily discarding the fear of death, the desire for freedom, and the anxiety of the unknown. During the day of the third day, an unusual tense atmosphere permeated the prison. During the yard time, Yuan keenly noticed that the patrol frequency of the guards had noticeably increased, especially at several key passageways near his block, and he could even occasionally see a few individuals wearing special armbands with serious expressions passing by, unlike ordinary guards. Was this because his execution was imminent, prompting the prison to routinely increase vigilance? Or was it due to the FBPA's intervention leading to additional scrutiny here? Yuan could not be certain, but it undoubtedly added extra variables and risks to his actions tonight. Yuan also saw Kevin once. The latter looked at him from a distance, his gaze complex, seemingly wanting to say something, but ultimately just lowered his head and hurried away. Watching Kevin's hurried departure, Yuan felt no surprise or ripple in his heart. The other party must have heard more terrifying rumors about himself as D734, the Royal Theater attacker and Weaver cult warrior, right? In this cold prison city, fear is the most efficient isolation wall, and self-preservation is the only rule of passage. Kevin's choice is the most normal response under this cruel rule, and it can even be said to be wise. This only served as a reminder to Yuan of the heavy identity mark he now bore, facing true isolation and helplessness. Aside from relying on his not-so-reliable soul imprint, and this body that had also inherited troubles, he had no allies, no support, and no way to turn back. The final roll call in the evening had an atmosphere even more oppressive than during the day. When the guard called out prisoner number D734, the air seemed to momentarily freeze, and the gazes of the surrounding prisoners instinctively turned toward him, filled with expressions of either fear, curiosity, or numbness. Unlike merely confirming the identity of other prisoners through the bars after completing the roll call, two guards walked with steady steps and deliberately stopped outside Yuan's cell door. One guard did not open the door, but instead used a strong flashlight to meticulously scan the inside of the cell through the iron bars, checking the bed corners and all visible areas for abnormalities. The other guard remained outside, holding a special document board, his sharp gaze assessing Yuan, who stood inside. The guard responsible for scrutinizing Yuan slowly moved his gaze from his face downward. Yuan's heartbeat remained steady, but his mind was highly focused, the soul imprint functioning like the most precise radar, capturing the other party's focal points and potential intentions. The tools tied to the inner side of his calf seemed non-existent. He forced himself to relax all his muscles. As the guard's gaze fell near his calf, he subtly furrowed his brow, and Yuan clearly sensed a thought flash through the guard's mind. According to regulations, focus on checking for hidden tools or self-harm items, preparing to order him to approach the bars and roll up his pants for a closer inspection. Yuan took the initiative to speak, asking in a tone tinged with curiosity about the unknown process before execution officer regarding tomorrow morning. What is the arrangement for this final process? Will I wait here, or? The guard's intention to order an inspection was interrupted by Yuan's question, diverting his train of thought. Perhaps he felt that revealing part of the process was harmless, or perhaps he just wanted to quickly conclude this routine task, so he frowned and replied, "Someone will take you to the designated preparation room. Don't ask so much, just behave." "Understood," Yuan replied obediently. The two guards did not linger further and turned to leave. Only after the sound of their footsteps faded at the end of the corridor did Yuan slowly raise his head, his gaze calm and unperturbed, as if the potential crisis that could have exposed everything had never occurred. For him, utilizing the momentary intentions captured by the soul imprint combined with judgments of rules and human nature to appropriately guide and defuse this level of scrutiny was simply a matter of course. This was not something to celebrate. It was merely the completion of a necessary calculation and operation. The truly severe trials were still ahead. The night had finally deepened. The lights-out signal had long since sounded, and the sound of the last patrol's footsteps in the metal corridor gradually faded away, leaving only occasional coughs and the faint sounds of clashing chains from afar. The entire prison seemed to have fallen into a deep sleep, but Yuan knew that beneath this silence lay countless pairs of eyes and invisible waves. He lay on the bed, his body relaxed, yet his muscles remained in a state ready to explode at any moment. His mental power flowed slowly within him, like a volcano about to erupt, accumulating strength. In his mind, the final plan's roadmap was crystal clear. Every corner, every lock, every possible surveillance point, and every timing point to address had been memorized. He listened carefully to the sounds around him, sensing the passage of time. The ticking of the second hand echoed in his consciousness like the footsteps of death, drawing ever closer. Finally, at the designated moment between two patrol cycles, when the monitoring system theoretically had the smallest blind spot, Yuan suddenly opened his eyes. The faint scrape of metal was stretched and magnified in the dead silence of the cell. Yuan had already sat up without a sound and drawn from the cloth tied to his calf a sharpened toothbrush handle and a thin sliver of metal. Without hesitation, he moved to the iron-barred door, using the negligible light from the far end of the corridor to concentrate every ounce of attention on the lock core before him. He inhaled, deeply thrust his hands through the bars, and carefully inserted the metal sliver as a makeshift torque wrench, applying an exceedingly light, sustained rotational pressure. The probe fashioned from the toothbrush handle slid into the lock like a living serpent, precise and purposeful. To an outside eye, his movements might have seemed awkward, yet the sensations returning to his fingertips were unnervingly distinct, as if they connected directly to the lock's inner machinery. Residual memories and experience left by the Guisho soul imprint silently doing their work. He could sense the position of the first pin, feel the almost imperceptible change in resistance as the probe nudged it, and recognize the tactile, nearly nameless certainty when the pin reached its correct height, the brief tremor of the latch's feedback point. Click. A crisp sound as if echoing in the depths of the soul. The first pin settled. Yuan's wrist remained as steady as stone as he continued. Second, third. His motions grew quicker, smoother, like those of a locksmith who had practiced the craft 1,000 times. This was not mere imitation, it was the result of deeply integrating the imprint's information with his own formidable control, a synthesis of understanding and discipline. The intangible knowledge had become instinct at his fingertips, coursing through his veins. At last, when the final pin was set, the metal sliver, serving as his torque wrench, relayed a faint but unmistakable rotational feedback. The internal mechanism of the latch released. Clack! The door yielded. He withdrew his tools, and like a ghost melting into the dark, slipped sideways out of the cell, swift, economical, precise. He hugged the cold wall, stilled his breath, and strained to catch any whisper in the corridor, wind, a dripping drop, even the faint flutter of an insect's wings. From afar came the uneven snoring and half-formed murmurs of other prisoners, rising and ebbing like a distant. Farther still, the steady, shallow breathing from a fixed sentry post sounded like a monotonous metronome. He confirmed the surroundings were safe. Following the escape route he had rehearsed in his mind, he used the shadows cast by walls and doorways as cover and moved quickly but cautiously toward the boiler room, a relatively secluded maintenance passage largely ignored by the prison keepers. But as he rounded a corner, faint footsteps sounded ahead. In that dead corridor, the noise was as thunderous as an explosion. Yuan felt his heart seized by an invisible hand, yet he did not panic. His body reacted before his thoughts could catch up. At the sound, he sprang back into the corner, pressing into the deepest shadow, until he became one with the darkness, suppressing his breath to a barely perceptible whisper. A guard walked by with unhurried steps. His boots tapped the floor in a steady, numbing rhythm that seemed to beat against Yuan's own heart. The man showed little alertness, merely following a routine patrol. His flashlight swung lazily, its beam painting aimless halos on the opposite wall, without lingering on Yuan's hiding place. The blinding light swept past, bringing a flash of danger. Yuan remained motionless as carved stone, every muscle taut, poised to spring. Thankfully, the guard did not loiter. He was apparently more concerned with a post at the corridor's end, and continued on, his footsteps receding. Only when the sounds had fully faded did Yuan inch his head from the shadow. Once he determined the corridor was safe again, he wasted no time. His pace quickened, as if to make up for the delay. Guided by the partial but crucial layout imprinted from the old electrician's memory, he avoided the well-lit, frequently patrolled arteries, and slipped into a narrower maintenance passage, its pipes rusted, and its air heavy with mildew. Such hostile places were precisely why patrols were sparse. They were blind spots, and therefore ideal for. His footsteps were featherlight, as if he bore no weight, moving silently among the crisscrossing pipes and walls like a lithe feline. The balance and acute adaptability honed by his past life's extreme sports fused with the stealth techniques his current body had endured in brutal training, creating an almost instinctive art of navigating darkness. After passing two forks and orienting himself by faint cues in his memory, he reached the area where he needed to tamper with the circuitry, an abandoned logistics corridor thick with dust and littered with broken wooden crates and unidentifiable detritus. He crept close to the wall, and soon found the inconspicuous gray metal junction box tucked near the debris. The box's surface was pitted with rust and showed its age. After ensuring no threats lurked nearby, Yuan drew from his leg the thinnest, yet most resilient metal strip he had painstakingly prepared. In his mind flickered fragments of the old electrician's imprint about this model's interior, and the precise shorting point that would briefly disable the surveillance and electronic locks in the target area, an operation he had run through countless times in thought. He used the metal edge to pry at the rust-seized clip on the junction box. A soft creak, and the cover gave way, revealing an array of aging but orderly wires within. His gaze locked on two target wires, deep blue and brownish yellow. Without hesitation, he angled the metal strip and slipped it in, touching the two preset contact points with steadiness and speed. A shower of sparks flared, bright and sharp, and the scent of burning metal filled the air. Almost as the sparks died, he clearly saw a red surveillance indicator light atop the near corridor gutter. Moments later came a faint electronic click, the sound of a lock releasing. It worked. The first phase of the plan had succeeded. Yuan uncoiled like a compressed spring and launched himself forward. He did not hesitate. He sprinted toward the corner where monitoring and access control had just been neutralized. He broke into a wider passage that led deeper into the prison, a corridor far broader than the maintenance tunnel. Alongside that passage loomed a heavy iron door stained with oil and grime like a silent beast. According to the old electrician's memory, behind it lay the prison's heart, the boiler room. He did not slow and ran straight to the iron door. There was no electronic lock, only a stout mechanical bolt. He switched tools, drawing out the toothbrush probe and the metal torque strip again. He would need to call upon the Guay imprint once more. He slid the torque into the lock, applied a gentle, continuous pressure, and guided the probe deftly into the keyway. Every subtle sensation at his fingertips confirmed and merged with the imprint's memory fragments. Pins and springs. The obstacles fell away beneath a near-instinctive technique. Clack! Faster than he'd expected, the old lock surrendered. A flicker of elation passed through him, but he dared not relax for even an instant. He hauled the door open. A blast of scalding air, the acrid tang of heavy oil, and the thunderous roar of massive machinery slammed into him. The boiler room. He had arrived. Another step forward in the fight for survival. He slipped inside and closed the heavy door behind him, leaving it ajar by the tiniest sliver so that if necessary he could retrace his steps. The interior was cavernous. Several enormous boilers hissed and bellowed with steaming fury, their din almost primeval. The heat warped the air and dimmed the light. Only a few low-powered explosion-proof lamps offered meager. Thick tangled pipes carved the space into jagged fragments like a steel jungle. The floor was slick with oil and pooled water. The roaring noise and shadowy gloom were both shelter and hindrance for Yuan. He crouched low to minimize his presence, using the boilers and interlaced pipes as cover, sweeping the room with quick glances while pushing the soul imprint's sensing ability to its limit to detect any hidden threats or life signs and ensure he had not stepped into a trap. Fortune favored him. At this late hour the boiler room appeared unmanned. His gaze settled on an old wall near an abandoned chimney. Judging from the wear and newer marks, he looked lower and found the circular metal rim almost entirely buried in dust, the maintenance hatch. The loose bricks from the electrician's memory might have been repaired or concealed, but this hatch remained the most likely. Certain now, he retrieved the tools tied to his leg. Recalling the Guay imprint's techniques for old latch mechanisms, he probed the hatch edge with the sharpened toothbrush handle, letting the boiler's thunderous noise cloak his work. Soon the probe struck a tiny elastic catch. He swapped to the metal torque, secured the catch, and pressed hard with click. A crisp mechanism released, the rusted cast iron hatch loosened. Yuan put his strength into it, and with painstaking silence slid the heavy cover aside, revealing a circular hole barely large enough for a person to crawl through. A cold draft carrying the smell of mildew, dust, and death blew out from the opening. The secret passage had been found. He did not hesitate. After one last glance to confirm the boiler room's temporary safety, he stowed his tools, drew a deep breath, and ducked into the darkness, pushing the hatch back as far as he could to conceal his trail. The passage was pitch black, claustrophobic, the floor uneven, and the air foul. He advanced by touch and a vague sense of direction, unaware how long he crawled, only that the channel descended and twisted in a succession of turns. Water dripped in the dark and rats scurried past. The only sounds were his own heartbeat and breath. After negotiating several low, cluttered stretches, the air subtly changed. There was movement to it, and the coolness of the night, and a faint sliver of dim light appeared at the tunnel's end. The exit was near. He slowed and became even more cautious. At the terminus, he found a square ventilation opening crudely nailed over with old planks. Outside was extraordinary stillness, the wind the only sound. With careful, silent prying, he eased up the loosened boards until a gap large enough for him to crawl through. He did not rush out. Instead, he poked his head out first and surveyed the exterior with guarded vigilance. Before him lay a vast abandoned warehouse. Moonlight poured through holes in the roof, and broken panes painting mottled patterns over rusting machinery, scattered debris, and layers of dust. Satisfied there was no immediate danger, Yuan slipped out of the vent and dropped down without a sound, quickly scanning for the best exit. The massive floor-to-ceiling window most badly damaged. As he prepared to move toward the broken window, he froze. In the central area of the warehouse, beneath the shadow of a large machine, a figure stood. The man was tall, clad in black tactical gear, almost merging with the surroundings. Only the faint glint from a metal buckle on his shoulder betrayed his shape. He seemed to be consulting a device on his wrist, and had not immediately noticed Yuan's emergence. As Yuan prepared to retreat and seek another route, the wrist device emitted a faint sound or vibration. The man's head snapped up, and his piercing gaze swept the warehouse like a searchlight, instantly fixing on Yuan. Who? A low commanding shout rang out. He had been exposed. Yuan's chest tightened, and his whole body went taut. He felt the raw, unmasked danger radiating from the man. This was no ordinary prison guard. The man had clearly seen the prisoner garb. Surprise flickered across his face before hardening into cold, killing intent and a trace of recognition. D734, Mo Yuan. The man spoke slowly, his voice like metal on metal. I must say, I'm lucky. Mo Yuan's heart skipped. This man knew him. Mo Yuan asked, who are you? The man answered, FBPA Field Task Force. Kate. Kate let a cold smile curl his lips. Bulion's nerves are a bit frayed. After interrogating you, he filed a special risk assessment saying your mind and manner of thought are strange, beyond ordinary judgment, and he even suspected you might conceal some unknown potential or contingency. He spread his hands, as if explaining the obvious. To prevent an incident before execution, his suggestion was approved. Extra monitoring nodes were installed around the prison, and people like us were assigned to patrol the signals and stand ready. Kate took 2 steps forward, his boots whispered over the dusty floor. I just finished cleaning up a mess in the West District and came to check this temporary node's signal stability and grab a smoke. Didn't expect to run into you. Mo Yuan understood Bulion's post-interrogation caution had escalated into additional surveillance and the deployment of operatives. That degree of attention suggested that his soul imprint might have been noticed, or at least Bulion had felt something in him that unsettled the man. Kate's presence was an unlucky coincidence brought about indirectly by Bulion's carefulness, a coincidence that now felt lethal. Never thought I'd run into this rat sneaking out of the cage. Kate's tone betrayed little emotion, but the intent aimed at Mo Yuan only tightened. Mo Yuan said nothing, his eyes held Kate's unwaveringly, while his mind raced to find any sliver of opportunity. Words were unnecessary now. Kate did not need an answer. He cracked his neck with a soft pop and raised his right hand slightly. Mission change, he muttered to himself, as much a pronouncement as an ultimatum to Mo Yuan. Capture or eliminate high-risk escapee D734. Your luck ends here. Before the sentence finished, pieces of broken concrete at Kate's feet rose silently into the air, an immense aura locked onto Mo Yuan in an instant. Facing the chilling murderous intent emanating from Carter and the concrete blocks that defied the laws of physics, Mo Yuan's gaze remained utterly unmoved like a deep ancient well. His brain completed a preliminary assessment in just 1 second. Telekinesis. Mo Yuan quickly confirmed the type of ability his opponent possessed in his mind, which matched the description of psychokinetic manipulation under the physical interference system he had seen in the FBPA files yesterday. The information is vague about the levels, but judging by the strength of this ability, this guy is definitely a tough opponent, likely far more dangerous than an armed prison guard. Must remain calm. Facing such an illogical force, even the slightest hint of panic or hesitation could lead to destruction. The shallow connection of the soul imprint, like invisible tendrils, quietly probed into Carter's mental realm, capturing the intent and flow of spiritual energy behind his imminent attack. At that moment, Carter moved. The concrete blocks hovering by Carter's feet suddenly accelerated, slicing through the air with a heavy whoosh, targeting Mo Yuan from 3 paths above, middle, and below. The assault swift and lethal. Mo Yuan reacted even faster. Almost as soon as the soul imprint captured the direction of the attack, his body had already made the optimal choice. Instead of retreating, he slid swiftly to the left front, cutting through the gaps between the 3 concrete blocks at an angle that defied intuition. Boom, boom, boom. The concrete block slammed against the wall and floor behind him, erupting in a deafening roar with debris and rust flying everywhere. Having missed his attack, Carter's expression remained unchanged as he stood in place, hands spread wide like a conductor leading an orchestra. More discarded items in the warehouse were being drawn and stripped away by an invisible force. Rusted steel pipes twisted off the wall, heavy iron gears slowly ascended, and a half-broken metal shelf screeched as it was forcibly dragged upwards. In an instant, dozens of metal and concrete projectiles of varying sizes hovered around Carter, forming a death ring that radiated cold, murderous intent. Mo Yuan did not pause after landing. He immediately utilized the complex environment of the warehouse, darting quickly between rows of tall, outdated machines that had long been out of operation, searching for cover and counterattack opportunities. His movements were swift and precise, each step taken on the most stable ground, and every turn utilized the blind spots of the cover. Carter's attacks followed with metal debris under telekinetic control, striking every potential position Mo Yuan might appear, or intercepting his predicted movement path. Bang! A steel pipe slammed against the concrete pillar Mo Yuan had just vacated, leaving a deep dent. Clang! An iron gear grazed his scalp, rebounding off a distant wall. Rumble! A small motor was lifted directly and hurled like a projectile towards the machine where Mo Yuan was hiding, the immense impact causing the entire machine to wail and shift. Mo Yuan struggled to dodge amidst the barrage of telekinetic attacks. His brain functioned like the calmest computer, continuously analyzing Carter's attack pattern, strength, and control range. The soul imprint was being utilized by him at an extremely high frequency and shallow level akin to a radar on the battlefield, constantly scanning and capturing the fleeting intent and direction of spiritual energy concentration before Carter launched his attack. Left side metal plate sweeping. Below debris launching. Behind gears high-speed straight line. One by one the attack indicators flashed through Yuan's mind, allowing him to execute the most effective evasive maneuvers at the last possible moment, rolling, diving, halting abruptly, and using cover to block. His movements were devoid of excess, every bit of energy spent precisely. But Yuan knew this was not a sustainable strategy. Purely evading could only buy him time, yet the consumption of mental and physical energy was immense. Carter's telekinesis seemed inexhaustible, and if he made even one mistake, even a fractional second of misjudgment, he would be utterly crushed by those heavy metals and stones. He had to find an opportunity to counterattack or create one. Meanwhile, at the other end of the warehouse, Carter was increasingly frowning. His attacks were nothing short of ferocious. The debris under telekinetic control acted like small guided missiles. For any ordinary person, or even a well-trained special forces team under such indiscriminate bombardment, resistance would have long been futile. But this damned D-734 was like a slippery eel, always managing to evade deadly attacks at the most astonishing moments with the least cost. This guy's reaction speed and danger anticipation are abnormal, far too abnormal. An ordinary fugitive? No, absolutely not. Is Brian's report true? D-734 is not just a brainwashed cult soldier, but hides other abilities. Some sort of combat intuition, or perhaps a brief precognitive ability. Thinking of this, Carter decided to speak to probe, attempting to disrupt his opponent's rhythm and gather information. While maintaining the telekinetic suppression, he said, "Your evasive actions. Your reaction speed far exceeds that of an ordinary person. Is it some kind of neural reflex enhancement, or something else? It seems you learn more than just murder techniques from the Weaving Fate cult." Yuan was searching for his next cover behind a pile of discarded oil barrels when he heard Carter's question. He continued moving, without pausing, only responding coldly, without turning his head. "Guess. Playing mind games." Carter's murderous intent intensified, his patience rapidly waning. "Since you refuse to speak, then I'll just have to dissect you for some research." He stopped holding back his mental power, surged violently, forcibly stripping away even more heavy objects from the ground or walls in the warehouse. This time, even including a broken beam weighing at least half a ton. He intended to use absolute force to completely crush this annoying death row inmate. The heavy steel beam plunged down towards the area where Yuan was hiding, like a mountain pressing down. The sheer might created a dull explosive sound in the surrounding air. However, just as Carter concentrated most of his mental power on controlling this heavy strike, a glint of sharp light erupted in Yuan's eyes. He caught it. It was this moment. Carter's full control of the heavy object caused an extremely brief, yet fatal stagnation period in the mental field. He needed to create an opportunity, a chance to forcefully advance, and Carter's full power strike just provided him that opportunity. Though extremely brief, it was enough. Yuan suddenly leaned out from one side of the machine again. This time, he charged towards Carter at an astonishing speed, taking a route that was not a straight line, but maximized the use of the obstacles ahead for cover and redirection. Yuan's target appeared to be another corner of the warehouse, an area piled with small metal parts, which seemed illogical, exposing himself to a more dangerous zone. Carter snorted coldly. Indeed, he maintained most of his telekinetic power over the heavy steel beam, attempting to completely destroy the new cover Yuan had chosen, while subconsciously diverting a small portion of his mental power to control several lighter steel pipes and debris, predicting and intercepting the path Yuan was charging towards. In Carter's view, Yuan's actions were merely futile struggles. But that was exactly what Yuan wanted. As he reached the predetermined turning point, in the instant, Carter's main focus was drawn towards the imminent steel beam and the intercepting objects ahead. Yuan's feet stomped heavily on the ground, abruptly halting his forward momentum. Then, with astonishing waist and abdominal strength and coordination, he forcibly twisted his center of gravity, charging explosively in a direction nearly perpendicular to his original route, directly towards Carter himself, whose close defenses were most vulnerable due to his full focus on the attack. This was a bold and dangerous trap, entirely based on precise calculations and timing. The previous evasions and movements were all meant to numb the opponent and ultimately induce Carter to reveal this moment's greatest flaw. Carter clearly did not anticipate Yuan's speed, maneuverability, and tactical deception to reach such a level. He felt the beast-like momentum charging at him, his heart shook, and he hurriedly tried to regain control of the steel beam and defend himself. But it was already too late. Recovering and redirecting telekinesis also required time, even if just a fraction of a second. Yuan pushed his speed to the utmost limit. The steel will forged from past life challenges, and the explosive power hidden in this body combined like never before at this moment. 10 meters. 5 meters. 3 meters. He clearly saw the astonishment, disbelief, and a hint of instinctive panic flashing in Carter's cold eyes. Now's the time. Yuan, like a hunting falcon, charged towards Carter with a relentless momentum. His goal was not to kill directly, but merely contact. As long as he could touch the opponent's body, he would have the chance to activate the soul imprint, his final trump card. Carter instinctively raised his arm to block while desperately mobilizing his remaining mental power, trying to form an invisible telekinetic barrier in front of him. But Yuan's charge was too fast, too fierce. That hastily formed telekinetic barrier was easily torn apart like thin paper. Boom. A dull sound of flesh and bone colliding echoed in the warehouse as Yuan's shoulder crashed against Carter's attempting block with his arm and chest, the tremendous impact causing both to stagger backward uncontrollably. He made contact. At the moment of contact, Yuan wasted no time, pressing his palm firmly against Carter's chest. The long-accumulated spiritual power surged into Carter's mental realm like a flood, targeting the vibrant and powerful source of his telekinesis. Deep soul imprint forcibly activated. Ugh! Carter let out an incredulous muffled groan mixed with pain and horror. He felt a cold, eerie, powerful force of analysis and devouring piercing into the core of his consciousness like a steel needle, wildly tearing and duplicating everything about his telekinesis. Manipulation methods, energy circuits, spiritual marks, even including his combat experience and instinctive reactions developed over the years. This direct invasion and plunder from the soul level were far more terrifying and painful than any physical. His brain felt as if it were being torn apart, the mental field instantly going out of control, and the weak control he had been barely maintaining over the surrounding objects completely collapsed. At the same time, Yuan was also enduring unimaginable shocks. Carter's mental world was like a steel fortress filled with sharp angles, and his soul imprint felt like a drill forcibly breaking in every inch deeper, required enduring tremendous backlash and wear. A torrent of fragmented information. Carter's cold and resilient, while his chaotic battle memories and the massive waves of spiritual energy belonging to an ability user surged into Yuan's consciousness like a tsunami, nearly overwhelming his self-awareness. Blood even seeped from Yuan's nostrils and ears, his vision darkened, and his head throbbed painfully, feeling as if his soul was being torn back and forth by Carter's powerful spiritual energy and his own imprint power on the verge of collapse. But he gritted his teeth, relying on the bloodthirsty killing intent brought by the fusion from his past life, and his strong survival instinct stubbornly maintaining the operation of the soul imprint like a greedy black hole, frantically absorbing all core information about telekinesis. This process was extremely brief, perhaps only 1 or 2 seconds, but for both sides it felt as lengthy and perilous as a century. Finally, Yuan felt that some core template or seed related to telekinesis had been successfully peeled from Carter's mental core and downloaded into the depths of his soul. A powerful, unfamiliar feeling capable of manipulating the physical rules of reality, with thoughts surged through his limbs like an electric current. The imprint succeeded, but at that moment the load and backlash from forcibly imprinting the ability reached its. Yuan felt darkness engulfing him, the mental channel connecting him to Carter abruptly severed, and he felt as if all his strength had been drained, his body weakening as he nearly collapsed to the ground. Carter, having forcibly stripped of part of his core ability imprint, was even more severely injured. He let out a suppressed scream, eyes wide, with shock, his gaze vacuous, his whole being collapsing to the ground, as if his backbone had been pulled out, his body convulsing violently, completely losing consciousness and the ability to resist. Yuan, enduring the nearly splitting headache and the weakness throughout his body, glanced at the collapsed and unconscious Carter. A cold, murderous intent crystallized in his eyes, unmasked. Carter must die. This level of telekinesis user would be in endless trouble for him once he recovered. He was not a soft-hearted saint. In this cruel world, mercy towards enemies is cruelty towards oneself. He raised his hand, intending to use his last ounce of strength to completely eliminate this threat, perhaps with a sharp metal piece or directly breaking his neck. The original owner's bloodthirsty instincts urged him on, relishing the thrill of a successful hunt. However, at that moment, the sharp, piercing sound of a police siren. It approached rapidly like a death knell, growing nearer. Immediately after, several blinding beams of flashlight pierced through the broken windows of the warehouse, leaving clear trails of light in the dusty air, wildly sweeping around, clearly locking onto this area. Chaotic and hurried footsteps, the sound of heavy objects falling, and the faint shouts could be heard rapidly approaching from outside the warehouse. Damn it! They came too fast. Yuan's movements suddenly froze, the murderous intent in his gaze quickly replaced by extreme vigilance and a hint of intense reluctance. He now faced a cruel choice: risk a finishing blow to completely eliminate Carter as a future threat, but this brief moment could very well trap him inside the warehouse to face an unknown number of well-equipped pursuers. Or immediately abandon this chance, utilizing this last, perhaps only opportunity to escape. Carter's threat was potential, while the pursuers before him were immediate and deadly. The instinct for survival eclipsed everything. Consider yourself lucky. Yuan cursed under his breath, casting a fierce glance at the twitching Carter on the ground, his eyes cold. He knew the consequences of letting the tiger return to the mountain, but he had no other choice. He struggled to stand, staggering a few steps, resolutely directing his gaze towards the warehouse's most severely damaged floor-to-ceiling window. At this critical moment, Yuan suddenly felt a faint pulsation deep within his soul, that newly imprinted telekinesis mark beating like a heart, exuding a marvelous sensation that connected him to the surrounding physical world. Though extremely faint, unfamiliar, and difficult to control, it indeed existed. It was now, or a glint of madness and determination flashed in Yuan's eyes as he drew upon the last vestiges of mental power, channeling it all into the newly acquired, highly unstable telekinesis mark, pushing it forcefully towards the direction of the warehouse entrance, where chaotic footsteps and the sound of breaking doors were coming from. He didn't even know what he wanted to push, simply entrusting his will to survive and rejection of obstacles to this. In the next moment, a sudden change occurred. A large pile of rusted metal parts and broken shelves near the warehouse entrance seemed to be violently lifted by an invisible force and then crashed heavily back down. Rumble, crash. A massive sound of collapse echoed, accompanied by startled shouts and curses from outside. The pile of debris blocked the entrance of the warehouse like a fallen mountain. Though it wouldn't hold for long, it successfully bought Yuan extremely precious time. I did it. It really works. Yuan managed a faint smile, but it was quickly drowned by an even more intense headache and weakness. This first active use of telekinesis had nearly drained his last reserves of strength. But he did not fall. The will to survive supported him as he made one last sprint towards the broken floor-to-ceiling window. He shattered the remaining glass and burst out of the warehouse, feeling the cold and freeing night breeze brush against his face, ignoring the pain and cuts from the glass, quickly discerning his direction before diving into the darkest, most complex alleys of the slums nearby. Almost as soon as his figure disappeared, several agents in FBPA uniforms armed with weapons burst through the blocked warehouse door, rushing inside, but all they saw were the unconscious Carter on the ground and the chaotic scene. Target escaped. Seal off the surrounding area. Search. The urgent commands and sirens rang out around the warehouse, weaving into a net. But Yuan had already vanished like a drop of water, merging into the ocean, lost in the endless shadows of Free City, filled with sin and opportunity. He was free, but he also became a priority target for arrest. Deep within his soul, a powerful and dangerous seed of supernatural ability lay dormant. The night wind in Zio City sliced into Yuan's mouth and nose like a blade, bringing with it the stench of sewers mingled with the acrid bite of cheap industrial alcohol, the peculiar odor of the city's underbelly. He plunged into the steel jungle like a beast that had just snapped a trap, diving headlong into the darkest, filthiest heart of the metropolis, the tangled maze of slum alleys. The piercing wail of a siren grew from far to near before being swallowed by the layers of interlaced buildings and the city's endless noise. The adrenaline high that had carried him was rapidly ebbing, leaving behind only a wasteland of pain in his mind. Ripping pain exploded from the depths of his brain. Each heartbeat brought fresh dizziness and a roiling wave of nausea. The backlash from forcibly imprinting Kate's telekinetic signature was more vicious than Yuan had imagined. His soul felt as if invisible talons had torn a huge gash in it, and then crudely stuffed it into an alien crystalline, not bristling with sharp barbs. Ugh! Yuan staggered and slammed his shoulder against a damp, coarse wall. The icy contact snapped a single moment of clarity into him, and that was all. He felt warm, viscous fluid seep uncontrollably from his nostrils and ear canals, a direct sign of spiritual exhaustion and soul trauma. Consciousness was plunging as if he were falling into a cold, viscous sea of darkness. Even the last threads of resistance were draining away. He slid limply down the wall and collapsed on the filthy, damp ground. His body was leaden, and lifting a single finger became an ordeal. The distant city sounds, faint sirens, the dull rumble of traffic shouts from nameless corners, grew ever more remote and blurred. Just before his awareness finally sank, the abrupt sound of approaching footsteps reached him from afar. His dwindling, nearly scattered gaze instinctively sought the source. Under the alley's dim light, a blurred, somewhat slender silhouette peeled away from the deeper shadows, carrying an ineffable weariness, moving mechanically step by step in this direction. The figure drew closer, but details would not cohere. Only a hazy impression, a living thing coming nearer. Someone was coming. That faint alertness was like the last straw a drowning man clings to, barely holding Yuan's about-to-collapse consciousness together. The owner of that silhouette, Ankila, was apparently completely unaware of the dying figure curled in the corner. She dragged her leaden legs into the back alley she passed every day, but never got used to. The dirt and oppression of it all. Another damned long shift at the hospital. The soles of her cheap nurse shoes were nearly worn through her heels blazing, and the sour, persistent odor in the air made her brow knit. She only wanted to get back to her cramped rental that at least kept the wind and rain out. Ankila shuffled to the rear wall of the decrepit apartment block and found the iron door to her ground-floor unit. As she fumbled for her key, her foot seemed to kick something soft. My. Startled, Ankila stepped back a half-pace and looked down with wary eyes. In the faint glow cast by a distant street lamp, she saw a curled figure in the corner. A person. It was a man who radiated a strong scent of blood and a certain dangerous aura. His clothes were ragged, stained with grime and dark red, looking a little like prison garb. Ankila's heart sank. She had treated street brawl casualties and seen worse, but this man felt utterly different. Though near death, his face and body scarred and bloodied, those half-open eyes retained an unsettling calm, a deathly stillness, as if he had crawled out of hell and now regarded the world with complete indifference. Alarm bells rang in Ankila's head. She was a struggling low-level nurse, carrying her own burdens, as she neither wanted nor could afford to be dragged into anything beyond her control. She immediately banished any unnecessary sympathy. She would not look twice if she must not look. Holding her breath, she carefully skirted the man on the ground and hurried to the back door. Her trembling fingers, however, made the cold metal key miss the keyhole several times. At that moment, the measured sound of leather shoes treading on wet ground came from the mouth of the alley. Unhurried, yet beating on Ankila's taut nerves like a drum. A tall figure appeared in the alley mouth, blocking some of the weak light and casting a long shadow. He wore a neatly pressed dark suit that was incongruous in this filthy lane. His polished shoes trod the sewage-streaked ground, yet seemed to pick up not a speck of filth. He walked slowly into the alley with an unreadable expression, black-rimmed glasses perched on his nose. The lenses caught a cold glint in the dimness. "Miss Ankila." He stopped a few paces from her, his voice flat and almost procedural. "You are late tonight. Mr. Tugio asked me to see you. Yesterday's deadline has passed. Has the money been prepared?" Ankila froze. The key clattered to the ground. She turned slowly, her face ashen, lips trembling uncontrollably as she looked at the man, Waikijua, one of Mr. Tugio's most feared collectors, notorious for his cold, efficient ruthlessness. Waikijua. Her voice was dry as sandpaper. She forced a smile more grotesque than tears and twisted her hands together. "I am trying my best. Really, I found a new side job. Next week. Next week I can gather part of it. Please give me a few more days, I beg you." In the corner, the almost extinguished flame of Yuan's awareness flickered at the sudden dense aura of fear and despair. Though his bodily functions had failed to the last degree and his senses were blurred, a deeper layer of perception had been passively awakened. Through a veil like frosted glass, he seemed to glimpse two souls casting utterly different lights. One was a trembling, near-collapsed, dim cluster exuding fear and helplessness, tempered by the hardened resilience forged under years of hardship, like a weed struggling to survive in barren soil, now threatened with being uprooted by a fierce wind. The other was an icy, sharp shadow, purposeful and disdainful from above. From the invisible link between them, Yuan picked up a few crucial emotional shards and core ideas: a deadline, a desperate plea, and a cold refusal. It was enough. He did not need every detail to paint the scene: a woman cornered with nowhere to turn, a ruthless collector, and a shadowy force lurking behind them. This woman, it seemed, was the greatest unexpected variable to have wandered into his own deathly domain. Waikijua tilted his head slightly, his voice still even. "Mr. Tugio does not like to wait, Miss Ankila. You should know that." His gaze, surgical in its sweep, passed over her without pause, and then snapped to the curled, motionless figure in the... Waikijua frowned, clearly displeased by the unexpected element. "What is that guy on the ground?" He stepped forward, his shoes made a soft sound on the wet pavement as his eyes lingered on Yuan for a few seconds. "Your new patient. Looks troublesome." Ankila's heart lurched, and she waved her hands frantically to deny any connection, trying to distance herself. "No, I don't know him. I just came back and found him lying there. Maybe it's gang violence. I was about to call the police." Waikijua let out a cold, ambiguous snort, not wholly convinced, but turning his attention back to business. "We'll discuss that later. Hand over the money, or perhaps your friend here can also witness how we inventory your belongings." He stepped in the invisible pressure, nearly suffocating. Despair poured over Ankila like icy seawater. She knew Mr. Tugio's methods. Inventorying belongings meant far more than settling a debt, often destruction, that far exceeded the sum owed. As Waikijua moved to press her, Ankila's mind went blank, and even the thought of resisting failed to rise. Then the man in the corner, who had lain like a corpse, suddenly forced himself to speak. Cough. Cough, cough. A violent, blood-laced cough erupted, weak but startlingly clear in the deadened alley. Ankila and Waikijua froze simultaneously, their gazes snapping to the source of the sound. The man in the corner slowly raised his face a fraction. Those half-open eyes showed that deathly calm, now edged with the faintest imperceptible mockery. His lips moved, his voice was hoarse as sandpaper, halting yet precise as it drilled into Waikijuo's ear. Waikijuo. Right. Each word seemed to consume the last of his strength. Go back and tell Mr. Tujio. Cough. He had better. Check the cargo at Matuk Pier 3. If there isn't some surprise. The words fell away as Mo Yuan could no longer hold himself up. His head dropped heavily, and silence reclaimed him, only the faint rise and fall of his chest proving he still breathed. An uncanny stillness settled over the alley. Ankila was stupefied, staring at the mysterious man on the ground, and then at Waikijuo, utterly baffled. Matuk Pier 3. Cargo. What was he talking about? How could this dying man possibly know Waikijuo? Waikijuo's reaction could not have been more different. The moment the words Matuk Pier 3 left Mo Yuan's lips, the cold mask on Waikijuo's face cracked. His pupils pinched, even through his lenses. Shock and disbelief flashed across his features. Matuk Pier 3. This was the handoff point for one of Mr. Tujio's most crucial and secretive deals. Anyone who knew that location and the existence of that cargo belonged to the inner circle, and in this context a surprise usually meant the worst: the cops watching or a betrayal by another gang. Who was this man? How did he know? Waikijuo's gaze sharp as a searchlight fixed on Mo Yuan, seeking any clue on his bloodstained face. He closed the distance and lowered his voice, a mixture of suppressed incredulity and threat. Who are you? How do you know about Pier 3? Who sent you? Mo Yuan did not answer immediately, only heavy labored breaths escaped him. Just as Waikijuo's patience thinned, and he prepared harsher measures, Mo Yuan lifted his face a little and tugged at his lips as if to smile. Instead, he coughed violently. A froth of blood spilled from his mouth and stained the ground red. Cough. Who sent me is not important. His voice was weaker than before, but carried a bone-chilling certainty. What matters is, if Mr. Tujio doesn't send someone to check whether that cargo is still there, or whether the cops have already taken photos, he'll be in deep trouble soon. Terribly deep trouble. Victor's gaze sharpened as he realized that not only did the other party know the location and the goods, but they also directly pointed out the possibility of police involvement. Are you threatening Mr. Vulture? Victor's voice regained some of its icy tone as he tried to reclaim control, yet the anxiety in his eyes betrayed him. Do you know what the consequences of this action might be? Consequences? Huh. I'm already in this state. What worse consequences could there be? Mo Yuan paused, summoning his last strength, each word hammered into Victor's heart like a nail. But Mr. Vulture, if that batch of goods goes wrong, can he still maintain his position? Will his subordinates still obey him? You better think carefully for him. This statement struck Victor's heart like a heavy hammer. If that batch of valuable goods truly encountered an issue at Dock No. 3, and the police obtained evidence, the chain reaction would be catastrophic. It was not merely a matter of economic loss, it could also provoke a focused crackdown from the police, potentially shaking Mr. Vulture's status and authority within the organization. At that point, the minds of his subordinates would waver and hostile forces would seize the opportunity to strike. The consequences were unimaginable. The half-dead man before him had hit all the critical points with each of his words. He was definitely not an ordinary person, he knew too much. Angela's death suddenly seemed trivial compared to the potential turmoil within the organization. He had to return immediately. He had to report everything that happened here to Mr. Vulture. This mysterious person and the information he revealed, every detail could relate to the survival of the entire organization. Victor took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the unease and chaos within him, no longer looking at Mo Yuan, but turning to glance at Angela, whose face had turned pale. Angela, it seems you have more important guests to entertain tonight. He hinted at Mo Yuan on the ground with a complex expression. We will discuss your matters another day. I'll handle your troubles well. Remember, don't look at what you shouldn't and treat what you shouldn't hear as if you never heard it. With that, Victor did not linger. He cast a final deep glance at Mo Yuan in the corner, as if to engrave his appearance into his memory, and then he turned without hesitation, walking away at a much faster pace than before, almost fleeing the alley. The alley fell silent again, with only Angela's heavy breathing and the barely perceptible gasps of the man in the corner. Victor left. Just like that. Angela stood frozen in place, her mind still in a state of shock. The events of the past few minutes were more thrilling than anything she had experienced in the last month. The cold and ruthless Victor was actually scared away by a few words from this half-dead man about the dock, and moreover the other party seemed to know even more terrifying secrets that she could not comprehend. She looked down at Mo Yuan in the corner, fear, confusion, and a hint of absurdity intertwined in her heart. Who exactly is this man? The words he mentioned about the dock goods and the deal hinted at some dark transactions, making her even more frightened. Why would this man know about these? And why would he tell Victor? More importantly, what should she do now? Call the police. Victor's earlier words were clearly a warning, and this man was dressed in what looked like prison attire and new gang secrets. Would calling the police bring even bigger trouble? Or even silence her? Ignore him. But he was lying at her door, and just now it seemed like he had helped her out of a predicament. Angela looked at the man on the ground, then at her rusty iron door, falling into silence. The night wind was still cold, blowing through the alley, stirring up a few scraps of paper and making a whimpering sound like some ominous omen. Victor's footsteps faded away, leaving only the sound of the wind and Angela's heartbeat in the alley. Rationality screamed at her to escape from this massive trouble, dressed in prison clothing, who knew gang secrets. But Angela's gaze fell on the fresh blood seeping from the man's mouth and on the lonely keys she had dropped on the ground. If it weren't for this man suddenly speaking and driving Victor away, would she be the one lying here now, or being dragged away? He helped her. Moreover, he was a wounded man, a person whose life was slipping away before her eyes. Angela took a deep breath of the cold, dirty air, trying to suppress the lump in her throat and the churn in her stomach. She was a nurse. Her duty was to save lives, and even in that person's cold-hearted hospital, she had never truly become numb. This person before her, regardless of who he was or what crimes he had committed, was now just a dying patient. Damn it, Angela muttered under her breath, not knowing whether she was cursing this man or her own damned, untimely kindness. She trembled as she bent down, picking up the key from the filthy water. The cold metal sensation made her shiver, but it also solidified her determination. She couldn't leave him here to die, nor could she let him remain here for Victor or anyone else to handle. That would not only betray her conscience, but might also bring her even more unpredictable trouble. Who knew if Victor would come back for revenge, or if the police would eventually trace the blood back to this place? Save him at least. Temporarily hide him. Once this thought took shape, it grew wildly like weeds. Angela looked at Yuan again, this time with a few more scrutinizing glances as a nurse. He was severely injured, his breathing weak, his face pale as paper, and his lips purplish, clear signs of blood loss and shock, with blood seeping from his nose and ears, which alarmed her even more. This usually indicated serious internal injuries, even possible cranial damage. There was no time to delay. Angela clenched her teeth, forcing herself to calm down, looking around the empty alley one more time, then crouched down, trying to help Yuan. The man's body was much heavier than she had imagined, completely limp, like a bag of wet sand. The strong smell of blood mixed with sweat and dirt hit her face, making her nearly gag. Hey, wake up. Can you move? Angela patted his face, but Yuan showed no response. Angela knew she couldn't rely on him any longer. With all her strength, she managed to drape one of Yuan's arms over her shoulder, half dragging, half carrying him up from the cold ground. Every step was extremely difficult. Yuan's weight almost crushed her. Sweat soon beaded on Angela's forehead, and her breathing grew heavy. She had to get him inside quickly before her meager strength ran out, and before anyone discovered them. Finally, she made it to the door, struggling to support Yuan with one hand, while with the other, she shakily inserted the key into the lock and turned it. Click, the door opened. Angela pushed Yuan's heavy body into the room, stumbling in after him. She quickly turned to shut the iron door, trembling as she secured the simple latch. Cut off from the cold night wind and potential danger, Angela finally let out a sigh of relief, feeling as if her bones had been extracted, weakly leaning against the cold door, gasping for air as sweat trickled down her forehead, soaking her hair and the back of her clothes. Yuan was roughly thrown onto the floor, making a dull sound, still completely unconscious. Angela fumbled to turn on the dim yellow incandescent light on the wall, which dispelled some of the darkness and allowed her to see the enormous trouble she had brought back more clearly. The man lay on her worn carpet, his prison attire tattered, his face frighteningly pale, with dark shadows under his tightly closed eyes, his lips cracked and stained with dark red blood. Even in unconsciousness, his brow was slightly furrowed, as if enduring immense pain. Angela's heart sank again. She quickly walked to Yuan's side, crouching down, her fingers resting on his carotid artery. His pulse was weak and rapid, almost imperceptible. She carefully lifted his eyelid to check his pupils, which reacted extremely sluggishly to light. She lifted his tattered shirt to reveal a few small bruises and abrasions on his abdomen and chest. Although she didn't see any fatal open wounds, considering the blood coming from his ears and nose earlier, his internal injuries were definitely severe. She looked around her small, shabby, and even pitiful home. There was almost no proper first aid equipment, only some basic supplies she had secretly brought back from the hospital. Gauze, bandages, iodine disinfectant, some expired or new respiratory antibiotics, and painkillers. These items were hardly enough to treat the injuries of the man before her. Take him to the hospital. The thought had barely arisen when Angela decisively snuffed it out. No, absolutely not. Prison attire, gang secrets, Victor's warning. Any one of these was enough to drag her into an abyss from which there was no return. She couldn't throw herself into the net. So now, she had to rely on herself. Angela bit her lower lip, forcing herself to calm down. She had to do something, at the very least. She couldn't let him die here. She stood up, rummaged through the dusty first aid kit in the old wardrobe, filled a basin with warm water, and found it. Crouching beside Yuan again, Angela steadied herself, cutting open his tattered prison uniform. As the clothing came off, revealing a body covered in old and new scars, she instinctively gasped. Bruises, scratches, and even signs of burns. This man had undoubtedly endured hellish torment. Suppressing her shock, Angela focused and began to carefully wipe away the bloodstains with warm water. Beneath the cold skin, the muscle definition was unexpectedly firm, yet it exuded a dying weakness. After cleaning, she took out the iodine disinfectant. When the disinfectant touched the wound, Yuan's body trembled violently, and a suppressed groan escaped his throat. Angela paused, easing her movements, speaking softly to reassure him. Hang in there. Just as she leaned down to bandage him, Yuan's eyelids fluttered, struggling to open a small gap. Blurry light, chaotic consciousness, excruciating pain surged through him, but he felt a gentle touch and smelled the pungent, yet clean scent of disinfectant. His dazed gaze focused on the silhouette of a woman leaning down. Was it that woman from the alley? She saved him. This thought flickered like a faint spark before being swallowed by endless darkness and pain. Yuan's eyelids fell heavily shut again, completely losing consciousness, once more, as if that brief moment of awakening had never occurred. Angela was unaware. She was fully concentrated on finishing the last wound, carefully securing the bandage. After completing all of this, she slumped down on the floor, watching Yuan, who was simply bandaged, feeling overwhelmed with exhaustion and confusion. It seemed like she had saved him, but then what? When would he wake up? What would happen when he did? Victor? The police? Countless terrifying questions swirled in her mind. The cheap quartz clock on the wall pointed to the deep night. Tomorrow, no, in just a few hours, she had to go to the hospital for work, for that meager salary and unpayable debts. Leave him alone. She couldn't feel at ease. Take him with her. Impossible. Despair tightened around her throat, making her feel as if she had moved a bomb that could explode at any moment into her fragile shell. In the end, she wearily got up, took a thin blanket from the wardrobe, and covered Yuan with it. At least she didn't want him to freeze to death. She didn't even have the strength to wash up, curling up fully clothed on her single bed, wide-eyed, staring blankly at the cracks on the ceiling. Outside, the hustle and bustle of Freedom City continued, while in this narrow rented room, a weary, desperate little nurse and an unidentified life and death unknown stranger began their fragile and dangerous coexistence. At the FBPA headquarters, the Special Events Response Department's command center is brightly lit in the early morning, with the air thick with the strong sense of caffeine, sweat, and an oppressive aura of suppressed rage. Brian Ashworth stands with his back to the massive city surveillance screen wall, which still flickers with real-time images from every corner of Freedom City, though no one is paying attention at this moment. The cigarette between his fingers has burned to its end, singeing his fingertips without him noticing as ash falls onto his expensive combat uniform. In front of him, a freshly printed report marked with the highest level of urgency emits the smell of ink. Repeat that, Miller. Brian's voice is unusually calm, so calm it feels eerie. Regarding Carter's situation and the analysis of the energy residue at the scene. Yes, sir. Agent Carter was found outside an abandoned warehouse near the prison, heavily unconscious with weak vital signs, said Agent Miller, who stands beside him, his face as pale as paper, cold sweat beading on his forehead. The medical team preliminarily diagnosed severe psychological trauma and soul-level damage. It seems his core ability has suffered some form of forced extraction and duplication. Miller's voice nearly faded to a whisper at the mention of duplication, as it completely exceeded their understanding. The energy residue analysis shows. He continued, reporting, his voice becoming even more strained. In addition to Agent Carter's psychokinetic response, an extremely weak but similar energy fluctuation has been detected coming from the direction where target D-734 last disappeared. Moreover, the obstacle at the warehouse entrance has been confirmed to be caused by a violent displacement through psychokinesis. A pin drop could be heard in the command center. Brian slowly turned around, his face devoid of any expression, but in his hawk-like eyes burned a storm capable of incinerating everything. A death row inmate who has never shown any abilities. His voice was deep and slow, each word squeezing out like it was forced through his teeth. Not only did he breach our most secure facility and escape under almost impossible circumstances, he also incapacitated one of our experienced class psychokinetic agents in an unknown confrontation, and he paused, his gaze sweeping over all the agents present who were frozen in fear, and has learned his abilities. No one dared to respond. This conclusion was too absurd, too subversive, almost like challenging the FBPA and the entire world's basic understanding of supernatural powers. Powers are either innate or triggered by specific events, but never has it been heard that abilities could be copied and pasted like software. Useless. Brian finally erupted, no longer suppressing his rage. He slammed his fist down onto the control panel, the hard metal surface even denting from the impact. We brought him back to uncover the secrets of the Weaving Fate cult, to retrieve the lost container. And what have we? Not only did we gain nothing, but we also allowed him to become even more dangerous in a way we cannot comprehend, and then slipped away right under our noses. First, activate the Shadow Protocol. Notify all FBPA field units and rapid response teams stationed in the city. Target D734, Yuan has been confirmed to have escaped from prison, possesses class psychokinesis, and is suspected of having an unknown ability to steal or duplicate others' powers. Priority is to capture the target alive. If the target cannot be controlled, authorization for immediate elimination is granted. Second, notify the high-ranking police officials. Through our special communication channels, issue a top-level alert for fugitive D734 Yuan. The external statement should emphasize that he is the main suspect in the Royal Theatre terror attack, extremely dangerous, exceptionally agile, possibly armed, and has caused serious casualties during his escape. Requirement: increase police patrols, citywide, establish checkpoints, and immediately report any sighting of the target. Unauthorized personnel, not specially trained, are strictly prohibited from approaching or attempting to arrest the target, awaiting the arrival of FBPA professional teams to handle the situation. The released photo should be the clearest close-up we have, but all details regarding supernatural abilities must not be disclosed, ensuring the integrity of the veil. Yes, sir. Miller and the other agents immediately stood at attention, swiftly beginning to relay these two. Also, Brian took a deep breath, his gaze becoming profoundly deep. Immediately establish a special pursuit team, which I will personally oversee, utilizing all resources to analyze all possible locations he could head to and all potential contacts. I need to know how he accomplished this. This dangerous ability must not fall into the wrong hands. At the same time, in Angela's rented room, agonizing pain crashed over Yuan's consciousness like a tidal wave, not merely from physical impacts and bruises, but more terrifying was the feeling of tearing from the depths of his soul. He did not know how long he had been unconscious. When his consciousness finally struggled out from the endless darkness and pain, the first thing he smelled was a faint mix of disinfectant and some cheap soap, along with the dry, yet slightly moldy scent from the sheets. The scene before him was blurry, taking a while to focus. This was an extremely cramped rented room, so small it felt oppressive. The walls were a bit shabby, showing clear signs of age. A single bed occupied most of the floor space, with faded floral curtains barely blocking the light from outside. The washed-out blue plaid sheets were neatly spread on the bed, and while old, it was evident they had been carefully maintained. In the corner, a small pot of pothos struggled to grow towards the window, the only vibrant color in this Yuan struggled to turn his neck, realizing he was lying on a narrow single bed covered with a thin blanket. His body felt extremely weak, even lifting a finger seemed difficult. At that moment, he heard the sound of a key turning in the door outside, and then the door was opened. Yuan's nerves instantly tightened, who, despite being unable to move, the remaining instinct to be alert still lingered. The door opened, and in walked the young nurse he had encountered in the alley the previous night. Only now did Yuan get a clear look at her features. She was very young, with a typical Western face, pale skin, somewhat disheveled golden brown hair, and a pair of clear gray-blue eyes that held a hint of melancholy. She looked utterly exhausted, heavy dark circles under her eyes with slightly moist corners indicating she might have just cried or not slept well. When she saw Yuan awake in bed, she instinctively took a step back like a frightened rabbit, gripping the doorknob tightly, her face instantly filling with terror and wariness. "Why, you're awake." Angela's voice was dry, trembling uncontrollably. Yuan looked at her, trying to speak, but only managed to emit a hoarse cough that furrowed his brow. "Water." He exerted all his strength to utter a single word. Angela paused for a moment, looking at his pale, cracked lips and the eyes that, though weak, were exceptionally calm. She hesitated for a few seconds, her internal fear clashing violently with her instincts as a nurse. Ultimately, she cautiously cracked the door open, turned to pour a cup of water from the table, and brought it over, while maintaining a distance that allowed her to escape at any moment. Yuan slowly extended his hand to take the cup, gulping it down in one breath, feeling the burning sensation in his throat ease slightly. "Is this your home?" "Yes. To be precise, it's my rented room," Angela replied, cautiously, still tense, nodding. "What exactly did you do last night?" "The sirens outside rang all night. When I returned from my shift, it was like stepping into a war zone." Yuan did not immediately answer her question, simply observing her nurse uniform and the fatigue and wariness in her eyes. "I'm just an ordinary fugitive," he admitted to this obvious fact without revealing his name. "Thank you for bringing me in last night." Angela's face reflected more fear, which was soon replaced by an unspeakable irritation and helplessness. She took a step forward, still keeping her distance, her sharp gaze scrutinizing the injured Yuan. "Come on, you're covered in wounds, and outside it's like the apocalypse. How are you an ordinary fugitive? Did you blow up the prison or something?" She took a deep breath, her tone suddenly firm and direct, carrying a sense of calm born from desperation. "Listen, I don't know what's going on with you, nor do I want to know, but I'm just a nurse barely making ends meet, buried in debt, and now I have to deal with those vultures. I saved you last night. To be honest, it might have been because you scared off Victor, or maybe I was seeing things. I saved you as a favor, but now you lying in my rented room is like having a ticking bomb potentially blowing up my life, in this crappy place. Angela stopped a few steps away from the bed, pointing at the bandages on Yuan, her tone, carrying professional judgment, but more of a venting complaint. Look at your injuries, internal injuries, psychological damage. Don't ask me how I know. I've seen so many strange illnesses in my patients. I can tell when something's off. In any case, I absolutely cannot provide you with treatment here. Even if I had the medicine, I'm just a nurse. Would I dare to perform surgery in such a dump? Facing the risk of being caught myself. Would I? She crossed her arms and paced back and forth the cramped space, forcing her to turn around. The police could find this place at any moment. The bed you're lying on could very well become the crime scene that puts me on the news with you. The last thing I want in my life is to make it to the front page of the news, especially not like this. Her voice trembled slightly, but her gaze was incredibly firm. So whatever you choose to call yourself, I need a reason, something to convince me not to call the cops or throw you back into that filthy alley to wait for death. Don't tell me you're just an ordinary fugitive, because I would rather go to the station to claim the bounty, and at least I could pay off some of my debts. Yuan listened quietly to her series of complaints and questions without interrupting. He understood her fear, anxiety, and fatigue, as well as her use of this somewhat aggressive sarcasm to mask her immense pressure. This woman was more awake and decisive than he had expected. I understand your situation. Yuan spoke softly, the pain deep within his soul causing him to frown again, making his voice sound even weaker. I won't drag you down for too long. I need time to recover, at least, to a point where I can leave on my own. How long? Angela immediately pressed, unwilling to back down, her tone filled with disbelief and impatience, as if she might explode at any moment. A day, 2 days. I need to pay my rent in 3 days, and the interest to the vultures. I can't afford this risk. Victor could come back at any moment, and the police might search this place at any time. And look at your injuries. Without medication, it's a miracle if you can make it to tomorrow morning without a fever and talking nonsense. Don't tell me you have some superpower. I don't believe in that. Yuan interrupted her, his voice weak, yet carrying an undeniable force. My injuries are very special, not something ordinary medical methods can resolve. I need certain things, not just regular medicine, but some potions, some materials, and even some special equipment. These things can help me recover. If possible, I hope you can help me obtain them. As a return, I can help you resolve the troubles with the vultures completely, including that debt, as well as their... Angela's heart raced, her pupils constricting uncontrollably. To resolve the troubles with the vultures. Completely. How could that be possible? She stared intently at Yuan's pale, yet exceptionally calm face, trying to find any sign of boasting or madness, but all she saw was an unfathomable calmness and a certainty that made her heart race, as if he wielded some unknown power. This certainty felt somewhat similar to how he scared off Victor just by lying in the alley last night. Why should I try? Angela's voice trembled slightly, both from the enormous temptation brought by that proposition and from the increasingly thick, mysterious, and dangerous aura emanating from the man before her. Just because you're a fugitive lying in my rented room struggling to lift a hand. Please, I'm no naive princess from a fairy tale. You don't have to fully believe me, Yuan said, forcing a smile. You just need to choose. Choose one, to throw me this ticking bomb out right now and face Victor, who might return at any moment to take stock of his possessions, and the vultures who will always cling to you, like vampires, continuing to bear that debt you can never repay until you are crushed or end up like me, locked in prison or worse. Choose two. His voice carried a chilling temptation, as if it came from the abyss, to temporarily harbor me for a few days, help me obtain what I need, gamble on a chance bet that I can help you resolve the bigger trouble with the vultures, just like I scared off Victor last night, with the stakes being your safety and your future freedom. The risk is great. Yuan added, his tone terrifyingly calm, but the reward might allow you to completely escape your current predicament. His words were like a cold key precisely inserted into the deepest part of Angela's heart, in the lock where fear and desire intertwined. Angela stood in place, silent. The cramped space of the rented room seemed to freeze, the city's clamor outside becoming distant and blurry. All she could hear was her own frantic heartbeat and the faint yet clear breathing of the man on the bed. She looked at Yuan, at his pale face, at his deep eyes, at the bandages wrapped around him, and the endless trouble and potential destructive danger he brought. She thought of the greedy face of the vultures and Victor's cold gaze. A few seconds felt as long as a century. Angela suddenly closed her eyes tightly, and when she opened them again, a resolute fire burned in her gaze. What do you need? Angela's voice was soft yet exceptionally clear, breaking the stalemate in the rental apartment. Yuan quietly gazed at her, his eyes flickering slightly. He understood that this woman had finally made her the tearing sensation deep within his soul and the wave-like agony in his brain surged once more with each pulse, accompanied by a piercing, heart-wrenching pain. This torment not only ravaged his physical body, but also violently assaulted his mental defenses, attempting to blur his consciousness. He had to race against time to find a method of relief. The excruciating pain rampaged through his mind like a powerful catalyst, forcibly activating the remnants of information buried deep within his consciousness that did not belong to him. The information was chaotic and fragmented like scattered puzzle pieces. He could vaguely see some concepts named strange shapes and indistinct processes. This was likely the residual memory of Carter captured through a deep link to the other's spiritual world during the imprinting process. Yuan vaguely grasped a key point. These fragmented pieces of knowledge might be crucial for him to break free from death. Because one part of the information contained guidance on how to cope with his current injuries, a fragmented yet weighty manual for ability users. He had to seize these fleeting illusions and convert them into a language that Angela could understand. First, there is a substance called rainbow stone. It is typically crystalline and needs to be ground into a fine powder. You don't need much, about 5 grams will suffice. Rainbow stone. A look of confusion and bewilderment passed through Angela's eyes. What is that? I've never heard of such a name. It's not something you can find in a pharmacy. Yuan said, this kind of thing is not part of conventional medical supplies. It might be used in certain research fields or specialized industrial sectors to stabilize specific high-energy reactions. The second item is a highly regulated biological agent. Yuan continued to describe. Its official name is complex and hard to remember, but in some medical institutions or specific circles you might have heard its colloquial name, cell activation liquid. It's a light blue liquid that must be strictly kept at low temperatures. This agent is not an ordinary medication. It is usually used for unconventional tissue or nerve repairs and only appears in a very few highly confidential medical or research projects. I would need about 20 milliliters. Angela's expression became increasingly serious, her lips pressed tightly together. The name Rainbow Stone was completely unfamiliar, but terms like cell activation liquid and tissue or nerve repair at least sounded like they had appeared in some highly confidential medical rumors. Finally, a small special processing component. Yuan's speech slowed, as if he was trying to recall a vague image in his mind. It's more like a precise electronic component, not a common circuit board about the size of a matchbox, usually encased in metal with specific markings from the manufacturer. This kind of thing might appear in some high-performance vehicle engine control systems, typically used to filter and optimize the exhaust system. Special processing component. Vehicle engine control system. Angela furrowed her brows tightly. Despite having accepted Yuan's conditions, these bizarre requests still weighed heavily on her and left her confused. The first 2 items are already absurd enough. Are you saying I need to get a part from a car engine? I'm a nurse. My job is to give injections and change dressings. Where am I supposed to find such things? To an auto repair shop? To a factory scrap pile? Moreover, these things don't sound like they can be obtained through regular channels. This is too dangerous. She irritably stepped forward, pacing back and forth in the cramped space beside the bed, trying to calm her swirling emotions. Yuan watched her reaction, his gaze unnervingly calm, which made Angela feel even more uneasy. I didn't ask you to steal or rob, at least. Not now, Yuan corrected. I want you to use your professional characteristics to solve the problem. You are a nurse, you have contact with hospitals, clinics, and possibly some pharmaceutical companies and research institutions. You have unique connections and channels as a healthcare worker. Perhaps you know a doctor, pharmacist, or research assistant who may have come across some unusual projects and materials. In your work, have you encountered any special cases or medications that cannot be explained by conventional medicine? Yuan's voice was low and deliberate, guiding her slowly. Have you heard of any places that conduct strange research but are not open to the public? Have you come into contact with any cases involving unconventional medical methods? Even some injuries related to the police or military. Those places might hide clues. What you need to do is gather information. He emphasized, recall and record everything you might have come across that feels off or sounds unrelated to conventional medicine, where these items might be stored and who might know their whereabouts. This is indeed difficult and dangerous, Yuan admitted, but you have already promised to help me. These items are key. Only by obtaining them can I recover and fulfill my promise. Angela stared at him. She didn't understand his injuries, didn't understand the things he was looking for, and more importantly, didn't understand how he knew these. But she understood the threat posed by the vulture, understood Victor's ruthlessness, and understood the desperate quagmire she found herself in. The troubles this man brought were immense, but the glimmer of possibility he offered felt like a lifeline in the darkness for her, who had been pushed to the edge. Even if this lifeline had barbs, she had to hold on tightly. Angela took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the chaotic thoughts in her heart, walked to the table, picked up paper and pen, and returned to sit by the bed. Repeat the names and characteristics of those items. Don't miss any details, you'll write them down. Yuan looked at her, a hint of subtle appreciation in his eyes. He slowly described again, leading the words and vague concepts he had painstakingly discerned from the chaotic fragments to her pen. As Angela listened, her pen moved swiftly, rapidly, recording on paper. Rainbow stone crystalline ground high purity, stabilizing high-energy reactions rare. Regulated biological agent colloquially known as cell activation, liquid light blue cold chain, used for unconventional tissue and nerve repair. Small special processing component precise electronic component high performance vehicle engine, filtering optimizing exhaust system metal casing, special markings matchbox size. Are you sure these are the ones? Angela finished writing and handed the paper filled with characters to Mo Yuan for review. Yes, Mo Yuan affirmed, these are the bare minimum essentials, the key to my self-repair. Where might these items be found? Angela asked since he could name their characteristics, perhaps he also knew possible hiding places. Mo Yuan fell silent for a few seconds, seemingly struggling to search in his consciousness. I don't know the exact locations. He pondered while subconsciously murmuring. That information leans more towards the properties and functions of the items themselves rather than their distribution map. But I can sense that. They might exist in places related to Carter's faction, perhaps in facilities conducting special research, or maybe in the stock of organizations or individuals that have dealt with ability users in the past or present. Places related to Carter's faction. Ability users. These terms once again pulled Angela into a completely unfamiliar domain. She could understand special industrial sectors or highly confidential clinical trials, as those at least sounded like things in her world. But ability users completely exceeded her cognitive boundaries. Who is Carter? What are ability users? She couldn't help but blurt out. Mo Yuan's gaze grew profound, and he did not answer directly. He couldn't reveal too much about the hidden truths of this world to an ordinary person, at least not now. Such secrets were burdens too heavy for ordinary people to bear. Moreover, he truly had no time for detailed explanations. You don't need to know these things. Mo Yuan interrupted her briefly. You only need to search for possible clues from your perspective as a nurse. Angela fell into deep thought, her mind racing through the patients she had encountered in her career. The daily life of a nurse is trivial and ordinary, but she was occasionally dispatched to some special private care stations to handle cases involving confidentiality agreements. Those patients typically had special identities, either wealthy or nobility, and their ailments were often bizarre. She indeed remembered some patients whose treatment processes were extraordinarily mysterious, using medications and equipment she had never heard of, and she was strictly required to keep the information under wraps. Especially for a period, she briefly worked for 2 weeks at a sanatorium that collaborated with the military. The medical equipment there was far more advanced than at her hospital. The patients had special identities, and the healthcare workers signed strict confidentiality agreements. She remembered that the treatment processes for some injured patients were very strange, using drugs and instruments she had never encountered. Once she went to a private clinic in a wealthy area for temporary care and overheard the doctors and patients talking, seemingly mentioning terms like active repair and curing brain nerve damage. At the time, she was too preoccupied with her work to pay it much mind. As for that small special processing component, she seemed to have heard about it in the news and through some rumors that some top luxury cars or modified vehicles use extremely expensive and hard-to-obtain imported parts in pursuit of ultimate performance. It was said that even maintenance required special qualifications. This made her suddenly realize that such things indeed existed on the fringes of her life. She just never thought they would be related to her. I need time to recall and inquire, she said softly, looking at the note in her hand, a heavy pressure weighing on her heart. How long do you plan to take? Mo Yuan asked, his tone carrying a hint of urgency. He could feel that his consciousness was slowly being eroded by that chaotic energy, and they didn't have much time left. Angela glanced at the clock on the wall. My next shift is tomorrow morning, she said softly. I will try to organize some potentially useful information before dawn, but to really inquire or search, that will take more time, and I can't just ask these questions out of the blue. Find an excuse. Mo Yuan said. Use your professional convenience. For example, pretend you are writing a research report on rare drug applications or advanced medical equipment maintenance, needing to consult colleagues for information, or pretend you are inquiring for a family member of an elderly patient who might have special needs. Angela hesitated. She was just an ordinary nurse without an academic background and had never published a report. Pretending to be a family member inquiring about regulated drugs was even more dangerous. But at this moment it seemed she had no other choice. All right. She took a deep breath, carefully folded the paper filled with strange terms, and placed it in her pocket. This night was destined to be sleepless. She needed to rack her brains, recalling all the information, all the patients, all possible channels she had come into contact with, trying to extract even a hint of clues related to these strange terms. I will try. She looked at Mo Yuan, her expression complex. I hope you can hold on. Mo Yuan did not answer, only watching her, his gaze conveying silent encouragement and trust. The long period of weakness, coupled with the effort to extract information from memory fragments and converse with Angela, had nearly drained the last of Mo Yuan's strength. He felt an irresistible fatigue wash over him like a tide. He knew he had to rest quickly, so he slowly closed his eyelids and soon fell into a deep sleep. Angela was startled awake when she saw him suddenly fall into a deep sleep. Hey, hey, she whispered a few times, but Yuan showed no response. She reached out to touch his forehead. It was cold and covered with a layer of sweat. Angela stood up and looked around the cramped little room. Victor's threat, this mysterious and dangerous man before her, and the absurd requests he made. Her life seemed to have completely spiraled out of control overnight, pulling her into a vortex she could not comprehend. Hiding an escaped convict in her home, while agreeing to help him find those seemingly fantastical controlled items, made Angela feel like she had made the craziest decision of her life. However, thinking of the cold gaze Victor had before leaving and her enormous debt that she could never repay, she felt that perhaps this was her only way out. She picked up the note with those strange names again. Rainbow stone cell activation, liquid small special processing component. Each word felt like a stone weighing heavily on her heart and making it hard to breathe. Where could she, a bottom-level nurse, find such things? To the hospital's pharmacy? Certainly not. To research institutions? She couldn't even get to the door. But she had already promised. So no matter what, she had to give it a try. Angela took a deep breath and continued to rack her brain for memories. The Oakwood General Hospital where she worked was just a small place dealing with headaches, colds, and fevers. Its only advantage was the large number of patients and high turnover. Such a place was unlikely to have the items listed on her note. But just as she said before to Yuan, she was occasionally dispatched to other places for short-term support, which not only broadened her horizons, but also facilitated her information gathering. At least she could ask some of the attending physicians she had worked with previously. As for that small special processing component, she remembered that one of her patient's sons was a car modification enthusiast from a well-off family who often got rare and bizarre parts from the black market or overseas. He had a car accident recently and was still hospitalized. These clues were scattered and vague, but at least they provided a direction. Angela rubbed her aching temples, deciding to start from the most straightforward point. Going to the hospital to inquire about the modified car enthusiast patient, perhaps she could subtly probe for information about special car parts. As for the rainbow stone and cellular activation liquid, the nursing home was a potential breakthrough, but she currently lacked the authority and could only find a way to indirectly ask her former medical colleagues, though this approach was fraught with high risk and required extreme caution. She had to leave for work before dawn and find a way to gather valuable information before her shift ended. Angela quickly washed up, changed into her work attire, carefully folded the note, and tucked it into the lining of her coat pocket. Before leaving, she placed a cup of water next to Yuan, hesitated for a moment, then took out 2 painkillers from the shabby medicine box and set them beside the cup. I don't know who you are, she whispered to the sleeping Yuan, but I hope you remember your promise to me. Don't drag me into the abyss. I'm already in enough misery. She closed the door, took a deep breath outside, striving to make her expression appear merely as fatigued as usual rather than panicked or suspicious. A new day awakened in Freedom City amid the morning light, and Angela began her perilous and arduous treasure hunt. After Angela left the rented room, fell silent once more. About 2 hours passed before Yuan's fingers twitched, and he slowly opened his eyes. The pain lingered, but was no longer as intense. He could feel his body slowly undertaking self-repair. The original owner of this body seemed to possess considerable depth, especially after merging with his past life's powerful will and precise bodily control. The benefits of this depth began to manifest gradually. More crucially, he could sense the seed of psychokinesis deep within his soul. Like a hungry embryo, it greedily absorbed his spiritual strength to grow, while slowly transforming his soul structure, seeking to merge completely. This integration process was excruciating yet inevitable. But Yuan could feel that once successful, this power would truly belong to him. Psychokinesis. The ability forcibly stripped from Carter. Able to directly affect matter, altering the position or form of objects. This is a direct and efficient means of interference. Compared to the information retrieval through soul imprinting, psychokinesis undoubtedly yields more immediate results in practical operation and combat, moving obstacles, manipulating weapons, constructing defenses, organizing attacks. This was precisely the type of power he needed most, especially when dealing with other abilities. He attempted to use his thoughts to sense the water cup by the bed. Buzz. The psychokinesis seed in the depths of his mind suddenly trembled, and a strange, indescribable feeling of connection surged to his fingertips, then extended to the cup. The cup on the bedside table was as if grabbed by an invisible rough hand, emitting a faint buzzing sound before crashing against the wall with a thud and shattering glass shards flying everywhere. A strong wave of dizziness instantly hit him, greater than the previous sensation of feeling power. Yuan furrowed his brow, suppressing his nausea. This power was indeed formidable. Even in his weakened state, it could produce such effects, but it was too rough to control and drained a tremendous amount of his remaining spiritual strength. To control it perfectly, he would likely need time to practice. He shifted his focus to the soul imprint itself. This deep imprint on Carter not only granted him psychokinesis, but also a plethora of chaotic information fragments from Carter's mind, including intelligence on the 3 key materials he previously asked Angela to procure, as well as other intriguing content. First, Carter Anderson, a member of the FBPA Field Task Force, has an officially assessed ability level of D-grade. Degrade psychokinesis user. Yuan recalled the thrilling battle in the warehouse. Carter could easily manipulate dozens of metallic and concrete debris, striking with precision-guided attacks. Under full force, he could even forcibly lift and throw half-done beams, possessing enough destructive power to take on a small armed unit. Using Carter's grade strength as a reference, Yuan gradually sorted through the memory fragments to outline the FBPA's general classification and assessment system for ability users. Grade users. This is the lowest level of ability users whose powers are typically extremely weak and unstable, possibly just causing slight movement in small objects or unconsciously affecting nearby lights to flicker when emotionally charged. Their power holds almost no practical combat value, and they can easily be overlooked or mistaken for A-grade users. Slightly stronger than F-grade, their abilities begin to exhibit a degree of controllability and recognizability, perhaps barely able to move objects weighing a few kilograms, producing weak energy effects such as causing a tingling or numbness in the skin. Their abilities might cause some disturbances under specific circumstances, but they remain utterly defenseless against opponents wielding firearms. Grade users. Carter is at this level. Their abilities hold significant practical combat value, capable of simultaneously manipulating multiple heavy objects for relatively fierce attacks, posing a notable threat to armed personnel, necessitating the intervention of FBPA professional agents. The consumption of spiritual strength and recovery speed are acceptable, but their capacity for sustained high-intensity combat is limited, and they may have shortcomings in fine control and defensive techniques. Grade users. This is a crucial watershed, marking that ability users possess significant destructive power and battlefield survival capabilities, representing the entry level for high-end combat strength. Grade users' abilities far exceed grade in intensity, range, and precision of control, capable of creating substantial impacts on battlefield environments. For instance, in terms of psychokinesis, grade users can stably manipulate objects weighing several tons for more precise and lethal strikes. They can easily tear apart armored units, cause severe damage to fortified buildings, and even suppress an organized armed force within a short time frame. When the FBPA deals with incidents involving grade users, they typically need to dispatch agents of the same level or higher to form special task forces, and may require heavy fire support, classifying such situations as localized crises, necessitating the deployment of special forces. Grade users. These are among the few top combat forces within the Yigo Empire, with Carter knowing that there are no more than 10. Grade users' abilities have reached a level sufficient to change the situation on a battle scale, surpassing grade in intensity, range, and depth of control, even beginning to touch the essence of their abilities or deeper rules. Still, taking psychokinesis as an example, grade users can manipulate objects weighing dozens or even hundreds of tons, easily demolishing buildings, tearing apart the ground, and triggering localized small disasters. Their psychokinetic powers might even extend to more complex applications, such as manipulating molecular vibrations to affect the state of matter. Grade users are strategic-level forces that various nations and factions strive to recruit or eliminate. Once they appear, the FBPA must deploy its top special task forces or even more mysterious powers to respond with the incidents, typically classified as national-level or higher confidential files. As for a grade and the legendary grade, Carter's memories only contain vague, off-field, and fearful descriptions, lacking specific references to their powers, seemingly beyond the understanding of agents at his level. He only knows they are terrifying existences capable of changing the fate of nations or even threatening human survival. Having sorted through these key pieces of information about the ability user grading system, Yuan gained a clearer understanding of the dangers of this world. Although he had fortuitously obtained grade psychokinesis, his current state was extremely poor, and there were certainly many ability users in the FBPA stronger than Carter, not to mention Brian, who could easily perceive his mental state. His abilities were likely more than just grade. He needed to recover quickly and master this hard-won power. Rainbow Stone. Cellular activation liquid. Processing components. In his mind, his understanding of those 3 materials gradually crystallized from vague to clear. Rainbow stone powder can emit special fluctuations, calming the runaway energy within, providing a stable environment for the soul's self-repair. Cellular activation liquid can efficiently repair damaged nerves, enhancing the capacity to bear new abilities. That small component can refine and focus the energy of the rainbow stone, directing it precisely to the core of soul wounds and optimizing absorption efficiency. These concepts stem from fragmented memories carrying Carter's unique understanding as an ability user and represent the most effective measures for FBPA's ability user agents to address their own mental trauma, similar to what he was experiencing now. The rainbow stone provides stable foundational energy. The special component refines and directs energy to wounds, while the activation liquid is responsible for rebuilding and repairing damaged nerve structures. None of the three can be missing. Angela. She's just an ordinary person. Asking her to procure these items is indeed pushing her limits. Yuan thought of those weary yet stubborn gray-blue eyes and her expression of helplessness towards him, letting out a soft sigh. He couldn't treat her merely as a tool. In this transaction, he had to provide enough leverage and protection, resolving the trouble with the vulture. This is a promise that must be fulfilled. Moreover, leveraging the vulture's gang network might also provide him with some convenience in obtaining information and concealing his whereabouts. With his thoughts settled, Yuan attempted to conduct a shallow soul imprint again, trying to sense the situation outside the door. The alley was quiet, only the sound of the wind. Angela had already gone to work. He extended his mental tendrils outward, attempting to capture sounds and thoughts from further away. The city's clamor, the engines of vehicles, the conversations of pedestrians. Too much chaotic information flooded and giving him a splitting headache. He tried to focus, only sensing those mental waves with strong emotions or specific frequencies, such as vigilance, anxiety, or the fluctuations of extraordinary power. Suddenly, a thread of extremely faint but familiar coldness surged through like an undercurrent beneath the sea, flashing by in the distance. Was it Brian? Or another FBPA ability user? Yuan's heart trembled. Their pursuit was faster than he had imagined. He immediately withdrew all his spiritual energy, completely retracting the soul imprint akin to sheathing a sharp blade. Until his strength was restored, he had to maintain a low profile as much as possible to avoid detection by FBPA's professional scanning methods. He was currently very weak, like a beast trapped in a cage, but this cramped, rented room was his temporary nest, the key place for him to recover and build his capacity to fight back. Time was of the essence. He needed to recover as much as possible before FBPA found this place, or before the vulture sent someone back to understand his new abilities and utilize Angela to acquire those crucial materials. Thinking of this, he glanced at the painkillers by the bed left by Angela. Thank you, Yuan said in his heart, both to himself and to Angela. From being a death row inmate to a fugitive, from being powerless to grasping a fragment of extraordinary power, every step was like walking on a knife's edge, each step accompanied by tremendous risk. He was grateful to himself for not succumbing to despair, for not giving up in pain, for the survival instinct and indomitable will that had long since seeped into his bones and engraved into his soul. It was this strength that supported him, tearing open a path to survival time and again amidst the impossible. He felt a sense of calm and decisiveness in himself during this extreme survival challenge. Not self-satisfaction, but a confirmation of his own worth. At the same time, this gratitude also flowed towards the woman who unintentionally intruded into his world and inexplicably reached out to help him, Angela. She was an ordinary person. Her kindness might have been mixed with desperation and misjudgment of danger, but regardless of how complex the motives were, she did pull him from the cold alley into this warm room that at least sheltered him from the wind and rain. These few painkillers, along with her hesitation and final decision to find those materials, were like a glimmer of light in the darkness. The risks she bore were equally unspeakable, possibly even wagering her already difficult life. But no matter what, this game of escape and self-rescue had only just begun. The morning light of Freedom City resembled a rusty knife scraping through the dark alleys, while the air was thick with the dampness of the previous night, mixed with the putrid odor emanating from overflowing trash bins, a coarse sensation invading Angela's nostrils. She rubbed her dry eyes, fatigue wrapping around her like a heavy cloak, the paper with strange terms pressed against her shirt, its gentle touch, yet bearing a heavy weight. She pushed open the back door of her apartment, which creaked briefly. The street corner was quieter than usual, an unsettling silence hung in the air. A few black sedans were parked at a distance, their doors ajar, as several individuals in black uniforms whispered to each other, scanning their surroundings with wary eyes. Angela's heart suddenly constricted, her blood seemingly froze for a moment. She lowered her head, quickly merging into the flow of people heading for the early shift. She could feel those gazes drifting over her, causing cold sweat to bead on her back. She forced herself to remain calm, walking step by step past those individuals, as if she were just an ordinary citizen struggling to make a living. Inside the hospital, the scent of disinfectant seemed unable to dispel the chill deep within her. During the lunch break, a few young nurses gathered, whispering about the horrifying news circulating in the city. Did you hear? Something happened again last night. Indeed. Over at the prison, that notorious criminal from the Royal Theater, D734, the one named Yuan, escaped. My God, how did he get out? That's terrifying. I heard he hurt many people during the escape. Even those Special Operations Group members almost died. Angela's hand trembled around her cup, her knuckles turning white from the pressure. The Special Operations Group. That mysterious department mentioned only vaguely in the news, responsible for handling major and special incidents. D734. Yuan. The Royal Theater. These terms pierced her mind like arrows overlapping with the man lying in her home. The other party was in prison garb with the number D734 printed on it. Severely injured, yet able to make someone as ruthless as Victor flee in panic. Could it be? Could he be the escaped criminal? That terrorist named Yuan. In an instant, an overwhelming fear surged through her. The person she had saved was not an ordinary injured victim, nor just a typical fugitive, but a terrorist being hunted down by the entire city. However, that fear did not last long, soon replaced by a deeper sense of helplessness and a resolve born from she was already entangled in this with no way to turn back. Angela placed the cup back where it belonged, forcing a calm expression, and slowly walked away, determined to gather the items he needed. First, she sought the easiest target, that modified car enthusiast involved in the accident. She quickly found his hospital room, the nameplate reading Tony Brooke. She pushed open the door. Tony was staring out the window, and boredom the bandage around his neck, making him look somewhat comical. Tony, Angela approached with a smile, her tone gentle. How are you feeling? Much better, Tony exclaimed happily upon seeing her. I was just missing my lightning. Tony mentioned his car, and a pained expression immediately crossed his face. This time the injury is quite serious, especially around the engine. Several key fuel injectors and intake manifold pressure sensors are ruined, and fixing it is particularly troublesome. My power control unit PCU also took a hit. I'm not sure if it can still work. Angela felt a spark of interest. These were car terminologies she was unfamiliar with, but sounded very professional. She linked these terms to something on her list and feigned curiosity, asking, Power control unit. It sounds complicated. What is it? Is it particularly difficult to repair if damaged? The PCU is the computer module responsible for coordinating various engine functions. Tony became animated when discussing his modified car. Having been in the hospital without anyone to talk to, he eagerly shared his knowledge with Angela, who showed interest in cars. My PCU was custom-made with unique programs and hardware. Especially, there is a mini-processing module responsible for energy recovery and instant torque optimization. It's very small and made with special craftsmanship, extremely precise. If it gets damaged, the entire PCU might be scrapped. Regular shops can't repair it, nor can they get original parts. Energy recovery and instant torque optimization. Mini-processing module. Special craftsmanship. Precision. Scrap. These details quickly led Angela to connect it to miniature special processing components. She felt she had captured key information, so she continued guiding the conversation. The mini-processing module responsible for energy recovery and instant torque optimization. It sounds highly technical, so it's rare in the market. You need to find specific people or channels to obtain it. Tony nodded. Exactly, we in the industry often call it the power core component, or more technically it might come with some manufacturer numbers and serial codes. I know a guy who runs a modification shop over in the dock area called Blackwater. Sometimes he has these rare items. He has an internal catalog specifically detailing these kinds of things, but he treasures it, usually not showing it to outsiders. Tony looked at Angela with curiosity. What's up with you today, Nurse Angela? You usually don't care about these things and don't talk this much. Angela paused slightly, still maintaining a warm smile, and casually said, it's just that distant relative I mentioned before. He's been tinkering with this recently and asked me to help find out more. I don't know much, so I thought I'd ask you, the expert, to avoid being fooled. Oh, is that so? Then no problem. Do you have any other questions? Power core component dock area, Blackwater modification shop. These pieces of information began to align with the needs on her list, miniature special processing components. She had gained insights into potential acquisition paths and further identification methods, as well as a specific location and name. The power core component mentioned by Tony might just be what she was looking for. After a hurried farewell to Tony, Angela attempted to gather information on the other two items. She inquired with several doctors about the application of active repair or high-energy biological agents, using academic research as an excuse. Most claimed to have never heard of it, but when she mentioned high-intensity cell activation solution to an older doctor who had participated in military cooperation projects, his actions of reading the newspaper paused slightly, and he looked up at Angela with a hint of barely perceptible vigilance in his eyes. Little Angela, he calmly reminded, some things are better left unheard. Focus on your main duty. Safety is the most important. Though the old doctor did not provide a clear answer, his evasive attitude indicated that such things indeed existed in highly confidential medical fields linked with official forces, and acquiring them might be far more difficult than she originally imagined. A day's work left Angela utterly exhausted, the mental strain nearly pushing her to the brink. She declined her colleague's invitation and hurried back, lost in thought. The night city resembled a drawn bow, the sounds of sirens echoing back and forth, and a tense atmosphere hung thick in the air. Returning to the alley, the bloodstains on the ground had already been cleaned. She stood before the back door, but did not immediately take out her keys. The Royal Theater. That bloody and brutal terrorist attack. She had seen the shattered scene photos in the news, a shocking event that shook the entire city, and the death row criminal, a merciless evildoer, was hidden in her tiny rental room. What should she do? turn around immediately, and rush to the street corner to report those searching officials. That seemed the most rational choice, distancing herself and returning to normal life, perhaps even gaining safety and shelter. But, after all, Yuan had saved her from Victor. More importantly, was it truly a good choice to entrust her fate entirely to the cold and harsh judicial system and those mysterious government departments? If this country's official system truly upheld fairness and justice, she wouldn't have been repeatedly bullied by gangsters until today with no recourse. Would they believe her? Would they pursue her for harboring a criminal? Hiding a fugitive, even if she was innocent once discovered, the outcome would not be pleasant. Her debts, her life would all be utterly ruined. And now Yuan, this terrorist, described as a merciless monster in the news. She had seen the heinous crimes he had committed, yet in the past 2 days, even while severely injured, he maintained a startling calmness, not exhibiting that pure cruelty. He even grew silent at her fear, proposed an exchange, offered her choices. She glanced up into the pitch-black depths of the alley, then looked at the vaguely uniformed figures not far away. Fear and a desperate determination intertwined in her heart. Ultimately, the latter prevailed. She had no better choice left. Angela took a deep breath, trembling as she took out her keys. With a soft click, she unlocked the door and put the dim light in the rental room illuminated the cramped space, clearly revealing the curled figure on the bed. The discussions between the news and her colleagues echoed in her mind. That D734, that blood-soaked terrorist image, overlapped with the man before her. "You're back." Yuan looked at the expression on Angela's face, a complex mix of shock, hesitation, entanglement, and a decision born from desperation that could be sensed even without the soul imprint reflected in her stiff body and chaotic breaths. Perhaps she already knew her identity. But Yuan said nothing further, calmly watching Angela struggle at the door, neither urging nor explaining. He needed her to make her own choice, a choice that truly belonged to her, weighed between fear and despair. Only in this way could their contract potentially become truly solid. The silence stretched on for several seconds, which felt like centuries to Angela. Finally, she took a deep breath and slowly walked toward the bedside, step by step, her gray-blue eyes fixed on Yuan as she spoke in a low, hoarse voice. You are D734. Yuan nodded slightly, not denying it. "That is my number." "You are the perpetrator of the royal thief." "Indeed." The simple 2 words struck Angela's heart like a heavy hammer, causing her body to sway violently, nearly losing her balance. "Why? Why is it you?" she murmured softly, her voice choked with emotion. "Why was it me who brought you back?" Perhaps it was fate, perhaps it was coincidence. Yuan spoke calmly, his tone devoid of any emotion, as if discussing something unrelated to himself. Or both. Angela looked at him, tears uncontrollably streaming down her cheeks. "You were described as a monster in the news." Her voice was somewhat broken, covered in the blood of hundreds of innocent lives. "Do you know that after that attack, one of my colleagues, her brother, was in the theater and never came back?" She did not hysterically accuse, nor did she angrily question, merely stating the facts calmly, which made Yuan more acutely aware of her inner pain and struggle. "I understand your feelings," Yuan replied, his voice still weak, but carrying more weight than before. "I regret those lost lives." This statement made Angela abruptly lift her head, her eyes filled with incredulous doubt. Regret? A terrorist accused of committing heinous crimes could feel regret. "Do you admit that it was you? That body did indeed participate?" Yuan did not directly answer with "I did it," but used such vague phrasing. He could not explain the matter of crossing over to her. It was too bizarre. He could only let her piece together a possibly blurry but acceptable picture from the limited information. "But I am not the kind of person you imagine." Yuan looked at her, his gaze exceptionally serious. "I do not kill for the sake of killing, nor do I harbor hatred for the innocent." Angela gazed into his eyes, which were too calm, so calm that they did not resemble those of a blood-bedridden maniac. Yet beneath that calmness lay depth and complexity, something she could not fully comprehend. "How am I supposed to believe you?" Angela's voice regained some strength, but still carried skepticism. "You are a death row inmate, a fugitive, a terrorist. You want me to help you find those damn materials and say you can help me deal with Vulture? On what basis?" "On the basis that I survived," Yuan replied. "On the basis that I escaped from the most secure prison, on the basis that I could make Victor flee with just a few words." He paused, looking at her unusually pale face. "Also on the basis that I won't let you take unnecessary risks. Everything you provide will be remembered. I said I would help you deal with Vulture's trouble, and I will do it." To calm Angela's turbulent emotions, Yuan skillfully changed the subject, inquiring, "Did you gain any insights from today's investigation?" As soon as the topic was broached, the tension in Angela's heart relaxed slightly. She took out a note filled with writing from her pocket, gazing at the words with a complex expression in her eyes. "I went out for a run today." She spoke softly, "rainbow stone cell activation liquid." These terms I asked a few familiar colleagues, and their reactions were quite unusual. Either they claimed to have never heard of them, or they spoke evasively, avoiding the topic. Some even hinted that these materials might be related to some extraordinary and highly confidential projects probably connected to secret studies by official agencies. These responses aligned perfectly with the information Yuan had gathered from Carter's fragmented memories, as the Supernatural Affairs Investigation Bureau (FBPA) naturally dealt with such special materials. As for that small component, with the mention of this item, Angela's tone finally lightened a bit. I inquired with a seasoned car modification enthusiast. He told me this thing might be called a power core component specifically designed to enhance the engine performance of high-performance vehicles. It's incredibly precise, and you can't obtain it through regular channels. He provided a crucial lead. He mentioned a modification shop called Blackwater in the dock area, where the owner might have such rare items. By the way, that owner has organized an internal catalog of automotive parts. Even if the power core component isn't what you're looking for, that catalog likely contains useful clues. The news Angela brought, like a few faint lights, dispelled some of the gloom that had lingered in Yuan's heart, casting a glimmer of hope for the path ahead. Very good, this information is crucial. Yuan nodded, affirming her efforts. Dock area, Blackwater modification shop, power core component, internal catalog. I've memorized it all. Hearing his acknowledgement, a faint sense of achievement rose in Angela's heart. At least her efforts today had. Yuan scrutinized Angela, a hint of deep contemplation flashing in his eyes. As for the Rainbow Stone and cell activation liquid involving official channels and secret research, that was within my expectations. It seems the old doctor you interacted with knows something, but doesn't want to stir up trouble. Seeing Yuan show no signs of surprise, Angela hesitated for a moment, ultimately unable to resist, asking, "Will these things really heal your injuries? They sound like something out of a sci-fi movie. Do you know how to use them?" Yuan fell into a brief silence, and in the depths of his mind, vague fragments of Carter's memories about healing mental trauma quietly surfaced once again. "I know," he responded affirmatively, his tone grave. "Their methods of use are quite special, far from simple ingestion or injection." Yuan did not elaborate on further details. Even if he did, Angela would be unable to comprehend. "What are you planning to do about the Blackwater modification shop in the dock area? Do you need me to go there?" Angela proactively inquired, a vague intuition stirring within her that the next actions would likely involve far greater risks than the previous investigations. Yuan fell into contemplation once more. In his current, severely weakened state, recklessly entering such a chaotic place would be akin to a sheep entering a tiger's den. Yet sending Angela, an ordinary person, would also be fraught with danger, as the dock area had always been under the control of gangs. He needed a more efficient and lower-risk way to pry open information and acquire materials. Yuan's mind raced, recalling fragments from Carter's memories about utilizing the underground network to obtain intelligence. The gang ruled by the Vulture seemed to be an important node in the underground world of Free City. If he could gain control over the Vulture, or at least tap into their connections and channels, this was undoubtedly a risky move, but if successful, he could turn the Vulture's influence into his own cover and dark chess piece, and through their secret pathways seek out those heavily regulated special materials. Yuan looked at Angela, a sharp and dangerous glint flickering in his dark eyes. "Angela," he spoke slowly, "you cannot go to the Blackwater modification shop alone. Oh, it's too dangerous. Moreover, the threat of the Vulture must be resolved as soon as possible, or you might fall into their hands at any moment." Angela's face instantly drained of color. She certainly understood the danger, but Yuan's blunt revelation made her unease swell like a tide. "Then, what should I do?" Her voice trembled with a hint of helplessness. "We need to lure the snake out of its hole, actively drawing out the Vulture." Yuan spoke with a sharp edge. "Utilize the so-called dock area 3-number dock cargo clues in your hands to set a bait." Angela's body stiffened, instantly comprehending. Yuan was referring to the previous claims made to deceive Victor. But I don't even know what that cargo is, nor do I have any clues," she exclaimed anxiously. "You don't need to truly have clues." Yuan's tone softened, carrying a hint of reassurance. "As long as they believe you do, that's enough." He began constructing the framework of her deception. "You just need to tell them that you have obtained crucial new information about that cargo, that the information is extremely important and must be discussed in person, and that it can only be with the Vulture himself. Remember, Victor must have reported your situation to the Vulture when he returned last time. When you contact them, follow this line down. Say that before I fell into a coma, I kept mumbling 3-number dock, that cargo has been targeted, there's a surprise, and other fragmented information. Then you, Angela, because you were pressured by Victor for debts, secretly sheltered me and tried all means to extract more information from me as a bargaining chip to gain merit with the Vulture and secure an extension on your debts. You should also emphasize that I seem to possess certain core secrets, but my injuries are too severe and I cannot fully awaken." You painstakingly pieced together some critical clues from my incoherent descriptions. Yuan paused slightly, seeing that Angela was listening intently. He continued, "But this information is extremely fragmented and too sensitive. It cannot be disclosed over the phone, nor can it be carelessly shared with Victor, that kind of small fry. It must be direct and only face-to-face communication with the vulture himself. Be sure to highlight the immense risk you took in sheltering me, that conveying this information was equally nerve-wracking. Your sole purpose is to exchange this intelligence for your own safety and to resolve the current debt predicament. This way your clue has a reasonable source and your motive for action aligns completely with their understanding of someone under debt pressure. Also emphasizing that you will only talk to the highest level will instantly elevate the significance of this meeting, piquing their interest. Angela listened to Yuan's clear and organized plan. Her face had turned from pale to ashen. She had never imagined that not only would they make her a bait, but they would also meticulously weave such a complex lie for her. This lie seemed flawless within the logic of the gang, but deceiving a cunning figure like the vulture was almost suffocatingly difficult. This is impossible. Angela was nearly on the verge of collapse, her voice breaking with a sob. I can't even tell a single lie. How could I possibly fool them? Victor and the vulture are both very shrewd. Yuan replied, you don't need to act. His tone was disturbingly calm. You just need to state this fact constructed by me. You are not a professional liar. Nervousness and fear are your genuine reactions. They may harbor doubts, but as long as you firmly insist that this information was leaked by me during my coma and that I am unable to provide more due to my injuries, they won't be able to refute it in the short term. More importantly, given their extreme focus on that cargo, this will inevitably lead them to choose to believe it exists and impatiently contact you to confirm its authenticity. Lastly, arrange to meet them at a specific location, one you are relatively familiar with, but with sparse foot traffic. This is too risky. Angela's voice was still trembling. What if they discover that I have no clues and that I'm deceiving them? They would kill me without hesitation. They won't easily kill someone who might possess key information, at least not until they have completely drained your value and confirmed the authenticity of the information. Yuan's tone softened slightly as he looked at her, his gaze carrying a touch of gentleness, as if it were a silent comfort. Moreover, I am not sending you in alone to risk yourself throwing you to the wolves. I will follow you the whole time. He promised solemnly, his eyes filled with unwavering conviction, a strength in his assurance. When they think they are in control of the situation, I will appear in time. I promise. Yuan gazed into her eyes, each word deliberate as he solemnly declared, until I fulfill my promise and completely resolve this trouble with the vulture, your safety is my responsibility. This promise carried an indescribable weight. Despite the man before her still looking weak, his gaze was sharp and resilient, and Angela saw no trace of wavering or deceit in his eyes. It sounded absurd to have a terrorist wanted throughout the city protect her. It was simply ludicrous, almost comical. Yet apart from Yuan, who else could she rely on? The police. Don't be ridiculous. Those indifferent people were lucky enough not to add to her troubles. This man, though dangerous, possessed the strength and bravery she longed for. Furthermore, the calmness, rationality, and meticulousness he displayed at this moment were starkly different from the frenzied, bloodthirsty image portrayed in the news media. What kind of location would be suitable? Angela ultimately chose to compromise, her voice still trembling slightly, but more so with a sense of inevitability, as if resigned to fate. Yuan fell into thought, his mind racing through the locations extracted from Angela's fragmented memories that she often passed by, each meeting the criteria. But he did not provide an answer directly, instead waiting for Angela to deliberate on her own. Angela struggled to calm her rapid breathing, beginning to search her mind for places in Free City that matched Yuan's descriptions. An unfinished building near the hospital. No too dilapidated and dangerous. The back alley of her frequently visited small supermarket. Too dirty and messy, not suitable. Her thoughts raced through her memory bank, and suddenly a location emerged before her. It seemed to meet all. There is an abandoned garment factory. She spoke softly, uncertainty lacing her words. It's about 2 blocks away from the hospital, once quite large, but has been closed for several years, surrounded by smaller old factories and old residences. It's not a slum and usually sees very few people. The interior of the factory is spacious, filled with outdated machines and dusty fabrics, with many hiding spots. Good, let's settle on that place. Yuan immediately agreed, his tone exuding a sense of finality and decisiveness. If they contact you, arrange the meeting at that abandoned garment factory. As for the specific time, they will surely choose the time most advantageous for them, most likely in the evening. Remember to emphasize repeatedly, you will only talk to the vulture himself. Yuan added this was to limit the number of lackeys they brought along, avoiding being overwhelmed by a crowd all at once. This way they should not bring too many irrelevant thugs with them. Angela silently etched these instructions into her mind, her expression unusually grave. All right, I will do my best. Yuan nodded. Trust me, you'll be fine. Now go rest first. Angela did not immediately go to rest, as she needed time to digest all of this. She walked to the table, picked up the note, glanced at the man on the bed once more, and finally put the note away. Exhausted, she lay down on the makeshift bed hastily assembled yesterday, but found it impossible to sleep. That night the rental apartment once again fell into silence. But this time the silence was tinged with a subtle tension brought about by shared secrets and the impending actions. Outside, the city struggled to maintain its operation amidst the panic brought about by the latest round of hunts, while she had hidden a terrorist who should have been apprehended in her home and was about to use him to confront a gang lurking in the shadows of the city. Life was truly becoming increasingly hopeful. The abandoned garment factory, once alive with the sounds of machinery and bright lights, now stood as a collection of silent steel skeletons and mottled brick walls casting twisted shadows under the dim moonlight, resembling a giant beast lying on the ground. The air was thick with dust machine oil and the stale scent of a long uninhabited space. Angela tightened her beige thin coat around her and quietly stood at the cold, damp entrance of the factory. Following Yuan's instructions, she conveyed the latest information about the shipment to the Vulture's associates over the phone. The other party was evidently surprised by her initiative, but they quickly arranged a time and place. This very abandoned garment factory. Time ticked by, each second feeling like a century. Angela heard her heart pounding wildly in her chest, and every small sound made her tremble like a startled bird. The wind whistled through the holes in the factory, sounding like ghostly wails, as if foretelling an ominous future. Finally, a low roar of engines echoed from afar. Angela's heart leaped to her throat. They had arrived. Two black sedans slowly drove up to the factory entrance, came to a halt, and the doors opened, revealing several figures emerging from within. Leading the way was Victor, still dressed in his impeccably pressed dark suit. His gaze, sharper and colder than when they last met in the alley, scanned the surroundings cautiously before locking onto Angela at the door like a venomous snake. Behind Victor followed four burly, expressionless men, their waists visibly bulging, clearly concealing. Yuan was right. If Victor indeed came as invited. Unfortunately, the Vulture himself was absent. However, four men were not too many. Victor stepped toward Angela, each step exuding an air of pressure. Yet Angela forced herself to stand her ground, refusing to retreat. "Miss Angela," Victor spoke in a flat tone devoid of warmth. "You have quite a nerve to use what Mr. Vulture cares about most to your advantage." He stopped a few steps in front of Angela, while his four henchmen spread out in a semicircle, their eyes roving over Angela with ill intentions. I didn't do anything." Angela's voice trembled uncontrollably, but she struggled to make her words clear. I do have important information about that shipment. It was that person who told me." "That person? Which one?" Victor asked. "Are you referring to the one hidden in your home? The one in prison?" "Well, he did say some surprising things last time that caught Mr. Vulture's attention, and we immediately sent someone to him. Although the goods were not directly lost, we did discover some very suspicious traces which disrupted our—" Victor stepped closer, emanating a dangerous aura. "So, Miss Angela, we know he wasn't talking nonsense, but are you sure that in his half-dead state he can still provide you with more and more astonishing news? Are you exaggerating, hoping to fool us with this?" Before Angela could respond, Victor sneered coldly, stepping forward to grab her arm. "I don't have time for your stories. Now you will come back with us to talk slowly." However, just as his fingers were about to touch Angela, a voice called out, "Victor." A deep, hoarse voice suddenly resonated from the darkness within the factory, like a ghostly whisper carrying a chilling mockery. Victor's body froze, his outstretched hand pausing in midair. Angela felt a jolt at the sound, both terrified and relieved. It was Yuan. He was indeed here. Victor slowly turned his head, his eyes behind the black-framed glasses fixed intently on the direction of the voice. A faint sound of footsteps emerged from the darkness as a shadowy figure slowly walked out from behind abandoned machinery and piles of fabric. Yuan stood about 10 meters away from them, his figure appearing somewhat frail in the dim light. He wore an ill-fitting dark blue suit, looking weak with an alarmingly pale face, but his eyes sparkled like two burning ghostly flames, radiating a haunting light in the darkness. He bore no weapons, and even his stance seemed casual, yet the aura emanating from him compelled the experienced Victor and his henchmen to instinctively tense up, as if confronted by an indescribable top predator. "It's you." Victor's body tensed suddenly, forcing the words through clenched teeth. "The fugitive from the alley. You can still stand." His gaze sharply shifted to Angela, barely suppressing his anger. "Miss Angela, this guy's condition doesn't match what you said over the phone. Didn't you say he was completely unconscious due to serious injuries?" Angela appeared somewhat flustered, yet she subtly took a half-step back. Victor did not wait for her response, but refocused his attention on Yuan, his tone growing cold. "But this is fine. It saves me from asking through her. Mr. Vulture wants to know who targeted that shipment, or rather which force is behind it, and how the information—" "Perfect timing, you've come out yourself, so why not honestly tell us everything you know?" As Victor finished speaking, his four henchmen silently reached for their waists, preparing to draw weapons. Yuan gazed at them quietly, showing no signs of tension. He spoke in a nonchalant tone. "It's a pity that Vulture didn't come. Oh, it truly disappoints me. Let me guess, is that old fellow afraid of risks on this trip, or does he think it's not worth his personal attention over such a trivial matter? You have no right to speculate on Mr. Vulture's intentions, Victor said coldly. You'd better honestly confess what you know. What do I know? That's a good question. Yuan's gaze shifted to the four henchmen standing behind Victor, subtly guiding the conversation. You should recall the matter regarding that shipment and see if I'm right. To him, these four men were no longer mere blurred outlines, but an accessible database. Yuan quietly initiated the soul imprint, his mental tendrils like invisible needles swiftly piercing the relatively simple and violent mental worlds of the four henchmen. No need for a deep connection, he only needed to capture those memory fragments marked by strong emotional imprints. Victor, that bastard, always pushing the dirty work onto us. I hope this time he gets it done quickly so we can get back and collect the reward. The cargo at Dock 3 must not go wrong. It's all human-related, concerns future developments. Absolutely confidential. The materials recently extracted must be preserved at low temperatures as soon as possible. If found out, everyone is doomed. The stench of those remains is truly disgusting. Smells like flesh pickled in formaldehyde. Memory fragments surged into Yuan's mind like a tide. Although chaotic, the critical information was exceptionally clear. This shipment was not ordinary contraband, but some kind of material related to human bodies, likely connected to some illegal and nauseating trade. A wave of intense disgust washed over him, accompanied by disdain for the actions of these gangsters. Yuan looked at Victor, his eyes growing colder, his voice hoarse, tinged with a mocking tone. Human organs. So Mr. Vulture not only engages in usury, but also does this business. No wonder it's hidden so tightly. Once exposed, it would indeed be quite surprising, potentially bringing doom. Yuan refrained from further lamentation, simply stating, the rats in Freedom City's sewers will always redefine the lower limits of human morality. What's wrong? Can't stand the sight. Victor seemed provoked by Yuan's words, sneering as he adjusted his glasses, his tone laced with provocation and self-mockery. What of human organs? Here in this empire of Igo's Freedom City, do you think there are no unspeakable things lurking beneath those shiny... His voice bore a twisted numbness. Look at these streets, look at those gaunt figures in the slums who would do anything for a meal. They are willing. Rather than starving or freezing to death, it's better to trade unwanted or soon-to-decay things for some money. Victor pointed at the surrounding dilapidated factory and the city skyline, cloaked in night. This city is a bloodthirsty giant, and everyone is the meat at its maw. We are merely establishing a more efficient food chain between those mice struggling to survive and the lofty vultures. What's there to criticize? Do you think those politicians and businessmen sitting in their offices have clean hands? How much of what they eat, drink, and use flows from these unspeakable places? Victor stepped forward, a mocking smile on his face, directing his accusatory remarks at Yuan. The outside world is dirty. Who dares to mix in this city without blood on their hands? Don't think you, a fugitive convicted by the authorities, are any more noble than us. Victor's words dripped with mud, attempting to splatter Yuan, dragging him into the darkness he despised while countering Yuan's disdain for their business. However, Yuan had no interest in debating with him. Enough. Yuan interrupted Victor, his voice hoarse, yet chilly, carrying a resolute finality. He no longer wished to listen to this filthy nonsense. I'm not in good condition right now and don't want to waste time. Victor's mocking smile froze on his face. At this moment, he clearly felt the terrifying aura emanating from Yuan, which appeared weak, yet suppressed like a volcano on the verge of eruption. Before he could react, the four henchmen behind him had already tensed their muscles, almost simultaneously drawing weapons, for handguns glinting with a dark sheen. However, Yuan was faster. He did not move, his gaze swept across the ground like a blade. There lay rusted metal parts, broken pipes, and heavy rolls of discarded fabric. The psychokinetic seed engraved in his soul suddenly trembled. Boom. No elaborate movements or precise control, a wild, rough psychokinetic force surged forth like an invisible meat grinder violently plowing through the ground. The piled-up rusted iron frames emitted a piercing wail, and heavy molds were violently torn apart, sending twisted metal shrieking uncontrollably outward. Clang. Crash. The four henchmen had no time to aim as they were thrown off balance by the sudden brute force. One man shouted in alarm as a heavy mold rolled toward him, smashing into his right leg. His thick trousers were instantly torn, and the grinding of metal against bone produced a sickening crunch, followed by the horrifying sound of flesh being shredded. With a scream that morphed into a pitchy wail, he collapsed, clutching his mangled leg, his handgun falling to the ground. Watch out! Victor shouted, angrily retreating swiftly to avoid a rusted iron plate hurtling toward him while barking. This guy is not right. Scatter quickly. His command came just in time. Although the other three henchmen were flustered, they were trained mercenaries and quickly steadied themselves, ignoring their fallen comrade, as they swiftly spread out to either side, seeking cover and raising their handguns, aiming toward where Yuan might be. Bang! 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 The gunfire echoed in the empty factory bullets whizzing through the air towards Mo Yuan's figure. Mo Yuan stood still, a psychokinetic shield forming around him like an invisible bubble. This was a rough application of the wild power he had been experimenting with over the past 2 days for defensive purposes. Ding ding ding. 3 bullets struck Mo Yuan accurately, but were deflected by the invisible force, producing a crisp metallic sound. The bullet's kinetic energy was significantly reduced, morphing into deformed lead slugs that merely grazed Mo Yuan's clothes and flew off. Mo Yuan's gaze sharpened. Seizing the brief moment of distraction caused by the 3 henchmen, the psychokinetic force surged like an unleashed beast towards the surrounding metal debris. This time his target was more precise, not indiscriminate destruction, but rather locking onto those weapons that could quickly and efficiently eliminate his opponents. A few violently twisted steel pipes and several damaged gears with sharp edges shot up from the ground, and heaps of debris, like living snakes, hurtling directly towards the 3 henchmen in the most direct and primal show of violence. One henchman barely had time to scream before a broken steel pipe with serrated edges pierced through his chest. The immense force lifted him off the ground, pinning him violently against the concrete wall, his body twisting like a rag doll, his handgun clattering to the ground with a hollow sound. Another henchman attempted to evade, only to be struck in the side by a flying gear. He cried out, losing control and falling to the ground. Immediately after, another twisted steel pipe slammed down on his head with a dull thud, splattering brain matter and blood like a smashed watermelon. The last henchman reacted the quickest. He fired 2 shots toward Mo Yuan's direction and then suddenly rolled to the side, dodging the incoming attacks. He then lay on the ground, aiming his pistol, his eyes filled with dread and despair. Against such a monster, a handgun was utterly useless, yet he had no choice but to fight back in a desperate struggle. However, just as he was about to pull the trigger, he suddenly felt his feet give way and his entire body was lifted upward by an unseen force. What are you going to do?" He let out a sharp, panicked cry as his body shot uncontrollably into the air, his pistol slipping from his grip. Mo Yuan did not lift him high. His telekinetic force instantly reversed into a crushing downward strike. Boom. The thug crashed onto the ground like a rag doll, emitting a dull, heavy thud. He twitched once, then lay utterly still. His spine was almost certainly shattered. As for the second thug, the one who had been struck by Mo Yuan's indiscriminate psychic blast at the outset, leaving him immobilized with a grievous thigh wound. He too met his end near the battle's conclusion. A steel rebar, flying inexplicably from the shadows, pierced his throat. Crimson blood spilled across the floor like a scarlet carpet. All 4 thugs were dead in an instant, so swiftly that no human reflex could possibly react. Victor paled instantly upon witnessing it all. Fine beads of cold sweat broke out across his forehead. In the dim light, his eyes flickered with an uncanny, unnerving gleam. His gaze locked unblinkingly onto Mo Yuan, filled not only with shock and terror, but also with a profound, instinctive dread of the unknown power before him. An Esper. Victor's voice was parched and trembling. As the most trusted subordinate of Vulture, he was no stranger to the world's hidden darkness. Whispers of individuals wielding extraordinary abilities had reached his ears, but he had never imagined encountering such a monster in this forsaken place. Mo Yuan offered no reply. Instead, he slowly raised his hand and pointed it directly at Victor, a gesture deceptively slow, yet radiating an inescapable, suffocating pressure. Victor's entire body tensed at once. He felt an invisible weight descend upon him, sealing his fate. He was now nothing more than prey, irrevocably marked. The floor was cold and damp, thick with the metallic tang of rust and the coppery stench of blood. A shard of broken stone rose silently into the air, accelerating under an unseen force field, and flew with lethal precision toward Victor's occiput. Victor had no time to react. The stone struck his skull with a muffled crunch. He groaned hoarsely, rolled his eyes upward, and collapsed limply, plunged instantly into unconsciousness. Mo Yuan withdrew his control over the stone and swayed faintly, unsteadied by his own body. His wounds had yet to heal. Overexertion left him hollowed out, racked by overwhelming fatigue and dizziness, as if every ounce of vitality had been siphoned away. Angela crouched behind a rusted piece of machinery, her face deathly pale, her eyes wide with raw terror. She stared at the lifeless bodies sprawled on the floor, and then at Mo Yuan's eyes, shadowed and unreadable. Her lips trembled violently, yet no sound escaped. Mo Yuan, the enigmatic patient described in news reports as monstrous and ruthless, yet oddly gentle toward her, the very man she as a medical professional had been assigned to treat, possessed a terrifying absolute power to decide life and death with chilling ease. The eerie display of his ability, and his cold, unhesitating dispatch of adversaries, filled Angela with a bone-deep chill and profound alienation. What had just unfolded lay far beyond anything her 20-odd years of life had ever prepared her to comprehend. Mo Yuan's gaze lingered on Victor. Killing him would bring finality, but no advantage. A living Victor, however, held far greater utility than a dead one. That was why he had spared him. Let's go. Yuan turned his head toward Angela. She flinched as though electrocuted, staring up at him in fear. Where? What about them? Tie Victor up, gag him, and take him with us. Leave the rest here. Yuan approached Victor and picked up the fallen rope. His movements were sluggish, weighted by unmistakable exhaustion. Angela hesitated for several seconds, glancing first at Yuan, then at the gory corpses strewn across the floor and the unconscious Victor lying motionless. Fear still coiled tight within her, but Yuan's displayed power left her no room to defy him. And deep down she knew she was already aboard this vessel. There would be no easy way off. She drew a deep, steadying breath and stepped forward to help. We can't stay here long. The commotion will draw attention. Residents nearby, the police, or Vulture's men may arrive at any moment. I need a place absolutely secure, untouchable, undisturbed, to interrogate Victor and recover. Angela listened, quietly glancing around the derelict space, and then back at Yuan's weary frame. She understood he was right. Exposure here was merely a matter of time. Where do we go? Home. I mean my apartment. Yuan dismissed the idea outright. No. Victor's disappearance, and the deaths of his 4 men, will alert Vulture immediately. He knows Victor came here at your request. Your apartment will be the first place they search. His tone carried a brutal, unvarnished realism. Returning there would be walking straight into a trap. Angela's face grew even paler. She hadn't considered that simple, fatal truth, and Yuan was correct. Vulture would come for her. Her home was without question the most dangerous place on Earth right now. Then, what do we do? She whispered. Then, as if struck by sudden inspiration, her voice lifted faintly with fragile hope. Wait. I have a place. Her voice dropped low as though afraid the night wind might carry it away. My aunt's old apartment. It's vacant out in the city outskirts. No one knows about it. Yuan said nothing, only nodded. Together they bound Victor tightly using scavenged cables and rope, then tore strips from his own clothes to gag him securely. Victor was tall and broad and unconscious. Moving him demanded immense effort. Yuan lent minimal telekinetic aid, conserving what little energy remained. Most of the labor fell to their combined strength. The transfer was arduous and perilous. Nightfall offered cover, but also uncertainty. They avoided main roads entirely, slipping instead through narrow, unlit alleys and abandoned industrial ruins. Yuan dragged Victor's heavy frame step by agonizing step, each movement draining his last reserves. Angela assisted beside him, a participation that felt both gravely wrong and utterly necessary. Occasional encounters with vagrants or late-night pedestrians sent jolts of panic through them, forcing hurried evasion. Yet against all odds they arrived safely at Angela's aunt's apartment on the city's fringe. It was a ground-floor unit in a decrepit apartment building. Windows warped, doors warped, dust thick upon every surface, and the stale, sour scent of long neglect hanging in the air. Its sole advantage was isolation, few neighbors, no signs of recent occupation. After settling Victor onto a grimy, threadbare sofa, Yuan nearly collapsed. Leaning heavily against the wall, he sat to catch his breath, focusing inward on the faint, flickering pulse of energy within his body. Stay away from the door. Find something to block the windows. Yuan instructed Angela. She obeyed in silence. Though uncertain of his precise intent, the horrors witnessed at the abandoned textile factory had instilled in her equal parts awe and terror. She sensed the cold, razor-sharp focus emanating from him, a wounded beast still lethally dangerous. She hastily barricaded the windows with tattered curtains and flattened cardboard boxes, obscuring all outward visibility. Yuan moved to stand beside Victor. His eyes remained shut, his breathing shallow, the blow to his head keeping him deeply unconscious. Yuan did not touch him. Instead, he extended his hand and manipulated the murky water pooled inside a nearby dented bucket, guiding a thin, icy stream to splash precisely across Victor's face. Victor convulsed violently, letting out a guttural moan. His eyelashes fluttered, then slowly parted, revealing dazed, unfocused eyes. For a fleeting moment his gaze was blank, then snapped into sharp, terrified focus on Yuan. He strained against his bonds, but limbs were bound tight, and his mouth was firmly gagged, allowing only muffled, desperate whimpers. Yuan pulled over a battered chair and sat opposite Victor, calm and measured. You're awake, Victor. He made no move to remove the cloth from Victor's mouth, speaking instead with unhurried precision. I know you're gagged, but your eyes, your body speak volumes. Or perhaps we'll find another way to make you talk. I have time, and I have methods. He paused, watching Victor writhe and shake his head frantically, eyes pleading raw with desperation. Don't count on Vulture coming for you. Yuan's voice held no inflection, no warmth, no malice, only cold certainty. To him you're expendable. Dead you're even more convenient. No loose ends to manage. He rose slowly, towering over Victor. Tell me, what else have you done for him? Beyond loan sharking and filthier trades, what other secrets does he bury? Victor's expression shifted, terror curdling into utter despair. He knew Mo Yuan spoke truth. Vulture would risk nothing for him. And the sheer lethal intent Mo Yuan had demonstrated moments earlier left no doubt. Whatever awaited him in this man's hands would be unspeakable. Faced with either excruciating death or betrayal, he chose rationally. Desperately, he rubbed his jaw against the gag, emitting frantic, urgent whimpers. Mo Yuan observed closely, confirmed his intent, and stepped forward. With swift, decisive motion, he ripped the cloth from Victor's mouth. Victor gasped, rasping hoarsely, Don't kill me. What do you want to know? I'll tell you everything." "Good." Mo Yuan settled back into his chair, voice serene, but laced now with deeper, sharper menace. "No tricks. Every word you utter will be weighed for truth. If I detect even a whisper of deceit, you will wish you'd never drawn breath." Shaking uncontrollably, Victor began to confess. Survival instinct overrode all loyalty to Vulture. He poured out everything he knew. The scope of Vulture's underworld empire, its financial conduits, its hidden strongholds, spilling it all without pause or filter. He detailed Vulture's criminal enterprises, extortion rackets controlling entire city blocks, illegal underground casinos and bare-knuckle fight rings, high-value contraband smuggling via labyrinthine networks, involvement in the disposal of disappeared persons, systematic bribery of key police and municipal officials, and violent purges of rivals. He recounted every fragment he'd participated in, heard secondhand or merely suspected, offering them all desperately to prove his value and sincerity. He specified critical shipment routes along with known communication channels and personnel Vulture used external. Mo Yuan listened in silence, his gaze unervingly focused. Unseen by anyone, a faint, almost imperceptible ripple of psychic energy emanated from him, threading delicately into Victor's soul. A shallow soul-etch connection activated, gently sifting through memory fragments and surging emotional imprints rising from Victor's consciousness. Victor's confession served as a key, unlocking corresponding memories within his mind. Disjointed images, visceral sensations, and fragmented impressions flooded Mo Yuan's perception, flashing past like waves. These soul-born fragments cross-referenced with Victor's spoken words, comparing his verbal account against the involuntary truths surfacing from his deepest psyche. When both aligned perfectly, an emotional resonance confirmed authenticity. Mo Yuan accepted the information as true. When discrepancies arose, when Victor concealed or distorted facts, Mo Yuan detected the dissonance instantly. Like a master artisan assembling a fractured mosaic, he sifted methodically through Victor's chaotic testimony and shimmering soul echoes, gradually revealing the unvarnished contours of reality. Details of Vulture's involvement in armed robbery, kidnapping, murder, large-scale, smuggling, systemic corruption, and domination of illicit markets emerged with crystalline clarity, forged equally by Victor's confession and Mo Yuan's subtle soul-reading. Mo Yuan reflected silently, so this is the underworld of Free City, the true face beneath the empire of Igo's polished veneer. Even the sins borne by his former self seemed but a single shard of ice floating atop a vast frozen sea of systemic evil. This empire was gravely ill. When Victor finished speaking, he slumped onto the sofa panting, emptied as if his very spirit had been drained. Moments later, he looked up at Mo Yuan, trembling, waiting for judgment. His betrayal of Vulture had burned every bridge behind him. His sole chance at survival rested entirely in this man's hands. Mo Yuan stood. He ignored Victor's supplicating stare. He had obtained far more than expected, enough incriminating evidence and leads to dismantle Vulture's empire. Yet a living Victor, now fully exploited, stripped of all remaining value, remained a crucial bargain. He turned his gaze, falling upon Angela, who had stood silently, unmoving throughout. Angela's face remained pale, but the raw terror had receded, replaced by a deep, unsettling unease. She had heard Victor's revelations, the grotesque anatomy of organized crime, and felt physically sickened, profoundly shaken. "You heard everything," Mo Yuan said, his voice low and resonant. "Vulture's vulnerability lies buried within these truths. The evil he has wrought runs deeper, darker than you ever imagined. Victor was vital to him. He knew too much. Now all that knowledge resides with me." He fixed his piercing gaze upon Angela. "We'll use him, and this evidence, to negotiate with Vulture." "Negotiate? Negotiate what?" Angela's voice was parched, brittle. She had assumed Mo Yuan would eliminate Victor outright, not leverage him in a calculated high-stakes bargain. "Let's discuss solutions, starting with yours." Mo Yuan spoke slowly. As he spoke, Mo Yuan noticed a fleeting glint in Angela's eyes. She had heard exactly what mattered most. Victor's testimony, and Victor himself, are our strongest leverage right now. Angela's body trembled faintly. Shock and fragile hope shimmered simultaneously in her gaze. Could it truly be possible? Could that crushing debt, the shadow that had loomed over her for years, finally be lifted? Her lips parted, her voice sharpening with urgency. "How exactly will you solve it?" "Through threats." Having endured too much, Angela knew men like Vulture never relented easily. Short-term intimidation offered no lasting safety, so she pressed further. Even if he backs down this time under pressure, what then? Will he truly let me go? Or will he seek revenge? Yuan listened to her fears, a flicker of quiet admiration passing through his eyes. She hadn't been blinded by hope, but had seen the deeper peril. You're absolutely right, Yuan said, pragmatic and unflinching. A man like Vulture won't retaliate immediately. He'll silently record every grievance, bide his time until the storm passes, then strike back with full force. Threats alone won't suffice. Treating symptoms is futile. To break free from his control, we must sever him at the root. He paused, locking eyes with Angela as he laid out his plan without concealment. I need his network to help me locate certain items. Items you've already assisted me in tracing, the old Dr. Blackwater auto workshop. You remember. Victor's testimony confirms it. Vulture's web of contacts reaches into highly specialized channels. Precisely the avenues required to find those 3 objects. My plan unfolds in 2 phases. First, I'll use the evidence I hold, proof of his multiple criminal enterprises, to compel Vulture to deploy his resources and connections in my service, hunting down those 3 items. Yuan's tone remained calm, yet carried an icy, unassailable finality. While he works for me, he'll have neither time nor energy to pursue us. And in doing so, he'll expose deeper layers of his network and secrets, yielding me even more intelligence. Second, a flash of cold light crossed Yuan's eyes. Once I've secured what I need and judged the moment ripe, I'll anonymously release all the evidence I possess to the police, to the press, to every institution I can reach. Once made public, Vulture's empire will collapse overnight. He won't escape arrest, and may well be silenced by his own partners before authorities ever lay hands on him. This is the only way to resolve your debt permanently and liberate you from Vulture's grip once and for all. Uproot him, and you'll never look over your shoulder again. A villain like Vulture has committed crimes grave enough to warrant life imprisonment, or even execution. Angela's breath quickened. Yuan's audacious strategy, first exploiting Vulture's power then annihilating it, was fraught with danger and uncertainty. One misstep could shatter everything. Yet, Victor's testimony contained truths that struck Vulture's core. Such criminal empires were inherently brittle. Their greatest fear was exposure, especially official crackdowns. This was her sole thread of salvation amid utter despair, not guaranteed, yet not impossible. What stirred her deepest, however, was Yuan's action itself. This formidable, enigmatic man, weak, vulnerable, fighting his own battles, had chosen to orchestrate such a perilous gambit solely to erase her years-long debt. That resolve, far exceeding Angela's expectations, proved he had not broken his word. He honored their original agreement without reservation. She stepped forward slowly, her voice low and hoarse with tension and disbelief. You're not joking. Yuan met her gaze, his expression utterly still. I speak only what matters. Angela bit her lip, glancing first at Victor, slumped lifelessly on the sofa, then back at Yuan. Her voice strained as she voiced the question that had haunted her. This isn't just about resolving my debt. You'd go this far for this? Her eyes traced the pallor of his face, the way he leaned subtly against the wall for support, as if asking, what cost are you willing to bear? Was it truly only a promise? It's not only about your debt, Yuan replied after a pause, his tone growing colder. Victor's confessions were revolting. Dealing with scum like Vulture carries no moral burden for me. Besides, we've already killed his men. We're enemies now. Might as well make it absolute. Listening to his words, watching the unwavering stillness in his eyes, Angela's inner turmoil deepened. He openly admitted his contempt for Vulture, the very figure branded in news reports as a monstrous cultist, yet resolved to eliminate another criminal simply because his deeds were revolting. That ruthless pragmatism clashed sharply with what seemed like a principle-driven decision, creating a dissonance that left Angela unsettled and intrigued. Regardless, her instinctive fear of Yuan receded slightly, replaced by a sharper, more probing cue. Recalling what she'd witnessed firsthand at the derelict garment factory, the sheer impossible force he wielded, Angela could no longer suppress the question that had long coiled in her mind. Who are you really? And that power, what is it? Yuan understood precisely what she meant, and recognized this as a necessary step toward deeper trust, toward helping her comprehend his reality. He didn't evade. You may call it a supernatural ability. Those who possess it are known in this world as abnormals. He paused, choosing his words carefully. The world we inhabit is far more complex than it appears. Beyond public awareness exists a hidden stratum, a community wielding extraordinary power. These are secrets, hidden truths beneath the surface of ordinary society. To prevent social chaos, governments deliberately erected an invisible information barrier, separating the mundane world from the extraordinary. Some call it the veil. And to preserve the veil's integrity, to keep it from being torn asunder, official agencies like the Federal Bureau of Paranormal Affairs (FBPA) were established, tasked exclusively with managing and containing paranormal phenomena. Having briefly outlined the existence of this hidden world, Yuan turned his focus inward. Due to certain unique circumstances, my abilities remain unstable. I require specific materials to sustain and restore them. The very items I asked you to help locate. Abnormals. Supernatural abilities. The Veil. FBPA. These terms crashed violently into Angela's narrow monochrome worldview. Alien, incomprehensible, arriving from another dimension entirely. Her entire conception of reality had been incomplete. Beneath the veneer of everyday life existed a concealed realm, dangerous, mysterious, and pulsing with unknown power. The abandoned garment factory flashed before her, Yuan lifting tons of debris with empty hands, steel girders, shrieking, twisting, warping under an invisible force. Armed thugs, brutal, confident, were flung aside like children confronting adults utterly powerless. This was no illusion, no trickery. It was real, supernatural, defying all reason. She recalled every moment of her 20-odd years struggling at the bottom of Liberty City, enduring abuse from patients and families for meager wages, walking miles through grimy, hazardous streets to save bus fare, suffocating each night beneath the weight of that astronomical debt. She had fought with every fiber, like an insect thrashing in mud, yet never glimpsed the shore. That profound, soul-deep helplessness was etched into her very being. And here stood a man who commanded power capable of overturning reality itself. This undeniable proof opened another path, another possibility for change. And naturally a stronger emotion surged within Angela, longing for power that could reshape fate, longing to shatter the chains binding her, longing to cease being a leaf tossed upon others' winds. She looked at Yuan, her gray-blue eyes shimmering with layered intensity, yearning, yes, but also caution, a tentative, delicate probe. Softly she asked the question that now consumed her: are abnormal abilities innate? Or could someone like me, ordinary, unremarkable, ever acquire such power? Yuan sensed the tempest within her, her hunger for power, her desperate desire for change. It was understandable. Drawing on intelligence obtained from Agent Hank, Yuan possessed precise knowledge about ability awakening, and withheld nothing. The origin and activation of such powers is never simple. Most unofficial abnormals experience sudden, unpredictable awakenings, typically triggered by extreme emotional upheaval, severe psychological trauma, or overwhelming external stimuli. It strikes like an illness. You cannot foresee its onset nor control its manifestation. He paused, then added, that said, governments, or major organizations, may possess more stable, controllable methods of induction, but these are classified at the highest level. Ordinary people have zero access. Even I lack the specifics. In short, acquiring such power, whether through natural awakening or clandestine technology, is fraught with uncertainty and immense risk. Many failures result in madness, vegetative states, or outright death. Yuan did not elaborate further. His own exploration of these abilities had only just begun. He redirected their focus to immediate reality, meeting Angela's gaze with solemn clarity. This isn't something you need to consider now. What matters is assisting me in retrieving those materials, my means of stabilizing my power, and the linchpin of our mutual agreement. Angela lowered her head, absorbing his words. The prospect of gaining such power felt distant and perilous, half dousing the fragile flame of hope she'd just ignited. Yet Yuan's revelations had also cracked open a window, granting her a glimpse of the vast submerged iceberg beneath the world's surface. She remained silent, digesting truths beyond her prior comprehension. Her emotions tangled, disappointment at her own insignificance, wonder at the hidden world, and, above all, an ineffable rising anticipation for Yuan, for what he was and what he could do. Yuan sensed the shift in Angela's mood, but knew this was not the hour for deeper discourse. His priority was clear: resolve the urgent matter at hand. The plan needed to move forward. On the sofa, Victor remained tightly bound. The gang lieutenant had lost all arrogance. Now he stared blankly at the ceiling, his eyes vacant, not with struggle or terror, but with the eerie, resigned calm of a man who knows his end has come. Defeated effortlessly by Yuan, his men slaughtered, his gang's deepest secrets spilled. He understood his fate was sealed. Resistance, pleading, none of it held meaning anymore. Yuan approached, standing over Victor, voice devoid of preamble. Give me Vulture's contact information. Victor's lips moved, resignation complete. He recited a number without hesitation, then helpfully mentioned the encrypted phone hidden inside his jacket. Yuan retrieved the device, unlocked the screen, and located the specially marked contact in the address book, matching the number Victor had just given. He drew a slow, deliberate breath and dialed. The call connected instantly. A gruff, wary voice filled the earpiece. Victor. What's wrong? Yuan replied coolly. Victor is in my custody. I've also eliminated 4 of your men. Silence fell on the line. Then Vulture's voice returned, sharp with suspicion. You're calling from Victor's phone with this message. Who are you? And who gave you the audacity to touch one of mine? My identity is irrelevant, Yuan answered calm as still water. What matters is that Victor is in my hands, and I know everything he knows. Your illicit smuggling routes and handoff points. The disposal methods and hiding places for the missing persons. The names and bribe amounts paid to officials. Secrets known only to you and Victor. Now I know them, and more. Shall I tell you about Pier 3? Yuan's tone showed no signs of fluctuation, yet the information he revealed detonated like heavy bombs, leaving the Vulture on the other end of the line speechless. These were the most core and secretive operations of the Vulture's organization, belonging to a category that once exposed would inevitably attract official pursuit, potentially bringing catastrophic disaster to the entire gang. Only then did the Vulture realize that the person on the other end of the line was far more terrifying than an ordinary kidnapper. This was no simple conflict over money or territory, but a deadly threat to his very foundation. What do you want? The Vulture's voice suppressed his anger and a hint of trepidation. It's simple. Yuan directly stated his conditions. I will not publicly disclose these secrets now, nor will I harm Victor, but in exchange you need to use all your connections and resources to find 3 items for me: rainbow crystal cell activating solution and core power component. He provided a clue. First, the cell activating solution. There is a doctor at Oakwood General Hospital. At this point, Yuan paused, glancing at Angela, his eyes inquiring. Angela instantly understood his meaning and, lowering her voice, added, his name is Dr. Fernandez. Yuan continued, there is a Dr. Fernandez at Oakwood General Hospital. Send someone you trust to approach him, inquire about the specific source or clues of the cell activating solution, then obtain it and deliver it to the location I designate. For the core power component, go to Blackwater Modifications and demand it directly. Also bring back the spare parts catalog compiled by the shop owner himself. As for the rainbow crystal, I currently have no clear leads. You will need to have your people widely inquire and search. Yuan's speech was not hurried. Every word clearly conveyed his requirements. I will give you 3 days. Yuan said. If the materials are not delivered on time, or if you dare to play any tricks, then the secrets Victor told me, including all your illicit transaction records, will appear in every corner of this city, delivered to everyone interested in you. I believe you would not wish to see such a scene. Once again, silence fell on the other end of the phone. The Vulture weighed the risks. On one side was submission to an unknown enemy to find materials, and on the other was the exposure of all incriminating evidence, facing a point of no return. Weighing the options, he knew he had no choice. Fine. The Vulture's voice sounded as if squeezed out between clenched teeth, filled with unwillingness and humiliation. I agree to your terms. A wise choice. Yuan said lightly. Remember, I will be monitoring your actions and the progress of acquiring materials closely. You can report directly to me through this phone. After saying that, Yuan did not give the Vulture a chance to speak again and hung up the phone. The entire call lasted only a few minutes, but the underlying game and threats left Angela feeling alarmed. She witnessed how Yuan, with just a few words, toyed with a significant gangster in the underground world of Free City, forcing him to serve his interests. The decisiveness of his style and his precise grasp of human psychology filled her with genuine admiration, making her realize that this man before her possessed not only unimaginable power, but also a wit and courage that matched that power. After the call ended, Yuan casually tossed the encrypted phone back onto the sofa, fully anticipating the Vulture's capitulation. With the core secrets provided by Victor that could destroy the Vulture, he successfully grasped the opponent's fatal weakness, thus being able to utilize the resources of the underground world. This was the quickest means for him to acquire the needed resources and achieve his aims under the current circumstances. On the Vulture's side, after hanging up the phone, his suppressed anger erupted like a volcano. He violently swept the documents off the table, causing a cacophony of noise. Damn it! Being manipulated in this manner was an unprecedented humiliation for him. He kicked the office desk hard, producing a dull thud. Yet the Vulture knew very well that the evidence held by the other party was enough to condemn him to a point of no return. Those secret smuggling routes, those illicit trading partners, those troubles that had been dealt with. Once exposed, everything he had painstakingly built would vanish into thin air. Not to mention the actions of the authorities and media upon learning of these confidential details. The rival gangs alone would be enough to bring him to ruin. Suppressing his anger with rationality, the Vulture clearly understood that he must comply with the other's demands for now, at least to get through this moment. He quickly summoned a few trusted subordinates, saying little, just darkly conveying Yuan's demands. Based on the clues provided by Yuan, the Vulture swiftly organized tasks. Bard, take your men to Oakwood General Hospital, find that Dr. Fernandez, and no matter the method, make him reveal the clues about the cell activating solution. Be quick. Matthew, you go to Blackwater Modifications, bring back the core power component, and that damn spare part. Tell that old ghost these are the things the Vulture wants. Don't expect to be treated with politeness. As for the rainbow crystal, there were no leads, so more people would have to cast a wide net to inquire. The Vulture's subordinates immediately took their orders and acted separately. Bard led a team to Oakwood General Hospital and found Dr. Fernandez. Faced with the gang's threats, the old doctor was flustered and helpless, eventually revealing the truth. The cell-activating solution was not a routine medication of the hospital, but came from a rehabilitation center with deep military ties used for special clinical research, with only a small amount leaking through unofficial channels. Currently, the hospital had no stock. Based on the clues provided by Dr. Fernandez, the Vulture's men attempted to approach that rehabilitation center, but soon discovered it heavily guarded with not only fully armed elite security forces, but also an extremely tight defense system, making a hard entry impossible. They could only report the situation back to the Vulture first. Meanwhile, Matthew went to Blackwater Modifications in the dock area. The owner of Blackwater was a burly old man with an oily face. He was not surprised by the gang background of his visitors, but had a tough attitude typical of a hardened veteran. Core power component. We have it, but it's not cheap. The Blackwater owner wiped his tools, glancing sideways at Matthew. How much do you want? I want the component, and the corresponding spare parts catalog must not be missing. Matthew revealed his identity with a threatening tone. The Blackwater owner scoffed. The component can be bought with money, but the catalog. That's my lifeblood. Oh, I won't sell it for any price. Also, you'd better be on your best behavior. Not just anyone can come here and act recklessly. Matthew's heart sank. He knew very well that Blackwater Modifications may not have a prominent reputation in the dock area, but it had been firmly rooted there for many years, said to have deep connections with several powerful forces in the city. Even someone like the Vulture wouldn't dare to provoke them easily. The owner's words were clearly a warning to Matthew not to act rashly. A forced action would carry too much risk and could invite unforeseeable trouble, and after weighing the risks, Matthew could only temporarily back down. Meanwhile, in Angela's aunt's apartment, Yuan lay on the sofa with his eyes closed, still feeling the fatigue in his body. The void of power made it impossible for him to move significantly, yet his mind was unusually clear, as if his awareness had become increasingly sharp from vigilance against the outside world. Angela sat anxiously on the other side, glancing at Yuan, and then at the encrypted phone on the sofa. Just moments ago, Yuan had told her that the battle at the abandoned garment factory had drained him significantly, and he currently needed rest with no energy to handle many trivial matters. Therefore, the crucial task of contacting the Vulture needed to be temporarily undertaken by her. That encrypted phone controlling the life and death of the gangster, along with all the unpredictable dangers and responsibilities that followed, now rested squarely on Angela's shoulders, leaving her with a mix of emotions. Time passed second by second, and suddenly Yuan opened his eyes and looked at Angela. By the way, from now on you cannot go back to work at the hospital. Angela was taken aback and quickly asked nervously why. For your safety, Yuan replied concisely. You've gotten involved, either the Vulture or some other force might be keeping an eye on you. Angela bit her lip, contemplating for a moment, and softly replied, I understand. Victor had an incident at the garment factory, and I was the last person to contact him and bring him out. Now that Victor has fallen, the Vulture will surely think we are in cahoots. She paused, her thoughts becoming clearer as she narrated, I am a nurse at Oakwood General Hospital. My identity and workplace are public knowledge. If they want to cause me trouble, the hospital is the easiest place to expose me, isn't it? Angela's tone carried a hint of newfound vigilance and assessment of the situation. Yuan looked at her, nodding slightly. Exactly. Receiving Yuan's affirmation, Angela's feelings became even more complex. Having spent time with Yuan intentionally or unintentionally, she had learned a bit of his method and thought process for analyzing problems, a realization that made her feel both happy and sorrowful. The Vulture was highly efficient. Just 5 hours after their negotiation ended, he called to report the preliminary results of their actions. The military-backed rehabilitation center was heavily guarded, and a frontal assault would surely lead to heavy casualties and attract police attention. The Blackwater owner could provide the power component, but absolutely refused to hand over the catalog, and recklessly attacking the Blackwater owner could bring unknown risks to both sides. Angela did her best to convey this information in a calm tone. Upon hearing this, Yuan furrowed his brows slightly and issued instructions to Angela in a deep voice. Tell the Vulture that the matter of the catalog can be temporarily set aside. The most important thing now is to obtain the cell-activating solution and the power component as soon as possible. Since the Blackwater owner hasn't refused to provide the component, once the items are secured, deliver them to the designated handover location for my confirmation. Yuan paused, contemplating, while giving more specific directions. As for the cell-activating solution, since a direct assault on the rehabilitation center is not feasible, focus on internal personnel. The doctors, researchers, or logistics staff at the rehabilitation center must have access to the cell-activating solution. Find someone who can either trade or be coerced, infiltrate their supply chain from the inside. Given that products are flowing through unofficial channels, it means there is exploitable space. Don't tell me that a local gang entrenched in Free City for many years can't even handle such a simple task. That would only make me doubt their sincerity. Angela relayed Yuan's instructions to the vulture without missing a word. The vulture seemed not too surprised by the male voice on the phone turning into a female voice and didn't ask much. After receiving Yuan's instructions, he immediately began adjusting his strategy to launch more targeted actions. The task of obtaining the core power component became simpler. Matthew went to Blackwater Modifications in the dock area again, this time only seeking the component. After receiving payment, the Blackwater owner quickly delivered the goods. This operation went very smoothly, and the component was soon delivered to the vulture. The task of obtaining the cell-activating solution was filled with risks. The vulture's men, following Yuan's instructions, began to delve into the operational model of the rehabilitation center, analyzing the composition of internal personnel and the routes of material transport, looking for exploitable loopholes. After tense surveillance and information gathering, they discovered a covert drug transport operation. A closed cargo truck, without obvious military markings, was transporting special medications needed by the rehabilitation center, likely including the cell-activating solution. The Vulture's elite team was deployed to a remote stretch of road on the outskirts of the city, using pre-arranged obstacles to force the truck to stop, then swiftly controlled the escort personnel, seizing that precious cargo, which included the cell-activating solution described by Yuan. The entire process was thrilling and exciting, but ultimately successful and handled relatively discreetly, without raising widespread alarm. While Yuan gradually advanced his plan by manipulating the Vulture's gang and making various urgent arrangements to restore his own power in another corner of Free City, at the operational headquarters of the Federal Bureau of Supernatural Affairs, agents like Brian were frantically tracking the traces left by Yuan. They activated the Bureau's most advanced monitoring system, the Shadow Protocol. This network of supernatural energy detection spread throughout the city, integrated the latest technological research achievements of the Ego Empire in recent years. By secretly embedding numerous sensors in streets and alleys, the Shadow Protocol could precisely capture any abnormal high-energy reactions occurring in Free City, achieving citywide monitoring of superpowered individuals. Brian stood in front of a massive electronic screen displaying a three-dimensional map of the city and countless streams of pulsating data. His eyes were bloodshot, his chin was stubbled with greenish bristles, and his shirt looked somewhat disheveled, showing signs of several days of intensive work. 3 full days had passed since the D-734 prison break, yet the tracking network they had painstakingly built had not captured any valuable leads. The immense pressure tightened Brian's nerves like an invisible noose. He could feel the questioning and distrust from his superiors, but he had no time to concern himself with that. All his attention was focused on the vast sea of data, trying to salvage even a glimmer of light that could guide his direction. The voice of a technical agent broke the silence in the office. "Chief, the sensors across the city suddenly triggered an alarm." The technical agent spoke rapidly. "The system has detected a strong, clearly telekinetic signature of high-energy residue, with the location pinpointed to an abandoned industrial building." Yuan and Angela's movements instantly quickened, nearly sliding down the ladder. Soon hurried footsteps and shouts could be heard from above. "The location." "Yes, sir. The energy has diminished, but the signal source is clear," the technician replied seriously. "Moreover, the energy fluctuations bear an astonishing resemblance to the D-734 we are tracking." Evidence of a clear psychic battle had also occurred at the scene. Brian's eyes narrowed as he issued orders without hesitation. "Cross-reference all abnormal records for this location, including recent missing persons reports, nearby surveillance footage, and any suspicious activities." "Sir, we conducted a comprehensive background check on high-energy reaction sites related to the abandoned industrial building, and several unusual leads have emerged." The technician continued. "Local police received reports from residents about 4 male bodies found inside the building. Fingerprint comparisons confirmed the identities of these 4 men as members of the Greystone gang active in the nearby area. At the same time, our intelligence network shows that Greystone gang member Victor Malone had been operating with these 4 men and had gone missing after heading to that building. By analyzing the activities and communication records prior to Victor Malone's disappearance, we discovered that he had been in contact with a nurse named Angela Morris, whose communication signal had appeared near the building." Another technician added, "Sir, there is a related lead. Angela Morris is a nurse at Oakwood General Hospital and has been inquiring about special supplies, including rainbow stones and regeneration serum No. 7 on several informal occasions in the past few days." Rainbow stones. Regeneration serum No. 7. Brian's gaze rapidly switched between Angela Morris' profile on the screen, the map marker for the abandoned industrial building, and the intelligence reports. The 4 bodies of the Greystone gang members found by the police, Victor Malone's disappearance, the high-energy reactions at the abandoned industrial building, the battle traces left at the scene, Angela's contact with Victor, her communication signals present, and her suspicious behavior. All seemingly independent pieces suddenly converged into a single line at this moment. Brian's gaze sharpened as he murmured, "The energy response from the abandoned factory matches D-734 perfectly. This is the core. The four bodies of the Greystone gang and Victor's disappearance imply that D734 had a fierce conflict with the gang and took Victor away. Now look at this nurse Angela Morris. She appeared at the scene of the conflict, and as an ordinary hospital nurse, she frequently inquired about rainbow stones and neural regeneration serum No. 7 through unofficial channels. These are rare materials that can directly enhance and treat psychic individuals. An ordinary person at that time and place involved in the conflict between the Greystone gang and D734 are actively seeking these specific items. She is either a victim or an accomplice of D734. In either case, she possesses key information. Immediately initiate a comprehensive tracking and positioning of Angela Morris. Brian's tone was authoritative. Check her work records. A technician quickly retrieved data. Agent Brian Angela Morris did not report to Oakwood General Hospital today and has no record of taking leave. She is currently marked as absent without notice. Brian's expression grew serious. Very good, she is indeed hiding. List all known addresses as primary targets for investigation and retrieve the latest city surveillance traffic records and communication signal data related to her. Any unusual activity must fall within the tracking scope. She shouldn't be able to hide for long. The elite capture team of the FBPA immediately mobilized, swiftly gathering in areas where Angela might be hiding, approaching several known addresses discreetly to conduct reconnaissance. Soon they arrived at a dilapidated apartment in the slums. After a brief reconnaissance confirming that no one was home, the capture team forcefully broke down the door. Inside the narrow rental unit, the agents discovered signs of hasty cleaning, bloodstains on the floor, crumpled towels in the trash can, and the pervasive scent of iodine and disinfectant in the air. These findings linked together like a chain. Angela was connected to Victor. Angela had inquired about materials, and there were signs of hiding and treating injured individuals at her residence, likely belonging to D734. Target Angela Morris confirmed to be deeply involved in the case. A technician reported, "We are further analyzing her social connections and activity trails to locate possible hiding places." Before long, Angela's family background was thoroughly screened by the FBPA through official channels, including her Aunt Patricia Morris, who owns a vacant apartment in the suburbs that has been uninhabited for years. Brian looked at the apartment address on the screen. A flicker of realization crossed his eyes. Has she moved to a more concealed place in the suburbs? Based on this, that apartment is likely their next hideout. Immediately proceed to the target address. Approach, discreetly confirm the target, and execute a surprise raid. Brian issued the next order with a serious tone, alive if possible, dead if necessary. The key point is that D734's abilities are extremely dangerous. We must control him at all costs. The abandoned apartment in the suburbs was filled with a musty smell and silence, which were its eternal themes. Angela pushed open the creaking door, stepped over the threshold, and her body swayed slightly. The continuous running lack of sleep, heightened stress, and immense pressure from dealing with Vulture's men at the handoff point had likely drained her of all her strength. She tightly clutched a thoroughly wrapped package in her arms. This item was heavy not only in physical weight, but also in the burdens she had to bear from this dark world. As she placed the package before Yuan, she felt a slight relaxation, as if the tightly stretched string had loosened just a bit. At least this step was completed. This is what they sent, Angela said softly. Cell activation liquid, and that core power She took a breath, swallowing hard. But there's no rainbow stone. Vulture just informed us that they couldn't find any clues, and said they are running out of patience. Yuan leaned against the wall corner, his complexion as pale as ever. Upon hearing Angela's words, he first glanced at her, then shifted his gaze to the package. His physical weakness couldn't hide the cold and sharpness emanating from his eyes, a presence shaped by too many dangers and schemes. Can't find the rainbow stone. Running out of patience. Yuan repeated Angela's words, his voice low and hoarse, tinged with a hint of barely concealed mockery. He better spend his time complaining, looking for the item, otherwise when the deadline arrives he won't have the chance to complain anymore. You relay this message to him verbatim. Angela nodded silently, while Yuan did not look at her reaction again, but opened the package and picked up the low-temperature test tube containing the light blue liquid. By comparing with Carter's memories, Yuan was sure that this was the cell activation liquid, which could repair severe physical damage, especially effective for the nervous system. Although it wasn't a cure-all, it could at least allow him to temporarily escape his current weakness and regain some self-preservation capability. He twisted off the cap and tilted his head back to drink the cold, valuable liquid that glowed with a faint blue light. Coldness followed by an instant explosion of searing pain. An unimaginable agony swept through his body, as if countless fine blades were simultaneously slicing and reshaping his veins and nerves. Yuan's body tensed up, suddenly curling like a shrimp. His knuckles turned white from the strain, his teeth clenched tightly, producing a grinding sound that made one's teeth ache, while every muscle in his body spasmed, cold sweat pouring down like a waterfall, soaking his clothes. Ugh! He emitted a weak, suppressed groan, experiencing a pain that exceeded the normal limits of endurance. This pain was different from the soul-rending sensation during the forced imprinting of Carter. It was pure torment originating from deep within the flesh and nerves, as if every cell in his body was being forcibly stripped, crushed, and reassembled to adapt to the injected repairing force. Angela watched from the side, her face pale with fright, even instinctively covering her mouth, afraid to make any sound that might disturb Yuan. After a long few minutes, that extreme tide of pain finally began to recede, leaving only a soreness and exhaustion, as if all his bones and muscles had come apart. Yuan gasped heavily, his chest heaving violently, his body still slightly trembling. The good news was that after enduring such torment, the nerves that had been torn and burned from the forced imprinting of Carter were now being gently repaired and connected by a warm yet powerful force. The chaotic, turbulent psychic energy, though still unstable like a feral beast, had significantly increased his body's capacity to bear it, and the noise of splitting headaches and impending mental collapse had also notably diminished. Although he was not fully healed, and the fundamental issues of the soul remained, the symptoms had at least alleviated greatly, and judging by the current sensation, he should be able to control that force more steadily, extending it to more intricate levels. With this thought, Yuan attempted to stretch out his hand, pointing his fingertips at the ground where a thin layer of dust and some tiny shards of glass lay scattered. Under his mental control, those small glass shards seemed to be pulled by an invisible current, slowly rising into the air. They were irregularly shaped with sharp edges, yet they did not collide with each other in midair. Yuan could clearly see the rotation and angle of each shard of glass, and controlled them to form a small, slow, and orderly vortex in the air. The dust was also drawn into it, but under his control the glass shards did not mix roughly with the dust. They maintained a delicate distance, as if engaged in a precise and dangerously beautiful dance. He could even feel that he could control one of the tiniest glass shards independently, making it move along a complex curve away from the vortex. Thus that shard, almost invisible in the dim light, traced a perfect arc before gently landing back on the ground without making a sound. This precise control over small objects was the most direct and crucial enhancement brought by the cell activation liquid. Previously, his power had been like an uncontrollable flood causing widespread destruction. Now it resembled a stream that could be precisely controlled. Yuan withdrew his mental focus, and the remarkable sensation connecting him to the surrounding matter faded. Although his body felt somewhat fatigued, his mind was clearer than ever. The cell activation liquid was indeed effective. It not only repaired the physical injuries, but more importantly, seemed to nourish the rough telekinetic seed deep within his soul, making it less chaotic and aggressive, beginning to grow in a controllable and usable direction. He looked at the package on the table, which contained not only the empty test tube of cell activation liquid, but also the item brought back from the Blackwater modification operation, a small special processing component, or as Tony would say, a power core component. Yuan reached out to pick up the matchbox-sized metal component. According to Carter's vague memories, this item was used in conjunction with rainbow stones, capable of refining and guiding the energy of rainbow stones, highly effective for soul injuries caused by supernatural incidents. Unfortunately, the rainbow stones were still not secured, and for now, he couldn't use it. Angela cautiously approached Yuan, worry evident in her eyes. Are you okay? The stuff you drank just now looked really painful. Yuan took a deep breath and slowly shook his head. I'm fine, just a bit intense during the process. This serum is quite effective, he commented, his voice noticeably stronger than before. It repaired some damaged nerves, making my power easier to control, just like you saw earlier. He gestured toward the now restored dust and glass shards on the floor. I can control them more precisely now rather than just causing widespread destruction as before. He commented, his voice noticeably stronger than before. It repaired some damaged nerves, making my power easier to control, just like you saw earlier. He gestured toward the now restored dust and glass shards on the floor. However, she did not understand what this meant, so she could only nod half comprehendingly. So, is your injury? Angela asked softly, her gaze returning to Yuan, her worry not entirely dissipated. Yuan shook his head, holding the power core component in his palm, feeling its cold touch and the weight characteristic of metal. It has only alleviated the symptoms, Yuan explained. It's like replacing a few parts of a malfunctioning machine to get it to barely operate, but the core issue remains. As for this item in my hand, it needs another critical component to truly function. While speaking, Yuan handed the component to Angela. This item alone cannot repair damage at the soul level. It needs to be used in conjunction with rainbow stones to refine the power of the stones, like an energy lens that focuses the energy of the rainbow stones onto my soul injury for fundamental repair. Angela took the component, feeling its cold and smooth surface. She examined it closely, appearing like a precise piece of metal with no buttons or interfaces. She truly could not imagine how this would work with rainbow stones, or how it could repair souls. She felt as if she was standing before a gigantic door behind which lay a world filled with peculiar powers that she could not fully comprehend or even imagine. Rainbow stones. Angela repeated the name, softly, a hint of frustration in her eyes. Vulture said they couldn't find any clues, as if such things didn't exist at all. Yuan's expression grew serious. Without the rainbow stones, he could never reach his peak power without resolving the soul injury, which was unbearable for him. It's possible that Vulture is just playing along, Yuan said in a deep voice. He may think I'm bluffing or stalling for time, trying to wait for me to exhaust my patience and reveal a flaw, or he simply believes my requests are too difficult and is waiting for things to resolve themselves. Angela felt a bit anxious upon hearing this. Trust among gang members was inherently fragile, and Vulture was compelled by threats to assist Yuan primarily for self-preservation. If Yuan's demands could not be met, or if he considered the risks too high, he might take the risk of tearing up the agreement. So, what now? We continue to apply pressure on him, but don't forget that the initiative is in our hands now. After saying this, Yuan closed his eyes to experience the soul imprinting ability after the preliminary healing from the cell activation liquid. Though his injuries were not completely healed compared to before, the soul imprinting was now capable of higher intensity perception and exploration. Yuan's mental power spread out like countless tendrils, gently touching and absorbing fragments of ordinary people's memories nearby. This was an efficient method of information gathering that allowed him to quickly understand the surrounding environment, whether there were any suspicious individuals present, whether there was any official intervention, and he could even piece together vague clues about special items or gathering places for psychic individuals from fragmented memories. He had often used this method to search for surrounding intelligence in Angela's rental unit, and it was no different now. Chaotic fragments of consciousness flooded into his mind like grains of sand by the sea, boundless and scattered. There were dinner menus, complaints about working overtime, and whispered exchanges between couples. This was the norm, but soon some unusual grains mixed in, carrying a strong sense of purpose. Received area A has been secured. The target may be in the vicinity of the apartment. Increase vigilance. Something just seemed to sweep through my mind. What a strange sensation. Captain Brian's mental scan covered this area. D734 won't escape. These fragments suddenly pieced together a clear picture. In Yuan's consciousness, FBPA was closing in. Yuan focused his mind, carefully sensing the external situation. Upon detecting a familiar and purpose-driven mental force sharp like a probe, he immediately withdrew his perception, retracting all his spiritual energy deep into his soul. It seemed that the FBPA was conducting a large-scale search operation around this apartment area, clearly deploying psychics, including his old acquaintance, Brian. Strange, how could they find this place? Yuan quickly retraced his steps. After escaping from prison, he had done his utmost to leave no trace, and had not lingered in this apartment or used his abilities extensively. The only reason he came here was that Angela brought him, and Victor was hiding here. He looked at the unconscious Victor on the sofa, and then at Angela beside him. Victor was affiliated with the Vultures, and Angela had ties to both Victor and the Vultures. If the FBPA had traced the Vultures' territory, discovered Victor's disappearance, and knew that he had met with Angela before going missing. So they locked onto Angela from the 4 corpses and traces of battle at that abandoned garment factory. Then by tracking Angela, they followed the clues to find this place. It seemed this was not a random city search, but a targeted hunt. Brian's mental scanning was narrowing the scope, trying to pin them down. There was no time to delay here. This hiding place had been completely exposed. Angela, we must leave here as soon as possible. Yuan opened his eyes, his expression unusually serious, his tone carrying a rare urgency. The FBPA. They have already locked onto this area and are rushing this way. Angela trembled at this statement, her face, once again, filled with fear. FBPA. That mysterious government agency that dealt with supernatural events. Those people are coming after us. They've tracked us to this suburban apartment. How could this happen? Angela murmured softly, as she thought this place was concealed enough to buy Yuan sufficient time. Don't ask why there's no time. Despite his urgent tone, Yuan's mind remained calm. Pack the essentials, we leave immediately. Although Angela was frightened, her resolve was ignited by all they had been through together. She knew this was not the time to hesitate, and quickly returned to the room, haphazardly stuffing some clothes, a small amount of cash, and a set of keys into a tattered cloth bag. What about Victor? Angela asked, pointing at the still unconscious Victor on the sofa. Yuan glanced at Victor, then at the encrypted phone in his hand. Victor had already revealed the core secrets of the Vultures. His value as an intelligence source had been nearly exhausted. Although he was still a bargaining chip against the Vultures, escaping with a severely injured unconscious person under the FBPA's comprehensive pursuit would undoubtedly place himself and Angela in even greater danger. If they left Victor behind, his fate would surely be arrest by the FBPA, followed by interrogation and transfer to the police. Victor was not a tough nut to crack. This was evident from how easily he revealed the Vulture's secrets when Yuan intimidated him. he would undoubtedly not survive the official interrogation. Not to mention how much information he would disclose about himself and Angela. If the officials gained possession of the Vulture's secrets, would they not directly deploy armed forces to eliminate this criminal organization that had plagued Liberty City for years? The Vultures could not fall yet, at least before helping him find the Rainbow Stone. These villains still held some value. Thus the only option left for him was one. Kill him. Yuan's voice was calm, devoid of any emotional fluctuation, as if stating a fact. He knows too much about us. Leaving him for the FBPA would only bring us endless trouble. Angela felt a chilling wave sweep over her. Despite having witnessed Yuan's strength and ruthlessness, hearing him pronounce a death sentence on a living person so casually still made her heart race. She bit her lip, remaining silent. Yuan ignored her reaction and stepped forward, stopping in front of Victor. Victor was pale, his breath weak, completely unaware of the impending doom. Yuan extended his hand, his fingertips pointing at Victor's heart. He did not hesitate, a barely visible telekinetic force sharp as the finest blades silently pierced into Victor's body. Victor's body spasmed violently, his eyes widened in an instant, filled with terror and confusion, yet he made no sound. His breath ceased, and his body fell heavily back against the sofa, eyes staring at the ceiling, completely devoid of life. The entire process took no more than 3 seconds. Angela turned her face away, her stomach churning, as she covered her mouth, fighting the urge to vomit. She understood that Yuan's choice was based on rational judgment, perhaps even the only choice, but that did not mean she could accept it without qualms. She only felt that the man before her was powerful, mysterious, and terrifyingly dangerous. Let's go. Yuan did not look back at Victor, turning to the window and pulling the curtain aside. Outside at the distant street corner, police lights seemed to be flashing, and an oppressive tension filled the air. Brian's mental scan was like an invisible net gradually tightening. Go out the back, Yuan instructed Angela. Don't use the front door, they may have sealed the corridor. Angela took a deep breath, forcing herself not to think about the corpse on the sofa. She picked up the cloth bag filled with essentials and quickly walked to Yuan's side. Yuan quickly surveyed the terrain. Behind this old apartment building was a fire escape leading to the back alley, which was currently the safest exit route. Follow me. Yuan opened the door behind him silently. He did not rush out, but instead listened intently to the sounds in the corridor. The hallway was very quiet, only the faint background noise of the city below. This unusual silence further confirmed his judgment. The FBPA had taken control of the building. They may not have fully grasped their exact location yet, or they might be waiting for more reinforcements. Yuan led Angela, crouching low and moving silently along the corridor, avoiding possible surveillance and lines of sight. Each step he took was cautious as he expanded his telekinetic force to his skin, sensing the faintest fluctuations in the surrounding air. They reached the fire door, and Yuan signaled Angela to step back. He twisted the lock with his telekinesis, producing a barely audible click as he pulled open the fire door, a wave of damp, cold, dusty air rushing in. Outside was a narrow fire escape, the rusted metal frame reflecting dim light in the moonlight, extending down to the ground, where the alley below was littered with debris, dark and deep. Go down, Yuan said, then leaped through the window, first stepping onto the metal ladder. Angela followed, closely, feeling slightly acrophobic, but her survival instinct overcame her fear as she tightly gripped the cold handrail and slowly began to descend. As they climbed halfway down, a loud crash echoed from above. Bang! It was the sound of the apartment door being violently broken open. The FBPA had reached the room. Yuan and Angela's movements instantly quickened, nearly sliding down the ladder. Soon hurried footsteps and shouts could be heard from above. Target in the back alley. They're using the fire escape. Yuan could feel that sharp mental force locking onto them in an instant. Though he concealed his aura under Brian's high-intensity wide-range scan, he and Angela were like two bonfires in the dark. Before they had completely landed, several strong searchlights illuminated them from both ends of the alley, instantly exposing them to the beams of light. Stop! Drop your weapons and surrender. The voice from the loudspeaker echoed in the narrow alley. Armed agents were already positioned on both sides, their guns aimed directly at them. There was no retreat. Yuan shielded Angela behind him, his gaze sweeping over the agents rushing towards them, and then to the end of the alley, where several official vehicles appeared to be parked and more agents were getting out. The telekinetic force within him, which had just stabilized, surged again, no longer under his fine control, but reverting to its most primal and violent form. Surrender. Yuan chuckled lightly, his smile cold as ice. That's not my style. The next moment, an invisible force erupted around him like a tsunami. Yuan's telekinesis erupted like a lit gasoline fuse, explosively spreading outwards with primal and brutal force in the realm of the mind. The chaotic, invisible power surged forth like a tempest, instantly seizing every reachable object in the alleyway. Shattered bricks, rusted metal sheets, twisted steel pipes, and discarded cardboard boxes soaked in sewage. Go! Accompanied by Yuan's suppressed roar, those lifeless objects seemed to be imbued with life, emitting a piercing shriek that transformed into countless projectiles infused with the breath of death, shooting towards the FBPA lines at both ends like a raging storm. This was not a precise strike under meticulous control, but a pure primal, an overwhelming torrent of destruction determined to utterly tear apart any obstacles in its path. The attack was as swift as a tiger leaping from its cage. Once it struck, it would carve a bloody swath through the enemy ranks. However, just as this deadly barrage was about to descend upon the enemy lines in a flash, the temperature in the air seemed to drop instantaneously to the poles. A bone-chilling, piercing cold descended without warning, as if dragging the entire alleyway into an eternal frozen wasteland. Buzz, accompanied by a deep hum, two walls of solid ice gleaming with a ghostly blue light rose up at both ends of Yuan's attack path. The ice walls were so thick they instilled despair, their surfaces smooth as mirrors, exuding a terrifying aura unique to extraordinary power. Boom! With a thunderous crash, Yuan's full-force telekinetic attack, fierce enough to crush everything, struck the two ice walls, producing a deafening sound. Shattered bricks and twisted steel pipes rained down, leaving countless dents on the ice walls, sending ice shards flying and cracks spiderwebbing outwards, yet ultimately failing to penetrate. All attacks were firmly blocked by the sudden appearance of the icy barriers. Amidst the still resounding roar, a figure stepped out from the side, stopping in front of one of the ice walls. It was a tall young man dressed in FBPA uniform. His features were striking, with light golden hair neatly falling at the temples, emanating an aloof and cold aura, as if he were detached from the mundane world. His gaze pierced through the swirling smoke, directly locking onto Yuan, mixed with curiosity, scrutiny, and a hint of an elusive, peculiar brilliance. D734. The man's voice was clear as a spring, yet concealed a thrill of excitement in hunting his prey. To be able to wield telekinesis to this extent in such a short time is indeed surprising. According to our past intelligence archives, you were originally an ordinary person without any abilities, yet the power you exhibit now is already on par with Agent Carter. He stepped closer, narrowing the distance to Yuan, his light-colored eyes tightly gripping him. I am Albert, an elemental ability, user codename Frozen. Albert's gaze roamed over Yuan like invisible tendrils. I want to know how you did it. The awakening of abilities may have its randomness, but the enhancement of power is not something that happens overnight. Moreover, it seems you possess an even more special and forbidden ability. A power capable of copying or even plundering the abilities of others. Yuan did not respond, merely adjusting his breath to regain his state. Given his current condition, the burden from that previous full-force strike was not light. It seems there is more to it than meets the eye. Seeing him silent, Albert's interest only deepened. An ordinary person with no background suddenly awakening a power that can seize from his peers. You are an unprecedented anomaly, a freak sample capable of overturning the existing ability system of the Federation. At this moment, another shadowy figure silently stepped out from beside Albert. It was another FBPA agent, Yuan's old acquaintance Brian. His face was like a frozen mask, devoid of any expression, but his deep-set eyes were as profound as an abyss. His gaze swept past Albert, flitted over Angela, and finally settled on Yuan. The ice wall completely isolated the other agents. At this moment, the narrow alley had become a temporary arena, leaving only Yuan, Angela, and the two before him, Brian and Albert. Agent Brian. Albert nodded slightly to him, his tone laced with unmasked confusion and a hint of dissatisfaction. Is your risk assessment of D734 a bit too cautious? The power and potential he has displayed have already far exceeded the limits of an ordinary class telekinetic user. Brian paid no heed to Albert's question, all his attention focused on Yuan. D734, our patience has worn thin. Not to mention the dubious authenticity of the container clues you provided. Your very existence, that ability to plunder others' powers, is both an unacceptable threat and a sample of great analytical value to us. Abandon any futile resistance and cooperate with us to return. Perhaps you can secure a different future for yourself. My fate is solely in my own hands. Yuan's voice was hoarse, yet each word was resolute, carrying a determination akin to burning bridges. Want to catch me? Then try it. The air suddenly stilled and battle was about to break out. Before his words fell, Albert had already made his move. He raised his hands slightly, and the ground was instantly covered by a layer of rapidly spreading heavy frost. Several crystalline sharp ice spikes burst forth from the ground like venomous snakes, shooting towards Yuan with the sound of rushing wind, while several thin, yet tough ice shields coalesced before him, constructing the first line of defense. Almost simultaneously, Brian launched his attack. He appeared calm on the surface, even his breathing unchanged, yet an invisible, formless mental field surged forth, like a tsunami crashing into the depths of Yuan's consciousness, like countless sharp ice cones brutally assaulting his mental defenses, bringing nearly explosive pain, attempting to tear open his fragile consciousness shield. Under this dual assault, Yuan's face turned as white as paper. Brian's mental onslaught was several times more violent than during the interrogation. Each impact felt like it would shatter his brain into pieces. However, Yuan remained unfazed. Since his initial traverse, he had found a way to deal with Brian's abilities, and now he certainly would not be easily caught off guard. The soul imprint enveloped his mental realm like an invisible mist, isolating Brian's penetrating mental tendrils and mind suggestions. Though it could not be completely blocked, it at least significantly mitigated and weakened the opponent's influence. At the same time, he poured all his mental energy into the telekinesis that originally belonged to Carter, transforming all reachable objects around him into the most primitive and brutal shields and projectiles. Clang! A rusty, twisted metal sheet was suddenly yanked by telekinesis, barely standing before him. With a sharp screech, several relentless ice spikes pierced through it, producing a grating sound as they were finally blocked. Bang! A battered, discarded tire was also violently hurled, enveloped in dust, flying towards Albert. Not to injure him, but merely to disrupt his rhythm. Yuan struggled to control the debris for defense, while the soul imprint functioned like a high-speed processor, rapidly capturing the attack patterns of Albert and Brian. This was a shallow level of information reading manifesting at this moment as a high-dimensional risk prediction. The trajectory of ice spikes, the rhythm of mental probes, the subtle changes in energy fluctuations. Arms, ribs, left knee, thighs. This guy's mental state is still as strange as before. He needs to exert more force to invade. These fleeting warnings allowed Yuan to react in a split-second, sidestepping, twisting his body, or remotely controlling objects for blocking. His figure was awkward, movements hurried, yet he always managed to dodge fatal strikes at the last moment. Even so, Yuan remained firmly suppressed in an absolutely unfavorable position. Every perilous block, every forced evade, came with a massive drain on his mental and physical strength. Albert's ice spikes were like tireless, venomous snakes, relentlessly entangling. Brian's formless mental pressure was like a tide, slow, yet unstoppable, gradually eroding his will and defenses. What was even more dire was that Angela, caught in the battlefield, was frequently on the brink of death. Although Albert's attacks primarily targeted Yuan, the scattering frost and debris hurled by telekinesis were lethal enough for this unarmed, ordinary girl. Sharp ice spikes grazed her clothing, sending fine fibers flying, and flying stones nearly struck her head several times. With each crisis, Yuan had to forcibly extract a strand from his tense mental energy, using telekinesis to roughly throw her towards a further cover. Hide! Yuan gritted his teeth and roared, the anxiety in his heart like a raging fire. Dragging this fragile burden, he couldn't possibly fight with all his might. Angela curled up in the crevice at the edge of the battlefield, her cheeks devoid of color. She watched in terror as this completely surreal, unbelievable battle unfolded before her. Scenes that seemed to belong to mythological tales came to life, terrifyingly real and shockingly overwhelming. The solid ice walls seemed to materialize from nowhere, sealing the entire alleyway seamlessly upon their appearance. Meanwhile, the heavy debris and discarded objects, with just a thought from Yuan, possessed the raw power to crush mountains and split rocks, sweeping everything away with the sound of breaking wind. This was a scene out of a mythological tale playing out vividly before her, so real, it was shocking, and so overwhelming it left her breathless. Angela watched as Yuan desperately defended against the relentless onslaught, while also managing. She could sense the immense pressure Yuan was under, but what moved her more was that this man, depicted as a cold-blooded monster in the news, was still concerned for her safety at such a critical moment. The battle remained stalemated, and Yuan's resilience was beyond expectations, causing Brian and Albert's brows to furrow tighter. Something's amiss. During a lull in the fighting, Brian analyzed in a low voice. His evasion movements and reaction speed are astonishingly precise. This doesn't seem to be based on instinctual nerve reflexes. Could it be some kind of precognition? Albert pondered. The report Carter provided after awakening did indeed contain similar descriptions. He seemed able to foresee attacks in advance, which was one of the reasons for Carter's eventual defeat. Future sight. Probability deduction. No matter what it is, he must quickly grasp its essence. This ability is too tricky. Compared to guessing, Brian preferred to seek answers directly. Thus, he continued to channel his mental strength, shifting the ability from an attack mode to a scanning mode, trying to find a crack in Yuan's mental domain, but unfortunately, he gained little. Having little success with his mental probing, Brian decided to change his strategy and directly asked, D734, is your ability to glimpse fragments of the future? Give up your futile dodging. Every predictive ability has its limits, and we both know that. However, Mo Yuan merely responded with a cold, indifferent gaze, saying nothing. He devoted all his energy to maintaining the precarious balance, resisting the ever-expanding offensive from his opponents with no strength left to pay attention to these verbal probes. Brian found the situation unamusing. Feeling a bit embarrassed, he subtly signaled to Albert. Seeing this, a chilling aura surged around Albert. He no longer held back. Ice spikes and blades transformed into a dense, terrifying barrage sweeping towards them, even beginning to brew a wide-range shockwave capable of freezing everything. Brian's mental pressure also suddenly intensified, like an invisible giant net attempting to capture the fleeting flaws in Mo Yuan's defense. Cough, cough, cough. Mo Yuan could not suppress the bloody foam that erupted from his mouth, as if his lungs were being torn apart. The power within him flowed like a burst dam, an overwhelming sense of weakness crashing over him. Dealing with the combined assault of two equally powered psychics while also having to protect Angela, this heavy burden had far exceeded what his body and spirit could endure. He could not continue like this. A moment's delay meant being completely overwhelmed, captured, and reduced to a specimen on the operating table, or being erased on the spot. The only chance for survival lay in taking a risky gamble. A cold light flashed in Mo Yuan's eyes. He suddenly withdrew the barrier of telekinesis, intentionally releasing some of his strength, adopting a posture of exhaustion. PFF. An ice spike that had barely missed him this time accurately pierced through his left shoulder, bringing a wave of searing pain. Blood instantly splattered out as he let out a muffled groan, his body uncontrollably staggering backward. Almost at the same moment, Brian's cold directive echoed, "Capture him alive." Albert charged and immediately freeze his limbs. Albert's eyes flickered with a glint of excited coldness. This was the flaw he had been waiting for. Without a moment's hesitation, he darted toward Mo Yuan like an arrow released from its bow, quickly condensing a layer of chilling ice crystals in his palm, preparing for close-range freezing. Now is the time. In an instant, as Albert closed in within 3 meters, poised to strike, a fierce light erupted from Mo Yuan's eyes. Gathering all his strength, he braved the excruciating pain from his pierced shoulder and abruptly twisted his body, his right hand cutting with surgical precision, seizing Albert's wrist as he lunged. At the moment of contact, it felt as if two worlds collided violently. Mo Yuan's eyes were bloodshot as he nearly ground his teeth, frantically pouring the remnants of his mental strength into Albert's body, targeting the source of his ice-controlling powers. Following Carter, the deep soul imprint against psychics was once again activated. Ah! Albert let out an inhumanly shrill wail, his body convulsing violently, as if electrocuted. He sensed a cold, savage, and insatiable power like a malevolent ghost preying upon him, ruthlessly tearing through his mental defenses, frantically gnawing and plundering every fragment of his authority and understanding regarding ice elements. That pain originating from the depths of his soul shattered all his will to resist, instantly stripping him of all control over his body and abilities. In that moment, it felt as if an eternity had passed. Mo Yuan's vision darkened, his consciousness nearly plunging into the abyss, and a pain more intense than when he had robbed Carter erupted deep within his soul. Forcing a second ability imprint on top of his unhealed injuries was a devastating strain on his spirit and soul. Warm blood surged forth again from his nostrils and ears, and every inch of his bones and muscles felt as if they were ground into powder, suffering immensely. But he succeeded. A bone-chilling coldness, along with an instinctive grasp and profound understanding of ice elements, flooded into his consciousness like an Arctic river bursting its banks, taking root and sprouting alongside the frantic telekinetic seed deep within his soul. Before long, Albert's convulsions ceased, collapsing like a heap of rags onto the ground, his eyes bulging, pupils unfocused, and his frost powers receding like a tide, utterly reduced to a powerless shell. Mo Yuan's body swayed like a candle in the wind, struggling to hold on, feeling two forces within him, each entirely different, yet equally powerful. The soul-rending pain continued to spread, yet he forcibly suppressed it with his fierce will, maintaining an outward appearance of calm. He took a breath, his gaze sweeping over the fallen Albert, then turning toward Brian, who stood silently not far away. Mo Yuan had no intention of wasting words. He deliberately took slow steps toward him. Upon witnessing Albert fall, Brian's pupils suddenly contracted. He clearly saw Albert's powerful mental field collapse entirely at the moment of contact, while Mo Yuan now emanated an aura that, while still related to ice elements, felt far more eerie and dangerous. This guy can truly replicate abilities, and so swiftly and thoroughly, like a predator devouring its prey. As Brian saw Mo Yuan approaching step by step, a bone-chilling dread surged through him from deep within his spine, accompanied by an uncontrollable fear. This monster, capable of easily seizing the powers of others, was approaching him with ill intentions. What he intended to do was clearly evident. Damn it. Retreat immediately. Create distance. I absolutely cannot let him touch me. Brian's heart surged with turmoil, instinctively retreating backward. The face that had always been calm now flickered with a visible hint of panic. However, what Brian did not know was that Mo Yuan had no intention of attacking him just yet. Seeing Brian retreat, Mo Yuan suddenly halted and rushed toward Angela, who was curled up in the corner, trembling like a leaf. He yanked her up. "Run!" Mo Yuan shouted lowly, taking Angela with him, not looking back as they dashed toward the end of the alley past the ice wall that had melted away with Albert's fall. As the ice wall dissipated, it revealed a dense mass of FBPA agents behind. They held their weapons, expressions tense. Clearly, Mo Yuan's previous telekinetic attack, even if weakened by the ice wall, had left them shaken. They were now on high alert, reorganizing their blockade. Seeing the two break through, the agents instinctively raised their weapons, attempting to tighten the encirclement. Mo Yuan's eyes flashed coldly, and without a second thought, he detonated the residual telekinesis within him. Boom! The trash cans and construction debris piled at the alley entrance exploded into countless fragments, carrying astonishing kinetic energy, sweeping out like buckshot, scattering the agent's formation into disarray, screams ringing out, creating an instant chaos. "Oh, cover! Cover! My eyes! What happened? What was that?" "Spread out. Quickly spread out. He's out." For a moment, dust and debris filled the air, chaos spreading through the FBPA's line. Seeing the FBPA's defense line torn apart, Mo Yuan unhesitatingly activated the elemental control powers he had just seized from Albert. This power felt like a part of his body, more aligned with his intentions than the crude telekinesis, cool and smooth in its execution. This power felt like a part of his body, more aligned with his intentions than the crude telekinesis, cool and smooth in its execution. Crack, crack. The ice spread across the ground at a visible speed, thickening rapidly, while numerous large, menacing ice spikes erupted from the earth, like natural sharp teeth, instantly splitting the alley in two, completely severing the connection between the agents in front and behind. The chaotic debris, the barrier of ice spikes, the obstruction of vision. Mo Yuan used his acquired dual abilities to forcibly carve a bloody path. The sewer. Desperation awakened Angela's latent survival instincts. She was familiar with this neighborhood and shouted hoarsely the only possible escape route, suddenly pulling Mo Yuan off course, racing towards an inconspicuous manhole cover heavily covered by an iron plate. "Get back!" Mo Yuan activated his telekinesis, the heavy manhole cover flying off with a screech of metal, revealing a dark, bottomless passageway below. Without a moment's hesitation, Mo Yuan grabbed Angela and dove into the underground labyrinth filled with the stench of decay and unknown dangers. Behind them, Brian stood silently, his gaze fixed firmly on the entrance of the sewer. He did not rashly pursue. The chaos in the alley had not yet settled, and Mo Yuan's unpredictable abilities, along with the complex spiderweb-like sewer system below, rushing in now would be equivalent to walking into a trap. He looked around, his eyes passing over Albert's stiff body, over the injured sprawled on the ground, and over the battlefield that had been shattered by ice spikes and debris. The air was charged with two completely different abilities, telekinesis and ice element control. They mixed and intertwined, emanating an eerie quality that sent chills deep into Brian's heart. At this moment, Brian was utterly convinced that this D-734, the terrorist who had escaped from the highest security prison of the Federation, this monster that could plunder the powers of others. The danger level had far exceeded what he could handle. Brian stood in place for a long time until the agents responsible for the aftermath cautiously approached to report. He closed his eyes, taking a deep breath of the cold wind, slowly suppressing the rising sense of dread within. When he reopened his eyes, they had regained their usual depth and rationality, but now bore an added weight of seriousness that had not been there before. Seal off the surrounding neighborhoods and immediately conduct a comprehensive search of the sewer system. Notify the medical team to rush to the scene and attend to the agents injured in this pursuit operation. I need to report to the higher-ups immediately. Brian looked up at the overcast sky above, suddenly feeling an instinctive intuition this hunt would likely continue for a long time, and the prey was becoming increasingly powerful and dangerous at a speed they could not comprehend. The sewer system of Freedom City resembles the vast and decaying veins of this city, winding and coiling in the cold underground. The air is thick with an indescribable mixed odor, decayed organic matter, the acrid scent of industrial waste, and the musty smell of dampness that hasn't seen the light of day for a long time, intertwining to create a nauseating, unique atmosphere belonging to the shadows of the city. In the narrow passage overhead are intersecting pipes dripping with water, while the ground beneath is slick and wet. Occasionally one can catch a glimpse of rats darting through the darkness. This is a chasm untouched by sunlight, a breeding ground for countless secrets and evils. Above, the muffled roar of vehicles rolling over manhole covers occasionally resonates like a giant whispering. Mo Yuan, supported by Angela, struggles to navigate this labyrinthine underground space. The wound on his left shoulder, pierced by an ice pick, burns fiercely, forcibly imprinted with the soul-rending sensation and mental exhaustion brought by Albert's ability reminiscent of the feelings during his initial imprinting of Carter, making each step feel like walking on the edge of a blade. The cell activation fluid, while it has repaired the neural damage caused during the initial imprinting of Carter's ability and somewhat improved his neural resilience, still pushed him beyond the limits of what he could bear to re-imprint Albert's ability in such a short time. That familiar sting felt like fine needles piercing from deep within his brain, seemingly signaling a tendency for the neural injuries to relapse. Angela held on to Yuan tightly, her body trembling slightly from fear and exhaustion, yet her gaze was remarkably steadfast. Everything that had transpired a few hours ago felt like a nightmare, yet also like a miracle. She had never imagined she could survive the FBPA's pursuit, especially Yuan, who in that chaotic and dangerous environment shielded her with his actions. This experience was like a brand deeply etched into her heart, completely dispelling the remnants of fear and distrust she held towards Yuan, replaced by a profound reverence and dependency. She clearly realized that she had been thoroughly pulled into Yuan's world, identified by the FBPA as his accomplice, and she had no means of self-preservation. If she wished to survive, Yuan would be her only source of power. As Yuan walked, he continually utilized the soul imprint, extending his mental power like invisible tendrils to survey the surrounding environment. He could sense the faint mental fluctuations of ordinary homeless individuals and underground residents nearby, their chaotic, trivial thoughts filled with the pressure of survival, flooding in like background noise. However, he found no threatening mental fields or those belonging to FBPA agents with special frequencies. It seems they have temporarily shaken off their pursuers. Huff. Are we safe now? Angela gasped, her voice tinged with relief after the calamity. Yuan did not answer immediately. After confirming that there were no anomalies in the surroundings, he slowly retracted his mental power. For now we are safe. Yuan replied hoarsely, his voice deepened by weakness. But the FBPA will not give up. They will soon expand their search radius, including the sewer system. This is inevitable. I need to find a place to rest first, preferably somewhere cleaner. The conditions in the sewer are too harsh for recovery. Angela looked at Yuan's pale face and tightly furrowed brows, knowing his injuries were severe. She tried to lighten the mood, forcing a reluctant smile. Hey, at least we made it out right. Those FBPA people. They seemed impressive, but not as clever as expected, as they let us slip away right under. She paused, her tone tinged with self-deprecation and helplessness. Like most official departments, they look glamorous, but are astonishingly inefficient. And those politicians always blabbing on TV, when something happens they run faster than anyone. I've often heard people say that Freedom City's sewer system operates with far more efficiency than the city hall. At least it really flushes things away, unlike those bureaucrats who just pile up problems, making them grow bigger. In Angela's joke, there lies a deep-rooted disappointment and powerlessness towards this city and society, as well as a sense of confusion and anxiety for the future. Yuan saw through the helplessness and confusion Angela hid behind her smile. He understood what she was worried about. Angela had clearly been identified by the FBPA as his accomplice, and during the recent battle Albert's attacks had never spared her. If she fell into the hands of the authorities, her fate would not be much better than his, and her future might be even dimmer than this pitch-black sewer. Yuan felt powerless in this regard, at least for now, but he could offer her a choice. Once I resolve my issues and completely heal. Yuan's voice was somewhat low, tinged with fatigue. I will find a way to give you the ability to protect yourself, to become a superhuman, to seize your own destiny. Angela's eyes widened in shock. The thought of becoming a superhuman, like Yuan, possessing extraordinary power, was something she had never dared to dream of. Can I really? She asked softly, her voice trembling with desire. Perhaps it is possible. Yuan did not offer 100% guarantee. The awakening of abilities was fraught with uncertainty. He wasn't sure if he could successfully master the methods the authorities use to trigger ordinary individuals' awakening of powers in the future, but he was willing to try. Yuan paused, looking into Angela's eyes. In the end, whether you are willing to follow me will be entirely up to you. Angela's heart raced. This promise was far too tempting for her. If she could possess power, she would no longer have to be at the mercy of others, viewed as a mere insect by various forces, suffocating under pressure. But Angela also understood how rare and mysterious superhumans were. Yuan himself was gravely injured, and the path ahead was uncertain. She didn't hold much hope for becoming a superhuman, as she simply buried this desire deep within her heart. I don't know. Angela shook her head, her expression complex. But thank you regardless. She looked at Yuan's pale face, her tone becoming serious. The most important thing now is you. You must heal quickly. Our survival depends entirely on you. I will do everything I can to assist in your recovery. You can entrust anything to me. Yuan nodded, not saying much more. He knew Angela's gratitude and promise were sincere. This woman, despite being in dire straits, still retained a rare kindness and resilience, which perhaps was why they had managed to stick together until now. After that, the two fell silent, with Angela supporting Mo Yuan as they navigated the complex passages They avoided the main thoroughfare and slipped into some narrow, abandoned tributaries. The air here was even more polluted, but the advantage was its concealment. Finally, after a few minutes, they found a relatively dry platform, which seemed to be a former maintenance area, with a few broken concrete slabs on the ground, better than the damp, muddy floor. Mo Yuan leaned against the wall and slowly sat down, letting out a long breath. Angela sat beside him, vigilantly observing their surroundings. Mo Yuan closed his eyes, calming the surging energy within him. The two seeds of extraordinary abilities stirred restlessly deep in his soul, like two wild beasts forcibly confined together. He needed time to digest and tame this power, and even more to thoroughly heal the wounds of his soul. The neural burden caused by imprinting Albert might require new cell activation fluid to alleviate it, so as to prevent old injuries from recurring. However, Mo Yuan understood that simply relying on cell activation fluid was insufficient. He also needed rainbow light stones to truly stabilize and merge these powers. Mo Yuan thought of the vulture. The last time that guy sent someone to deliver the cell activation fluid, it was robbed from a transport convoy of a therapeutic clinic, and the quantity should have been substantial, but he received only one dose, which was clearly held back. Now he needed more cell activation fluid, and the rainbow light stones must be obtained as soon as possible. It was necessary to contact the vulture immediately to address these matters. Mo Yuan pulled out the encrypted phone from his pocket. This was his only channel of communication with the vulture. He dialed the vulture's number, and after a short while the call connected, and the vulture's hoarse voice came through, tinged with an unusual urgency and probing. "Hello. Is it you? I heard that the FBPA made a big move in the west of the city today, quite a commotion. Is it?" Mo Yuan felt a bit surprised internally, but maintained a calm exterior. He thought for a few seconds before calmly admitting yes. The other end fell into brief silence, followed by the vulture's meaningful laughter. D734. A zealot of the Weaver cult. "It really is you." The vulture's tone held no surprise, but rather a sense of confirmation, as if it were an expected outcome. Mo Yuan's heart stirred. The vulture actually knew his prison code name and identity, even being aware of today's capture operation. This indicated that the vulture's influence was far greater than he had imagined, possessing considerable sway within the government, or at least within the intelligence system. "I need more cell activation fluid." Mo Yuan cut straight to the point, ignoring the vulture's probing. "And the rainbow light stones. Have you found any leads?" The vulture sneered, his voice turning much harsher. "Activation fluid. Rainbow stones. You are now the #1 wanted criminal of the FBPA. Do you think you can still negotiate terms with me as before? Don't forget, even though the encrypted phone you are using can't be monitored for content, its location is not an issue. If I reveal your whereabouts to the FBPA, how far do you think you can run?" The vulture threatened Mo Yuan, in return his voice betraying a hint of uncontainable pride. "What about Victor?" The vulture then asked. "How is he doing now? Is he with you?" Mo Yuan remained unperturbed, replying calmly, "Victor? He's already dead." The other end fell into silence once more. The vulture seemed taken aback by Mo Yuan's straightforward admission. "You killed him, The vulture's voice brimmed with barely suppressed fury. "Indeed, I killed him with my own hand," Mo Yuan stated candidly, "to prevent him from being captured by the authorities and revealing your dirty dealings. See, I treat you well, don't I?" This explanation amused the vulture, who burst into a coarse laughter, but within that laughter lay a hint of helplessness. Mo Yuan's intent was clear. As long as the authorities did not directly grasp his incriminating evidence, they could always use it to blackmail him. Victor's death was merely Mo Yuan's means of maintaining exclusive possession of this confidential information. However, considering the problem from another angle, Mo Yuan wasn't entirely wrong in doing this. After all, since Victor couldn't withstand Mo Yuan's interrogation and had leaked the intel, who could guarantee that he wouldn't reiterate his testimony after being captured by the authorities? Allowing Mo Yuan to retain all his incriminating evidence was far better than letting the authorities grasp it directly, and at least the fragile cooperative relationship between the two sides remained intact for now. "Now listen to me." Mo Yuan did not give the vulture much time to think, his voice carrying a powerful confidence and sense of pressure. Today, under the intricate net laid by the FBPA, facing the two elite superhumans, Brian and Albert. I don't know if you've heard of their names, but it doesn't matter. What matters is that I took down Albert, forced Brian back, and ultimately carved out a bloody path amidst their pursuit and blockade, successfully escaping. Mo Yuan paused, his tone turning cold. "Vulture, how many people in your gang can I kill? If your subordinates are all as weak as Victor, how long do you think it will take me to find you and personally annihilate your forces? You can take a gamble and see whether the FBPA kills me first or I find you first. At that point, you won't even need to wait for me to expose your dirty deeds. EY alone would be enough to turn everything you have into nothing." The vulture fell silent, and Mo Yuan could hear his heavy breathing through the phone. Moments later, the vulture's voice spoke again, laced with a hint of forced bravado. "Don't be too arrogant. My gang has abilities too. At worst, we can both perish together. Although he said this, the firmness in the vulture's tone had vanished, replaced by a clear sense of retreat. Is that so? Yuan chuckled disdainfully. F-class. Or E-class. How long do you think they can hold me off? Don't go too far. D734. The vulture snapped angrily. Haven't we cooperated well before? You want the cell activation liquid and rainbow stones, I can help you find them, but you can't threaten me like this. This isn't a threat, it's a fact. Yuan said nonchalantly, since you're willing to continue cooperating, then show some sincerity. Hand over all the cell activation liquid you have, and keep searching for the rainbow stones with all your might. The vulture fell silent for a moment, but ultimately conceded. Alright, I promise you we'll have someone deliver the stock of cell activation liquid to you, and you'll have people continue searching for the rainbow stones. Is that acceptable? Very well. Yuan nodded in satisfaction. I also need a concealed safe house tonight. The vulture agreed to this condition rather readily, perhaps wanting to end this unequal negotiation quickly, or perhaps hoping to gain control over Yuan's movements through the safe house. No problem, the vulture said. I have an apartment near River Bay University that is usually unoccupied and quite concealed. They'll send the address to your phone. Deliver the activation liquid there. After Yuan finished speaking, he hung up the phone and said to Angela, let's go to the place the vulture gave us. Angela clearly had enough of the filthy and chaotic environment of the sewer. Upon hearing Yuan's words, she nodded without hesitation. As the two left the sewer and emerged to the surface, the night had completely enveloped Freedom City. The air was no longer the murky stench of the sewer, but rather fresh with the scent of rain-soaked earth and the unique hustle and bustle of the city. The yellow streetlights cast long shadows behind them. Not far from where Yuan and Angela had just walked out, they encountered a few wandering homeless men in a dark street corner. These men wore tattered clothes, their eyes clouded, and upon seeing them in the darkness, a glint of greed flashed in their eyes as they slowly encircled them. Stop. Hand over all the money on you right now. Otherwise, don't blame us for being rude. One of the homeless men shouted, shaking a rusty steel pipe in his hand, while another brandished a knife with a chip out of it, revealing a fierce expression. Yuan glanced at them, without even slowing his pace, merely waving his hand, unleashing an invisible telekinetic force that sent several homeless men crashing to the ground. The steel pipe and knife flew from their grips, clashing against the wall with a crisp sound. They fell in disarray, unable to get up for a while. Yuan approached one of the fallen homeless men, bent down and rummaged through his pockets, pulling out crumpled bills and some loose change, also taking off a relatively clean coat. The coat carried an unpleasant smell of sweat and smoke, but it was at least better than the clothes soaked with sewer water they had been wearing. Seeing this, Angela did the same, rummaging through another homeless man's pockets for some valuables and swapping for a coat that could barely fit. The two discarded their original clothes in a trash bin in the corner, disguising themselves simply. Much better, Angela said quietly. Although the clothes carried an unpleasant odor, they at least made them look less conspicuous and easier to blend into the crowd. Before leaving, Yuan's gaze swept over the ragged, dazed homeless men. The shadows of the weaving fate cult from the original owner's memories and the vulture's unsavory gang dealings involuntarily surfaced in his mind, and he turned to Angela and asked, has the social environment in the Yigo Empire been this chaotic for all these years? Angela replied, a trace of bitterness flashing across her face as she nodded vigorously, yes, it's getting worse. It was better a few years ago, or at least on the surface things seemed manageable. But these past few years the economy has been declining and the government has done nothing. More and more people are unemployed, and those who can't survive have come to the streets. She paused, her tone revealing an uncontrollable indignation. Those old men in Congress and those bureaucrats who are just filling positions spend all day vying for power and profit, completely ignoring the plight of the lower-class citizens. The ballots that decide who can take office are all in the hands of those big financial magnates. Especially that Prime Minister Harold West, he's simply useless. It's precisely because they are ineffective that all sorts of cults, gangs, and fraud groups have emerged, leaving Freedom City in chaos. Yuan did not comment on Angela's political remarks. Her words led him to ponder deeper questions. In Carter's memories, those powerful ability users, class, and even the legendary class, what roles did they play in the chaotic society of the Yigo Empire? Were they also part of the rulers Angela mentioned? What unknown impacts did the existence of ability users have on the historical trajectory of this country? Clearly, this world has the existence of extraordinary powers, and it seems to have existed for a long time, yet how come from the current state of societal development, it bears no difference from the countries of his past life? Why does the government maintain the facade, preventing the public from knowing the truth about supernatural abilities? Is it merely to maintain social stability? This seems somewhat illogical. These questions took root in Yuan's heart like seeds, stirring a strong desire for exploration, but he knew that now was not the time to inquire about these matters. Angela was just an ordinary girl and could not possibly understand these secrets. Yuan temporarily set aside his curiosity, deciding that he would surely seek to understand the true nature of this world when the opportunity arose. Next, Mo Yuan took out his phone, glanced at the address the vulture had given, identified the direction, and headed towards River Bay University with Angela. His weary body was sending strong signals of protest. They needed to reach that safe house quickly to rest. Meanwhile, in the city center inside the Yigo Empire's Congress building, this magnificent building was brightly lit in the night, symbolizing the power core of the empire. The marble floor was as smooth as a mirror, and the tall columns stood solemnly. In a spacious office, the air was filled with the scent of ancient books, aged wood, and faint ink. Brian stood in the center of the room, straight-backed, reporting today's operations to his superior. Sitting behind the desk was an elderly white man with a full head of silver hair, dressed in a well-tailored uniform, his sharp and profound gaze seeming to see through everything. He was Cesare Beaumont, director of the FBPA's Action Department and a member of Congress codenamed the Bishop. Apart from the known telekinesis and replication abilities, he also exhibited the ability to manipulate ice elements at the end. I must say he is the most troublesome opponent we've encountered in years. Brian described Mo Yuan's abilities during the fight with a grim expression, his tone tinged with a lingering sense of trepidation. Cesare did not show any signs of surprise. After quietly listening to Brian's report, he simply asked, "Does your ability have any effect on him?" Brian hesitated for a moment, and then confirmed, "Yes, Director, I read some images from his mind, though they were quite vague, but—" "No, Brian." Cesare interrupted him directly. "If your ability truly worked on him, then today's operation wouldn't have resulted in this outcome. What you described as your ability working is merely your own assumption." Cesare leaned forward, slightly analyzing with calmness. "Based on the current situation, you probably never truly scanned his real thoughts from start to finish. Instead, you were misled by him, exposing some of your own intentions." Brian suddenly raised his head, shock written all over his face. His proud mind interference ability had actually been manipulated by the other party. Cesare leaned back in his chair, his fingers lightly tapping on the desk, producing a rhythmic sound. "If my judgment is correct, this D-734, the abilities he possesses may not be limited to these three you've seen. Replicating powers, telekinesis, ice manipulation, plus his ability to mislead your mental scanning. This is at least the fourth ability, leaning towards defense or disguise in the mental domain." He paused for a moment, his gaze becoming even more profound, and in that chaotic predicament, he was able to accurately judge your and Albert's attack intentions, even anticipating your actions and countering accordingly. Just as you analyze, this is not a reactionary response. It resembles a prejudgment, an unknown foresight ability, which is the fifth. Brian gasped in shock, his body trembling slightly. 5 abilities, and 2 of them were types they had never seen before, mental and foresight. This completely overturned his understanding of ability users. In Brian's known world, abilities were talents, the only marks imprinted deep within the soul. An ability user could only awaken and strengthen a single ability throughout their life, which was a recognized ironclad rule in the ability community and the foundation upon which the Federal Ability Database was established. However, D-734, this guy who escaped from prison, was like a walking ability aggregate, going from nothing to 5 abilities in such a short time. He was not an anomaly. He was a rule breaker, a monster that could not be understood or accommodated by the existing system. The fear brought by this realization even exceeded the dread of the unknown power itself. "Brian, if there's any further news about this D-734, just inform me directly." Cesare stood up, stretching his slightly stiff body after sitting for a long time, a grim smile appearing on his face. "Rather than letting you all send your head's abilities and experiences to that guy in waves, it's indeed more reliable for me to act personally." Brian was taken aback for a moment, then respectfully lowered his head, concealing the shock and a hint of inexplicable anticipation in his eyes. He whispered, "Director, are you saying?" He was well aware of the terrifying nature of his superior, a power level that far surpassed his own Carter's and Albert's class abilities. Cesare Beaumont, codenamed the Bishop, was one of the few top ability users who achieved class evaluation in the FBPA, the undisputed pillar of the agency. Within the FBPA, especially for those core ability users like them, the Bishop represented an almost absolute authority and overwhelming power. Although the Bishop seemed to only differ from him by 1 ability level in the exceedingly difficult upgrading system of ability users, the gap of 1 level often represented an insurmountable chasm. After all, most ability users in the Empire could never upgrade in their lifetime, usually remaining at the level they awakened at until death. Moreover, a class ability level, when combined with the Bishop's terrifying rule-based abilities, Holy Sanctuary, meant that even among ability users of the same level, there was hardly any chance to fight back in front of the Bishop. It could be said that aside from the elusive director and the 3 vice directors who were often away, the Bishop was the strongest within the FBPA. The address provided by the Vulture is located in a dilapidated apartment complex near Heaven University, where the outer walls of the buildings are modeled, the windows are worn, exuding a stark contrast of decay to the glimmering center of the city. This place, seemingly forgotten by everyone, is a perfect hiding spot for Mo Yuan. As he pushed open the apartment door, a musty odor of long-sealed air and dust hit him. The room is small and sparsely furnished, containing only the most basic furniture, but at least it is livable. Upon entering, Angela almost instantly collapsed against the door, her tense body finally releasing some of the overwhelming pressure. She gasped for breath, tears blurring her vision, not from grievance or sorrow, but from a physiological reaction to the immense stress. Yuan did not relax in the slightest. Each escape from death is merely a fleeting survival. The soul wounds and nerve burdens inflicted by forcibly inscribing two types of supernatural powers within him felt like a bomb ready to explode at any moment, and the FBPA's pursuit net had only temporarily diverted its course, not truly torn apart. He was acutely aware that this time he was facing the elite of the FBPA, Albert and Brian. But what about next time? The downfall of these two would only alert even more powerful existences. Since the ego empire has class supernatural beings, then class and class, as well as those vague and terrifying descriptions from Carter's memory, top-tier powers capable of changing the course of war would likely be drawn into this chase due to his abnormal characteristics. In his current state, even possessing two-class supernatural abilities for direct combat was hardly sufficient to face enemies of that level. He must quickly resolve his injuries and find ways to enhance his strength to survive in this crisis-laden otherworld. Scanning the room, Yuan immediately noticed a brand new paper box on the table that was incongruous with the surrounding old furniture. It must have been something the vulture arranged to have delivered in advance. Without a moment's hesitation, Yuan walked straight to the table, deftly opening the box. What came into view was a row of neatly arranged test tubes emanating a cold blue light. It was precisely the cell activation fluid he needed at the moment. Yuan took out a test tube, the icy sensation transmitting to his palm. "Is this sent by the vulture?" Angela noticed the test tube in his hand, her voice tinged with surprise, clearly not expecting the other party to act so quickly. "Yes," Yuan replied succinctly without elaborating. He twisted open the cap, and under Angela's tense gaze he tilted his head back and drank the liquid in one go. Immediately a tearing pain surged through him again. Although it was less intense than the first time he consumed it, it was still unbearable. Yuan's body tightened, gritting his teeth as a suppressed roar forced its way from his throat. Cold sweat instantly covered his forehead, and his knuckles turned slightly white from exertion. Seeing him in such agony, Angela's face turned pale, and she instinctively took 2 steps back, anxiously asking, "Oh my God, are you okay?" After a long few minutes, the effects of the drug finally began to dissipate. Yuan collapsed onto the floor, gasping for breath as his body continued to tremble uncontrollably. After a while, Yuan slowly stood up from the floor, taking a deep breath. "I feel much better now." Through his subtle awareness of his body, Yuan was gratified that this pain was not in vain. The nerves damaged and distressed by inscribing Albert's supernatural power were being gently nourished and repaired by a warm and powerful force, completely eliminating the risk of old injuries flaring up. Deep within his soul, the 2 restless seeds of psychokinesis and ice elements were still repelling each other, yet his body had shown a noticeable increase in tolerance towards their existence. Based on the comparative analysis of the 2 times he consumed the cell activation fluid, Yuan estimated that with another 1 or 2 doses, even if he were to continue inscribing supernatural powers, he would no longer need the cell activation fluid to alleviate side effects. By that time, his body would surely possess sufficient resilience. Taking advantage of the lull in Yuan's pain, Angela took out a roll of gauze from her bag and carefully tended to the recently reopened wound on his left shoulder. "The wound has reopened again," Angela said softly, her tone laced with concern. "Be careful, don't move anymore." "What exactly is this activation fluid? Why does it always trigger such intense reactions?" "It can repair nerve damage, and its effects are remarkably significant." Yuan's voice was somewhat hoarse, but his gaze had already regained clarity. "As you can see, the process of consumption is quite painful, but it can also strengthen the resilience of the body and nervous system. It's akin to a gymnast stretching their ligaments for the first time. It is both a torment and a strengthening process. I estimate that after a few more times my body will adapt to this energy shock." He watched Angela's focused side profile as she bandaged him, her serious expression adding a rare sense of authenticity to the rundown apartment. Yuan pondered for a moment and added solemnly, "If you really become a supernatural being in the future, you might consider trying this stuff. Although it's tough to endure, its effects are indeed remarkable." Angela nearly dropped the bandage in her hands. "Try it. Are you joking? I just saw you in so much pain. I would rather be an ordinary person for life than endure that unhuman suffering." She pouted, her tone laced with lingering fear and instinctive aversion. "Besides, didn't you say that supernatural beings awaken through either awakening or unknown technologies? This activation fluid looks more like a death warrant." Yuan looked at her calmly. "Power never appears out of thin air. Any method to gain extraordinary abilities, whether through awakening or unknown technologies, comes at a cost, I believe. Do you think those supernatural beings' powerful abilities just fell from the sky? The trials and pains they have endured are likely far greater than this. Angela fell silent. On the surface, she nodded, seemingly agreeing with Mo Yuan's words, but deep down she still found this life-risking method too hard to accept. Those extraordinary powers are certainly tempting, but is the price truly worth it? She had seen too many patients who chose to give up on treatment because they could not bear the pain on the hospital bed. It was not just a physical ordeal, but a collapse of the spirit. Mo Yuan noticed the lingering doubt in Angela's eyes, guessed her thoughts, and chose not to say more. Everyone measures sacrifice and value differently. For Mo Yuan, now surviving and becoming stronger is the only goal, and he can endure any pain. But for Angela, it may not be the same. There is no point in saying more at this moment. It is better to wait for the future, letting her witness and choose for. A night has passed, and Mo Yuan's physical strength and spirit have begun to recover. He did not waste this precious time of tranquility, seizing every moment to adapt to and explore the power within him, while also reviewing and summarizing the battle that took place in the alley behind the apartment yesterday. Mo Yuan sat upright on the sofa, closing his eyes, replaying the thrilling scene of the battle in the alley yesterday, a confrontation with Albert and Brian that was arguably the most direct and perilous combat experience he had faced since his crossing. Compared to the night of the prison break facing Carter, the class agent with crude telekinesis who relied more on brute physical strength, felt more like a life-and-death gamble where victory depended on whether he could make a fatal connection before being crushed. The battle process was straightforward. The opponent's use of abilities was quite singular, and his responses relied more on the combat instincts of his original body and the thought perception that came with the soul imprint. Yesterday's situation was entirely different. Albert was proficient in ice element manipulation, making his combat style more agile, while Brian's intangible and formless mental abilities posed a far greater sense of oppression than physical attacks. Any other ability user of the same level would have had no chance of survival in such a besieged situation. It was a joint strangulation from multiple directions and dimensions, one side constructing physical barriers, while the other eroded the mental defenses. In a state of physical weakness, unstable abilities, and the need to protect Angela, escaping from such a predicament was nothing short of miraculous. It was a miracle accomplished by willpower, experience, and the cheat-like nature of the soul imprint serving as a comprehensive baptism for his current ability system. Mo Yuan evaluated his power system with the core being his unique soul imprint, which was not merely an ability, but more like the essence of his soul's transformation, capable of connecting, analyzing, and even replicating others' skills and abilities. The most direct manifestation of this essence was the two abilities he had acquired from Carter and Albert: telekinesis and ice element manipulation. The former was wild and violent, serving as a direct means to counter physical threats, while the latter was pure and sharp, acting as a blade to interfere with the environment and targets. The soul imprint itself was subtly transforming him, granting him some inherent passive advantages: resistance to mental disturbances, vague premonitions of danger, and the ability to read fragments of others' thoughts and memories. However, the soul trauma caused by forcibly imprinting abilities was like a festering sore, leaving the energy within him in turmoil. The existing telekinesis and ice element manipulation resembled two untamed wild horses urgently needing integration and stabilization. Therefore, the most pressing matter before him remained finding the rainbow stone to thoroughly repair his soul, allowing these powers to truly merge into one. Only on this basis could he refine his control over existing powers and advance to a higher level. Finally, the most profound aspect was to continue exploring the essence and boundaries of the soul imprint. Could it imprint higher-level, more complex abilities? Besides reading and copying, were there other potentials to be uncovered? What was its limit? These unknowns concealed the possibility of surpassing his limits, and were his greatest trump card in this life-and-death gamble. Mo Yuan was acutely aware that the battle with Albert and Brian had exposed part of his abilities. Next time, the FBPA would undoubtedly send a more powerful and targeted lineup, perhaps even someone of bishop level from Brian's memories. He had to race against time, striving to grow stronger before that net tightened completely. In this cramped apartment room, Mo Yuan began training in the fine control of his abilities. With a slight mental push, the dust particles on the ground slowly began to lift. Mo Yuan attempted to make them move along a specific trajectory while condensing the faint moisture in the air into ice, shaping it with telekinesis. "What are you doing?" Angela asked, curiously watching the tiny ice crystals floating in the air and Mo Yuan's frowning, sweat-beaded forehead. "Practicing the use of my power." Mo Yuan replied succinctly, trying to merge them, freezing and shaping with ice the attraction and repulsion of telekinesis. They don't belong to the same system, and their compatibility is low, but if they can be cleverly combined, the potential will be astonishing. As he spoke, a small ice spike suddenly accelerated, precisely piercing through a worn-out can in the room, producing a faint puff sound. Angela watched the bizarre scene, unable to help but rub her arms, feeling uneasy all over. Can abilities really merge like this? Generally, they cannot be merged. After all, every ability user only possesses one ability. Mo Yuan's tone carried a sense of exploration for the unknown, so the difficulty is very high. It can even be said to be a forbidden domain. The FBPA may have related research, or they may not. That is not my concern. Mo Yuan paused, a glimmer of anticipation flashing in his eyes, but if it can be achieved, its effects would far exceed those of a single power, such as using frost to adhere to objects, increasing mass, changing forms, using telekinesis to accelerate throws, or directly manipulating ice crystals with telekinesis for indirect attacks or precise strikes. This requires repeated attempts to find the balance. He casually manipulated a few ice crystals, making them revolve around Angela's head. She felt a chill and couldn't help but shiver. While becoming proficient in direct combat abilities, Mo Yuan did not neglect the in-depth exploration of the soul imprint. In a relatively safe environment with a slight recovery of his mental power, he attempted to sort through the chaotic memory fragments left behind by imprinting Albert. These fragments contained the other party's daily thoughts, combat instincts, understanding of abilities, and scattered intelligence encountered by the FBPA. In comparison to Carter's memory fragments, perhaps due to sheer luck, or because Albert's level in the FBPA was higher than Carter's, Mo Yuan indeed discovered some valuable key information, including the shadow protocol upon which the FBPA relied to control Freedom City, a supernatural energy detection network covering the entire city. Shadow Protocol. Mo Yuan silently recited this name in his heart, a chill coursing through him. He recalled each instance of using his abilities after the prison break in Angela's rented room. He first attempted to master telekinesis, shattering a water cup. In the abandoned garment factory, he unleashed his abilities to kill gang members. In Angela's aunt's apartment, he had also practiced his abilities. The reason the FBPA was able to lock onto Angela's aunt's apartment yesterday was clearly because they were tracing the clues from the garment factory Victor and Angela rather than directly detecting energy. Otherwise, he would have been exposed while in Angela's rented room. So what does this indicate? Mo Yuan's mind raced. If minor low-intensity uses of abilities triggered alarms, the FBPA should have already detected his trail and not waited until yesterday to take action. The only explanation was that although the Shadow Protocol covered the entire city, it was not capable of capturing all energy fluctuations. There must be an energy trigger threshold. Only violent large-scale energy eruptions like those in the garment factory or prolonged high-energy activities could trigger its alarms. The fine-tuning exercises he conducted in the rented room and Angela's aunt's apartment were not enough to breach this threshold. This realization eased Mo Yuan's taut nerves. The Shadow Protocol was not an infallible omniscient eye, though it hung over him like the sword of Damocles, warning him to use his power cautiously, especially in intense battles that would inevitably expose his whereabouts. He also grasped the limitations of the Shadow Protocol. This meant that as long as he controlled the intensity and range of his energy output, small-scale uses of his abilities, such as perception, fine control, or tactical applications in cramped spaces, would not immediately attract the FBPA's direct pursuit. This invisible net, while terrifying, did not completely lock down his operational space. Time quietly passed, and 2 days had gone by in the blink of an eye. During this difficult hiding period, Mo Yuan continued to familiarize himself with his abilities, and his need for the Rainbow Stone grew increasingly urgent. After all, the cell activation fluid could only alleviate nerve damage and enhance power control, but it was not a fundamental cure. The core soul trauma must rely on the Rainbow Stone for thorough repair and to stabilize the fusion of abilities within him. Has there been any news from Vulture? With this thought, Mo Yuan asked Angela. Including the time spent hiding in Angela's aunt's apartment, Vulture had been searching for materials for quite a while. The acquisition of cell activation fluid and core power components went smoothly, but there had been no progress on the Rainbow Stone. Angela shook her head, a hint of helplessness crossing her face. I contacted them. Vulture said they had dug 3 feet into the ground, but they just can't find it. He mentioned that this thing is too rare and most of the channels he has don't cover it. Mo Yuan furrowed his brow slightly. By now he had already put enough pressure on Vulture, so this wasn't necessarily Vulture's way of brushing him off. Rather, the Rainbow Stone was indeed rare, beyond the reach of ordinary gang networks. Mo Yuan realized he could not place all his hopes on Vulture and needed to actively expand his search channels. We can't rely entirely on Vulture. Mo Yuan said firmly, I need more information regarding the Rainbow Stone, or any possible clues related. Mo Yuan pondered for a moment, looking at Angela. Why don't you check online? Although I'm not sure if it will be useful, we can't just sit here and wait all day. Angela had no objections to this. She searched the apartment and found an old laptop, logging into several medical forums and local gossip websites with practiced ease, her fingers flying over the keyboard as she began to work intently. Unfortunately, her internet access was limited, allowing her to only browse public or semi-public information. After searching for a long time, she found nothing. Rainbow Stone, high energy, or soul repair. After a while, Angela mumbled the keywords, her brow furrowing tighter. What kind of stuff is all over the internet? Scammers, con artists, and ads selling knows-what minerals. This is harder than finding a needle in a haystack. How's it going? Any leads? Angela sighed, closing the laptop. It's too difficult. Most of it is useless information. It feels like we're too far from what we're looking for. Will something like this really appear in a network accessible to ordinary people? Yuan was not surprised by this. He knew of the existence of the veil and understood that the true extraordinary secrets would not circulate on public networks. Having Angela search was more of an attempt, a habit of not letting any small opportunity slip by. We have to try it. It's better than just sitting here waiting. While Angela was busy, Yuan was not idle either. He extended his mental tendrils, using the soul imprint to perceive and read the shallow thought fragments of patrolling FBPA agents or other government personnel in the surrounding area. Yuan's idea was that these personnel directly handling abnormal events might occasionally pass through vague information related to rare materials like the rainbow stone in their work thoughts. However, it proved that most of these grassroots agents were focused on routine patrols and pursuit tasks. They were worried about D-734, who was still fleeing in the unknown areas of the city, the pressure from superiors, and the monotony of duty. Information about core confidential materials like the rainbow stone was extremely scarce, and there was almost no valuable harvest. Yuan's mental energy felt like searching for a sunken ship in shallow waters, exhausting. Yet, during a moment of leisure, Angela noticed Yuan with his eyes closed, seemingly sensing something. With her understanding of his abilities, she couldn't help but ask, are they, those FBPA people, still looking for us? Yes, the pursuit is ongoing. Yuan nodded, his tone calm, but they haven't locked onto this place yet. Yuan felt somewhat discouraged and was about to retract his mental energy when the soul imprint unexpectedly captured some unusual thought fluctuations from the direction of River Bay University, carrying specific knowledge. These memory fragments faintly revealed some scientific concepts related to research projects on supernatural energy. They had structure and logic, though fragmented, carrying a characteristic of inquiry and exploration distinctly different from the agents executing tasks on the streets. This caught Yuan's attention. He opened his eyes, gazing out at the tranquil academy standing in the night, instinctively feeling that River Bay University, as a temple of knowledge, might conceal some secrets closely related to his needs. What's wrong? Angela noticed the change in his expression. I sense something unusual from River Bay University. Unusual? Is it the presence of FBPA-type, superpowered individuals? Angela grew tense. Not quite. Yuan shook his head. It's more like certain special studies conducted in a laboratory filled with many professional terms having little to do with combat. Some concepts, like energy conduction, mental structure analysis, elemental radiation range, sound related to the scientific application of supernatural abilities. Angela showed a puzzled expression. Laboratory. Does the university have such research? Is it an FBPA secret base? Aren't they only responsible for capturing people? The FBPA also has research departments. Yuan analyzed, combining fragments of Carter and Albert's memories. Perhaps these are secret projects funded by the government at universities. The rainbow stone or other rare materials may not only exist within the FBPA and gang channels. Yuan continued, his voice low, but a spark of new hope igniting in his eyes. After all, schools are places where knowledge converges. It is not impossible for research projects involving high-energy substances or abilities to exist. Perhaps clues about the rainbow stone are hidden there. As Angela listened to his analysis, her furrowed brow did not relax. Instead, a deeper layer of concern settled upon her features. Yuan, noticing the subtle shift in her expression, could not help but ask, what is troubling you? Is something amiss? She shook her head gently and murmured, nothing, merely a fleeting memory. Riverbend University is one of the Empire's most prestigious institutions. I once dreamed of enrolling there myself. Alas, my scores fell short. Enough, let us set aside such digressions for now. She lowered her gaze and sighed softly, pulling her thoughts back to the stark reality before them. In any case, Riverbend University's significance to the Empire needs no elaboration. Its security is impenetrable, strict access controls, omnipresent surveillance cameras, and rigorous identity verification at every turn. Her tone grew somber. Given our status as fugitives, approaching such a place would be tantamount to walking straight into a trap. Surely the FBPA has already flagged it as a high-priority surveillance zone, perhaps even stationed Yuan fell silent for a moment, fully aware of the peril involved. A university was no underworld den. It was a heavily fortified official institution. To storm it outright would be suicide, especially while his strength remained incomplete. A frontal assault is out of the question, Yuan conceded. We are ill-suited for public exposure, let alone a place like Riverbend University. His gaze turned to Angela. You are right to be concerned. Our current position is profoundly precarious. We require a far more covert path to our objective. A covert path? What do you mean? Mo Yuan's eyes drifted toward the university's silhouette beyond the window, dark, vast, and inscrutable, lit by a quiet, searching fire that flared briefly before subsiding into calm. Simple, we must first identify an appropriate point of entry. Another day passed. As dawn and dusk cycled anew over the city, Mo Yuan's consciousness remained deeply immersed in a sustained scan of Riverbend University, sifting through that ocean of knowledge for concrete leads or any vulnerability he might exploit. He moved like a hunter poised in silence, patiently stalking his quarry across an invisible battlefield. Then, without warning, a distinct stream of thought pierced his awareness like a searchlight cutting through dark. It bore none of the diffuse, meandering quality of ordinary academic minds. Instead, it was startlingly lucid, fiercely independent, and accelerated with relentless precision, charged with logical computation, leaping fragments of code, and an intense, restless focus on intricate technical problems. This mind belonged to a young woman, her thoughts imbued with palpable urgency, an inner struggle born of dire circumstance. Without hesitation, Mo Yuan directed his soul-etching ability toward the origin of this unique mental resonance, seeking deeper connection, probing for hidden truths, her identity, her motive, her plight. Fragments of chaotic thought flickered and reassembled in his mind, branded with anxiety and frustration. Access port blocked. Damn it. Firewall strength of the research building exceeds projections. I must try again. If only I could obtain that data. Perhaps then. Brother. Kevin, prison. Heart condition. Cost surgery. These emotionally charged shards scattered like puzzle pieces instantly illuminated a long-overlooked corner of Mo Yuan's memory. Kevin, the youth who had confided in him from behind prison bars, tormented by his sister's grave illness. Her name was Lilia, and she was a student at Riverbend University. Clarity struck Mo Yuan like lightning. He immediately grasped the source of this mental signature. A spark stirred within Mo Yuan. This highly specialized, technically vivid stream of thought shone like an anomalous signal against a monochrome backdrop. He sensed almost viscerally a young woman attempting to breach high-tier network defenses, someone intimately familiar with Riverbend University's internal security architecture. She stood trapped in a crisis demanding immense funds and urgent resolution, yet possessed the rare capacity to circumvent the university's formidable digital fortifications, infiltrate its networks, extract classified information, and potentially grant physical access to restricted zones. And her bond with Kevin forged an unexpected latent link between her and Mo Yuan. Lilia, perhaps she was precisely the breakthrough he had been seeking. Mo Yuan firmly anchored this unique mental signature in his awareness, beginning to observe it with heightened vigilance. Like an incorporeal wraith, he slipped silently to the periphery of her consciousness, tracking her behavioral rhythms, tracing her movements, and gathering deeper biographical intelligence in preparation for future contact and utilization. After a long while, Mo Yuan opened his eyes and looked at Angela, his gaze alight with a new quiet intensity, though his voice remained calm and measured. The university may indeed conceal the clues we seek, but it stands like a treasure vault bound in chains. Mo Yuan spoke slowly, his voice low and resonant with newfound resolve. To shatter those chains by force would only summon fiercer guardians. We need a key. A key? Angela asked, puzzled. Someone who can help us open that door. Mo Yuan elaborated, recalling the sharp technical resonance he had just perceived. A specialist deeply versed in the university's layered security systems, possessing exceptional infiltration capabilities grounded in advanced technical mastery. Angela listened, her eyes clouded with confusion, then sharpened with mounting curiosity. Where in this world would they find such a person? Had Mo Yuan already identified a candidate, or was this merely speculation? Where do we find such an ally? She asked cautiously. A faint incisive curve touched Mo Yuan's lips. His gaze, keen and fathomless, seemed already fixed upon the target concealed within the shadows. I have found the direction, though further observation remains necessary. Riverbend University, the empire's so-called jewel of academia, rose solemnly from the morning mist. Atop its towering clock tower, rust-eaten hands crept forward, marking the arrival of a new day. Yet for 16-year-old Lilia, each dawn brought not hope, but fresh torment. Time was no herald of promise. It was a whip driving her ever closer to the abyss. A slender sheet bearing her diagnosis lay lightly on the corner of the desk, yet weighed heavier than stone. Congenital heart disease, a clinical term that functioned like a curse, casting a suffocating shadow over what should have been a carefree student life. In its wake came an unending tide of medical expenses, threatening to drown her already fractured family. Poverty pressed down like an invisible collar around her neck and her parents. Yet sharper than illness or destitution was the agony of her brother Kevin. Once a vibrant youth, he now languished behind cold iron bars, convicted of theft, reduced to a convict. To Lilia, who knew Kevin's character better than anyone, this accusation was a wound carved deep into her heart, agonizing, raw, and irreparable. It was not doubt in his integrity that haunted her, but but an unshakable conviction of his innocence. He was a scapegoat sacrificed beneath veils of corruption. That injustice burned within her like white-hot flame coalescing into a seething, unrelenting fury. Kevin's imprisonment did not merely collapse their family's hopes, it branded them with shame. Her parents bowed under the weight of neighbors' sidelong glances, familiar streets grew distant, hushed whispers slicing through their fragile dignity. And Lilia, as the criminal's sister, bore that same isolation and humiliation. She must save him. That certainty was forged in steel. And salvation demanded money, vast impossible sums. Hiring Frisity's finest attorney, unearthing irrefutable evidence to overturn the verdict. All of it required astronomical funding, far exceeding even the cost of her own life-saving surgery. Every pang of suffering, surge of rage, flicker of defiance. All her dreams for the future, all her resistance. Condensed into one frigid, immutable truth: money. Folktales say that when God closes a door, he often opens a window. Chronic frailty had been Lilia's inescapable reality since childhood, yet so too was her extraordinary intellect. At 16, she had gained admission to Riverbend University, where the average freshman was 18. Lilia often felt her mind operated like a flawless, ceaseless supercomputer, its circuits humming at hyperspeed. Through relentless self-study, she navigated the digital realm with effortless mastery surpassing peers, and even seasoned professionals. This rare gift, fated it seemed, had now been driven onto a razor's edge. Riverbend University, the empire's foremost academic bastion, housed more than scholarly discourse and administrative data. Within its networks resided the empire's most cutting-edge research, including classified projects bordering on the arcane and even rare archives touching upon the supernatural. To the outside world, it was a temple of knowledge. To Lilia, it was a secret vault brimming with life-saving. Such sensitive research materials and rare datasets once leaked commanded astronomical prices on the black market, prices capable of rewriting destinies. It was precisely this staggering value that drew Lilia's gaze. Armed with preternatural hacking prowess, she had locked onto the university's fortified internal network as her target, slipping through digital defenses like a phantom, threading silently through labyrinthine architectures, evading firewalls and intrusion detection systems alike. All to seize the gold mines she desperately needed to monetize. Kevin had been imprisoned for over half a year. Each night Lilia played the role of a digital Prometheus, stealing fire from the gods. Every successful penetration, every data extraction and transmission was a dance performed atop a blade. She trusted her skills with near-obsessive certainty, convinced she could evade detection. Yet this was illegal. Immense risk clung to her like a second skin, gnawing at her nerves, leaving her perpetually anxious and unsettled. In the stillness of night, cold server logs, anonymous buyers, rapacious grins, and visions of Kevin's suffering behind bars flooded her mind like a tide, robbing her of sleep, chilling her fingertips. This was no mere technical trial. It was a race against time and fate. And lately her infiltration efforts had met increasing resistance. A leaden weight of dread settled upon Lilia's chest. Even as she walked beneath sunlit campus paths, she felt herself still adrift in another world, one shrouded in shadow. Her brother's wrongful conviction, the crushing financial burden, the digital battlefield's lethal stakes, all churned violently within her, rendering external clamor utterly mute. Sun-dappled courtyards, fountain droplets, scattering prismatic light, lovers whispering on benches, students laughing across sunlit lawns. The air here seemed purified of sorrow, suspended in serene, ivory tower perfection, worlds apart from the world beyond. Yet this tranquil idyll stood in stark, jarring contrast to the tempest raging within Lilia, until a familiar voice pierced her reverie, snapping her back to the present. "Lilia, what do you think about that recent thing? Huh? Did you zone out?" Her body tensed almost imperceptibly, her eyes snapped into focus as she met Tom and Mark standing before her. Tom, the one who'd spoken, held up his phone screen, excitement dancing in his eyes. Mark leaned lazily against a bench, flipping idly through a textbook, yet his ears were unmistakably pricked. Lilia swiftly masked the storm in her gaze, flashing a playful smile. "Zoned out? Not at all. I was contemplating the universe's ultimate truths. Like what lunch choice best sustains peak cerebral performance." "Come on, Lilia." Tom shook his head, turning his phone toward her, eyes gleaming with gossip. "I'm not talking about lunch. I mean the news. The Weavers cult, their latest move in South City. It's big news. Rumor has it they've launched some bizarre ritual. Entire neighborhoods are under lockdown." Tom's voice darkened slightly. It's eerily reminiscent of what preceded the Royal Grand Theater incident. Back then, two small anomalies preceded the catastrophe. Mark chimed in, "Oddly, such matters are usually handled discreetly by officials. But this time, even the Holy Light Ecclesia, the notoriously conservative, worldly-averse state-sanctioned church, has issued a formal condemnation. Their chief Archbishop Benedict himself released a statement branding the cult's doctrines as heretical blasphemy, profane sacrilegious acts demanding public vigilance and unwavering faith. Such a response cannot be trivial. The Weavers' cult's new activity in South City. The bloody echo of the Royal Grand Theater. The Chief Archbishop's public rebuke. These phrases echoed in Lilia's ears, but unlike Tom and Mark, she felt neither curiosity nor unease. To her, these sensational headlines were little more than distant noise ink on newspaper front pages. Tales of cults and religious strife were mere power games among elites. Trivial beside her immediate burdens: surgery, fees, legal costs, her brother's unjust sentence, and her own perilous digital gambit. She held no interest in the specifics behind such anomalies, unless they could be directly converted into currency. Sounds lively. Lilia offered a detached appraisal. Headlines need spectacle to sell after all, and the Holy Light Ecclesia likely seized this moment to bolster its waning influence among believers. Ugh, how cold-blooded of you, Mark scoffed, though a flicker of inquiry crossed his eyes. He'd long sensed Lilia's unnerving detachment, especially toward widely debated public affairs. Tom continued unperturbed, as if Lilia's attentiveness mattered little. He simply needed an audience for his own venting and speculation. Funny thing though, Tom scratched his head. Decades ago, religious factions weren't so sharply divided. Back then, the Weavers' cult was sizable, officially recognized just like the Holy Light Ecclesia, free to preach openly. Then overnight it was branded heretical, outlawed alongside dozens of minor sects forced underground without explanation. Mark pushed up his glasses deep in thought. My father's generation occasionally spoke of that upheaval, sudden, sweeping, and shrouded in shadow. Officially, it was labeled maintaining social order and dissolving illegal assemblies. Yet many suspected far deeper, darker motives beneath the surface. Given all the recent turmoil stirred by the Weave Fate cult, could this be retaliation against the authorities' crackdown? After all, they've been driven entirely underground. Surely they'd seize any chance to embarrass those above. Tom speculated, eyes gleaming with excitement. Who can say? Mark shrugged. Perhaps it's tied to the very incident that led to their original dissolution. In short, the waters run deep. To Lilia, these conjectures about cult history and subterranean currents sounded like distant thunder, present perhaps, but not yet shaking the ground beneath her feet. Her full attention was riveted on a far more immediate, far more brutal reality. When Tom and Mark finally concluded their discourse on distant grand affairs, the conversation circled back to daily life. "I'll forget it. This is all too remote for us." Tom tucked away his phone, casting Lilia a glance tinged with mild regret. "Lilia, I still have a few questions about that encryption algorithm in our project." Her focus snapped back to the present. The detached indifference she'd worn while listening to the news vanished, instantly replaced by razor-sharp concentration on the technical challenge before her. Encryption algorithms. Now that's infinitely more fascinating than the news. Mark rolled his eyes, picking up his book again, but his ears remained pricked. Lilia stepped beside Tom, her gaze swiftly scanning the code in his hands before she casually pointed out several key issues. This loop implementation is unnecessarily redundant. Consider optimizing it with an alternative data structure. Tom glanced down, and his expression shifted instantly to one of admiration. "Oh, of course, so much cleaner." Programming, Lilia remarked lightly, as if describing something trivial, is the art of finding errors inside screws. Yet sometimes those errors burrow so deeply that only a shift in perspective reveals them. "Lilia, how is your brain wired? You always find such astonishing solutions." "Perhaps because I prefer to view problems from angles no one else considers," Lilia replied, offhandedly savoring that rare, intoxicating sensation of being revered. This intellectual supremacy, coupled with classmates' admiration and professors' praise, was one of the few true respites in her tightly wound existence. Lately, however, even that respite had grown increasingly thin. Over the past few days, no one knew quite why, the cybersecurity infrastructure at River Valley University had undergone a comprehensive upgrade. Firewalls, hardened intrusion detection systems, sharpened to near-surgical sensitivity, rendering her work unprecedentedly arduous and perilous. The success rate of data extraction plummeted while the risk of capture surged like a rocket ascending into. As night descended, Lilia returned to her narrow, Spartan dorm room, a cramped space cluttered with textbooks, technical manuals, and electronic gear. Though austere, it served as the true genesis point of her audacious forays into the digital frontier. She wasted no time locking the door, firmly drawing thick curtains to seal out both prying eyes and urban clamor, then settling before her specially configured laptop. The screen flared to life, revealing the familiar command line interface. Her battlefield, her secret. Taking a slow, deliberate breath, Lilia flexed her stiff fingers, preparing, as she had countless times before, to infiltrate the university's internal network. Yet just as she began loading her standard penetration toolkit, a subtle anomaly pricked her intuition. The system's boot sequence lagged, barely perceptible, and in the background process list, an unfamiliar, oddly named process hummed silently. Never seen before. A system malfunction, or a Trojan. Lilia's gaze sharpened, her mind instantly grasped the gravity of the anomaly. Her fingers flew across the keyboard, phantom-like, deploying diagnostic tools to dissect the suspicious process. Within seconds, the enigmatic process unraveled before her, cascading across the screen in torrents of raw code. She scrutinized it closely. Its architecture was elegant, its obfuscation masterful. Clearly the handiwork of a seasoned expert. It bore no hallmarks of destructive malware. Instead, it functioned as a silent sentinel, recording her every action, harvesting her keystrokes, and surreptitiously exfiltrating minute packets of data during unobserved intervals. This was unmistakably a Trojan. Lilia's eyes turned incisive, a fierce electric wariness igniting deep within her. Her technical prowess had always been her sturdiest shield, her license to dance along the razor's edge of danger. And now someone had left a mark upon that shield. It meant certain of her operations had already been traced. The upgraded security system, or whoever stood behind it, was no longer merely reinforcing defenses. It had launched a counteroffensive, reaching boldly into her most private domain. That sensation of being watched, of being seen through, felt less like oppression and more like exhilarating. Lilia severed all external network connections, isolating the machine. Yet her mind accelerated into overdrive. An elevated game of wits had just begun, and she had just received her formal challenge. Her work had always carried immense risk. Now it had entered an entirely new dimension. Every breath drawn within the university's network, every pulse of data, could become a thread tightening the adversary's net. Lilia sat motionless in her chair, hands resting on her knees, body leaning forward ever so slightly. For a long moment, the laptop's cool blue glow reflected in her eyes, not as passive light, but as a spark of eager anticipation. She felt no retreat, only rising resolve. Within her, competitive fervor ignited like embers catching flames, spreading rapidly into wildfire. To be so brazenly challenged on her own turf was intolerable. She would meet the challenge heat in. She would strike back. She would uncover the identity of the expert who dared embed a Trojan in her system. Decision crystallized. Lilia rose swiftly, retrieved a secondary laptop from the corner, and, within minutes, configured an entirely new virtual network environment with a fresh IP address, ready to launch a full-scale reverse trace on the newly discovered Trojan. This was not evasion, it was demonstration. A declaration to the intruder tampering with her system would carry as the counter-tracing protocol initiated, encrypted data streams peeled away layer by layer across cyberspace. Lilia's cognition raced at full throttle, hunting for digital footprints. Her eyes locked onto flickering code and real-time feedback attuned to the faintest anomalies, the tiniest telltale traces the adversary might have left behind. She sensed herself drawing nearer, closer to the figure concealed somewhere in the network's depths, and a surge of intellectual exhilaration flooded her veins. What she failed to perceive was that this duel in the digital realm was already summoning far more immediate dangers from the physical world. Meanwhile, in a quiet apartment not far from River Valley University, Yuan observed Lilia's movements intently through a soul-etched imprint. He perceived her distinctive, formidable cognitive resonance, the intricate logical scaffolding she erected around the newly detected Trojan. She showed no fear of potential tracking. Instead, her intent burned fiercely to retrace the Trojan's origin. That response kindled a rare glimmer of approval in Yuan's eyes. Lilia's composure amid sudden crisis, her mastery in navigating labyrinthine problems, and the innate unyielding sharpness that drove her to challenge even higher authorities. This girl proved far more resilient than he had anticipated. She was no mere instrument endowed with specialized skills. She was a blade, keen, precise, and waiting only for the right direction to unleash force beyond measure. Fascinating. A faint, subtle curve lifted the corner of Yuan's mouth as he murmured softly, words meant only for himself. He had witnessed countless souls crushed under adversity, others paralyzed by fear, and still more who wielded raw power without intellect masquerading as strength. But in Lilia, he beheld something rarer, the fusion of genius-level rationality with the tempered resilience forged in hardship. Like an uncut gemstone, its brilliance emerging only under immense pressure. Yuan shifted his shoulders slightly. Though his body remained frail, his spirit lifted, renewed by Lilia's performance. This key had been chosen well. Angira wiped the table nearby, her gaze inadvertently catching Yuan's expression, the depth and piercing clarity in his eyes. That look did not fix upon empty air before him. It pierced through space itself, focused intently on some distant, unseen presence. She had no idea what had transpired. Only a vague, inexplicable disquiet. She offered Yuan a puzzled glance, but said nothing, choosing not to disturb him. Yet precisely as Lilia's countertrace delved deeper, a cluster of distinct, sensitive, and sharply focused mental signatures breached Yuan's perception field, powerful, disciplined, unmistakably trained. They were no ordinary minds. Penetration alert persists, reverse tracing underway. Anomalous signal source region approximated, correlated with recent surge in cyber attacks. Physical location of anomaly anchored, searching student dormitory blocks. Authorization granted for coercive measures. Clearly, these operatives sought to triangulate Lilia's digital activity with her physical whereabouts, preparing for apprehension. What chilled Yuan most was this: Lilia's high-intensity, high-exposure countertrace had transformed her into a beacon, drawing those mental signatures inexorably closer, converging upon her location, like predators homing in on a flare. Danger! Yuan instantly realized the deadly crisis that Lilia was facing. She was too focused on the confrontation in the digital world, unaware that her actions had already stirred a higher-level threat lurking in the shadows. These individuals were likely stationed within the university, specifically tasked with monitoring network anomalies related to cutting-edge technology and supernatural phenomena. Once Lilia was locked on by them, all her secrets and everything she had done would be completely exposed. At that point, let alone having Lilia serve him, she herself would be in peril. After a brief moment of contemplation, Yuan felt he could not allow this hard-won breakthrough to be destroyed. To give Lilia a fighting chance, he had to take action immediately. Without hesitation, Yuan quickly tidied up, gave Angela a few instructions, and then quietly left the apartment. He avoided the main roads, weaving through the shadowy alleys of the night, and swiftly moved towards Riverbend University. Along the way, he utilized his soul imprint to sense the movements around him, confirming that there was no obvious trap. After spending some time, Yuan finally reached the outskirts of Riverbend University. Concealed in the shadow beneath a wall, he expanded his perception to the utmost, locking onto the spiritual fluctuations within the campus that were being gradually attracted by Lilia's counter-tracking. After confirming the effective range of his abilities, a sharp glint flashed in Yuan's eyes. Without a moment's hesitation, he summoned the dual powers of telekinesis and ice control within his body, precisely locking onto several key targets a few meters away: an outdoor surveillance camera on the side of the information building, environmental sensors in the main server room area, and a nearby distribution box. A fine telekinetic force quietly acted upon the surveillance camera, not completely paralyzing it, but slightly shifting its focus, causing a momentary blur in the image, as if the device itself had experienced a minor malfunction. A chilling elemental power was injected near the temperature sensor in the server room area, not directly freezing the device, but causing a temporary drop in the local temperature, which triggered a temperature anomaly alarm sufficient to catch the attention of the on-duty security personnel. Lastly, a strand of telekinetic force pried open the metal casing of the nearby distribution box, accurately severing one of the minor lines, resulting in a localized power outage. All of this occurred in a flash, subtle and precise, like a gentle breeze stirred by the fluttering of a butterfly. Back in Lilia's single dormitory, the girl was intently staring at the screen. Just as she was racking her brain in a fierce battle of information, with the Trojan implanter on the other side, a flurry of system notifications suddenly popped up in the bottom right corner of the screen. Information building camera 13, image anomaly, please repair. Main server room area temperature anomaly, warning, campus circuit network power interruption, please repair. Thanks to a few unknown backdoors she had left while infiltrating the university's network security system, any stir in the university's surveillance network could be discreetly relayed to her terminal. Now these warning messages appeared like urgent signals. Before she could react, Lilia heard a faint alarm sound coming from a distance, seemingly from the direction of the information building. Though the sound was not loud, it was exceptionally clear in the stillness of the night. Lilia even vaguely heard voices in a commotion, as if someone were rushing toward that direction. Lilia's fingertips hovering above the keyboard paused. She looked up at the window, then back at the notifications on the screen. A camera malfunction. Temperature alarm. Power anomaly. How could these coincidences happen just at the critical moment of her counter-tracking? Moreover, it seemed to successfully divert the attention of the expert on the other side from her. Lilia did not waste this opportunity. Seizing the moment when the opponent's digital tendrils were momentarily delayed due to the unexpected malfunction in the real world, she finally broke through the last layer of disguise left by the Trojan, tracing back to the source of the data stream. On the screen, a specific network address and port number appeared before her, pointing not to an ordinary campus server, but to a building deep within the campus marked as the confidential research center on the map. Combining this with some information she had inadvertently caught a glimpse of during her previous infiltration of the campus network regarding this building, Lilia instantly understood what this meant. What she had successfully traced was not an ordinary hacker, nor even a network security engineer from the university, but rather some entity within this mysterious research building where projects involving supernatural phenomena strictly classified by the authorities were likely being conducted. A chill surged from her feet to the top of her head, and Lilia felt a strong wave of dizziness. She was not afraid of technical challenges, but this discovery made her realize that she had unintentionally touched upon a presence far larger and more dangerous than she had imagined. This building might very well be the secret stronghold of the mysterious Federal Supernatural Investigation Bureau. She felt like a rabbit that had inadvertently stumbled into a lion's den. Although she had narrowly avoided one crisis, her pursuers might very well have locked onto her presence due to her counterattack, and danger was likely accelerating towards her in an incomprehensible manner. However, the shock lasted only a brief moment. Lilia quickly regained her composure. Without hesitation, her fingertips turned into phantoms rapidly dancing across the keyboard. Rather than sit and wait, it was better to take the initiative. Since she had already locked onto the source of the opponent, not utilizing it would be a waste of her efforts tonight. With this thought in mind, Lilia summoned several specially fortified nodes hidden deep within the network, constructing a secret data channel. Subsequently, a carefully disguised Trojan program capable of bypassing ordinary network defenses was swiftly injected back into the IP address she had tracked. After completing the reverse implantation, Lilia immediately turned her attention to clearing any traces on her. She summoned the highest privilege self-destruction program, thoroughly smashing and cleaning up everything related to the previous Trojan and its associated logs, turning data fragments into meaningless garbled text that dissipated into the void of the digital realm as if they had never existed. However, Lilia did not stop there. To further mislead any potential trace, she activated the zombie network she privately controlled. Through a series of complex commands, she ordered dozens of infected meat chicken terminals scattered throughout the city corners to send a large amount of false information and activity logs pointing in irrelevant directions to the school's network security department within a short time. These disguised messages layered with encryption and obfuscation were sufficient to drown the opponent's analysis system in a short time, buying her precious time to escape. After doing all this, Lilia didn't linger over any information on the screen. She quickly severed all network connections, opting not for the usual shutdown method, but rather forcibly cutting off the power. The dormitory was instantly engulfed in darkness, with only the faint urban light filtering through the window. Lilia slumped in her chair, breathing heavily as confusion and unease surged within her like a tide. Did the confidential research center implant a Trojan in her computer? Was it a coincidence? Or had they already noticed her? Who had orchestrated those coincidences at a critical moment to assist her? Just as Lilia pondered these questions, a faint thud sounded from the window. In the pitch-black dormitory, the noise felt extraordinarily abrupt. Lilia abruptly looked up towards the window. Though the curtains were drawn, she vaguely saw something pressed against the glass. Her eyes filled with vigilance and caution as she slowly rose and approached the window, slightly pulling back a corner of the curtain. To her surprise, there was a neatly folded small note stuck to the window glass, as if held there by some force, not moving an inch. Lilia's heart raced, and a chill crept up her spine. Carefully, she opened the window, and the note fluttered down as if cradled by an invisible hand, gently sliding into her room and finally landing on the floor. Bending down, she picked up the note and unfolded it under the faint light coming through the window. The note bore handwritten text with a clean and neat handwriting. Your actions tonight are very dangerous. Someone has already reached below your dormitory and nearly locked onto your room's location. It was I who caused the malfunctions in the camera temperature sensor and distribution box to divert them. I know about Kevin, and I understand why you need money. If you want to save Kevin and escape your current predicament, come to the bus stop outside the south gate of the campus at 11 o'clock tomorrow night. We can talk. The words on the note not only described everything she had just experienced, but also directly revealed the truth behind those coincidences. There was human intervention. For the entire day that followed, Lilia did not attend class, but instead immersed herself completely in the preparations for the meeting that night. She opened her computer, accessed all available public maps and surveillance data, constructed a virtual model of the bus stop area, and analyzed the surrounding architectural features, street layouts, potential blind spots, as well as the patterns of pedestrian and vehicle movements. Like a meticulous strategist, she carefully planned multiple routes for arrival and departure, preemptively set possible ambush points, and even devised several backup plans for quickly escaping in case of unexpected situations. Throughout the day, Lilia focused on these preparations. Regardless of their usefulness, at least she had done her best, and that was enough. Lilia's principle has always been to plan before taking action. As for the final outcome, one can only say that while plans are made by man, the results are determined by fate. As long as she does not regret the time wasted, when the moment arrives, it will suffice. As night fell, the city lights began to twinkle. Lilia took a deep breath, put on her coat, lowered her hat brim, and quietly left her dormitory, using the night as cover, moving along the planned route, while avoiding areas frequented by couples weaving through the quiet campus. The bus stop outside the university's south gate appeared somewhat desolate in the night. The metal frame and glass wall had a simple structure, with the faint glow from advertising light boxes illuminating the sign and bench. The ground was clean, with no obvious litter. Lilia hid in the shadow of a building several meters away, observing. No vehicles were stopping, no suspicious individuals loitered, and not even the shadow of a stray cat appeared. The environment felt unusually calm, and this calmness itself hinted at something unusual. She clenched the old phone hidden in her pocket, an outdated model, yet it concealed her last line of digital. Her heart beat steadily and strongly within her chest, a result of her efforts to maintain control, but the tension of facing an unknown force felt taut, like a string that could snap at any moment. What would the mysterious ability user look like? What would their abilities be? Would they adhere to the agreement and come alone? Time ticked by the clock, silently pointing to 11 o'clock midnight. At that moment, Lilia's gaze suddenly fixed on the bus stop. In the previous second, the bench at the bus stop was still empty, but in the next, a tall, slender figure abruptly appeared on the bench, as if they had grown out of the night itself. Ooh, she had no idea how they had arrived there. But regardless of how it happened, the mysterious ability user had arrived. Even in the dim light, that figure stood out strikingly, their gaze like two piercing rays penetrating the layers of night and architectural shadows, precisely locking onto Lilia's hiding spot. In an instant, Lilia understood that her concealment was meaningless before the other person. She had already been discovered. Taking a deep breath, Lilia stepped out of the shadows and walked towards the bus stop. She walked steadily without a hint of panic. This was the demeanor she had always endeavored to maintain when facing any formidable opponent. As she drew closer, the figure gradually became clearer in Lilia's eyes. It was a young man, tall, but somewhat gaunt, his complexion appearing pale under the light, as if he hadn't seen the sun in a long time. The aura emanating from him was indescribable. A restrained calmness seemed to conceal a power that could erupt at any moment. This presence was extraordinarily oppressive and unlike anyone she had encountered before. From Yuan's perspective, the approaching girl had a slender build, wearing a light yellow coat. Her brows and eyes were delicate, her cheeks round, and she wore round-framed glasses on her nose. Her slightly disheveled brown hair fell casually over her shoulders, giving her a somewhat unkempt appearance. It seemed that staying up late had become a habit for her. She had faint dark circles under her eyes, revealing her unmistakable fatigue, yet the sharpness in her gaze was striking. Coupled with her steady gait and expressionless face, it was clear she was deliberately projecting an image of calmness and strength. But within her emotional turmoil, Yuan could easily sense the anxiety buried deep within her strong pride, her weariness from the struggles, and a hint of suppressed fragility. She resembled a fledgling eagle struggling alone in a storm, trying to use her inadequate wings to resist everything. Lilia stopped a few steps away from the bench, maintaining a safe distance. She looked at Yuan, not passively waiting, but actively initiating the conversation, trying to seize control of the dialogue's rhythm. Are you the one who sent me the note last night? Do you know Kevin? Yuan nodded, his tone steady. I am a friend of Kevin's. He told me about his case, claiming he was framed, and I know about his injustice. Lilia's heart tightened, but she did not linger on this topic, quickly shifting to a more pressing question. She did not believe that this mysterious ability user was simply Kevin's friend. We will talk about Kevin's situation later. Lilia avoided the topic of Kevin, her eyes fixed on Yuan. Without blinking, you said in the note that you saved me. So, who were those pursuers last night? When did you get involved in this matter? How long have you been observing me? What is your true purpose? A series of questions shot towards Yuan like a barrage, with Lilia showing no signs of concealing her distrust and vigilance. Yuan did not directly answer Lilia's questions. Instead, he pointed out her current predicament. You should be well aware that your school's network security system has been comprehensively upgraded, making it difficult for you to access data as easily as before. He paused, his gaze seemingly penetrating the night, staring into Lilia's inner anxiety. You countered that Trojan last night, well done, but you also alerted them. The Confidential Research Center has already become wary of you. The university's security department and lurking official agencies are all keeping an eye on you. Yuan's tone grew slightly grave. Do you really think that with your own strength you can still navigate the edge of danger as you did before? Lilia's expression changed slightly. She felt a hint of shock at Yuan's precise analysis, but she was unwilling to show weakness easily. My skills don't need you to question them. Lilia's tone was firm. The upgrade of the security system has only increased the difficulty. I can always find new breakthroughs. That Trojan was just an accident. I have already cleaned it up. I even implanted my program in their terminal, allowing me to access the data I want at any time. My business will not be affected. However, to Yuan, who possessed a soul imprint, Lilia's words were merely empty bravado. Lilia was completely unaware that her true thoughts at this moment. Feeling overwhelmed by the firewall, alarmed by the research center's Trojan, and anxious about being tracked by strangers, were all surfacing fully exposed before Yuan. Though she spoke casually, deep inside, she was filled with confusion about the future and a lack of confidence in her. Yuan did not expose Lilia's lies. Instead, he calmly countered, if everything is going smoothly, and you are fully in control, and your business is unaffected, then why are you taking such a great risk to meet a stranger? Just out of curiosity. Lilia fell silent for a few seconds, and seemingly helplessly said, why should I come? You used supernatural means to make the note appear out of nowhere at my second-floor window. This method, which completely exceeds my understanding, is a direct threat and provocation against me. Of course I have to see who the mysterious figure is behind this trick. Yuan merely replied without taking a stance, if you truly feel threatened, then why not call the police? Lilia fell silent again. Call the police. Get herself into deeper trouble. Kevin's wrongful case had made her distrust official agencies. Her secret hacking activities were enough to land her in prison. exposing an extraordinary being and her own illicit affairs to the authorities. That would be tantamount to digging her own grave. Mo Yuan sensed Lilia's internal struggle and her estrangement from the authorities, so he spoke seriously and directly. All right, there's no need for further meaningless probing. I mean no harm. I admit that I do need your help, but at the same time I can also solve your problems. He looked directly into Lilia's eyes, bringing the conversation back to the first question she had asked when they first met. If I'm not mistaken, the ones pursuing you last night were agents of the Federal Bureau of Paranormal Affairs (FBPA). Mo Yuan did not elaborate on what FBPA was. From Lilia's previous exposure to related materials, he believed she was likely not unfamiliar with the name. Upon hearing the name FBPA, Lilia's body involuntarily tensed slightly. As Mo Yuan had guessed, she had indeed come across information regarding FBPA and knew it was an official agency specialized in handling anomalous events. What Mo Yuan did not know was that she had suspected this last night, and what he was saying now undoubtedly confirmed. They nearly locked onto my location, didn't they? Did they determine my identity? My name? My dormitory? Mo Yuan noticed that while Lilia appeared calm when asking this question, her fingers clenched slightly under her sleeves. It seemed that this girl in front of him was not merely here out of potential threat posed by her abilities. Mo Yuan coughed lightly and analyzed. You don't need to worry about that. If they had already confirmed your personal identity, Lilia, given FBPA's operational style, you would not be sitting here in your dormitory calmly meeting me tonight. Last night's tracking was primarily triggered by your counterattack online, which caught FBPA's attention. They may have used some technical means to narrow down a rough area, perhaps the student accommodation zone or your dormitory building, but they definitely wouldn't have pinpointed your exact room. Otherwise, they would have taken more direct action against you long ago, such as arresting, interrogating, or controlling you. In any case, you would have lost your freedom. Mo Yuan's tone carried a certainty based on his understanding of FBPA's behavioral patterns, and this certainty itself was persuasive. His logical analysis greatly alleviated Lilia's deepest concerns and allowed her tense body to relax slightly. Seeing that Mo Yuan spoke with authority and appeared to understand FBPA well, Lilia believed his judgments were likely not baseless. Moreover, considering he did not mind sharing this information with her and had provided crucial assistance last night by diverting FBPA's pursuit, he had clearly shown sufficient sincerity. So she might as well listen to this extraordinary being about why he was treating an ordinary person differently. All right, let's talk. What do you want? Lilia looked directly into Mo Yuan's eyes, no longer pretending as she had before, but adopting a calm approach to face reality. I need to find something crucial for restoring my powers. Mo Yuan showed no hesitation in stating his purpose, replying directly, from my understanding, these items are most likely hidden in the confidential research center. I need you to use your technical expertise to penetrate its internal network, search for clues, and provide me with intelligence support for physical infiltration. Lilia's gaze sharpened as she quickly caught on to the key phrase in Mo Yuan's words: restoring powers. Restoring powers. Lilia did not directly answer whether she accepted the task, but instead countered with a question, her face revealing a hint of curiosity. Are you injured? Or is there something wrong with your abilities? Do you need those items to heal yourself? As she spoke, Lilia stared intently at Mo Yuan's pale complexion, which seemed to be the only sign she could find. Mo Yuan did not evade Lilia's question. A degree of honesty was the foundation for building trust. He nodded slightly, his tone still flat. Yes, my current state is unstable. My powers have sustained some non-physical damage. The items you need to find are key to my recovery. So your abilities are not at full capacity. Lilia pressed, her eyes flashing with calculating light. Understanding the true strength of an opponent or potential ally was always an important basis for her risk assessment. Indeed, they are not at full capacity, Mo Yuan admitted. But even now, I'm sufficient to handle the vast majority of situations. What exactly do you need? Why is it at the confidential research center in the school? Lilia continued to inquire, her curiosity thoroughly piqued. What is the relationship between that item and your powers? Is it a medicinal herb, a weapon, or does it have some special use? Mo Yuan fell silent for a few seconds, seemingly weighing how much he could reveal. In the end, he decided to provide Lilia with an understandable explanation. It's called a rainbow stone. You can think of it as a special material, a catalyst that can stabilize and nourish specific high-energy reactions. Mo Yuan carefully chose his words. The confidential research center is likely studying similar high-energy phenomena, making it the most probable place to find the rainbow stone. The rainbow stone is directly related to my power recovery process and is the basis for my ability to fulfill our cooperation. Mo Yuan looked straight into Lilia's eyes, bringing the conversation back to the core of the deal. In exchange, I can help you resolve Kevin's case, as well as the high medical expenses you are facing. Lilia's gaze flickered between Mo Yuan's face and the outline of the university hidden in the night, not far away, weighing the task proposed by Mo Yuan. Penetrating the heavily guarded confidential research center is quite challenging for outsiders, as it is, after all, a secret base of the Federal Bureau of Paranormal Affairs equipped with cutting-edge technical defenses and possibly even having ability users present. But for Lilia, it is not much of an issue. She had successfully tracked the terminal location of the research center last night and implanted her Trojan, indicating that technical infiltration was not impossible. The risk was within her tolerance and not an unachievable task. I understand. You need me to penetrate the internal network of the research center to find a special item called the Rainbow Stone. Lilia first confirmed once again, then shifted her tone. So as the condition you proposed for exchange, how do you intend to resolve Kevin's case? How will you provide the medical expenses I need? How will you fulfill your promise? Yuan understood Lilia's pragmatic attitude. Given her intelligence, empty promises held no significance for her. What mattered was the concrete execution plan. As for Kevin's case, Yuan pondered for a moment and replied, I can obtain the case files through special channels, render the forged evidence ineffective, and persuade the related personnel to change their statements, bringing the truth to light and allowing the case to enter a public retrial process, ensuring that Kevin can clear his name. Regarding your medical expenses, Yuan continued, this is not an issue. Once the cooperation begins, I will provide an initial funding sufficient to cover your preliminary medical costs and a retainer for Kevin's legal team. As long as everything goes smoothly, I will ensure that you continue to receive the necessary funds for follow-up expenses. Money is not difficult for me to obtain. Lilia fixed her gaze on Yuan, evaluating the plan. He proposed obtaining the case files, invalidating evidence, persuading personnel to change their statements, and pushing for a retrial process. These seemingly absurd elements, if said by an ordinary person, would only make her think they were mad. However, if these words came from an enigmatic superhuman, perhaps everything was possible. Yet Lilia's brow slightly furrowed. She sensed the potential risks hidden within Yuan's words. She needed to confirm that this help wouldn't drag Kevin deeper into trouble or burden her with an unbearable price. You mentioned getting personnel to change their statements and invalidating evidence. Lilia's tone carried a hint of vigilance and testing. You wouldn't be doing anything illegal, would you? I hope Kevin can walk out innocent rather than exchanging one form of imprisonment for another in a wrongful way. Rest assured, Yuan asserted confidently, my goal is to expose the truth, not to create new evils. I will ensure that Kevin's innocence is founded upon facts and justice, not twisted outcomes through illegal means. Making those truly guilty pay the price is my principle. The execution process might breach the law, but the outcome will not. Yuan naturally would not make promises that would bind himself, cleverly distorting the concept of illegality, emphasizing only the legality and righteousness of the result, a negotiation tactic in itself. Although Yuan did not elaborate on how he would operate, the confidence and principles conveyed in his gaze reassured Lilia considerably. With huge rewards laid before her, Kevin's freedom, her own life, her family's dignity. These were goals she could hardly achieve alone. The strength and promises displayed by Yuan offered her a new choice. All right, Lilia made her decision. I agree to cooperate. I will help you infiltrate the secret research center and search for what you mentioned. Yuan smiled slightly, a wise choice. Now that an agreement has been reached, the next question is how to carry out the cooperation. Yuan knew his own family matters. Openly contacting Lilia would only invite more trouble, and frequent offline meetings were impractical. Given our current situation, especially mine, Yuan carefully chose his words. We are not suited for frequent meetings, but require a safer means of communication. I will find a way to obtain an encrypted phone that, once specially treated, cannot be tracked or eavesdropped upon. Lilia's eyes flickered slightly. Not suitable for frequent meetings. Was it due to his sensitive identity? Or was there another reason? Thoughts raced through her mind, but she refrained from asking. Everyone had their secrets, especially in such high-risk cooperation. Excessive probing would only lead to unnecessary trouble. An encrypted phone was indeed the most practical and safest option. That was unquestionable. I will safely deliver the phone to you tomorrow. Yuan continued. Once you receive the phone, you can begin preliminary network infiltration and information gathering, targeting the secret research center's database to find all information related to the Rainbow Stone. All right, Lilia replied briefly. Before the action begins, be sure to keep a low profile. Yuan earnestly reminded, do not engage in any online activities that might attract the attention of the FBPA, especially avoid using techniques that could expose your whereabouts. Yuan knew that Lilia was strong-willed and confident in her skills, but at this moment the threats she faced far exceeded the past. He worried that if he wasn't careful, Lilia would fall into a trap, and he would then have to spend time finding a new collaborator. I understand. Lilia nodded seriously. Regardless of her thoughts, she at least appeared to listen to Yuan. At the end of their conversation, based on Lilia's suggestion, they agreed on a code to confirm each other's identities in future communications. After reaching the cooperation intention, Yuan did not linger. He quickly left the bus shelter and returned to the apartment building where he and Angela were hiding in a remarkably short time. Pushing open the apartment door, Angela was sitting on the sofa in the corner of the living room, her expression revealing an unmistakable worry. Seeing Mo Yuan return safely, her tense body relaxed a little. "You're back?" Angela asked softly. Mo Yuan nodded slightly, walked directly to sit beside Angela, and briefly recounted his meeting with Lilia and the cooperation reached. He summarized Lilia as a technically skilled individual seeking help in a predicament, explaining why she was willing to assist them. "She agreed to help us infiltrate the university's internal network to search for clues about the Rainbow Stone," Mo Yuan said. "In exchange, I will help her resolve her brother's wrongful case and provide her with the urgently needed surgical fees." Angela's eyes widened slightly after hearing this, clearly surprised that Mo Yuan found such a valuable collaborator. The internal network of Hebei University, an unknown research institution, hidden FBPA strongholds. Angela murmured, "Sounds quite tricky. Can an ordinary college student really do it?" "She is anything but ordinary compared to her classmates. She can be considered a genius." Mo Yuan sincerely praised Lilia. He was well aware of her capabilities after closely observing her these days. "In any case, she has her ways. I trust her abilities." After discussing Lilia, Mo Yuan brought up his next plan. "I need to contact Vulture and ask that guy for 2 encrypted phones, one for you and one for Lilia. Oh, and I also need Vulture to provide a fund of 100,000 imperial coins." Upon mentioning this amount, Angela suddenly looked up, her eyes filled with disbelief. 100,000 imperial. This was an astronomical figure for her. When she worked as a nurse, her annual income was less than 10,000 imperial coins. 100,000 was a fortune she could barely save over 10 years without eating or drinking. Mo Yuan noticed Angela's expression and instantly understood her thoughts. The purchasing power of the Igo Empire's currency was strong. 1 imperial coin was equivalent to 10 yuan in his past life. 100,000 imperial coins equated to 1 million from his previous life, enough to buy a decent house in some second or third-tier cities. This money is enough for Lilia to hire a decent lawyer, alleviate her illness, and still leave plenty over for our daily. Mo Yuan added. The figure of 100,000 was calculated based on his understanding of Lilia's situation combined with his and Angela's daily expenses. Medical and legal fees in the Igo Empire were not cheap, especially for diseases like heart conditions where the costs could deplete an ordinary worker's family. As for why institutions like hospitals and law firms charge exorbitant fees, while nurses like Angela received so little, perhaps only the rulers of this country could know. 100,000. Angela's voice trembled, as if she still hadn't recovered from the shock. How could Vulture possibly give us that much money? Don't forget, he's a ruthless mob boss. Would he agree so easily? He will agree. Mo Yuan's lips curled into a cold arc. Don't be fooled by Vulture's fierce demeanor. He's actually very clever and cautious. He wouldn't easily fall out with someone like me. Let's take a step back. Even if Vulture is unwilling to provide the money, I have ways to force him to comply. For instance, I could visit him in person and have a good chat on his turf. Mo Yuan spoke lightly, but there was an underlying hint of bloodiness in his words. This made Angela shiver slightly, but at the same time she understood why Mo Yuan exuded such confidence when facing Vulture. Mo Yuan had just referred to people like me. Despite Mo Yuan's gentle demeanor and daily interactions, he was still the officially wanted terrorist D-734, the mastermind behind the Royal Theater massacre, a true, desperate outlaw unafraid of anything. Moreover, the power Mo Yuan possessed rendered even official superhumans helpless against him. As for Vulture, even though he wielded influence in the underground world of Free City, he remained a calculating leader, prioritizing his own interests and the survival of his gang. Vulture had territory, assets, and subordinates. He had too much to lose. As the saying goes, the bold fear the reckless, and the reckless fear the desperate. Someone like Mo Yuan, who possessed immense power coupled with a lack of attachments, was a true difficult threat to Vulture, who had many concerns. The following morning, as the city still lay shrouded in lingering mist, Mo Yuan was preparing to use the encrypted phone to contact Vulture when the phone rang, first the screen displaying the number representing Vulture. Mo Yuan answered the call, and Vulture's somewhat deep voice came through. "It's me, D-734. I finally have some leads on the Rainbow Stone you wanted." Vulture's tone was flat. "The clues point to the Blackwater modification shop, the territory of that old guy in the dock area. I sent someone to make contact, but his attitude remains very tough. Not only does he deny having the Rainbow Stone, but he also refuses to provide any related information." Mo Yuan's heart stirred. The Blackwater modification shop. He certainly remembered it, as the power core components were obtained from there, but the Rainbow Stone. It was surprising to learn that the Blackwater modification shop had such a rare item. However, for the current Mo Yuan, since he already had Lilia as a more covert and efficient channel, the clue provided by Vulture was no longer the only choice and seemed somewhat secondary. Forget about the Blackwater modification shop for now. Mo Yuan directly stated his demands, speaking calmly. "I need 2 encrypted phones and a large sum of cash, 100,000 imperial coins in cash." Suddenly there was silence on the other end of the phone. Vulture clearly hadn't expected Mo Yuan to make such a request while being pursued all over the city and endanger himself, and now he was asking for money. Mo Yuan could blackmail him for materials, but now he openly demanded cash. 100,000. Cash. Vulture's voice was laced with suppressed anger. D734, but don't push your luck. Who do you think you are? Who am I? That's a good question. Mo Yuan's tone was cold, as if stating a fact unrelated to himself. I am an officially recognized terrorist fanatic D734, a death row inmate, who just escaped from the most heavily guarded prison in the entire Federation, and just a few days ago, I took down one of their superhuman agents during the FBPA's full-scale manhunt. Mo Yuan paused, and continued, I have no attachments, no territory, no family, and nothing to protect. Furthermore, I hold your secrets and possess the ability to take you down whenever I wish. So to someone like you who has a family and business, who am I? What does it mean to you? You tell me. Mo Yuan's words carried a blatant threat, leaving the Vulture both startled and enraged, yet utterly helpless. I need this money now, not for any grand undertaking, but merely to acquire the Rainbow Stone. Mo Yuan's tone was cold as he stated the facts. Originally, if you had handed over the Rainbow Stone to me sooner, this money could have been saved. At this point, Mo Yuan shifted his tone, adding a hint of reproach. But your inefficiency has caused delays, and now I have found other channels that are more effective, but they require financial support. Inefficient. The Vulture laughed incredulously at Mo Yuan's brazen accusation. I have had people investigating this for some time. Finding something like the Rainbow Stone is not something that ordinary channels can achieve. I have already found leads pointing to the Blackwater modification shop, but that old coot isn't cooperating. It's too late. Mo Yuan interrupted him. That lead is no longer important to me. I have better channels. All you need to do is deliver the money on time to the place where I currently reside. After a prolonged silence, once again the Vulture's voice seemed to emerge from between clenched teeth, filled with suppressed fury. Fine, I promise you the phone, and the money will be delivered by noon today. A wise choice. Mo Yuan said nonchalantly before hanging up the phone. As the call ended, the busy tone echoed in the receiver. The Vulture slammed his phone against the wall, producing a sharp cracking sound as the metal casing shattered. Being pushed to this point by a desperate thug was an unprecedented humiliation for him. The Vulture clenched his fists tightly, veins bulging on his forehead. He initially thought that leading the investigation towards the Blackwater modification shop would allow him to eliminate the troublesome D734 with the help of that old coot and the forces behind him, but unexpectedly, that guy didn't fall for it at all. The tragic state of the abandoned garment factory Victor's death and D734's overwhelming power against the FBPA's special abilities silently warned him that this guy was a monster who could not be assessed by conventional logic. He had to comply with this monster's demands, at least for now. But this humiliation was something the Vulture would not forget. He had already begun to devise new plans in his mind. Once he overcame the current obstacles, when the time was right, he would make the reckless D734 pay 100-fold. That noon, the Vulture indeed kept his promise, sending 2 encrypted phones and a whole box of Imperial coins to the apartment building. Mo Yuan received the items through a passage at the back of the building without any contact with the Vulture's people. After checking the functionality of the phones and the amount of currency, Mo Yuan handed one of the phones and 800 Imperial coins to Angela for safekeeping. This phone is for you. As for the money, do not touch the 6000. You just spend the remaining 2000 as you see fit, but remember to keep some in reserve. Mo Yuan put away the other phone and the remaining 2000, saying, and I will deliver this phone to Lily. Angela took the phone and the money, the heavy weight, bringing her a semblance of reassurance. She looked down at the neatly bound bills in her arms, feeling a bit dizzy. 100,000 Imperial coins. Obtained so easily from a gang leader through just a phone call and a few threats, it starkly contrasted with her daily struggles in the hospital for that meager salary. The sudden and effortless arrival of such enormous wealth stirred a complex array of emotions within her. Faint joy from alleviating her predicament, but more so a realization of the brutal rules of this extraordinary world and a reaffirmation of her own insignificance. Angela felt as though she stood beside a massive river, the rushing waters carrying forces and wealth beyond rational explanation, while she was merely an ordinary person accidentally washed ashore, both fearful of being swept away and secretly yearning to harness this torrent. In the afternoon, Mo Yuan changed into a set of sportswear he had rummaged from the closet to disguise himself. Mo Yuan donned a cap, lowering its brim to conceal his face in shadow. Although the cellular activation solution had greatly improved his condition, the fundamental wounds to his soul remained. Overexerting himself still posed risks, so he needed to rely on certain tactics to complete his infiltration during the day. After leaving the apartment, Mo Yuan walked alone through the streets, weaving around the vicinity of Riverbend University. His figure moved at varying speeds, always ensuring he remained out of the sight of pedestrians like an erratic falling leaf or a barely perceptible phantom. This was the result of Mo Yuan's recent meticulous training in telekinesis. Its core principle was to apply subtle telekinetic forces to accelerate himself either laterally or vertically, significantly boosting his speed while maintaining a weak energy fluctuation insufficient to trigger alarms from the shadow protocols. Using the shadow of a building and the cover of some bushes, Mo Yuan swiftly approached the dormitory where Lilia was located. He gently pushed the package containing the phone and 200 cash upwards with telekinesis, precisely delivering it through the open second-floor window onto Lilia's desk. The entire process was quick and silent, like a phantom passing by unnoticed by anyone. Lilia was organizing code in her dormitory when she caught a glimpse of something flash by the window's edge. Her heart skipped a beat, and she turned sharply only to see an unexpected package suddenly appear on her desk. Realizing this, she quickly closed the window and drew the curtains, hastily opening the package. Inside was a brand new phone and a small stack of neatly arranged bills. Lilia did not hesitate as she immediately picked up the phone and dialed the only number inside, which was quickly answered. "Hello," Lilia softly called out. The code word. Lilia took a deep breath and clearly stated the agreed-upon code from their meeting at the bus stop last night. "The dawn has arrived." "Very good. I received the money and the phone," Lilia replied, her tone regaining its composure. "Is my task starting now?" "Let's begin, but be careful." After hanging up, Lilia did not act immediately. Instead, she thoroughly checked the encrypted phone using technical means, confirming it had no implanted listening or tracking programs before starting her preparations. Lilia brewed a strong cup of coffee, fully immersing herself in the digital world. She gathered all her technical resources to construct a brand new virtual environment using the Trojan she implanted yesterday to control the opponent's terminal devices and then infiltrate the research center's fortified firewall. After half a day's effort filled with countless attempts, failures, and adjustments, Lilia finally tore through that solid defensive barrier, entering the internal network of the confidential research center like a nimble loach. She navigated through the vast maze with caution, meticulously avoiding surveillance nodes and intrusion detection while focusing on data flow and storage cores, and soon achieved significant results. Lilia discovered a confidential project called mental domain refinement in the back-end management system of the confidential research center, and to her astonishment, the name Rainbow Stone appeared in the materials list for this research. She immediately contacted Mo Yuan through the encrypted phone, informing him of this discovery. When Mo Yuan heard this news, a glimmer of light flashed in his eyes. Lilia's efficiency exceeded his expectations. Mental domain refinement. Mo Yuan repeated this term, utterly unfamiliar to him. What is it? What does it have to do with the Rainbow Stone? Is there detailed information about this project? Lilia quickly sent a document. Mo Yuan opened the file on Angela's laptop, and the two began. The document was extremely detailed, describing a special experimental project that contained a high level of technical content, deeply reflecting the academic heritage of the Igo Empire. However, the coldness and madness conveyed in its lines were enough to make any reader feel profoundly uneasy. In summary, the document outlined that in order to delve deeper into the secrets of biological souls and enhance the military force reserves of the Empire, the Imperial Academy of Sciences authorized the Riverbend University Supernatural Research Team to launch a study aimed at imparting human intelligence to animals. The research method involved using rare materials like the Rainbow Stone to forcibly extract and refine spiritual energy from humans through special means, then gathering and purifying it, ultimately implanting this pure spiritual power into the consciousness ocean of animals such as cats, dogs, and monkeys, promoting the integration of human and animal spiritual powers. Animals that successfully integrated would exhibit intelligence and understanding close to that of humans, while the humans used as experimental subjects after being stripped of their spiritual energy and refined would become complete idiots akin to vegetative states. The document elaborated on the immense value of this research. Experimental subjects possessing human intelligence and the advantages of animal species could be employed for special operations that humans could not accomplish, such as infiltrating enemy territory, carrying out precision demolitions, or serving as miniature reconnaissance units. Simultaneously, this research could further explore the differences in the spiritual structures between animals and humans, accumulating valuable theoretical knowledge for the Empire's exploration in the field of soul science, and providing inspiration and direction for the development of abilities for the Empire's official mind interference capability users. This is disgusting. Angela's face turned pale as she tightly gripped the edge of the laptop, her knuckles turning white. Using living people for such experiments. Turning people into idiots. This completely violates medical ethics. That's too inhumane. She gazed at the cold, detached text on the screen, as if she could see the agonizing expressions of those experimental subjects stripped of their consciousness, as well as the grotesque forms of the forcibly modified animals, causing her stomach to churn. Mo Yuan's gaze remained calm as ever. He did not express any opinion on the moral issues surrounding the research, focusing solely on the Rainbow Stone. At the same time, Mo Yuan also began to contemplate acquiring some additional rare materials from this laboratory. Those capable of gathering and purifying spiritual energy were undoubtedly as rare as the rainbow stone in the outside world and might come in handy at some point. With the information about the rainbow stone already found, what remained was the intelligence support necessary for infiltrating the research building. Lilia did not keep Mo Yuan waiting long. She spent the entire night immersed in the research center's internal network, piecing together the building's defensive layout and security information. The next morning, Mo Yuan received another document sent by Lilia, the detailed defense layout of the confidential research building. The data showed that this building had 8 floors, each equipped with armed police forces with surveillance cameras and both overt and covert guards spread throughout, showcasing a multi-layered defense. Even more alarming was that at least 5 FBI-dispatched special ability agents were stationed inside the building with ability levels ranging from E to D. Mo Yuan frowned as he looked at the defense forces indicated in the document. The level of security far exceeded that of a typical research institution, underscoring the significance of this experimental building to the Empire. A direct assault. The risks were too high. Even though he possessed 3 abilities, soul, imprint, telekinesis, and ice element, his actual combat power surpassed that of peers with special abilities. However, in the face of such troop deployment and the number of special ability agents, the likelihood of a direct breakthrough remained minimal. Sending Lilia into the building to obtain the rainbow stone, that was even less realistic. Lilia was merely a university student majoring in computer science with no legitimate reason to approach the confidential research facilities within the university. Even if she agreed to take the risk and recklessly entered the research building, she would likely be arrested on the spot, and if further investigated, her connection to Angela could be exposed. After pondering for a while, Mo Yuan decided to adopt a more cautious and covert approach to achieve his goal. For instance, the first step would be to create a controllable chaos within the Riverbend University campus, using distraction tactics to draw the attention of the security forces from the research building, thereby reducing the internal defense strength. The second step would focus on infiltration, avoiding direct confrontations as much as possible. After obtaining the necessary items, he would retreat decisively. To execute this plan, Mo Yuan quickly simulated several scenarios in his mind, but was unsatisfied with all of them. There are many ways to create chaos, but how could he precisely attract the attention of the research building's security forces without triggering widespread and uncontrollable turmoil, while ensuring he remained undetected? Finding that balance was exceedingly difficult. Angela also guessed what Mo Yuan was contemplating and couldn't help but suggest, since you were collaborating with Lilia, could you use her as a link to combine your abilities to gather some intelligence on the research center's staff and then insight key individuals within? For example, those researchers dissatisfied with the experimental content or logistical personnel who need money. Then you could use your abilities to establish cooperation with those individuals, just as you did with Lilia, creating an inside-outside collaboration. Although Angela was unclear about the specific abilities of Mo Yuan's soul imprint, she believed that the reason he could quickly find a technical talent like Lilia and swiftly establish cooperation was undoubtedly related to the superpowers he possessed. Combined with the terms feeling and perception that Mo Yuan often mentioned, Angela speculated that he possessed some ability to collect specific target intelligence from a distance and communicate with them. It must be said that Angela's observations and guesses about the soul imprint's abilities were very close to the truth, and her suggestion held some merit. However, Mo Yuan ultimately rejected this proposal. Impossible. Mo Yuan shook his head. According to the information Lilia sent, personnel in the research building are restricted from entering and exiting, and communication devices are under strict surveillance. Even if I can find suitable individuals, it would be difficult for me to directly contact them like Lilia did, let alone incite them. The reality is that given the security level of the research building, it is hard for me to deliver materials or communication information through physical means, and it is even harder to conduct in-depth communication under such tight monitoring. Moreover, incitement requires time, trust, and tangible exchanges of benefits along with reliable communication channels, conditions that cannot be met in the current environment. After pondering for a while, feeling somewhat at a loss, he suddenly recalled the new lead provided by the Vulture. The Blackwater Modification Shop. The Blackwater Modification Shop is located in the dock area ruled by gangs. Although the owner may have some background, it is ultimately not as heavily guarded as a classified research center. Otherwise, shall we go and try our luck? Without thinking too long, Mo Yuan made a decision and said to Angela, I plan to visit the Blackwater Modification Shop to try my luck and investigate the clues provided by the Vulture. If this path doesn't work out, I'll come back and devise a specific strategy for the research building. Angela looked at Mo Yuan, silently mocking him in her heart. Previously, he had dismissed the clues from the Vulture as worthless and had gone through great lengths to cooperate with Lilia, yet now he was ready to actively utilize the Vulture's lead. While she grumbled inwardly, she couldn't help but admire this man. In order to achieve his goals, can unhesitatingly exploit every available factor, whether it be a gang leader or ordinary people like herself and Lilia, who were unwittingly drawn into this. He is not the type who would recklessly rely on his supernatural abilities. His strength lies not only in the extraordinary powers he possesses, but also in his ability to maintain rationality at all times, his grasp of human nature, and his agility and decisiveness in seizing any opportunity amidst chaos. This unique strength, distinct from supernatural powers, evokes an indescribable admiration in her. "All right," Angela replied softly. "You can go with peace of mind. I will stay here quietly and wait for your return." After several days of rest, and taking another dose of cell activation fluid, Yuan's physical condition had greatly improved. Although the restlessness of the two supernatural seeds deep within his soul still persisted, the nerve-wracking pain had largely dissipated, and Yuan's control over telekinesis and frost power had become increasingly proficient. Even if he were to encounter an opponent like Albert again, he was confident he could defeat him within a minute. The acquisition of the Rainbow Stone was urgent. This time, he decided to personally visit the Blackwater Modification Shop to investigate. Since the Blackwater Modification Shop is located in the dock area at least 10 kilometers from River Bay University, and it was daytime, making it difficult to completely avoid pedestrians, Yuan planned to prepare thoroughly before setting out. Angela, following Yuan's thoughts, ordered some necessary disguise supplies for him through a phone shopping service. Yuan put on a large mask that covered most of his face, and a pair of dark sunglasses concealed the sharp glint in his eyes. In this way, the distinct features of the face on the wanted poster were completely obscured. He changed into a loose-fitting casual sports outfit, hiding his fit physique beneath it, and then set off towards the Blackwater Modification Shop. Is situated in a somewhat disordered district of the dock area, where the air is perpetually filled with the dampness brought by the sea breeze and the unique fish market odor mixed with the pungent smell of inferior fuel. On both sides of the street are low old warehouses, small factories with peeling walls, and some shops with faded signs and narrow fronts, including vendors selling cheap seafood with hoarse and rough shouts, small shops featuring tattoos and pawn shop signs, with several vigilant and idle muscular men loitering outside, and some grocery stores selling substandard liquor and contraband, where suspicious individuals often hurriedly come and go. Laborers carrying heavy cargoes, scantily clad streetwalkers, and some small-time thugs with wandering gazes clearly on the lookout for opportunities bustled back and forth on the sidewalk, creating a unique scene filled with grassroots vitality. The facade of Blackwater is unremarkable, with a greasy roller shutter half open revealing several heavily modified, menacing-looking vehicles covered in graffiti parked inside. The air is thick with the smell of engine oil, the burnt odor of metal welding, and the pungent scent of tire rubber. By the time Yuan arrived here, it was already afternoon. The sunlight slanted in, casting a pattern of light and shadow across the interior of the modification shop. Yuan did not enter immediately, but stood across the street using a utility pole for cover, subtly observing the environment inside the shop. As a semi-sales, semi-repair automotive service store, the interior space is quite spacious and bright, with various professional repair tools and parts scattered on the ground, while several workers in oil-stained uniforms are busy producing the sounds of clinking and clanging. A few well-dressed, arrogant young people are gathered around a slightly plump, affable middle-aged man engaging in lively discussion. One of them, with a slightly sharp voice, boasted, "Old John, let me tell you, last week I had someone get me that set of turbochargers from overseas. Once installed, my cheetah can easily outpace Tony's bull from a standstill." The owner of the modification shop, referred to as Old John, merely squinted and smiled at the words, not engaging in the conversation. Another young man in a plaid shirt scoffed, "Come on, Mike, with your cheetah. Although Tony's bull had a little accident recently, his custom power system is no joke. Besides, Tony just recovered. Once he gets back in the game, you'll be the one crying." At this moment, Tony, mentioned in passing, is holding a drink, and upon hearing this merely smiles lightly with a hint of self-satisfaction. "Mike, if you want to compare, I'm always up for it. However, I'm more interested in the new Thunderheart engine that just came out. I've heard Justin has already reserved one. I wonder when it will arrive." The young man, referred to as Justin, is currently being cuddled by an alluring woman. Upon hearing this, he lazily lifted his chin. "Soon, top-notch goods naturally require time to refine. Once my Thor is modified, you'll know what true speed and power are." Justin's words naturally exude a leader-like aura, and his companions readily echo him, clearly centering around him. Yuan listened for a while longer, feeling somewhat bored and a hint of melancholy. The topics of these people revolve around boasting about their vehicles and discussing the performance of the latest sports cars that have hit the market, or which manufacturer has released what groundbreaking kits. Once upon a time, he too was deeply fascinated by those steel monsters freely racing on the roads. But since his transmigration, a series of life-and-death crises have weighed upon him. He has neither the time to study these toys that offer no help for survival, nor does he find the world of the extraordinary to be less interesting than that of ordinary people. studying supernatural powers is far more engaging than studying sports cars. Indeed, along the way, he has long ceased to be an ordinary person. His worldview and pursuits have undergone many subtle changes. If he were still the same as in his past life, perhaps he could engage in conversation with them. However, Tony. Upon hearing the name Tony, Yuan's thoughts stirred as he recalled that Angela had mentioned a patient named Tony who had a keen understanding of vehicles. It was he who provided the crucial clue about the power core component. Yuan looked in the direction of the voice, his gaze briefly lingering on the young man called Tony. The young man appeared rosy and spirited, clearly having recovered from the injuries of the car accident and now starting to get active again. He retracted his gaze and no longer observed further, stepping across the street and walking straight towards the entrance of the Blackwater modification shop. As soon as Yuan stepped into the shop, his low-key and peculiar appearance, completely wrapped up, attracted everyone's attention like a drop of cold water falling into hot oil, including that of the star-like Justin. Justin, who was speaking excitedly, paused upon seeing Yuan's attire, which clashed with the surrounding atmosphere. A hint of curiosity flashed in his eyes, and he approached with a somewhat condescending demeanor. "This friend looks unfamiliar. Your attire seems quite special for this season. Are you here to look at cars?" Yuan glanced at the familiar young man and replied indifferently, "What does it have to do with you?" Justin, unfazed by Yuan's dismissal, maintained his self-proclaimed elegant smile and said, "It has nothing to do with me. I'm just someone who enjoys making friends. Out of respect for old John, I'm happy to chat a bit more with every customer who enters Blackwater. At least it shows that this person has good taste and knows where the real good stuff is hidden." Old John, the somewhat plump middle-aged man, upon hearing Justin's compliment, immediately smiled and said, "Mr. Justin, you're too kind. It's my honor that Blackwater Modification Shop has the pleasure of your company. As for this gentleman," he turned to Yuan, his eyes gleaming with a merchant's sharpness, "please come in. How may I assist you?" Yuan's goal was clear. He nodded slightly, bypassing Justin and walking straight towards old John, his voice calm and steady. "I'm looking for you. I have a business deal to discuss." Seeing himself ignored by Yuan, Justin's smile faltered a bit. He cleared his throat, trying to regain Yuan's attention, his tone carrying a hint of unignorable meaning. "Friend, old John is a very busy man. Not every business is accepted. If you have any special requests, why not share them with me first? Perhaps I can help you strategize to avoid wasting a trip." When saying this, Justin deliberately emphasized the word special requests, his eyes holding a vague hint of pride, as if suggesting he had an extraordinary status in the industry. However, Yuan's footsteps showed no sign of stopping, nor did he even cast a glance at Justin from the corner of his eye, as if the latter were merely an inconsequential presence. These privileged offspring have always been like this, thinking that the whole world should revolve around them. If someone slightly neglects them, they become unhappy and start looking for various excuses to assert their presence. Regarding such people, Yuan had only 2 words of evaluation: childish. If he were still the ordinary person from his past life, he might have reluctantly lowered himself to engage with a wealthy and powerful second generation like Justin, perhaps even befriending him to expand his network. But who is he now? And why should he demean himself? Yuan had no time to waste on these worthless social interactions. He continued straight towards old John. That thorough disregard caused Justin's facial muscles to twitch involuntarily, and the fingers gripping the glass tightened slightly. The wealthy youth who had been watching the spectacle also sensed the subtle shift in the atmosphere. The whispers gradually quieted down, and their gazes flitted back and forth between Yuan and the increasingly grim-faced Justin. Seeing this, old John's smile also became somewhat strained. Just as he was about to speak to break the awkward situation, Justin could no longer contain his rising temper. "What's wrong with you?" Justin's voice suddenly rose, filled with anger from feeling offended. "It's rare for me to be in a good mood today and say a few words to you, yet you play deaf and dumb. Do you really think you're some big shot, unwilling to even glance at us?" Justin stepped forward, blocking Yuan's path, his handsome face filled with pride and provocation from being overlooked. "Let me tell you, the business here at old John's isn't just a few $100 for minor modifications. Are you sure you brought enough money? Don't end up being just a poor spectator here embarrassing yourself." Finally, Yuan halted his steps and slowly turned his face, his eyes behind the sunglasses sharp as 2 unsheathed blades coldly sweeping towards Justin. "Your noisy voice has already made me uncomfortable." Yuan's voice was low, as if coming from the depths of the abyss. "I'll say it once, move aside." Reflecting on all the experiences since his crossing over, whether facing FBPA agents or the most ruthless gangsters, Yuan had never encountered anyone as shallow, arrogant, and utterly oblivious as the Justin before him. In Yuan's eyes, this kind of arrogant scion who relied purely on his family background was far more detestable than those straightforward villains. Yuan's brief and disdainful response was like a spark thrown into boiling oil, igniting the fury of Justin and his group of companions. Given their identities, they were either children of officials or rich merchants. Oh, when had they ever been treated this? Especially since Justin was their core figure, being humiliated by a mysterious stranger like this meant they had to make the other party taste some pain, or they wouldn't be able to continue. What do you think you are? How dare you speak to Justin like that? The blonde-haired Mike was the first to jump out, pointing his finger at Yuan. You're just a nobody in shabby clothes wearing a broken mask. I see you as a cowardly beggar who can't even show his face. Wise up and apologize to Justin, then get lost. Exactly. Another youth with a sharp chin and monkey-like features joined in, sizing up Yuan with disdain in his eyes. With that frail body of yours, you'll probably fall over with a gust of wind, right? How dare you act tough here? Justin is the son of a councilman from the south of the city. Do you think you can provoke him? At this moment, Justin's flamboyantly dressed female companion crossed her arms, sizing up Yuan with a sarcastic glare, and sweetly said, "Oh, Justin, why waste words on someone like this? Just look at his pathetic appearance. He probably can't even afford the cheapest tire here." As she spoke, she deliberately leaned against Justin, acting coy. Seeing his companions rallying for him, the faint sense of unease that Justin had felt when Yuan had looked at him with an unfathomable aura vanished completely. The vanity from being flattered surged back into his heart, and a sinister smile appeared on Justin's face as he spoke more arrogantly. "Did you hear that? This is not a place for you. Now immediately vanish from my sight. Otherwise I won't hesitate to let old John throw you out like garbage." Unlike the excited Justin and his group, old John, the boss of Blackwater, had not joined in denouncing Yuan and did not react when Justin mentioned him. He merely stepped aside and quietly observed the unfolding situation. From the moment Yuan stepped into the modification shop, old John keenly sensed that this oddly dressed man was enveloped in an aura distinct from ordinary people, a reserved yet sharp and dangerous vibe that was as unfathomable as an abyss. He had only ever felt such an aura from those truly in power or possessing exceptional skills. Big shots. Thus, even though Justin and his group were loud and arrogant, old John did not rush to express his stance, but chose to quietly observe and uncover the mystery of this guest. Yuan initially planned to ignore the buzzing noise akin to flies, focusing on his own business, but the words from the other side became increasingly offensive, with some filthy phrases pricking the string in his heart, named bottom line. He had lost all patience for these bullies with venomous tongues. The telekinetic force within him, nurtured by cell activation fluid and refined for days, suddenly awakened like a slumbering beast. Without any hesitation or verbal warning, Yuan transformed into a shadow that was difficult to capture with the naked eye in an instant. Utilizing his refined telekinetic power, part of it enhanced his own body, making his steps as light as a feather, moving silently, while another part transformed into invisible restraints and thrusts, accurately targeting Justin and his cohorts. To Yuan, who had seen countless battles, the movements of these drunken fools appeared sluggish and laughable. Every fist they tried to throw and every foot they attempted to lift seemed ensnared in an invisible mire delayed by more than a beat. In an instant, Yuan had closed the distance. His strikes were quick, precise, and fierce, yet held an almost artistic control. No unnecessary tricks, merely straightforward fists and feet, but containing speed and power beyond common sense. The youths, still spewing insults, felt a blur before their eyes as an overwhelming force struck their most vulnerable joints, wrists, ankles, and underarms. Bang! Crack! Thud! The sounds of bones dislocating and muscles injuring rang out almost simultaneously, accompanied by uncontrollable cries of pain. These pampered young masters, like precisely disassembled parts, each collapsed to the ground, curling their bodies, their faces twisted in agony, yet unable to emit a complete scream, indicating that even their vocal cords had been affected. Yuan's movements were impeccably swift and clean. The power of each strike was controlled to perfection, allowing them to instantaneously lose their ability to move and taste sufficient pain, while avoiding all fatal points, causing only non-lethal injuries. Though these people had foul mouths, their crimes did not warrant death. A simple lesson was enough. The scene abruptly descended into chaos. The once unassailable young masters had now turned into rolling gourds, emitting intermittent groans as the air filled with a faint scent of blood and sweat, even mixed with a hint of uric acid. However, amidst this mess, Justin struggled to rise from the ground, blood and foam dribbling from his mouth, his luxurious clothing smeared with dust and grime, his once meticulously styled hair now a disheveled mess, his handsome face contorted in anger and pain, resembling a madman. He glared at Yuan with bloodshot eyes, roaring hysterically, "Bastard! You dare touch me! Do you know whom He's the councilman of the Southern District. With just one call I can make you rot in jail. I will ensure you have no place to be buried." Yuan's gaze grew colder, a strong aversion flickering in the depths of his eyes. "The son of a councilman. So is this your reason for barking so recklessly in front of me?" He tilted his head slightly, a smirk curving his lips. "Unfortunately, in my eyes, you and your so-called councilman father are no different from ants on the roadside. and noisy ants usually don't live long. With that, Yuan did not give the other party another chance to spew filth. With a slight thought, an extremely refined telekinetic force shot, like an invisible steel needle, precisely piercing Justin's raised right arm joint, then twisting it. Crack! A bone-crunching sound that sent chills through the teeth rang out clearly louder than any before, and Justin's roar abruptly ceased, replaced by a heart-wrenching, almost inhuman scream. His right arm dangled at an odd angle, clearly broken by Yuan's telekinetic force. Immediately after, Yuan stepped forward, his right leg whipping out like a steel whip, accompanied by a whoosh, fiercely kicking Justin in the abdomen. Bang! Crash! Justin was struck as if by a battering ram, bending over and flying backward, crashing through the huge floor-to-ceiling glass at the front of the modification shop. Countless shards of glass scattered like hail, glinting coldly in the sunlight, while Justin himself, under the enormous impact, fell heavily onto the street outside the shop, rolling a few times before finally passing out, his body twitching slightly on the ground and then falling silent. This thunderous strike was like a silent hammer slamming heavily into the hearts of everyone inside the shop. In an instant, the hall, which had just been filled with groans and gasps, fell into a deathly silence. The remaining people, including the already terrified female companion, now looked like chicks with their necks gripped, their faces pallid, silent as the grave, even their breathing lowered, deliberately fearing to attract Yuan's attention, their bodies stiff in place, not daring to move a muscle. Old John, who had been quietly observing like an outsider, had long since lost his smile. As time passed, Old John slowly regained his composure from the initial shock, his gaze complexly measuring Yuan, filled with both deep wariness and a hint of deeply hidden fear. Old John clearly did not expect that this seemingly unremarkable young man possessed such terrifying strength and ruthless methods, and the profound sense of danger emanating from him intensified as hostilities commenced. He took a deep breath, suppressing the turmoil in his heart, and stepped forward slowly, forcing a seemingly relaxed smile onto his face as he slightly spread his hands, speaking in an intentionally casual tone. "My friend, your skills are indeed impressive, and your temper is quite fierce as well. However, this establishment operates on a tight budget, and any damage could cost me my life. Didn't you say you had business to discuss with me? So would you grant me some face and calm down first? We can sit down and talk things over." Old John paused, his eyes sweeping over the mess on the floor and the several young men still trembling in fear, and then he shifted the topic, directly asking, "I wonder what business you wish to discuss with us today. Are you looking to modify something, or have your eyes set on a particular rare item in my shop?" Yuan did not care about Old John's attitude. He had just dealt with those young scions and felt no turmoil within. With his current status and abilities, he no longer needed to concern himself with worldly rules or so-called powerful figures. "If you don't provoke me, we can coexist peacefully. Oh, I am not one to seek trouble unnecessarily. If you do provoke me, no matter who you are, I will crush you." "Rainbow stone," Yuan said calmly, directly stating the purpose of his visit without any circumlocution. "I need it." Upon hearing this, Old John's pupils suddenly constricted, and his expression turned grave, a trace of vigilance and suspicion flashing in his eyes. He instinctively took half a step back, creating some distance from Yuan, and asked in a deep voice, "Are you one of the vultures?" Yuan noticed the change in his demeanor and understood it seemed the vultures had previously sent someone to negotiate, and the process had not gone smoothly, perhaps even leading to conflict. Thinking of this, when faced with Old John's question, Yuan couldn't help but smile coldly. "The likes of the vultures are not even qualified to command me. The rainbow stone is something I asked him to find. As for the vultures and their men, they are merely tools for me." This statement shook Old John's heart deeply. The vultures were a notable force in the underground world of Free City, with numerous subordinates and considerable power, yet this young man so casually referred to them as tools, even using the derogatory term trash. Recalling the overwhelming force the other had just displayed and the chilling aura radiating from him, now Old John immediately realized that this person's background likely far exceeded his imagination, and his attitude became increasingly cautious. Old John did not continue to dwell on the topic of the vultures, but instead, with a flash of his eyes, lowered his voice, tentatively asking, "I see, since you are not one of the vultures. Judging by your earlier display, you must be one of those behind the curtain." Behind the curtain is a euphemism used in the underground world for those with extraordinary powers, corresponding to the official curtain policy, representing a group that exists outside the rules of ordinary society, possessing unimaginable strength. Yuan understood the deeper meaning in his words and calmly nodded, as if to acknowledge it. Receiving the affirmative response, Old John's demeanor grew more respectful. He slightly bowed and said, "I am honored. To be frank, I have been able to survive for many years in this chaotic dock area thanks to the support of several prominent figures like yourself. I do know some channels for the Rainbow Stone. However, among these prominent figures, there are established rules. If you wish to obtain the Rainbow Stone through me, through us, then you must abide by these rules." "What rules?" Mo Yuan asked casually, having little reverence for these so-called rules, though he did take note of old John's earlier mention of us. Blackwater Modifications indeed had a channel for the Rainbow Stone, which was clearly not an ordinary car shop, but rather backed by a hidden organization. Old John shook his head and explained, in principle the Rainbow Stone has surpassed the realm of monetary value. We usually do not sell it externally, especially not to unknown strangers. If you truly need it, the first rule you must follow is to reveal your true identity. He pointed at the sunglasses and mask on Mo Yuan's face, his tone carrying an unyielding implication. I need to confirm your identity before I can decide whether we can proceed. My identity is not to be disclosed, Mo Yuan directly refused. Upon hearing this, old John's face revealed a hint of embarrassment as he spread his hands, saying, in that case, I am unable to assist you. Rules are rules. Oh, I am merely a servant, and I dare not overstep my bounds. If you are unwilling to cooperate, then. Mo Yuan's gaze sharpened as he said, rules are dead, but people are alive. You are in business, and what matters is mutual benefit, is it not? Perhaps we can discuss other conditions that allow you to facilitate things without breaking the rules. Old John's expression of difficulty deepened. He forced a smile and shook his head. You jest. Blackwater Modifications has come this far due to its reputation, especially with the promises made to those prominent figures, which must not be taken lightly. Revealing one's identity is the first and most important hurdle. If even this can be compromised, I fear I will no longer be able to survive in this dock area. Mo Yuan remained silent for a moment, expressionless, and said, so there is no room for negotiation. Old John seemed to sense the subtle change in the atmosphere, his heart tightening, yet he still steeled himself, and said, unless you are willing to comply with the rules, I truly have no power to assist you. Seeing that old John remained adamant, his words precise and unyielding, it was clear he was determined to proceed according to the rules. Mo Yuan's gaze turned icy. The mental energy within him began to quietly accumulate, and an invisible pressure slowly spread, making the air feel heavier. Given the situation, relying solely on verbal negotiation was clearly futile. Mo Yuan never hesitated or showed mercy on crucial matters. At this moment, he was ready to use a more direct and persuasive means to compel the Blackwater owner to change his mind. Just as the atmosphere in the modification shop grew tense, ready to erupt into conflict, a crisp and rhythmic sound of footsteps suddenly came from the staircase on the second floor, neither hurried nor slow, yet carrying a unique rhythm. Old John, what's all this commotion downstairs? Is there a noteworthy guest, or are some oblivious individuals seeking trouble again? A clear and pleasant voice tinged with a hint of cool elegance drifted in, not loud, yet clear enough for everyone present to hear. Following this, a tall and agile figure appeared at the staircase, descending gracefully. A woman clad in tight black motorcycle leather, her form exquisite and curves enticing, like a black rose blooming in the night, exuding both deadly allure and danger. Her long silky black hair was neatly tied back, revealing a smooth and full forehead along with a sharply defined, strikingly beautiful face. Her brows and eyes were like a painting, yet her gaze was bright and piercing, resembling cold stars shining in the night, commanding an intimidating presence. Upon seeing this woman, old John's earlier hardness and caution when facing Mo Yuan instantly dissipated, replaced by a sincere awe. He quickly abandoned Mo Yuan and hurried forward, slightly bowing, his expression somewhat awkward. Miss Alyssa, why have you come down? It was merely a minor conflict, already resolved, no need to trouble your esteem. The woman referred to as Alyssa did not acknowledge old John's eager demeanor. She elegantly descended the stairs, her gaze sharp as two searchlights passing over old John's shoulder, landing precisely on Mo Yuan. From their brief exchange and old John's nearly humble attitude, Mo Yuan caught crucial information. Old John seemed to be merely the surface owner of this modification shop, while the woman he referred to as Miss Alyssa clearly held a status far above his, most likely the true master of this place. Eliza's gaze finally settled on Mo Yuan's face, concealed by sunglasses and a mask. Her interest peaked as she scrutinized him and asked, my friend, that commotion earlier was caused by you, wasn't it? Looking at you now, are you planning to resort to force against old John if negotiations fall through? Although she was asking a question, her tone carried a hint of understanding, clearly indicating that she was well aware of everything that had transpired downstairs. Mo Yuan furrowed his brow slightly and met Eliza's scrutinizing gaze. From this woman, he sensed a barely perceptible heat akin to the blazing sun at noon in the desert, strikingly different from the ordinary. She was likely an ability user and not one of weak strength. While pondering his strategy, Mo Yuan nodded slightly, neither denying Eliza's assertion nor directly admitting to it. Instead, he said, the Rainbow Stone is crucial to me and I must obtain it at all costs. If you could accommodate me, I would be immensely grateful. Elisa raised an eyebrow at his words, a playful smile curling her red lips as she replied, your tone is rather bold, but why do you think we would make an exception for someone with such an unclear background? What value does your gratitude hold for us? Mo Yuan spoke in a deep voice. Whether my gratitude holds value is for you to consider. My origins are of little importance to you business people, at least not as much as what I can offer you or what I can take away. His words conveyed a strong confidence with the last sentence hinting at an unsettling implication. Eliza's playful glimmer in her eyes gradually faded, replaced by a cautious assessment. You are indeed quite frank and direct what I can bring or what I can take away. An interesting statement. It seems you are so determined to obtain the rainbow stone and unwilling to adhere to the rules we have set. Let me share a bit more with you. Old John and this Blackwater modification shop all belong to the Nightingale Chamber of Commerce. You may have heard of the Nightingale Chamber of Commerce or you may not, but I want to tell you that on many trade routes in this world our sails have almost shrouded every important sea area. From the icy crystal ores of the far north to the exotic flowers of the southern rainforests, from ancient scrolls of the eastern continent to precision machinery of the western continent, as long as there is profit in this world, the Nightingale's shadow will not be far behind. Our reach extends to every corner illuminated by sunlight and shrouded in shadow. Eliza's description was not intended to boast, yet it naturally sketched out the outline of a vast commercial empire whose scale and influence were far beyond that of ordinary gangs or local powers. Old John, listening nearby, could not help but reveal a hint of pride. Eliza continued, her tone inadvertently laced with self-deprecation and reflection. In the past years, the Nightingale pursued extreme profits, adhering to the principle of money first. All are welcome. As long as you could pay the price, whether you were a noble or a notorious thief, no matter what you sought, the Nightingale would oblige. However, because of this, we were embroiled in countless troubles and disputes, even facing a united boycott from several powerful nations that nearly led to our disbandment. Therefore, in recent years, the Nightingale has completely altered its business strategy. We still pursue profits, but we place greater importance on long-term partnerships and avoiding potential risks. We only conduct clean business with clean people. Eliza's gaze returned to Yuan, her expression serious. Especially when it involves individuals like yourself who possess special abilities, we are even more cautious, treading on thin ice. Confirming identity is the absolute bottom line for us to proceed with further cooperation. This is not only for the Nightingale Chamber of Commerce, but also for your own sake. After all, no one wants to invite unforeseen disasters due to a transaction, do they? After hearing Eliza's detailed explanation, Yuan roughly understood her position and concerns. He had to admit that the Blackwater modification shop had such a strong backing, and the Nightingale Chamber of Commerce was far larger than he had anticipated. Given this, their operational style would understandably differ fundamentally from those street gangs and small enterprises that only cared about immediate profits. This caution was quite reasonable. With the conversation reaching this point, Eliza's attitude remained somewhat friendly, and she clearly explained the reasons for confirming identity, which was not unreasonable. Yuan couldn't help but feel a hint of hesitation should he remove his disguise and let them see his true self. However, Eliza's earlier words about doing clean business with clean people felt like a thorn that he could not shake off. His current identity, D734, the culprit behind the Royal Theatre blood incident, the Federation's most wanted criminal, was far from clean by any measure. If Eliza confirmed his true identity, would she instantly turn hostile and inform the authorities to deal with him? The Nightingale Chamber of Commerce was powerful, and Eliza herself was likely an ability user. They were not helpless like Angela and Lilia. Once they learned his true identity and insisted on opposing him, the threat would be lethal. This was a risk he could not afford to take. After a brief contemplation, Yuan ultimately decided that he could not reveal his true identity. He pondered for a moment before speaking slowly. I understand your situation and bottom line. It does sound reasonable, but that does not mean I will accept your rules. I have my own difficulties, and I must have the rainbow stone. Eliza seemed to have anticipated his response. She sighed lightly, her tone tinged with a hint of helplessness, along with a final piece of advice. My friend, I know you are quite strong. Those inept young masters from earlier couldn't even last a single move against you. At this point, Eliza's tone became stern, transitioning into a more serious demeanor. However, this is the Blackwater modification shop, and strictly speaking, it also belongs to the Nightingale Chamber of Commerce. You openly harmed our guests here, and according to the Chamber's rules, I should immediately detain you and hand you over to the relevant authorities. But today I don't want to escalate matters further, nor add unnecessary trouble to this establishment. If you leave immediately, I can pretend nothing happened and let bygones be bygones. This is a way for both of us to save face. How about it? As for what you seek, we don't have it here, so please don't persist. Yuan's expression suddenly turned icy at her words, questioning. Are you implying that I should bear all the responsibility for the actions of those foolish provocateurs? He glanced at the corner where a few people were still groaning in pain, but dared not make too much noise. They were the ones who spoke disrespectfully and insulted me. I merely did what any person of integrity would do. Regardless of the cause, they are ultimately guests of the Blackwater modification shop. Eliza's tone grew more forceful as she took a step forward, a fierce aura emanating from her, subtly countering Yuan's cold pressure. And you and my shop injured my guests and damaged property. Who is right or wrong, no matter where it is discussed, the outcome will be the same. To be fair, what Elisa said was indeed reasonable, and Yuan secretly marveled at how difficult this woman was to deal with. However, as mentioned before, the Rainbow Stone was now within reach, and he would never be willing to give up and return to Riverbend University to cause trouble, risking a confrontation with a group of ability users. The Rainbow Stone was crucial for healing his soul injuries, essential for his next plan to enhance his strength, and vital for his survival in this strange and perilous otherworld. The significance of obtaining this key item sooner rather than later was self-evident. He was neither stubborn nor a benevolent person. The values from his past life did not apply in this world of extraordinary powers, and the so-called principles and rules often collapsed under absolute strength. Since Elisa was also an ability user, all negotiations and games would ultimately return to a confrontation. If reasoning failed, then it was better to speak with fists. This was the best way to communicate between ability users. Miss Elisa, if it were a trivial matter, I would be more than willing to give you in the Nightingale Chamber of Commerce face. Unfortunately, you have no idea what the Rainbow Stone means to me. Yuan raised his eyes, locking onto Eliza's figure, and stated directly, since words cannot bring us to an agreement, then let us decide the ownership of the Rainbow Stone through a more direct method, shall we? Elisa raised an eyebrow, a hint of surprise flashing in her eyes. Oh, a more direct method. Are you implying that you want to fight me? That's one way to interpret it. Yuan candidly admitted. If I'm not mistaken, you and I are both individuals with power, and in this world what ultimately decides everything is not the debates of words, or who is right and who is wrong, but the size of one's fists. As he spoke, Yuan moved his wrist, producing a faint cracking sound. I harbor no ill intentions towards the Nightingale Chamber of Commerce, and I have no grievances with you. I do not wish to cause unnecessary casualties. My only goal is the Rainbow Stone. If you can withstand a few moves from me and prove you are qualified to converse with me as an equal, then we can renegotiate the transaction for the Rainbow Stone. But if you lose, I hope you can be sensible. Yuan paused, seriously warning. Of course, Miss Elisa, you should be cautious. I never hold back when I strike. Elisa listened to Yuan's nearly arrogant declaration, initially taken aback, then burst into laughter. She let out a few crisp and pleasant laughs, yet there was an unsettling aura of danger within them. How interesting, truly interesting. It's been years since anyone dared to speak to me, Elisa, in such a tone on my territory, let alone so brazenly rob me. Her smile suddenly vanished, her expression turning sharp and dangerous, a powerful aura erupting from her like a drawn sword, its brilliance clearly directed at Yuan. Elisa ceased any verbal sparring with Yuan and directly ordered old John, who stood by with his hands at his sides and dared not breathe, clear the area. Get rid of these irrelevant waste, and do not let them impede my communication with this esteemed guest. Upon hearing this, old John felt a chill in his heart, not daring to delay for even a moment. He immediately instructed several nimble workers to swiftly carry out those injured by Yuan and quickly clean up the glass shards and debris on the floor, finally driving away the display vehicles. The entire process was astonishingly efficient, as if it had been rehearsed countless times. Yuan observed Eliza's decisive and prepared stance for a unknown confrontation, clearly confident in her own strength. Nonetheless, Yuan felt no fear. With his core abilities of soul imprint and mind reading combined with telekinesis and ice elemental powers, even if his physical body had yet to reach its peak, his actual combat strength was already far beyond that of ordinary level ability users. On the other hand, to avoid being tracked by the Shadow Agreement, Yuan had resolved to make a quick decision based on his refined control abilities. This battle would also serve as a test of the results of his training during this period. In the blink of an eye, the first floor of the Blackwater modification shop was completely emptied, leaving only Yuan and Elisa in a tense standoff. The subtle tension in the air suddenly solidified, transforming into a surge of overwhelming battle. A look of eagerness appeared on Eliza's face as she slowly raised her right hand, her slender fingers spread apart, palm facing up. As you just said, since words cannot communicate, let us speak through strength. Elisa did not hesitate in the slightest as she launched her attack directly. The flames in her hand swiftly stretched and transformed into a fire whip over 10 meters long, accompanied by a fierce whistling sound as it lashed violently towards Yuan, the scorching wave of heat already rushing towards him before the whip even reached. Yuan's gaze remained calm, his figure utterly unmoved. The moment the flames ignited in Eliza's palm, the soul imprint activated, instantly capturing all of Eliza's attack intentions. Almost as soon as the flaming whip struck, Yuan's telekinesis and ice element dual abilities were quietly activated. There were no massive energy fluctuations, no dazzling lights. He merely compressed his power. Almost as soon as the flaming whip struck, Yuan's telekinesis and ice element dual abilities were quietly activated. There were no massive energy fluctuations, no dazzling lights. He merely compressed his power to the utmost, engaging in a response that could be likened to micromanipulation. The telekinesis transformed into a gentle breeze, lightly stirring the air less than a meter in front of him. Under Mo Yuan's precise control, the trajectory of the incoming fire whip was perfectly deflected at an angle. Crack! The fire whip struck the ground beside Mo Yuan with a deafening roar. The hard marble floor instantly carbonized and cracked, emitting a puff of green smoke, yet not a scratch touched Mo Yuan. Not bothered by the missed strike, Elisa clenched her fist with one hand, flames swirling around her for defense, while her other hand opened towards Mo Yuan. An unending tide of flames surged forth again. Dozens of fireballs the size of washbasins coalesced around Elisa, shooting towards Mo Yuan like a burning meteor shower, sealing off all his escape routes. Following that, a wall of flames several meters high erupted behind him, cutting off his retreat. Mo Yuan was engulfed in a sea of fire, yet he remained unperturbed, the soul imprint continuously analyzing the flight paths of each fireball and the force nodes of the firewall. He raised one hand, and his telekinesis split into several invisible forces, precisely striking the sides of the incoming fireballs. Those intense fireballs collided with an invisible wall of air, their trajectories instantly distorted. Originally aimed directly at Mo Yuan's vital points, they all crashed into the surrounding walls and floor. Boom, boom, boom. The fireballs created a series of deafening sounds as they struck the walls, charred and peeling from the scorching heat. The ground, showing signs of melting, the entire modified hall was enveloped in high temperatures, as if it had instantaneously transformed into hell. In the gaps between the explosions of the fireballs, Mo Yuan lightly tapped the ground with his toes, his figure darting rapidly through the smoke and flames, each movement precisely avoiding the deadly zones of the flame blasts. At the same time, a faint blue light began to gather at his fingertips. The cell activation liquid enhanced Mo Yuan's precise control over power. He utilized the faint humidity in the air and the minimal water vapor produced by the explosions, condensing them into extremely thin ice crystals using his ice element ability, then silently sent them towards Elisa. In this extremely harsh battlefield environment, the ice crystals were nearly invisible to the naked eye, making them perfect hidden weapons. However, Mo Yuan's purpose in creating them was not to counterattack Elisa, but merely to restrict her offensive. As the ice crystals made contact with the flames surrounding Elisa, they emitted a barely perceptible sizzling sound, rapidly evaporating and creating a burst of steam that expanded instantly, a thick white mist suddenly bursting forth between Elisa and the flames. This minuscule amount of steam generated from the clash of extreme cold and extreme heat formed transient white barriers in front of Elisa's vision. They appeared suddenly and dissipated quickly, yet were enough to cast a fleeting blind spot, obscuring her judgment of Mo Yuan's location. Now's the time. Mo Yuan was waiting for this moment. He did not waste this fleeting gap. A chill gathered in his palm, not massive ice blocks, but sharp ice crystals the size of needles. Under the compression of telekinesis, they became as hard and transparent as diamonds. He precisely shaped these ice crystals with telekinesis, transforming them into a dozen micro-ice cones, then cloaked by the white mist shot them towards Elisa at nearly imperceptible speed from multiple directions. Their target was no longer to obscure Elisa's vision, but rather to aim at several key energy nodes of her protective flames, joints, neck, chest, those vital points maintaining the flame structure that required more mental energy to guard. The attack was silent yet swift as lightning. Elisa's vision was briefly obscured by the suddenly erupting white mist, but her boldest combat instincts had her tensed up in an instant, and she immediately sensed the extreme cold and sharp murderous intent piercing through the flames towards her body. Elisa let out a low growl, instinctively pulling in the flames around her body, transforming them into a denser armor, while a more powerful flame energy erupted around her, turning into an invisible shockwave, attempting to melt and evaporate all the micro-ice cones that had broken through. Clang, clang, sizzle. The ice cone struck against the fire armor Elisa had condensed, emitting a series of crisp metallic clangs and rapid evaporation sounds. Most of the ice cones instantly vaporized upon contact with the suddenly heightened temperature of Elisa's flames, turning into more steam that exploded around her. However, one of the ice cones, wrapped in Mo Yuan's highly concentrated telekinesis and chilling power, narrowly pierced through a minuscule gap in the fire armor, barely touching Elisa's skin. Though it was merely a fleeting touch, the extreme cold and sharpness still made Elisa emit a muffled grunt, as if she had been grazed by a blade. Damn it! Elisa cursed softly, her right hand instinctively reaching for her neck, where a sharp pain was radiating. Although the wound was trivial, the fact that her defense had been breached struck her like a slap in the face, contrasting sharply with her previously confident stance before the battle began. Elisa's eyes revealed intense anger mixed with a hint of confusion as the battle came to a brief standstill due to her injury. She fixed her gaze on Mo Yuan, who was faintly visible in the thick smoke, her confusion deepening, intertwined with a reluctant acknowledgement of apprehension. "You slippery fellow, it's as if you're a loach, not only completely avoiding my attacks, but even managing to break through my defenses. What is your ability? Yuan stood concealed in the smoke, his figure hidden, but his calm voice rang clearly. Knowing my ability won't improve your situation, Miss Elisa. Every power has its vulnerabilities. Your flames are indeed powerful and swift, charging forward like an unstoppable force, leaving no room to evade. However, when these flames are utilized against you, their own characteristics will blind your perception, causing you to overlook the true threats that can harm you. This is also the reason you are injured now. Yuan paused before stating seriously, so do you surrender? Elisa fell silent for a moment, then sneered, "Hell, what a clever ruse. Do you think you've already won?" It seems that pure force won't suffice, Elisa thought, choosing not to engage Yuan further in conversation. She spread her arms wide, flames swirling around her as if they had a life of their own, this time significantly altering her strategy. She no longer aimed solely at attacking Yuan, but rather crazily renovated the modified hull, completely transforming it into her domain while intensifying her defenses with the flames. The flames licked at the towering piles of discarded tires, thick black smoke rising rapidly, swiftly filling the entire space. The acrid smell of burnt rubber was nauseating. Wires on the walls ignited with a crackling sound. The air temperature continued to soar, and exposed metallic structures emitted distorted wails under the high heat. On the ground, flames flickered and slithered, further compressing Yuan's range of movement. Eliza's figure flickered in the firelight and smoke like a queen of flames, turning this chaotic land into her hunting ground. The firelight reflected on her face, appearing both dangerous and exhilarating. She intended to force out all of Yuan's trump cards, directly burning him to ashes. However, Yuan's gaze remained as calm as ever, as if he were an outsider. This home turf constructed of flames and smoke was not a dead end for him. The soul imprint operated rapidly in the depths of his mind, unaffected by vision or smoke, capturing every fluctuation of Eliza's thoughts in the sea of fire. Flames converging, constructing boundaries to confine. The air heating, depriving oxygen, causing suffocation. Heat waves spreading, creating environmental pressure, forcing her to reveal herself. All of the opponent's combat intentions laid bare before him, and Yuan instantly devised the optimal response plan. He did not attempt to extinguish the flames filling the sky, as that would be akin to a mantis attempting to stop a chariot. Instead, he nimbly navigated through the smoke, each dodge perfectly timed, seeking opportunities in the narrow gaps surrounded by flames. A faint telekinesis emanated quietly from Yuan, gently stirring the air around him, creating several bubbles of breathable air, isolating him from the choking smoke and scorching air. Cloaked in the smoke, the faint blue light around Yuan's body flickered. He activated his ice element ability, creating a small area of low temperature around him to disperse the heat waves and black smoke. Once he ensured his safety, Yuan did not rush to counterattack. Instead, he calmly observed and analyzed in the chaos. Although Eliza's means of altering the environment were effective, maintaining such a large-scale control over flames inevitably spread her mental energy thin. Especially the flames around her, though they appeared indestructible, still had some unavoidable weaknesses. Unfortunately, to guard against Yuan's sudden attacks, Elisa had noticeably heightened her vigilance. The thickness of the firewalls around her for defense was nearly a meter wide, making it difficult to break through as easily as before with just ice cone ranged attacks. It seemed that he would need to engage close combat to end the fight. Elisa noticed that her fiery domain was not producing the expected results. Yuan seemed to remain unfazed, showing no signs of suffocation or injury. She couldn't help but feel a bit irritated. "Aren't you going to make a move? Are you planning to hide indefinitely?" Yuan, of course, ignored Eliza's taunts. He was both contemplating strategies and waiting for the opportunity to strike a fatal blow. "Don't think that hiding in the smoke means I can't do anything." Seeing Yuan ignore her, Elisa snorted coldly. With a clenching of her hands, the surging flames in the hall suddenly contracted, coalescing into dozens of agile, writhing fire serpents that spiraled and danced through the air, searching every corner where Yuan might be hiding. At the same time, an even more powerful heat wave erupted from within Elisa as she attempted to force Yuan out of his hiding spot through sheer environmental pressure. Yuan's gaze sharpened. Eliza's attacks had become more targeted, but it was within his expectations. The ice element power erupted from within him, combined with telekinesis compressed to the extreme, gathered at his fingertips. He then raised one hand, a faint blue light flickering in his palm, rushing towards the fire serpents that had approached. Hiss! Sizzle! Those fire serpents, just a few meters away from Yuan, suddenly encountered an explosive chill. This chill could not directly freeze the flames, but it caused the water vapor gathered by telekinesis to condense into ice crystals, leading to violent vaporization due to the immense temperature difference. The steam instantly expanded, forming billowing white mist. They arrived quickly and dispersed even faster, yet were enough to create a brief defense and distraction. The fire serpents, upon contact with the white mist, collided with an invisible barrier, causing their offense to momentarily lag and distort. Although the flames remained fierce, the smoothness that had once been so fluid was abruptly disrupted. Yuan seized this opportunity, dashing forward along the narrow path concealed by the water vapor barrier, making a beeline for Elisa. His goal was not to clash head-on, but to engage closely. Elisa sensed Yuan's sudden acceleration and was startled. Without thinking, she mobilized the surrounding flames for defense, constructing layer upon layer of denser flame shields in front of her in an attempt to block Yuan. But Yuan's speed was too fast. Each of his steps was precisely predicted by the soul imprint, skillfully avoiding the most concentrated areas of flames, while the frost power enveloping his body effectively resisted the scorching burns. When he was less than 5 meters from Elisa, the ice element was drawn with an unprecedented intensity and perfectly integrated with telekinesis. Crack. This time, instead of ice crystals, ice walls, or ice spikes, it was an extremely cold domain condensed to its utmost, carrying terrifying penetrating power. This extreme cold power, accompanied by the stickiness and thrust of telekinesis, erupted outward from Yuan's center, acting upon the thick wall of flames protecting Elisa. Elisa gasped in shock. She felt as if her flames were being grasped by an icy, irresistible force. The originally agile tongues of fire instantly became sluggish and rigid, even showing signs of freezing in the core area. The collision of two entirely opposing forces created a standoff, uncertain of victory for a moment, but that was already sufficient for Yuan. At the moment Elisa's flame power was briefly restrained, Yuan had already approached her like a ghost. He did not choose to attack her vital points, but reached out with his right hand, just as he had done with Carter and Albert, seizing Elisa's raised wrist. Soul imprint. Accompanied by Yuan's silent command in his heart, a cold, eerie, and adhesive mental force, like countless vultures drawn to a corpse, instantly pierced into Elisa's consciousness, targeting the very root of her proud fire abilities. Oh. Elisa let out a piercing scream, her pupils suddenly constricting as if her soul was being torn by invisible claws, the flames around her also showing signs of instability, beginning to sway and dim. Yuan could feel the barriers of Elisa's mental core being gradually eroded by his power, the mysteries of her flame abilities flickering in his perception like shattered starlight, as if he could completely analyze and replicate them in the next moment. However, just at that moment, an unexpected change occurred. A wave of mental energy far beyond Yuan's expectations, vast and raging like the furious sea, suddenly erupted from the deepest recesses of Elisa's consciousness, carrying a primitive destructive will that could incinerate all, like the most violent volcanic eruption, rebounding fiercely against Yuan's probing mental tendrils. No. A sense of extreme danger suddenly seized Yuan's soul, like an alarm ringing in his. At this moment he realized with utmost clarity that if he continued to carve the fragile soul imprint channel, and his already injured soul would undoubtedly be shattered and crushed by this sudden, overwhelming mental force far beyond that of a class ability user. This was not the mental strength expected of a class ability user, this was class. Elisa. This woman has been hiding her true power all along. A violent headache pierced through him like 1,000 steel needles, and the world before him suddenly went dark. Blood uncontrollably surged from his nose and ears, and every muscle in his body spasmed in excruciating pain. Without hesitation, Yuan made a decisive choice, enduring the agonizing pain of his soul being torn apart, and resolutely severed the spiritual connection with Elisa. The backlash from the mental force still struck him. Yuan spat out a mouthful of blood and staggered back like a kite, with a broken string crashing heavily against the hard wall, barely managing to stay upright. At the moment Yuan cut off the connection, the explosive mental force from Elisa receded, but she did not. She opened her eyes wide, the beauty in her gaze replaced with shock, like a raging storm, along with an overwhelming fury triggered by her limits being crossed. She fixed her gaze on Yuan, her voice trembling slightly from extreme anger. What kind of monster are you? Telekinesis, ice element. And that feeling just now. You actually want to take my abilities. Before her words could finish, a wave of searing heat, far more powerful than before, erupted from Elisa. The flames that had been rampaging in the modification shop seemed to have received a royal command, instantly becoming more violent and refined. The temperature in the air surged sharply, and even the walls began to groan under the strain, hinting at melting. Since you want to witness true power so badly, I shall grant you that. Elisa roared, unleashing her full strength as a class ability user without holding back. With a forceful push of her hands, the entire first floor of the modification shop seemed to be thrust into the sun's core. Blindingly bright light erupted, followed by a deafening explosion. The flames swirling around her instantly lost control, expanding and exploding into massive, thick crimson fire tornadoes, roaring and tearing apart everything around them, be it sturdy metal shelves or thick load-bearing walls, devouring, melting, and vaporizing all in their path. Under the horrifying high temperatures, steel bent and melted like wax. The concrete structure emitted cries of unbearable strain, large chunks crumbling away, and the entire steel framework of the modification shop warped rapidly under the scorching flames, producing a piercing metallic shriek. Boom! A thunderous roar erupted. The proud, massive glass curtain wall of the modification shop, along with a large portion of the building's structure, collapsed under the violent flames, sending countless burning debris, molten metal, and shockwaves mixed with thick smoke crashing towards the streets of the dock area. On the street, the once peaceful daily life was completely shattered by this sudden disaster. God, what is that? An explosion. The modification shop has exploded. Run. Is it the end of the world? Pedestrians by the roadside, drunken men just leaving the bar, and shop assistants nearby were all terrified by this horrifying scene, screaming and crying, fleeing in all directions like headless flies. Burning car parts fell from the sky like meteors, triggering a series of explosions. Everywhere he looked, thick smoke billowed, obscuring the sky, and the air was filled with a pungent smell of charred remains and the foul odor of melting metal. Old John, hiding not far from the modification shop, was lucky to escape with the help of the staff, but when he got up from the ground, he watched helplessly as the shop he had managed for most of his life crumbled into ashes in the fire, leaving him at a loss for words. Meanwhile, Alyssa hovered at the center of the modification shop's ruins, flames swirling around her, forming rings of fire that made her appear like a descending demon. Her long hair danced wildly in the heat waves, her gaze cold and frenzied, the pressure of a class ability user unleashed without reservation, causing the surrounding air to freeze. I see where you were trying to escape. Alyssa's voice was filled with vengeful delight, but it also contained a hint of anger and humiliation. Clearly being pushed to this extent by Yuan had stripped her of all elegance and composure. Yuan's pupils constricted sharply. At this moment, he struggled out from a pile of burning debris. The full release of Alyssa's class power exceeded all his expectations. The cat Albert and Brian he had faced before were nothing but children compared to Alyssa now. He forcefully suppressed the surging blood energy, pushing his telekinesis and ice element abilities to the limit. Countless flying metal plates and shattered concrete blocks were forced together by his telekinesis, forming a precarious, yet thickening barrier in front of him. Simultaneously, an extreme frost power condensed in front of him, continuously forming ice walls to withstand the pervasive heat. However, Alyssa gave him no chance to breathe. With a single finger pointed, a colossal lava column, thicker and more refined than any fire whip before, shot out from the sea of flames with a destructive aura like a divine spear, crashing down towards Yuan. The hastily constructed defense by Yuan was utterly weak before the lava column. The telekinesis barrier was instantly burned through and crushed, and the moment the ice wall came into contact with the lava, it emitted a fierce hissing sound, large amounts of white mist billowing up, yet it still could not block a single shred of the attack. Yuan's pupils contracted to the extreme as the breath of death approached. He had no time to evade, and could only compress the remaining telekinesis to the utmost, wrapping himself in an invisible repulsive field, attempting to relieve even the slightest bit of impact at the moment of collision, while instinctively adjusting his body posture to avoid the fatal blow. Boom. Yuan felt an overwhelming force strike him, as if he had been hit by a speeding train. His body uncontrollably flew backward, crashing through layers of burning debris, finally breaking through a remaining wall and landing on the distant street. Cough, cough. Yuan struggled to rise from the rubble and flames, a sharp pain radiating from his left arm as he was covered in horrifying burns and tearing abrasions, charred flesh rolling his insides, feeling displaced and his vision darkening. He looked at Alyssa, who emerged step by step from the ruins of the modification shop, enveloped in flames, exuding an imposing and solemn presence like a valkyrie. His expression turned grave, yet there was no sign of retreat. A class ability user was indeed beyond his current capability to contend with. The gap was no longer something that technique and strategy could bridge, it was a sheer crushing force, a heat and clash akin to hitting a stone with an egg. Yet deep in his eyes burned a more tenacious will. The more desperate the situation, the calmer he must be, the more he must seek that glimmer of hope. The game is over, monster. Alyssa's voice was devoid of emotion as she slowly raised her hand, gathering enough fiery energy to destroy everything, preparing for the final strike. On the street, the remaining few pedestrians witnessed this scene and were terrified, fleeing in a panic. Yuan took a deep breath, a look of determination flashing in his eyes. He unleashed his telekinesis without reservation, not aiming at Alyssa, but at the nearby storefront sign, streetlights, and a few overturned cars destabilized by the explosion. With the screeching of twisted metal and the sound of heavy objects falling, chaos erupted on the street, huge billboards crashing down, streetlights toppling, burning cars being violently hurled towards Alyssa. Amidst the billowing smoke and the continuous explosions, Yuan did not hesitate for a moment, turning and dashing deeper into the dock area, into the intricate alleys. Alyssa waved her hand, melting everything that came crashing down, sweeping them aside. She watched Yuan escape quickly and could not help but snort coldly, her figure transforming into a red meteor rushing towards the direction he fled. The streets of the dock area instantly became a hellish inferno. Wherever Alyssa passed, flames followed, raining down like meteor showers. Delivery trucks stacked containers, and even the roofs of small warehouses twisted, melted, and exploded under her furious flames. Screams, explosions, and the sound of collapsing buildings echoed continuously, plunging the entire area into a sea of fire and panic. Yuan had only one thought at this moment: retreat. Retreat immediately. The full-force pursuit of a class ability user was far more terrifying than any of Yuan's previous encounters, giving him a new understanding of the world's powers. The momentum Alyssa was creating was almost comparable to an entire armored unit, even more terrifying, akin to a missile bombardment. The soul imprint was activated to the utmost, transforming into the most efficient warning radar. Every intent of Alyssa's attacks and every flow of energy formed vague, yet timely warnings in his mind. To the right, flames surge, coverage radius 3 meters. Yuan suddenly rolled to the left, narrowly avoiding a lava fire column crashing down from above. The fire column struck the spot where he had just been, instantly scorching the ground into a blackened pit, the searing heat almost igniting his hair. He dared not linger, unleashing his telekinesis to the fullest, grabbing a flipped cargo tricycle by the roadside and hurling it towards the pursuing Alyssa like a thrown stone, attempting to block her momentarily. Alyssa did not dodge. A refined fire whip lashed out, directly exploding the heavy tricycle in midair, scattering burning parts everywhere. Taking advantage of this brief moment, Yuan dashed into a narrow alley piled with discarded fishing nets and wooden boxes, a terrain more favorable to him. Above, flames blocked the way, coverage radius 10 meters. Yuan looked up and saw the sky above the alley shrouded in a cloud of fire. Alyssa clearly wanted to trap him inside. He acted decisively, channeling his ice element power, pressing his hands against the walls of the alley. Crack! Crack! The biting cold spread, and the slippery walls instantly formed a thick layer of ice. Yuan's aim was not to build an ice wall for defense, but to use the expansion of the frost to damage the old brick structure. Collapse! With Yuan's low shout, his telekinesis acted simultaneously on the ice-eroded wall, and the walls groaned under the strain, large chunks of bricks and ice crashing down, blocking off a large part of the alley behind him. Alyssa chased to the alley's entrance, looking at the blocked passage, and the swirling ice mist, her anger intensified. With a wave of her hand, the flames melted and exploded the bricks and ice, but Yuan had already taken the opportunity to slip out from the other end of the alley. Yuan's condition was dire. The injuries to his soul were painfully exacerbated by the continuous exertion of power, each breath accompanied by a burning sensation, and his stamina was at the brink. However, he could not give up. He had to persist until the end. Telekinesis and ice elements burst forth alternately from Yuan's hands, sometimes stirring up debris from the street to form temporary obstacles, and other times conjuring a slippery layer of ice on the ground, desperately delaying Alyssa's pursuit. But her relentless chase was like a hunting inferno, closing in step by step. He detonated a gas canister ignited by flames by the roadside, creating a massive wave and shockwave that temporarily obscured Alyssa's line of sight. He used telekinesis to flip an entire small car, blocking the narrow street. He even, upon entering a half-collapsed fish market, froze the precarious steel structure above his head with ice elements and detonated the supporting points the moment Alyssa pursued, in causing a small-scale collapse. However, Alyssa's pursuit remained relentless. She always managed to counter Yuan's tricks with an even more furious approach. Lava fire columns, explosive fireballs, and flames capable of instantly melting steel forced Yuan into a desperate situation. Several times he narrowly escaped fatal attacks thanks to the almost cheating foresight of the soul imprint, but he still bore numerous deep, visible burns, his torn clothes soaked in blood and flesh. "You can't escape. I will turn you to ashes." Yuan gritted his teeth, his lungs burning with pain. He knew he was nearing his limit, and just as he felt a dizzying wave, his vision blurring, nearly collapsing, the soul imprint captured an unusual fragment of thought. At the moment, Alyssa gathered power again. From the fragments of thought transmitted by the soul imprint, Alyssa, though formidable, was not without. The Yang chamber, that vast commercial empire, surely maintained a delicate equilibrium with the Yaij Empire's authorities, and Alyssa's present conduct, virtually wrecking half the dock district, had evidently crossed a red line, prompting her to fear the grave repercussions that might ensue. Yuan bit down hard on his tongue to quell the surging blood, and Chi dodging the whooshing fireballs behind him while shouting with all his might, "Alyssa, if you keep making a scene like this, are you trying to tear the entire dock district apart? The customs building and the eastern police precinct are not far ahead. Do you think, seeing such a spectacle, they will invite you and your superiors for a little tea?" Alyssa's pursuing form faltered for a heartbeat, The fireball gathering in her palm wavered and dimmed. How did he know what I was worrying about? Coincidence? Or a psychic ability? Strange. There were no abnormal psychic fluctuations, not the usual sign of a mind-based power. Yuan afforded Alisha no time to ponder. He shifted his course and truly charged toward the approximate direction of the customs building in his memory, shouting again at the top of his lungs. The Yang chamber is vast and powerful, which surely does not care for a little spectacle like this. Come on, let us go and have a proper talk at the police station. You dare. Alisha shrieked, yet her pursuit noticeably slowed. She did not fear combat, but she feared that her own impetuosity would force the Yang chamber's interests in the Yaij Empire into a passive, compromised position. Alisha's eyes flickered rapidly. Anger, suspicion, and a keen apprehension braided together within her. The imperial authorities might be indifferent to the lives of commoners, but they guarded the government's face jealously. She could not allow Yuan to drag the flames toward regions that were absolutely untouchable. In the instant of her hesitation and calculation, Yuan seized the rare opening. He turned and dashed into a narrower alley that led into a congested slum of mixed folk. There the crowds pressed close, and the architecture twisted a perfect refuge for vanishing. Given Yuan's circumstances, he would never deliberately provoke the authorities. His earlier words had been nothing but a ruse to deceive Alisha. Wretched scoundrel. Realizing she had been duped, Alisha roared and gave chase, but when she burst out of that alley's mouth, Yuan's figure had already dissolved into the jostling, panic-stricken crowd, stirred by the earlier commotion, indistinguishable and gone. Distant sirens drew nearer. The air was thick with the acrid scent of burning and the screams of the populace. Alisha stood where she was, her complexion oscillating, chest heaving. In all the years since her promotion to crank and her elevation to the chamber's leadership within the empire, she had never been subjected to such wanton humiliation. That man's ability rank was plainly only D, yet both his combativeness and his capacity for escape were unexpectedly potent. Who exactly was he? Alisha thought, and found no clue. She stamped her foot in vexation, tamped down the burning anger and murderous intent, and prepared to transform into a streak of flame, to leave this scene of trouble, at once report everything to her superiors, and handle all subsequent fallout from the disturbance. Yet at the very instant her flames were about to surge, an invisible, monumental pressure descended. Alisha felt her chest tighten. The once fluid operation of her flame ability grew obscure and sluggish, as if gripped by an unseen, crushing hand. She could scarcely maintain even the simplest fire form. Who goes there? Alisha looked up toward the source of the pressure. From the nearby shadow, a tall, dignified figure stepped forward with measured grace. The newcomer wore a well-cut dark uniform. His silver hair was immaculately combed, his gaze sharp and fathomless, bearing the weary insight of one who has seen the world, and a presence that commanded without anger. He stood there calmly, yet seemed to be the very center of that chaotic scene. Miss Alisha, do those of the Yang chamber always conduct themselves so conspicuously? Kisale, is that you? Alisha's pupils contracted. Ew, she had recognized him. It seems your little evening spectacle has brought no small trouble to Zio City. Kisale's tone remained even, but his gaze swept over the surrounding wreckage as if it were tangible, taking in the ruined battlefield and the still smoldering debris. Alisha's heart tightened. She understood the implication. Her actions had indeed been excessive, and if a calculating party seized upon this, it would spell trouble for both her and the chamber. Alisha forced an apologetic note into her voice. Bishop, today's incident arose because of an exceedingly dangerous bandit. His methods are uncanny. Though he appeared only drank at first, his true cunning far exceeded our estimates. I lost control of the situation, which led to these grave consequences. Rest assured, the Yang chamber has always respected the Empire's laws. For all losses caused by this incident, we are willing to bear full compensation and will cooperate fully with the authorities in the follow-up in hopes of calming matters and making amends to the Empire. She lowered her posture deliberately, fully aware that before a figure, and in a setting like this, any show of forceful rhetoric would only invite greater trouble. Kisale's gaze lingered on her for a moment. He offered a non-committal, signaling little concern for talk of compensation. Miss Alisha, some words perhaps should not come from me, yet I must reiterate a point. Maintaining the veil is the Empire's fundamental state policy. This differs from many nations you have engaged with. While we welcome powerful organizations such as your chamber to conduct business here, when economic cooperation conflicts with state policy, everything must yield to that policy. If there is a next time, the Empire's market will be entirely closed to you. Kisale's tone was calm, yet every word carried weight. The invisible pressure made Alisha feel as if even her breath were constrained. She understood this to be the sternest of warnings. Today's events had clearly struck the Yaij Empire's bottom line. Bishop, I understand your words. I will convey them to our superiors. Kisale nodded slightly and shifted the topic to the bandit Alisha had mentioned. More than compensation, I wish to know what sort of bandit could make Miss Alisha deem him exceedingly dangerous and incite such a commotion. If you do not mind, please describe his abilities in detail. Alisha recalled the battle's details, her eyes still haunted by shock and fury. At first he displayed only D-level telekinesis, crudely applied but not weak. Then he revealed an ability to manipulate ice elements, also at a D standard. Moreover, he seemed able to anticipate my attacks and evade in a most uncanny manner, as if he could know my actions in advance. Kisale listened in silence, his face unreadable, yet Alisha felt the invisible weight about him deepen, and then oi. Then, Alisha's expression darkened further, her voice took on a note of shame, humiliation, and lingering fear she did not wish to admit. I let him get close for a moment, and he tried to seize my flame ability. I could distinctly feel a most perverse force invading my mental core, attempting to steal the very source of my power. I fought with everything I had to shatter that force. I was furious and wanted only to kill him at once. That is why such large-scale destruction occurred. Unfortunately, he still managed to escape in the end. Although Yuan ultimately failed to imprint Alisha's flame ability, the sensation of her soul being violated and the variety of powers the other displayed still made her shudder whenever she recalled it. Kisale's gaze suddenly grew abyssal, a flash of light passed through his eyes. Multiple abilities: telekinesis, ice manipulation, precognition, and the forbidden power to plunder or replicate others' abilities. He murmured the words under his breath, his voice carrying a trace of subdued excitement mingled with profound. He turned to Alisha, his tone uncommonly grave. Are you certain he possessed these disparate abilities and actually attempted to take your flame? I am absolutely certain, Alisha declared with unwavering certainty, her voice brimming with hatred for that mysterious man. The feeling of my soul being peered into and my power being stolen, I shall never forget. He is nothing short of a monster, a being that can steal others' powers. Kisale nodded slowly. Alisha's account dovetailed perfectly with Buellen's earlier report on D734, which mentioned suspected replication of Kate's telekinesis, suspected replication of Abote's ice manipulation, and that eerie combat intuition. D734. So it is him. Multiple abilities: telekinesis, ice elements, precognition, and the forbidden power to plunder or duplicate others' abilities. Kisale's gaze sharpened to a blade as he looked at Alisha and said slowly, Miss Alisha, the monster you encountered tonight is not unknown to the FBPA. His designation is D734, a wanted fugitive who recently escaped from the Federation's maximum security prison. He is indeed extremely dangerous. D734. Alisha repeated the designation softly. Surprise flashed in her eyes, but more than that came a dawning realization, as she was not unfamiliar with the code. The papers and official bulletins in Zio City had been filled with wanted notices about D734's jailbreak in connection with the Royal Grand Theater attack. She had certainly seen them. She had not expected the youth in the wanted photograph who had looked somewhat sullen to be tonight's mysterious figure with so many uncanny abilities. So it was him. Alisha's brow knit as she remembered another identity hinted at in the wanted notices. She turned to Kisale and probed, Bishop, could this D734 be an agent within the Jiming cult? Kisale shook his head and said in a low voice, based on the intelligence we currently possess, D734, both before his capture and during prison assessments, appeared to be an ordinary cult member who had received training. He displayed no innate signs of ability. As to why after his escape, he suddenly gained the capacity to plunder others' abilities. What transpired to cause that change remains unknown to us. Kisale paused, his tone tinged with certainty. But I can be sure of this, his present state likely bears no direct relation to the Jiming cult. It seems instead to be an unknown, uncontrollable mutation. Alisha listened to Kisale's analysis, her mind rife with questions she did not voice. To have survived an encounter with you, a crank ability user, he must be even more troublesome than we had expected. Kisale's tone betrayed little emotion. Miss Alisha, can you tell me why D734 engaged you in such a fierce conflict? As far as I know, he escaped only recently. He should be trying his utmost to avoid any direct confrontation with. Alisha's face shifted. She hesitated before inhaling deeply and saying, he came for the Hongguang stone. He seemed to know that Blackwater modifications possessed one, and he was determined to obtain it. Hongguang stone. Kisale's brow tightened. From previous inquiries into D734's accomplice Ankila Morisi, they had already learned that D734 was actively seeking Hongguang stones and cell activation serums and other special materials. Hearing Alisha corroborate this, and given that D734 had clashed head-on with a behemoth like the Yang Chamber, revealing several of his uncanny abilities in the process, Kisale's assessment of the Hongguang stone's importance to D734 was profoundly reinforced. It appears the Hongguang stone is indeed something he must possess at all costs. As he spoke, countless analyses and deductions raced through Kisale's mind. D734's obsession with the Hongguang stone, driven to near recklessness, was itself an intelligence of great value. Very well, Miss Alisha. Your intelligence is valuable. Kisale's tone softened slightly. Regarding the disturbance in the dock district today, I will report the circumstances to my superiors. That the Yang chamber voluntarily assumes responsibility shows a proper sense of perspective. He said no more. He cast a meaningful glance at Alisha, then turned and swiftly vanished into the night. He needed to return immediately to redeploy a capture operation against D-734 centered on the Hongguang Stone lead. A creature capable of plundering abilities with such a focused target on a strategic rare resource elevated the danger and complexity of the whole affair to a new plane. If D-734 so desperately required the Hongguang Stone, then known distribution channels, potential holders, and even those forces secretly coveting the item could all become critical nodes in an expansive net of pursuit. Alisha watched Kisail's silhouette dissolve into the dark, only then did her taut nerves loosen a little, though the turmoil within her heart would not soon subside. D-734, a fugitive from the Jiming cult, yet bearing such inconceivable powers, and so unambiguously intent upon the Hongguang Stone. Alisha's expression grew complicated. Her earlier reluctance to tell Kisail about D-734's demand for the Hongguang Stone was not merely caution toward the FBPA, but also because of the priest. The priest, a mysterious figure entrenched within Zio City, who maintained covert ties with certain high-ranking members of the Yang Chamber. At the same time, the priest served as the Jiming cult's representative within Zio City. At its core, Yiying Shanghui is a commercial enterprise driven foremost by profit. In recent years, and particularly to avoid peril in places like the Yaij Empire where laws are strict and supernatural forces are tightly controlled, the guild's leadership resolved, after bitter reflection, to conduct only clean above-board business. That policy exists to prevent the guild from being dragged into anything that might provoke the authorities, especially powerful agencies such as the FBPA. Yet the predicament of the Jiming cult is exceptional in the Yaij Empire. They have been officially banned and ruthlessly suppressed as a heretical and terrorist organization, and any overt ties with them could spell ruin for Yiying Shanghui. By contrast, in the distant Daiwofu Republic and several other nations more tolerant of religious belief, branches of the Jiming cult exist as legitimate, even influential orthodox sects. More importantly, those overseas branches control rare channels of supply the guild has coveted for years. Precious goods tied to supernatural power that cannot be obtained through ordinary trade. Thus, on the soil of the Yaij Empire, Yiying Shanghui's relationship with the Jiming cult remained a delicate and dangerous dance of proximity and distance. Too overt an enemy would imperil overseas interests, yet no voluntary cooperation could risk violating the imperial ban. Both sides maintained only an extremely covert single-line channel that could be severed at any moment. The very existence of that channel was a secret known to only a handful at the guild's apex. At the far end of that secret line stood the figure known as the priest, the key representative who in certain respects embodied the will of the Jiming cult. Today, the cult operative D-734 not only unleashed such upheaval on Yiying Shanghui's turf, but also displayed uncanny powers far beyond those of an ordinary cult agent, and Cesari's analysis of D-734 was unusually disquieting. Had an uncontrollable variable arisen within the Jiming cult? Or did D-734's actions themselves conceal some secret intent of the cult? Should she report these findings to the priest? Standing amid the wreckage of the docks, Alisha felt the evening breeze stir her disheveled hair, but could not dispel the heavy doubts crowding her mind. Night had thickened like ink. The waterfront of the free city had shed its daytime clamor and become a silent labyrinth soaked in shadow and vapor. Yuan lurched through that maze. He had been hiding in the district for days, only after confirming that Alisha had not pursued him, and that darkness had fallen and the remaining pedestrians dispersed, did he, like a hunted creature utterly spent, begin the homeward crawl. Every breath scorched, carrying the searing sting of flame. His lungs filled with the char and coppery reek of burned flesh and blood. The class flame ability wielded by Alisha had erupted into a storm of fire whose ferocity far exceeded his estimates. Even by exploiting complex terrain, gambling on chaos, and psychological bluffing to scrape a thread of escape from that hellish conflagration, he paid an appalling price. The backlash from forcibly severing the soul imprint felt like 1,000 red-hot pins turning in the depths of his mind. Each thought was accompanied by ripping agony, and his body seemed to be repeatedly seared over an open flame, skin blistered and blackened with hideous bubbles and scorch marks. But Yuan dared not stop, not for an instant. He swallowed the metallic taste in his throat, melted into the shelter of night, and moved through jagged alleys and the deep shadows cast by buildings toward the safe house near Yuan University. Each step felt as if he trod on knives and fire. His will was eroded inch by inch, and every part of his body sang a lament of unbearable strain. At last, the familiar silhouette of that shabby apartment block loomed at the edge of his vision. By sheer dint of the last remnants of his will, he hauled himself up the stairs and reached the familiar door. With trembling, ruined hands, he summoned the strength to knock. Knock, knock, knock. The sound was grotesquely loud in the silent stairwell. After a moment, a voice answered from within, sleepy, yet wary, and Keela asked, "Who is it?" "It's me, Yuan." His voice rasped like sandpaper, so weak it was nearly inaudible. The hinge gave a soft creak as the door cracked open, and Keela, rubbing the sleep from her eyes, peered out. And the moment her gaze fell on him, every trace of drowsiness and confusion evaporated into utter shock and horror. Where was the composed, collected man she knew? He was drenched in blood, once reasonable, clothing hung in tatters, failing to conceal a network of wounds crossing his body. His exposed neck, arms, and calves bore vast, ghastly burn scars, some flesh split, and raw blackened scabs mingled with fresh blood, emitting a nauseating acrid stench of char and iron. Yuan, how did you end up like this? And Keela cried out, forgetting for a moment to support him. A coldness ran from the soles of her feet to her scalp. What kind of monstrous opponent could have left him in such a wretched state? Yuan could hold himself up no longer. His body went limp, and he began to topple to the floor. And Keela snapped into action, face drained of color. She had no time to ponder. She bounded forward, and though slight, used her shoulder to brace his tottering frame. Her hands met scalding heat and the sticky stain of blood beneath his clothes. "Come in," she hissed through gritted teeth, half dragging, half supporting him into the room before shutting the door behind them. Inside the apartment, the light was dim, and Keela eased Yuan onto the only couch that still seemed clean. After the initial shock, her training as a nurse soon took over. She did not ask questions. Instead, she hurried into the shabby washroom and soon returned with a basin of warm water, a clean towel, and her battered canvas first aid kit. "Bear with it," she murmured, lowering her voice and cutting away the blood-soaked rags with scissors so as not to disturb the wounds unnecessarily. She used warm water and the towel to gently wipe away grime and blood, cleaning each wound with careful, measured motions. The burn edges had begun to inflame and suppurate as she handled them with extreme caution. From her kit, she produced disinfectant, burn ointment, and sterile gauze, attending to each injury with a quiet, exacting focus. As she worked on the burns that exposed bone, looking down at Yuan's pale, drawn face and the shadowed hollows beneath his closed eyes, and Keela felt a sharp pang in her own chest. She could not fathom what savage struggle he had endured to suffer such ravages. Worry and pity braided together, reddening her eyes. Who did this to you?" she finally choked out, voice thick with tears. "Is your enemy really that terrifying?" Under Keela's ministrations, his taut nerves eased a little and his breathing steadied. He opened his eyes slowly and looked at the girl bustling over him. Her worry and concern were unmistakably genuine. After a pause, he rasped in a hoarse voice and recounted matter-of-factly and with grim brevity what had occurred at the Heishui modification shop. The negotiation collapsed. The Heishui modification shop runs deep water. Behind it is an international syndicate called Yiying Shanghui. They hide a class flammability user named Alisha. That woman's power is terrifying, beyond imagination. My living through it at all is almost a miracle. And Keela listened in silence as she continued dressing his wounds. "This time, I was careless." He spoke in a low voice tinged with self-reproach. Perhaps since the jailbreak, whether confronting Cardi of the FBPA or later AI Bote and Bu Lion, although the processes were far from easy, they nevertheless ended acceptably. That success unbalanced me, made me complacent. When facing Alisha, I instinctively sought the most direct solution and failed to accurately assess the behemoth that is Yiying Shanghui and Alisha's own strength. Her flames, those forces exceeded my previous understanding. Yuan's gaze drifted to the heavy night beyond the window, as if the cramped apartment could not contain the broader, more perilous world he now perceived. If a mere class like Alisha wields such devastation, what upheavals would the fabled class, or the almost mythical class powers bring? The world of ability users is far more complex and formidable than I imagined. The Heishui modification shop incident was a wake-up call. He drew a deep breath and his eyes sharpened anew. From now on, in any matter involving ability users, I must proceed with far greater caution. I cannot let a momentary impulse cast me into irreversible ruin. But I will not be paralyzed either. The world is a furnace. People like us must sometimes risk life itself. And Keela could not fully grasp the technicalities of supernatural rankings in combat, but she felt the heavy gravity of his words and the lucid, resolute clarity of a man who had survived a catastrophe. Perhaps he was undergoing a transformation she could scarcely imagine. When she finished bandaging him, she covered Yuan with a thin blanket and said softly, "Rest now. Your injuries are severe, you need quiet and recovery." Yuan nodded faintly and closed his eyes. Exhaustion crept over him like a tide, pulling him under, but he knew he must recover quickly. The good news was that because he had decisively halted the imprinting on Alisha, the spiritual backlash was limited. As for his physical wounds, aided by cell activation serum, and in Keela's careful care, his recovery would be markedly faster than immediately after the jailbreak. The clue that the Heishui modification shop provided toward acquiring the Hongwangshi had been utterly severed after the cataclysmic battle with Alisha. Mo Yuan understood plainly that Ying Shanghui would not let matters rest. Ailish's wrath and the guild's vast power would hang like a sword above him. To provoke that behemoth again in the short term would be tantamount to suicide. Left with no other choice, he turned his attention back to the original objective, the mysterious classified research center housed deep within Yuan University. Having experienced a life-and-death struggle with Eliza, Mo Yuan no longer dared to underestimate any seemingly ordinary place in this world. Although Lilia had previously reported through infiltrated sources that only 5 low-level E or class ability users were stationed inside the research center, this did not put him at ease. No one could guarantee that deep within the seemingly tranquil ivory tower there weren't hidden guardians as powerful and secretive as Eliza, unknown to the outside world. Moreover, the FBPA was already aware of his desire for the Rainbow Stone. His conversation with Eliza at the Blackwater repair shop had numerous witnesses, and the FBPA would inevitably investigate the scene through these individuals, deducing his obsession with the Rainbow Stone. This way, the research center at Yuan University, a known location of the Rainbow Stone, was highly likely to have been surrounded by the FBPA's net today, waiting for him to walk into the trap. With the Nightingale Society's pursuit behind him and the FBPA's blockade ahead, Mo Yuan was heavily injured and his strength had not yet fully recovered. Mo Yuan felt an unprecedented pressure. Each step felt like walking on thin ice, yet he had no choice. The Rainbow Stone was the key to mending his soul's wounds, integrating and enhancing his powers, the only hope for survival in this perilous world. Whether facing a mountain of knives or a sea of flames, he had to venture forth. As night deepened in the safe house, Mo Yuan fell into a deep sleep amidst pain and worry. However, the undercurrents in Freedom City surged even more violently due to Mo Yuan's presence and the fierce battle he had with Eliza today. The heart-stopping fiery clash at the dock area was like a massive stone thrown into a calm lake, the ripples it created spreading outward in circles. Although the FBPA quickly sealed off the scene after the incident, dispatching mind-type ability users to blur the memories of all witnesses and classified the entire event as an accidental fire caused by aging gas pipes, the official media also reported it discreetly, attempting to minimize the impact. However, paper cannot contain fire. Freedom City, a steel jungle woven with glamour and crime, hid countless secret informants and intricate intelligence networks beneath its shadow. Everything that happened today had already circulated quietly through various secret channels in the dark side of the world. Rumors about the mysterious battle of ability users in the dock area, the Nightingale Society's upper management's fury, and the FBPA's investigation spread like a virus in the underground world, adding a touch of ominous tension to this already turbulent city. In the southern outskirts of the city, beneath a deserted farm cellar, lay one of the most concealed secret bases of the Weaving Fate cult in Freedom City. Descending the damp and slippery stone steps, the air grew thinner, filled with the stale scent of spices, the earthy smell of soil, and a vaguely sweetish aroma tinged with rust. The underground space was far more expansive than imagined, with traces of artificial excavation interwoven with naturally formed stalactites on the rough rock walls, inscribed with intricate and twisted patterns resembling some ancient script, as if countless entangled threads of fate were writhing in the dim light. Flickering candlelight danced upon several low altars sculpted from black basalt, casting shadows on the rock walls, where bizarre murals depicting apocalypse and rebirth were painted with dark red mineral pigments, as if they might break free from the cold stone walls at any moment. Around the altar, scattered peculiar metallic vessels and animal bones lay. Faint traces of dark blood were visible, and a low, almost imperceptible chanting sound, resembling a murmur from the depths of the earth, echoed in the oppressive underground space, adding an air of eeriness and the uncanny. A gaunt cultist clad in a dark gray robe was respectfully kneeling before the central altar, reporting something to the figure seated above it. On the altar sat a thin, middle-aged man in a robe of finer quality, embroidered with intricate star trails and eye patterns in dark golden thread. He was the priest of this place, codenamed the Crow Speaker. The Crow Speaker had a gaunt face, but his eyes shone remarkably, as if they were burning with 2 flickering green flames, sometimes flashing with the wisdom of insight, other times glinting with a chilling madness. His lips were thin, currently curling into a slight smile, listening quietly to the report from the kneeling cult master priest regarding Mo Yuan, also known as the official wanted code D734's latest movements. The cultist's voice trembled slightly, not out of fear of Mo Yuan himself, but from the frightening chain reaction he caused. Our informants placed in the eastern part of the city reported that the violent conflict that occurred yesterday in the dock area had Mo Yuan as one of the main characters. It appears he engaged in a heated battle with a member of the Nightingale Society, with flames erupting at the scene, the Blackwater repair shop demolished, and the surrounding streets nearly reduced to ruins. The FBPA has suppressed this matter, claiming it was a fire. Mo Yuan's escape and the widely circulated D-734 wanted notice were already known within the cult. After all, he was one of their projects that they had invested effort in cultivating. However, to them a former cult member deemed useless and abandoned had not attracted much attention. Yet at this moment when the name Mo Yuan was linked to one of the renowned high-ranking officials of the Nightingale Society, the class ability user Eliza, and a devastating battle that could shock the FBPA's upper echelons, its weight was entirely different. Mo Yuan. The crow speaker repeated the name softly, his fingertips lightly tapping on the cold stone surface of the altar, producing a faint tap-tap sound. His voice was hoarse like the low cawing of a crow, yet imbued with a strange penetrating quality. A person who should have quietly rotted in the shadows can now stand against the Nightingale's phoenix. It seems he encountered some intriguing opportunities while in prison or after escaping. The FBPA's lapdogs always like to hide everything behind the curtain, but the more they try to cover up, the more it indicates that Mo Yuan harbors secrets they don't want us to know. Just then a primitive black communicator next to the altar suddenly emitted a low vibrating sound. The crow speaker glanced at it and gestured for the cultist below to leave. He picked up the communicator and connected. "Good day, Mr. Priest." A lazy voice from Eliza came through the phone. "You should be aware of yesterday's events by now, right? Your Weaving Fate cult's recent talents are becoming increasingly outstanding, daring to run wild on our territory. Don't you think you're being a bit too brazen?" Eliza's tone was deliberately laced with an accusatory undertone, evidently attributing the misfortune of the Blackwater repair shop and the appearance of Mo Yuan directly to the Weaving Fate cult. The crow speaker's expression grew even more manic at her words, but his voice remained calm and composed, even carrying a hint of just the right amount of confusion. "Miss Eliza, what are you talking about? The cult has always kept our distance from the Nightingale. Where does this brazen notion come from? Could it be one of our blind cult members accidentally offended your esteemed society? Stop playing dumb with me." Eliza's voice turned colder. D-734. Mo Yuan. That mad dog who escaped from your cult. He caused a ruckus in my Blackwater repair shop yesterday, not only destroying my store, but also seriously injuring my people. The Weaving Fate cult must give me an explanation for this. "Oh, Mo Yuan. Are you referring to him?" The crow speaker feigned surprise, raising an eyebrow, then adopted a look of sudden realization. "Miss Eliza must be referring to that former cult member who left the federal prison not long ago. The one officially wanted as D-734. The crow speaker responded leisurely, as if savoring Eliza's anger. "It seems he has caused you quite a bit of trouble, truly regrettable. However, as far as the cult is concerned, he has long been disqualified. His current actions have nothing to do with us." However, he added, pausing for a moment, his tone carrying a barely detectable cat-and-mouse-like mockery, "I am a little curious, Miss Eliza, how someone like you, a mere ordinary cult member, could cause you such distress, even to the point of affecting your business. A mere ordinary cult member." Eliza's voice was taut, almost squeezed out through clenched teeth, brimming with uncontainable anger. "Priest, you have no idea what kind of monster your former cult member has become. He is no longer a lamb to be slaughtered. Not only has he awakened psychokinesis and ice manipulation abilities, but he also possesses a bizarre method to forcibly steal others' powers." She briefly recounted the beginning and end of the fierce battle with Mo Yuan, emphasizing his strangeness and strength, while deliberately omitting the details of her being forced to reveal her true strength and ultimately being toyed with by Mo Yuan, allowing him to escape. "He is like a monster, a thoroughgoing monster." Eliza's voice quivered slightly from intense anger. "Moreover, he seems to have an almost obsessive desire for the rainbow stone, willing to go to any lengths to obtain it." The crow speaker listened quietly, his expression unchanged, but deep within his emerald eyes a brighter light. Psychokinesis, ice elements, the forbidden power to plunder others' abilities, and the obsession with the rainbow stone. This information stirred layers of ripples in his heart, like stones thrown into a calm lake. "I see." The crow speaker slowly spoke, inquiring with concern, "So, Miss Eliza, what is the FBPA's stance on this matter? After all, Mo Yuan is also a wanted criminal to them, and now he has caused such a commotion in your territory, they cannot just sit idly by, can they?" Eliza fell silent for a moment, seemingly weighing the pros and cons. Although she had secret dealings with this priest of the Weaving Fate cult, their relationship was more about mutual exploitation, far from a level of trust. However, revealing some information about the FBPA's movements would not hurt. Perhaps she could use the cult's influence to create some trouble for the FBPA. Bishop Cesare from the FBPA has personally intervened. Eliza's voice became a bit lower. "They place great importance on Mo Yuan, and it seems they were already aware that he possesses the power to plunder others' abilities. They are currently pursuing him with full force. From what I know of Cesare, that guy will definitely try to set a trap next. The FBPA might arrange a trap around the rainbow stone, waiting for Mo Yuan to walk right into it." "Cesare." The crow speaker chewed on the name, a deep wariness flashing in his eyes, but it was quickly replaced by a more profound interest. Thank you, Miss Eliza, for sharing this valuable information. The crow speaker's voice returned to its previous gentleness. I deeply regret the losses Mo Yuan has caused you. Although he is no longer a member of the Weaving Fate cult, and we have no reason to intervene given our relationship, if the opportunity arises, we will certainly attempt to clean up the mess as a way of providing an explanation to Miss Eliza. This statement was delivered with all the formality, yet Eliza detected the insincerity and evasion within. She snorted coldly, realizing that further entanglement would be futile, and directly hung up the communicator. Once again, silence enveloped the underground base. The crow speaker set down the communicator, slowly rising from the altar, pacing back and forth under the dim candlelight, his face alternating between manic laughter and the brilliance of reason appearing increasingly bizarre. Mo Yuan. D. 734. He murmured to himself, his voice echoing in the oppressive underground space. A discarded pawn, yet in the face of despair, has blossomed. Such an extraordinary flower. Multiple abilities. The power to plunder. The rainbow stone. The FBPA's pursuit. Cesar's attention. Interesting, truly interesting. The crow speaker suddenly burst into a low, throaty laughter filled with excitement and a near-manic fervor. The threads of fate are always so unpredictable, yet filled with revelation. He abruptly halted, the green light in his eyes surging. O weaver of secrets, this may be the guidance bestowed upon me by my master. A being of such potential, a variable stirring the winds of change. He cannot be controlled by the FBPA's lapdogs, nor can he be wasted. I want to see how this Mo Yuan, who crawled back from the abyss, can stir up waves on this stagnant chessboard of... As the crow speaker's deep and compelling voice echoed around the name Mo Yuan, along with the unknown potential and latent variables he represented, officially entered the unfathomable sight of the Weaving Fate cult. Merely being passively observant is not the style of the crow whisperer. His eyes, burning with an eerie green flame, narrowed slightly, revealing a deeper calculation swirling beneath. The Weaving Fate cult silently implants an almost imperceptible fate line seed deep within the souls of every carefully cultivated member. This is related to the taboo technique of the cult's secret fate weaving net. Under normal circumstances, there are no unusual signs, but during specific rituals, one can vaguely sense the approximate location of the target. This is both a form of control and a way to recover one's investment. The crow whisperer slowly walked to the center of the altar, where a complex magical array was etched, composed of countless twisted threads. He extended his bony fingers, gently touching several key nodes of the array, reciting ancient and obscure incantations. As the incantations were chanted, the candle flames on the altar suddenly turned eerie green, flickering unpredictably, and the sweet, pungent scents in the air became even more pronounced. He closed his eyes, his spiritual power spreading like an invisible web, attempting to capture the unusually active and distinct fate line belonging to Mo Yuan among the intricate threads of fate. Moments later, the crow whisperer abruptly opened his eyes, a knowing smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Near Riverbend University. How would a place that aligns perfectly with his current thirst for knowledge? He murmured softly to himself, pride evident in his voice as he discerned the trail of his prey. So that's it. The research base of Riverbend University is indeed one of the few places within the Yago Empire that could store the rare strategic resource Rainbow Stone. He almost instantly deduced Mo Yuan's next move. Breaking into the FBPA research base within Riverbend University to seize the Rainbow Stone. Truly audacious, yet entirely reasonable. The crow whisperer let out a low, chilling laugh that echoed through the underground space. The FBPA's defensive forces are no trifling matter. For resources like the Rainbow Stone, there will undoubtedly be layers of defenses, especially now that Cesare is aware of his intentions. There might even be clever or higher experts stationed there. Even if that kid Mo Yuan is fortunate enough to gain some power, trying to snatch it from their jaws is no different from dreaming. However, the crow whisperer did not take immediate action. He neither intended to stop Mo Yuan nor persuade him to return to the cult. Instead, he sat cross-legged again, his eyes gleaming with anticipation, as if waiting for a grand performance to begin. To the crow whisperer, Mo Yuan's existence was not like that of the FBPA, a variant sample that had to be controlled, but rather like a stone thrown into the murky waters of Freedom City. He relished in watching the water grow ever murkier. When all factions are worn out due to Mo Yuan, or when he himself falls into true despair, it will be the opportune moment for this Weaver's apostle to quietly step in and manipulate the threads of fate. Naturally, Mo Yuan was unaware of the various maneuvers being executed around him by the three major forces, the FBPA, the Nightingale, and the Weaving Fate cult. At that moment, after consuming a dose of cell activation fluid, he was quietly resting in a safe house, and for at least the next 2 days he would be unable to act. Inside the apartment, an old television crackled to life, displaying the local news channel's latest report on yesterday's large fire in the dock area. The female host appeared solemn, reporting in a standard but somewhat stiff tone. According to the latest official news, the large fire that broke out in the dock area yesterday has resulted in at least 5 fatalities and numerous injuries, with 2 individuals in critical condition still undergoing rescue in the hospital. The fire department initially determined that the fire was caused by aging gas pipelines leaking, with the specific cause still under further investigation. Angela curled up in a corner of the sofa, clutching a worn pillow that had faded to white, her gaze vacant as she stared at the television screen. Upon hearing the cold casualty numbers, she turned to look at Yuan, who was leaning against the wall with his eyes closed, her voice trembling with suppressed difficulty. Is the fire in the dock area mentioned in the news related to you? Yuan slowly opened his eyes, sensing the fear and a hint of barely perceptible accusation in Angela's voice. He did not deny it, simply replying calmly, yes, but the majority of those casualties were caused by Elisa. I was just trying to survive. Elisa. Angela whispered the name, referring to the terrifying woman with clever flame abilities as described by Yuan. She paused for a moment, unable to hold back the question, what about her? She caused such massive destruction with so many dead. Will the government and the FBPA punish her? As soon as the words escaped her lips, Angela herself was taken aback. She looked at the words accidental fire on the television screen along with the host's reiteration of the official statements. A wave of strong bitterness and indignation surged within her. She realized she had asked a foolish question. The news had not mentioned any human factors at all, let alone the existence of ability users. Those ordinary people who perished or were injured in the flames could not even grasp the truth of why such calamity had befallen them. In the eyes of those high and mighty ability users, their lives were likely no different from ants that could be casually crushed, while the officials merely used the light-hearted term accident to cover everything up, maintaining the cold curtain that separated ordinary people from the extraordinary world. This world is profoundly unjust for ordinary people. Yuan observed the complex expression of sorrow and anger intertwined on Angela's face. He understood her feelings, but he had no intention of commenting on it. He was neither a savior nor a moralist. His foremost consideration was how to survive. Those matters are beyond our control at present. Yuan's voice pulled Angela back from her chaotic thoughts. We have more urgent matters to deal with. Moreover, he paused, his gaze deepening and sharpening. I need to reassess the plan for infiltrating the research center and obtaining the Rainbow Stone. Previously, I envisioned creating chaos within Riverbend University, diverting attention from the security forces of the research building, and then seizing the opportunity to infiltrate. After what happened with Elisa, this plan seems too crude and risky. His expression grew serious. That woman Elisa, clearly a clever ability user, has been hiding her strength until the last moment, and this lesson has taught me not to underestimate anyone nor to easily trust any surface intelligence. Since the research center is so crucial to the FBPA and stores strategic-level resources like the Rainbow Stone, it is likely that it also hides some powerful and elusive figures like Elisa who are not known to the outside world and are unrecorded by electronic systems. Especially since the FBPA is aware of my craving for the Rainbow Stone, they will undoubtedly deploy heavy defenses at all locations storing the Rainbow Stone, including the research center. If I proceed with my previous approach and recklessly create large-scale chaos within Riverbend University, it may backfire and expose us completely to their sight. I need a more secure and discreet plan, one that can successfully obtain the Rainbow Stone without alarming the FBPA or those potential powerful foes. Angela listened intently, feeling that Yuan's analysis made a lot of sense, but unfortunately, she couldn't offer any constructive opinions on the matter. In the ensuing silence, Yuan's mind raced, his eyes wandering around the room until they finally rested on the encrypted phone. Lilia. He clearly remembered that Lilia not only successfully traced back the Trojan horse that had been implanted in her computer by herself from the secret research center, but at the last moment daringly implanted a meticulously disguised Trojan back into the research center's terminal devices. That was a digital backdoor leading directly to the enemy's heart, an immensely valuable strategic stronghold. Moreover, Lilia was the one who initially discovered the key clue about the Rainbow Stone through preliminary infiltration into the research center's network by reviewing the material list of a secret experimental project named Refining the Mental Domain. This experimental project specifically pointed to the concrete uses and possible locations of the Rainbow Stone within the research center. These two pieces of intelligence gradually became clear in Yuan's mind, forming the foundation of his new plan. Lilia. Yuan murmured, his eyes sparkling with thought. Lilia? Angela looked at him with some... Yes, Lilia. Yuan raised his head, looking at Angela. She remains the key to our operation this time. However, relying solely on Lilia's hacking skills for remote operations against a heavily guarded research center, which may even have unknown powerful figures stationed, remains a significant risk. Furthermore, a purely technical confrontation can easily lead to a stalemate or even be countered by the opponent. We need a plan that integrates her technical advantages with my own abilities. Therefore, Mo Yuan's tone became resolute. The new plan will no longer be a one-sided digital infiltration by Lilia, but a collaborative operation where Lilia leads the network aspect, and I provide special intelligence support and risk warnings. First, I will assist Lilia in avoiding risks brought about by human factors. Mo Yuan spoke solemnly during the critical phase of Lilia's network penetration, especially when she attempts to execute high-risk remote operations. I will use encrypted communications to have her inform me of the system nodes she is attempting to breach or the physical addresses of servers she suspects are being monitored in real time. Then I will attempt to sense those areas in my own way. If I detect any anomalies, risks that she might find difficult to perceive through pure technical means, I will promptly alert her to adjust her strategy. Mo Yuan was cautious with his wording, not mentioning soul imprint or thought reading. This was not due to distrust in Angela, but rather because her self-protective abilities were limited. He needed to ensure that his core capability information would not be leaked if she were ever captured by the enemy. Angela listened somewhat confused, but she roughly understood Mo Yuan's meaning. He seemed to possess some unknown means to discern certain weaknesses of the enemy, which he intended to use to assist Lilia's actions. Finally, there is the coordination during the execution phase of the operation. Mo Yuan's gaze deepened further once Lilia successfully penetrates the network and finds me a window of opportunity to obtain the Rainbow Stone and a relatively safe infiltration path. My infiltration will still prioritize stealth, avoiding any direct conflict as much as possible. However, suppose we encounter unforeseen circumstances in a small area, such as patrol personnel suddenly changing their established route or a crucial passageway suddenly increasing its guards. Then Lilia can use the backdoor program she implanted to create some controllable technical malfunctions in the equipment management system, such as briefly flickering the lights in a certain area or triggering a false alarm in a door access system, thereby drawing the attention of the patrolling personnel and buying me time to relocate. And I can rely on my keen sense of danger to judge in real time whether the attention of those patrol personnel has been successfully diverted and whether a higher-level threat is approaching, allowing me to decide whether to continue infiltrating or to abort the operation and retreat. Angela listened to Mo Yuan's well-structured and progressively detailed plan, her shock beyond measure. The precision of this plan, along with its grasp of human psychology and technical details, far exceeded her previous imagination. Mo Yuan was not merely a powerful ability user, but also a meticulous strategist adept at leveraging every available factor. The special perceptions and sense of danger he spoke of, although somewhat vague, carried a powerful confidence and feasibility that Angela could sense. This plan perfectly combined Lilia's God's perspective in the digital realm with Mo Yuan's mysterious and profound special insight, forming an unprecedented collaborative combat model that transcended the virtual and the real. This plan. Angela took a deep breath, striving to calm her turbulent heart. It sounds like the probability of success has increased significantly, but will Lilia agree to it? This is after all too dangerous, like dancing on the edge of a knife. Mo Yuan picked up the encrypted phone, his fingertips lingering on the keys for a moment before he dialed Lilia's number. This call would open an unprecedented collaboration and determine whether they could claw a sliver of survival from the encroaching crisis. The call was answered swiftly. Lilia's clear, slightly wary voice flowed from the receiver. "Hello. It's me. Daylight has come." At the sound of Mo Yuan's voice, Lilia's tone visibly eased. "Are you all right? Zio City has seemed unsettled lately. First a cult caused trouble in the southern district, and now the news reports a severe fire in the east. If you have any travel plan, be extra careful. I'm safe for the moment. Thanks for the warning." Mo Yuan's voice betrayed little emotion. "However, the situation in Zio City is more complex than we anticipated, which has given me new considerations regarding our acquisition of the Hongguang Stone." Mo Yuan did not mention the life-or-death struggle he had just endured, nor did he explain why his assessment had shifted. Instead, he steered the conversation straight toward their shared objective. "Lilia, your reverse Trojan and the infiltration of the research center's network were exemplary, but we must realize that any intelligence on paper can be misleading. The real dangers often hide where the eye cannot see." "What do you mean?" Lilia asked, not fully grasping the nuance in Mo Yuan's words. "If the research center commands such attention from the FBPA, and even houses classified experiments like spiritual domain forging, then its internal defenses may be more than the handful of low-level espers you probed earlier. They might conceal unrecorded strong individuals or possess security measures of a kind we do not yet." There was a pause on Lilia's end as she digested Mo Yuan's message. Though supremely confident in her skills, she recognized that Mo Yuan's caution was not unfounded. The intense technical opposition she encountered while tracing the Trojan had already hinted that the research center's internal caliber was high. "I understand what you mean." Lilia's voice turned serious. "You're worried my penetration only brushed their perimeter and that the true core area has security levels beyond imagination." "Exactly," Mo Yuan affirmed. and am concerned that pure technical confrontation could easily fall into a trap they've designed. We need a method, more unexpected to accomplish our goal while avoiding risk. I need your help, Lilia, help of a different kind than before. Then Yuan laid out the new infiltration plan in meticulous detail to Lilia. She would lead on the network front, while he, using his unusual abilities, would provide profiling analysis to assist her in finding non-technical breakthroughs, a coordinated operation. In short, Lilia, your tech will be our spear while I will try to be your eyes and ears, offering intelligence that transcends mere code. Yuan chose his words carefully, avoiding any direct mention of the secret of his soul imprint. Lilia listened quietly as his plan unfolded like a precise star chart in her mind. Brilliant and quick-witted, she immediately grasped the ingenuity of the new approach. This would no longer be a lone fight. She would have a mysterious ally capable of monitoring the opponent's state on the other end of the network in real time, providing support from an entirely different dimension. Viewed from a gamer's perspective, it was as if a top-tier player had just enabled a full map cheat. More importantly, Yuan was willing to invest his unique, almost inconceivable perception into aiding her operations. That trust stirred an inexplicable emotion within her. From Yuan's tone, she gleaned his urgent need for the Hongwang stone and his lucid appraisal of the present dangers. This new plan maximized their mutual strengths and gave her renewed hope for success. I see. Lilia's voice carried a note of excitement and eagerness. You mean I handle the technical breakthrough, and you watch the people who might be watching me from behind the screens? That's one way to put it, Yuan replied. This sounds far more intriguing than pure technical cracking. Lilia's tone brimmed with the thirst for challenge. And if you can truly provide that kind of real-time warning about people, my operational freedom and chances of success could increase by at least 50%. She paused, then spoke with solemnity. All right, I accept. I'll commit fully. Use all my techniques to cooperate with your unique perception and pave the way for obtaining the Hongwang stone. I'll turn the research center's network into your hunting ground. Yuan listened to Lilia's confident promise and let a faint curve touch his lips. The brilliant young prodigy had been thoroughly ignited by the prospect of a more challenging interactive mission. Very well, Yuan said. Over the next 3 days I will recover as much as I can. Be ready. Once I can move, we begin immediately. No problem, Lilia answered crisply. When the call ended, the safe house fell silent again. This time the air carried not only oppression but a sense of coiled readiness. Over the following 3 days, Yuan devoted nearly all his time to recuperation. The cell activation serum continued to work. He could feel his bodily functions slowly restoring. The burns were scabbing over. Though vigorous movements still sent stabs of pain, they no longer prevented basic action. Ankila tended to his daily needs in quiet. Though she lacked full knowledge of Yuan and Lilia's plan, she sensed the deepening resolve in Yuan and the urgency of impending action. 3 days later, morning light slipped through the curtains, casting mottled rays across the dust-laden floor. Yuan opened his eyes slowly. They were clear and sharp. He flexed his limbs. Though some stiffness and residual pain remained, he could exert force. Within him, telekinetic power and an ice elemental force coiled like 2 dormant dragons ready to surge. Outside, Zio City stirred awake in the dawn. The pale gold of morning dispelled the last vestiges of night along the city's skyline. Yuan University, an ivory tower usually filled with the sound of study, emerged from the morning mist, its contours becoming distinct. The rising sun rimmed the tall buildings with a soft gilding. Few people wandered the campus. All things seemed still steeped in sleep, save for the early birds whose calls lent the quiet a hint of vitality. Yet beneath this seemingly peaceful scene, a covert operation had already begun to unfold unseen. Lilia launched a new, deep penetration of the University Research Center's network defenses. In a narrow single dorm room, she sat before multiple screens. Her fingers danced across the keyboard like butterflies, lines of complex code pouring and recombining on the displays like water. Her eyes, usually mischievous and lively, were now concentrated like the most precise probes, slicing through layers of data fog and locking onto the target, the core database and monitoring systems of the spiritual domain forging project. Using the Trojan she had previously implanted as a springboard, Lilia effortlessly bypassed the outer routine. Her mission was to clear the way for Yuan to pinpoint the Hongwang stone storage, obtain detailed 3-dimensional layouts of the experimental zones, and most crucially map the security forces, especially the patrol routes, shift patterns, and real-time movements of any espers. Meanwhile, not far from the research building, in a grove still veiled by morning mist, Yuan arrived like a phantom merged with the pale dawn. He chose a concealed spot where foliage thickened and light remained dim, sat cross-legged, and closed his eyes. The cool morning air, heavy with dew and the scent of vegetation, brushed his hair, but could not disperse the gravity etched between his brows. Yuan slowly awakened the power of his soul imprint. Invisible spiritual tendrils spread outward like the keenest radar, radiating from his own center toward the nearby research building. Physical proximity sharpened the soul imprint's perception. This was the fundamental reason he had chosen to approach the lair's edge in person. An encrypted communication channel had already been established. Every time Lilia breached a key node or gained a privilege, she sent him the essentials. He in turn fed back environmental information he sensed, especially potential human risks, in real time. The first external firewall has been bypassed, and an initial scan of the internal network topology is complete. It's like cutting butter. Lilia's confident voice came through the encrypted link. Early progress had gone smoothly and buoyed her spirits. Is their system administrator still asleep this morning? This defense seems far laxer than I expected. Yuan was less sanguine. His tone remained steady. Don't be complacent, Lilia. The calmer it appears, the more likely it conceals a surge. Continue the plan. I haven't perceived any special alert conditions on my end yet. Understood. The butter knife keeps cutting. Lilia replied brightly, her fingers resuming their rapid flight across the keyboard. As Yuan had anticipated, the infiltration proved anything but smooth. The center's upgraded multi-layered AI firewalls and active intrusion detection systems displayed formidable defensive strength, cold, impenetrable bastions. Every probing attack brought swift countermeasures. The active intrusion detection was like a venomous serpent in hiding, perpetually capturing any anomalous data. Lilia triggered high-risk alarms multiple times, her virtual identity nearly exposed. The data streams on her screens alternated between mirror-calm and tempestuous. Each exchange was a silent, heart-pounding duel. At critical moments, Yuan poured his perception into the soul imprint. While maintaining encrypted contact with Lilia, he extended his spiritual tendrils, guided by her maps, toward the research center's network security monitoring room. I'm almost through this dynamic encryption key. I can get in. The final defenses of the core database are about to fall. Give me a little more time. Lilia's voice grew more excited. Good. But your activity seems quite conspicuous. Yuan's measured voice reported. I see a network security engineer in the southeast machine room. Your breakthrough has made him tense. His heartbeat is erratic. He's fixated on the system alerts. Oh, finally a fish on the hook. Lilia snorted lightly, pushing her assault harder. Don't worry. My trail cleaning is spotless. He'll only see meaningless alarms. By the time he realizes, he'll have the goods. Don't relax. Yuan's tone intensified. His alertness is rising. He's checking deeper permission logs. No, he's getting up. He's heading toward cabinet 3. Lilia's fingers stilled for a heartbeat as the progress bar on her screen jumped, showing Shed breached the penultimate. He appears to be preparing a manual intervention. Yuan's voice suddenly quickened. That man is setting up a bait honeypot address and mentioned physical disconnection and IP tracing. Lilia, this is the precursor to their internal countermeasure system's activation. Abort your current operation immediately. He's already narrowed your likely intrusion path and is preparing to close the net. Switch to Plan B backup nodes. Abandon the current main approach at once. The soul imprint now spanned the entire monitoring room. At the instant Lilia's breach threatened to trigger a deep system alarm and catch the engineer's eye, the imprint had tracked the opponent's shift from vigilance to decision in full. The engineer's brow glistened with sweat from the repeated alerts. His fingers trembled slightly over the console, yet his gaze was resolute as he prepared to issue the command to engage the highest countermeasures. Damn it. So close. Lilia muttered a curse under her breath, but chose to obey Yuan. In the same instant his words fell, she decisively relinquished the victory within reach. Her fingers became a blur as she terminated the cracking attempt. At Yuan's instruction, she rapidly switched virtual identities and attack nodes, narrowly extricating herself from the net they were about to cast. Not only that, she channeled the anomalous traffic generated by her attempt through several relays and cunningly framed an overseas proxy server already listed in security records, but neglected in monitoring, thereby deceiving any trackers. In the monitoring room, the senior engineer watched the system settle, and the anomaly reports point to the abandoned overseas proxy. He frowned, deeply confused and stung by a taste of thwarted success. Possibly unwilling to let the matter rest, Lilia, after halting the breach, immediately mobilized several observation sentries lurking in the network's shallow layers and checked on that overseas proxy server. When she found that the main research server's connection had been severed and that the overseas server now ran a strange IP traceback program, while the system was suddenly stuffed with various Trojans, she couldn't help but break into a cold sweat. Phew. That was close. Lilia exhaled, deeply relief tincturing her voice. She no longer doubted Yuan's ability. You were right. The engineer did trigger countermeasures. Had I delayed by half a second, they might have traced the intrusion back along the line to me right now. Lilia reflexively patted her chest, her voice full of wonder and conviction at Yuan's abilities. You are like my clairvoyant and far-hearing combined. Without you, I would have been done for just now, and badly so. Focus on the mission, Lilia. Yuan's voice remained calm. They will soon realize that it's a decoy, or we don't have much time. Through the uncanny sixth sense-alike warnings that transcended conventional techniques from Mo Yuan and the exquisite cooperation of Lilia's top-tier hacking, they managed with much peril, but no catastrophe, to piece together a coherent intelligence chain. They confirmed that the Hongguang stone was being used as the core power source for a device stored in the core laboratory for spiritual domain refining 3 levels beneath the research building. That laboratory was not only shielded by independent physical isolation barriers and powerful energy dampening fields, capable of nullifying most conventional detection methods, but was also permanently guarded by at least 2 class espers dispatched by the FBPA. One of them possessed a psychic branch perceptual enhancement ability responsible for early warning and anomaly screening. The other belonged to the physical intervention branch, with energy defensive capabilities, tasked with forceful interception in emergencies. More troubling, every day at a fixed hour, a class researcher would enter the lab to record critical data. The individual's exact ability was unknown, but internal files suggested a compact, potent mental strength far above the average for class espers. Lilia also recovered from a partially damaged, heavily encrypted log that experimental subjects, when forcefully stripped of and refined for spiritual energy, produced severe psychic contamination that inflicted ongoing negative effects on the surrounding environment. To suppress that contamination, the lab's core area housed a large spiritual stabilization field generator, and the Hongguang stone was one of that generator's principal driving cores. With enough intelligence in hand, Mo Yuan decided to infiltrate during the vacuum window that night, after the class researcher finished work and left, when the security presence would be comparatively thin, reducing the number of opponents they'd face at once. Ankila, following Mo Yuan's encrypted instructions, used funds obtained earlier from the Vulture, and via a dark web link introduced by Lilia, purchased a batch of basic stealth support gear on the black market. The equipment included night vision goggles, soft-soled boots, micro-communicators, a portable signal jammer, and other essentials to provide the logistical support Mo Yuan would need. Night fell like ink, thick and abyssal, swallowing Riverbend University whole. Sparse stars struggled through gaps in the clouds, but could not pierce the deep darkness chosen for the operation. Inside the safe house, the lights were cut to the dimmest. Only a small emergency lamp in the corner offered a faint glow that barely outlined the room, while the air itself felt suffused with a near-tangible tension. Mo Yuan was ready. Dressed in a black, form-fitting combat suit made for movement, he stood by the window, his gaze fixed toward Riverbend University as though conducting final tactical rehearsals. Ankila stood not far behind him, eyes following his silhouette. She inhaled deeply, forcing the racing beat in her chest toward calm. After days of preparation and waiting, the moment to act had finally arrived. She knew how much this day meant to Mo Yuan. The Hongguang stone was the key to healing his wounds, restoring his strength, and escaping his predicament. It was the hope that might let her, and perhaps even Lilia, see a future. Mo Yuan. Ankila's voice was soft, but carried a thread of resolve as she stepped beside him to look out the window. Everything is proceeding as planned, right? You and Lilia, you will succeed. She paused, her tone infused with a concern and encouragement that only the two of them could fully understand. The research building may seem impenetrable, and the FBPA people will not be easy adversaries, but you have prepared and endured so long for today. I believe you will prevail. Mo Yuan slowly turned to look at Ankila. In her clear eyes, he saw nervousness and worry, but more than that, a trust and support forged by hardship. The girl who had reached out when he was at his lowest had become a rare companion on this thorn-strewn path. Mo Yuan answered in a low voice. This time we have no retreat. By the way, one more thing. Mo Yuan paused, not looking at Ankila, as he continued slowly. While Lilia was penetrating the spiritual domain refining lab's network, she uncovered, besides the Hongguang stone, clues, an unexpected piece of classified intelligence. Ankila looked at him with curiosity. Mo Yuan continued, a file concerning how ordinary people can awaken into espers. According to the intelligence, it requires another equally rare material and a special scarce device. Both were linked to that project. If this operation gives us the chance, we'll try to bring them out together. Really? Ankila's eyes widened instantly, her voice trembling with sudden excitement, a flush of eager color rising to her pale cheeks. Could I really become an esper? Like you? The revelation was a lamp suddenly lit in her black despair, a dawn that showed a way to change her if she could gain power. Mo Yuan watched the uncontainable longing and hope in her eyes and nodded. In theory, yes. There are risks, but at least it's an opportunity. He patted Ankila's shoulder and entrusted her. So you stay here and keep communications open. Lilia will assist me through the network. You will receive our messages and handle any emergencies. Remember, whatever happens, protect yourself. Ankila nodded vigorously, her gaze brightened and steadier from the newborn hope. I understand. Mo Yuan, you must come back safe. Mo Yuan inclined his head slightly and said no more. Mo Yuan raised his hand to the watch-style micro-encrypted communicator on his wrist and murmured, Lilia, are you ready? On the other end, Lilia's crisp, confident voice came through, accompanied by the rhythmic tapping of keys in the background. The IoT system backdoor is active and access to the archive's internal security has been temporarily seized. At any moment, we can trigger the planned surprise. Through the communicator, Yuan could almost picture Lilia's expression, the typically languid girl who once in her element in the digital realm transformed into a top hunter, focused, lethal eyes alight with the exhilaration of control. Then begin. As Yuan's words fell miles away, Lilia's fingers tapped the enter key with a soft. In the research building at Riverbend University on the second floor above ground, an unfrequented non-core archive room concealed a network backdoor masked as a routine system maintenance log, now silently activated. A carefully woven sequence of virtual commands simulated an old circuit mysteriously shorting out and successfully tripped the area's fire alarm threshold. Woo woo woo. The shrill fire alarm suddenly shattered the building's deep night stillness. Sprinklers on the archive ceiling activated cold mist spreading instantly, while red strobe alarms began their frantic flash, casting unsettling urgent shadows along the corridor walls. A modest but convincing virtual fire was thus staged exactly on time under Lilia's remote control. Send firefighters. Fire in archive room C on the second floor. All ground security units proceed to investigate immediately. Initiate emergency plan. Evacuate non-essential personnel. The building's internal channels filled at once with shouts and orders. Hurried footsteps echoed in many places. As planned, most conventional security forces stationed on the ground floors and some espers responsible for daily guard duty were drawn by the sudden fire and converged upon the chaos on the second floor. Outside the research building, Yuan slipped through a blind spot in the camera coverage that Lilia had identified from her analysis of surveillance footage and blueprints, his figure melting into the darkness as he crept toward the outer wall. Seizing the brief gap created by the internal security redeployment, telekinetic force emanated silently from Yuan, attaching to the wall like an invisible suction pad. In the next heartbeat, he moved like a gecko scaling the vertical facade with swift, steady, soundless motions. A biting night wind brushed his cheek. His gaze was tranquil, his soul imprint had already catalogued every minute risk along the route into his awareness. Soon he encountered his first obstacle, an infrared thermal sensor. Yuan's pupils narrowed. A sliver of biting cold ice elemental power condensed at his fingertip and was launched silently through the air. A thin, nearly imperceptible frost bloomed across the sensor surface, and its sensing mechanism faltered under the assault of extreme cold. He repeated the technique along the way. Several infrared sensors briefly failed under his precise, efficient ice element pressures, clearing obstacles for his infiltration. Before long, he reached the planned entry point. A small ventilation window on the third floor, likewise located in a camera blind spot. Lilia had already used her access to temporarily disable the electronic lock inside that window. Yuan used telekinesis to unlatch it, slid through with the nimbleness of a feral cat, and landed soundlessly on the building's interior floor. Infiltration successful. The moment he touched down, a peculiar smell, an amalgam of disinfectant and strange medicines, hit him, indicating this was no ordinary office. Yuan melted into the heavy shadow cast by a row of tall metal filing cabinets and swept his eyes warily across his surroundings. It was a narrow, silent, internal corridor. Pale emergency lights washed the polished marble floor with a cold sheen, making the closed metal doors along the passage seem all the more somber and mysterious. The air carried an almost stagnant oppression. Far away, the central air conditioning system hummed a low drone like the breathing of a great beast in slumber. Other than that, there was no sound, so still it tightened the chest. Along the walls blinked surveillance lenses casting faint red glows, and bold signs read experimental area. Unauthorized entry prohibited, silently proclaiming the area's vigilance. Yuan did not linger. He pushed his soul imprint perception to its limits. The patrol routes inside the building, the subtle fluctuations of mental states, even the fretful confusion generated by the fire alarm, all flooded into his mind like a tide, constructing a dynamic real-time danger map in his consciousness. At that moment, his wrist communicator whispered Lilia's voice, alert 30 meters ahead, left corridor. A 3-person patrol is approaching your current location. I've remotely triggered a preset equipment failure alert in their communicators, claiming the signal from a camera in their sector is lost. They'll prioritize that fault and head there first, buying you a 30-second window. Sure enough, Yuan sensed a sudden tremor of panic and swearing within that patrol's mental waves, their route altered by the unexpected alert. They hurried toward the fault point, just as Lilia had predicted. Damn it. Which camera's acting up again? This damned system never has a quiet day. Hurry up and check it. Hope it isn't a real fire spreading to the monitors. Hope it's a false alarm. I want to get off shift and grab a drink. Such grumbling, anxious thought fragments confirmed Lilia's maneuver. Yuan paid them little heed and used the gap she had created to go through the maze-like internal corridors. Relying on his soul imprint's anticipatory reading of adversaries' thoughts and the chaos Lilia's timely emergency calls instigated, he avoided multiple intersecting patrols. Each evasion felt like dancing on a blade's edge, yet he always found the single path that left him unscathed. At last he reached his objective, a freight elevator in a relatively secluded internal section of the building. The critical shaft leading down to level 3 underground to the FBPA core research area where the Hongwang stone was stored. Done. Lilia's voice returned over the communicator laced with a relieved smile. I cracked the elevator's highest level access code and blacked out the cabin cameras. Good luck from here. Yuan took a deep breath and approached the heavy metal elevator doors. As Lilia issued commands from the system, the elevator doors slowly slid open, revealing an interior that glimmered with a cold metallic light. He stepped inside and pressed the button for the underground third floor. The elevator descended smoothly and swiftly, taking him toward the unknown depths below, which could be fraught with deadly dangers. There lay his only hope of restoring his soul and reshaping his power, the Rainbow Stone, while potentially awaiting him was the elaborate trap set by FBPA. Yet Yuan's gaze remained as calm and composed as ever. The deep cargo elevator descended steadily toward the third underground level. When he was still 10 meters away from his target floor, Yuan looked up at the inconspicuous square metal plate on the ceiling of the cabin, the emergency escape passage. With his psychic power activated, he manipulated the internal clasps of the escape passage cover. Accompanied by a barely perceptible soft sound, the cover loosened. Yuan grabbed the edge of the ceiling with one hand and gently pushed up with the other, lifting the cover. He quickly crawled out of the cabin and entered the cold, dark, and narrow space of the elevator shaft, which was filled with the smells of machine oil and metal rust. After he left, the cover was gently pushed back into place by his psychic power, sealing seamlessly as if it had never been opened. A moment later, with a soft ding, the elevator cabin arrived steadily at the third underground floor, and the heavy metal doors slid open to the sides. The walls of the corridor flickered with the cold, hard luster of metal, with an omnidirectional surveillance camera every few meters. At the end of the passage stood an exceptionally heavy, massive alloy gate flickering with a ghostly blue energy aura. On either side of the door stood a guard clad in black tactical combat gear. The guard on the left was tall and lean, his eyes slightly closed with veins subtly bulging at his temples, emanating a highly alert neurotic aura. The guard on the right was exceptionally robust, his muscles bulging like a tower, arms crossed over his chest, his gaze sharp as an eagle, exuding an innate authority. They cast a vigilant glance at the empty elevator cabin, failing to notice anything unusual. The stout guard muttered softly, "Strange, another empty elevator. Is someone upstairs pressing buttons randomly? Or is that faulty system acting up again?" The elevator doors began to close slowly, and the cabin started to ascend as per the preset program. Meanwhile, Yuan had already climbed a few meters up the cold elevator shaft, using his psychic power to cling to the icy walls. Lilia had long marked an excellent infiltration point for him on the blueprints of the research center building. A ventilation duct connecting to the core area of the underground third floor, with its entrance conveniently located in a concealed corner of the elevator shaft. Yuan quickly found the vent covered by a metal grate. He again used his psychic power to loosen the screws holding the grate in place, and then removed the heavy metal grill, setting it aside. A gust of air mixed with stale odors and faint chemical scents blew out from the dark depths of the duct. Yuan took a deep breath and crouched down to crawl into the narrow ventilation duct, barely spacious enough for a single person. The inner walls of the duct were rough and covered with dust, the light almost completely blocked, with only faint beams filtering in from distant vents barely outlining the shape of the duct. He crawled laboriously through the narrow and oppressive duct, each movement cautious to avoid making any noise that might alert the guards below. Lilia, through the communicator, guided him in real time and warned him to avoid any sensors or surveillance equipment that might exist within the duct. 3 meters ahead, turn left. Lilia's voice echoed again. Be careful, there's a highly sensitive vibration sensor there. Although this sensor is networked, its core triggering program is localized and reacts quickly. I can't guarantee that I can completely mask the alarm in the moment you pass through. It's best to use a signal jammer. Yuan paused at her words, retrieving a palm-sized flat metal box from his waist. Exactly the portable signal jammer Angela had prepared for him earlier. Understood, I have activated the jammer and set it to low power mode. Lilia quickly replied. Based on the sensor model analysis, the electromagnetic pulse from the jammer should cover it, but you still need to move carefully through that area. Any physical contact exceeding the threshold may trigger the alarm at the edge of the interference. Yuan nodded, bringing the jammer close to the duct's inner wall, then maneuvering through the area of the vibration sensor in an almost gliding manner, moving extremely slowly. Throughout the process, he kept his breathing as light as possible, and his muscle control reached its peak. He didn't know how long it took, but when he felt his strength nearing half depletion, Lilia's voice came again. You are almost there. 2 meters ahead, there's an abandoned vent leading to the target corridor. It hasn't been maintained for years, so opening that grate shouldn't be difficult. Yuan halted his movements, straining to listen. Sure enough, he could faintly hear the guards below their quiet breaths and the sound of equipment rubbing against each other. He slowly moved to the position of that vent, peering down through the grate's gaps, while gathering his soul imprint to spread out. Instantly, a fine, long, web-like psychic field feedback flooded his consciousness. This field almost covered the entire passage area below. Any biological life signs, energy fluctuations, and even the slightest disturbances of dust in the air would be hard to escape its owner's perception. Everything is normal. It should be time for the shift tonight. I hope nothing else goes wrong. It's still more interesting to be on field duty. This was the stout guard's thought, tinged with a hint of boredom and vigilance. And the lean man was the source of this psychic field, his mind calm and focused like a precise radar, constantly scanning everything around. The energy flow in the area is stable. No abnormal psychic fluctuations detected. Internal parameters of the laboratory are normal. Another calm day. Yuan quickly made a judgment in his mind. The other one is a class energy defense ability user, likely skilled in close combat blocking and constructing energy shields. Such a combination nearly sealed off any possibility of conventional infiltration. The lean man's perception field was like a net, while the stout guard's energy defense ensured that once the perceiver raised the alarm, there would be enough time to hold off the intruder and wait for support. Through the miniature communicator on his wrist, Yuan quietly conveyed the current predicament succinctly to Lilia. Lilia, the entrance to the laboratory is guarded by those two class ability users mentioned in the intel. That perceiving ability user is troublesome. His psychic field covers the entire passage, and any movement is likely to be detected. I need you to create an opportunity to distract that guy's judgment. Got it. Lilia's voice remained relaxed, conveying a sense of confidence. Perception enhancement. This is getting interesting. Don't rush, give me 30 seconds, the backup plan will activate soon. Just as Lilia was about to execute the command, the heavy cargo elevator door below, which had just closed moments ago, unexpectedly emitted a soft ding and began to slide open again. Wait, Lilia, don't move yet. Yuan's pupils constricted, and he lowered his voice to urgently stop Lilia's actions. A young Asian man in a white lab coat, wearing silver-rimmed glasses and looking slightly pale, stepped out of the elevator, holding a briefcase, striding directly toward the massive alloy gate at the end of the corridor. He was the class researcher mentioned in the intel. Yuan immediately focused his perception on this suddenly appearing researcher and the two guards quietly listening to their conversation. Dr. Lin, why are you back so late? The stout guard on the right clearly recognized the newcomer, his tone carrying a hint of surprise. The young man referred to as Dr. Lin sighed, a wry smile on his face. Don't mention it, Marcus. I just realized halfway here that I left my laptop in the laboratory, which contains crucial data for tomorrow's report. I had to come back to get it. What bad luck. The stout guard Marcus chuckled knowingly. So that's it. But Dr. Lin, you're back, just in time. Things have been a bit chaotic in the building today. I've heard quite a bit of commotion. First, there was a sudden fire alarm in the archives that caused a ruckus, and then the communication system had several intermittent faults, resulting in several surveillance cameras going dark repeatedly. Dr. Lin pushed his glasses up, showing a hint of agreement in his complaint. That's right. When I came down earlier, my access card had to be swiped several times to get through. I thought my card was malfunctioning. How poorly maintained is the system in this building? Issues arise every few days, severely affecting work efficiency. He paused as if recalling something and added, by the way, I heard some discussions upstairs saying there were some abnormal fluctuations in the parameters of the mental stabilization field generator. Although it quickly stabilized, any slight disturbance could affect the accuracy of our experimental results. I hope nothing major goes wrong. My research team is currently tackling the neural synchronization rate issue of the Hound project. If the data messes up again, my bonus for this month is probably toast. Again with these incomprehensible matters. But the broken system of this building really needs fixing. Marcus silently complained in his mind. The left guard, who had been keeping his eyes closed, slightly opened them, interjecting with a calm voice. Dr. Lin, the fluctuations of the generator indeed exist, but are within a controllable range of minor disturbances. The system logs show it was a momentary energy fluctuation caused by routine calibration. It has already stabilized automatically and will not have any substantial impact on the core experimental area. Dr. Lin nodded, but his brow still held a trace of concern. Let's hope so. Speaking of which, people like us who have come from the Greyjoy Alliance are much like hard-working cattle. We have to work ourselves to the bone no matter where we are. He chuckled self-deprecatingly and then quickly walked to the alloy gate, swiping his card for verification. Linja, Greyjoy Alliance. Yuan silently repeated this name and the homeland he mentioned. The soul imprint had just captured these key pieces of information. This was the first person he had encountered from the Greyjoy Alliance since his crossing, and he shared the same hometown as the original owner of this body. With a low rumbling sound of machinery, the heavy alloy gate slowly opened a crack. Linja sidestepped inside, and the gate closed promptly. Yuan quietly waited in the ventilation duct. After about 7 or 8 minutes, the alloy gate opened again, and Lin Zhou emerged, holding what appeared to be a rather thin laptop, looking slightly more relaxed than before. He was about to head toward the elevator when Marcus suddenly called out to him, a mysterious smile on his face that hinted at flattery. Dr. Lin, please wait. I've recently heard some rumors that your project team has developed something good, like something that can enhance the spirits of rough folks like us. New drugs. If they really exist, I must find a way to get some to try. Marcus' thoughts were completely exposed in Yuan's perception. Lin Zhou paused at Marcus' words, a hint of surprise flashing behind his glasses. He examined Marcus and pondered, "Oh, Marcus, where did you hear that news?" Marcus chuckled, awkwardly scratching his head. "It's just something that people below are spreading, saying your project team is impressive, that you've developed a new drug that can boost people's spirits and even potentially enhance ability potential. Dr. Lin, you know we aren't scholars like you. In our line of work, strength is our livelihood. If such good..." Lin Zhou looked at Marcus' eager gaze, sighed lightly and nodded. "What you've heard isn't entirely unfounded. In the course of our research, we did isolate an experimental compound, and preliminary tests show it can temporarily stimulate potential, significantly enhancing the subject's psychic strength and concentration, making it an unexpected byproduct. But I must solemnly remind you that the side effects of such a substance are currently completely unknown, and it essentially forces a stimulation of the mental essence, which is akin to overreaching. The potential overexertion on both body and psyche is enormous." He advised earnestly. "The enhancement of ability levels ultimately relies on one's own accumulation and understanding, diligent meditation, honing skills in practical combat, and deeply uncovering the characteristics and applications of one's abilities. This is the solid path to improvement. Simply relying on drugs as an external aid not only lacks foundation but also risks exhausting one's potential too early and may even cause irreversible damage to the brain." The excitement on Marcus' face cooled somewhat, yet the desire in his eyes remained undiminished. "It's easy for you to say. For us level abilities users, how difficult it is to advance further, you researchers wouldn't understand. Even if the side effects are severe, it's still better than being stuck at a bottleneck for a lifetime. Dr. Lin, I have noted your teachings, but you also know that we who have been working on the front lines for years face various risks every day. Every bit of strength gained translates to an increased chance of survival, so if there is an opportunity..." Lin Zhou looked at the mixed expression of desire and concern in Marcus' eyes, pondered for a moment, and finally relented. "Let's do this, Marcus. This type of potion is still in strict internal experimental control, and the approval process is very complex. It cannot circulate privately. However, I can try to submit a small batch experimental usage application under the pretext of enhancing the emergency response capability of frontline security personnel under special circumstances. Just say, the security department has an urgent need to enhance practical combat capabilities and hopes to receive some experimental logistical support. However, whether it can be approved and how much dosage I cannot guarantee." Marcus was overjoyed to hear this, hastily expressing his gratitude. "Thank you so much, Doctor. You are truly a blessing for us frontline personnel. Regardless of the outcome, Marcus, will remember your kindness." Lin Zhou waved his hand, a somewhat complicated smile appearing on his face. "It's not really a blessing, just doing my best. I will take my leave now. Please be careful. The building systems are indeed quite unstable tonight." With that, he grabbed his laptop and headed towards the elevator. As the elevator door opened, Lin Zhou stepped inside and quickly disappeared into the ascending cabin. Yuan witnessed all this silently, noting the name Lin Zhou and the conversation with the guard. A new drug that can enhance mental strength. This was undoubtedly a valuable piece of information for him. Moreover, this Dr. Lin Zhou, who also came from the Great Zhou Alliance, exhibited certain qualities in his demeanor that made Yuan feel that perhaps in the future there would be opportunities to interact with him. The corridor returned to its previous silence. Yuan took a deep breath, his eyes flickering. Although the unexpected appearance of Dr. Lin Zhou disrupted the rhythm he had with Lilia, it also provided some new information and even possibly brought new opportunities. He contacted Lilia again through the communicator. "Lilia, that researcher just left. Did you hear? They mentioned a mental stability field generator. Is your backup plan related to this?" "You guessed it right on the... It seems we are lucky. Just in time to have a ready-made reason to create a little disturbance. That guy with perception abilities, while his mental strength field is troublesome, if the generator itself shows unstable fluctuations, I have an 80% confidence that his perception will be interfered with by white noise. It will then be up to you." Yuan patiently waited, his attention highly focused on that perceiving ability user. Far away in the dormitory, Lilia quickly accessed the redundant computing resources of the research center's internal network, obtained during the infiltration, bypassing several layers of security protocols, directly locating the main control program of the device, known as mental stability field generator, deep in the laboratory area. Then she quietly sent a carefully forged calibration command carrying a slightly stronger high-frequency interference signal, yet still within the safe threshold, to the generator's program. On the third underground level, a ripple appeared in the previously calm mental strength field of the perceiving ability user, like a stone thrown into the water. Huh, here it comes again. What's going on? The thin, tall man suddenly opened his tightly shut eyes, his brow furrowing. This disturbance is more pronounced than the last time. Could it be that the generator is indeed aging? His perception was shrouded by a thick layer of frosted glass. Although he could still roughly grasp the surrounding situation, the originally precise insights that were as sharp as a scalpel became noticeably dull and blurred under the generator's irregular energy fluctuations. Now's the time. A glint flashed in Yuan's eyes as he seized this fleeting opportunity. He quickly shut down the communicator on his wrist, and the ice elemental power within him was instantly urged to its peak. A chilling aura radiated from his body's surface, rapidly condensing into a thin, almost indistinguishable layer of frost that blended with the surrounding environment. This layer of frost not only insulated his heat emission, but also absorbed and slightly distorted the energy fluctuations generated by his movements, minimizing the chances of detection by that perceiving ability user. At the same time, he compressed and condensed his telekinesis with no trace leaking out. His body felt as weightless as a feather, and like a cheetah poised to pounce, he quietly slipped out of the ventilation shaft, moving stealthily along the shadows cast by the intricate network of thick pipes on the ceiling heading towards the two guards. The entire process was swift and fluid, not stirring a whisper and not touching any obstacles. It was as if a true shadow glided through the darkness. As he silently approached within 5 meters of the two guards, Yuan suddenly struck. He locked onto Marcus, and his telekinesis erupted like a long-stored explosion. Several heavy alloy plates used for wiring and decoration on the wall, and a few loose metal shells of ventilation ducts on the ceiling were suddenly seized and torn apart by an invisible giant hand, emitting a piercing sound of metal distortion, hurtling down towards Marcus with tremendous force. Enemy attack. What is that? Marcus' pupils constricted sharply, with no time to think about where the attack came from. His combat instincts prompted him to issue a roar, crossing his arms to shield his front. A brilliant light of pale yellow energy erupted from his body surface, coalescing into a solid, refined energy shield. Boom, bang, clang. The alloy plates and ventilation duct shells pounded against the energy shield like rain, producing deafening sounds and dazzling energy sparks. The sudden violent impact forced Marcus to stagger back, all his focus being diverted to maintaining the stability of the shield. In that moment, Yuan's figure flickered strangely, appearing like a ghost at the side of the perceiving ability user on the left. The thin, tall man had just regained his senses from the blurriness of the mental strength field and was about to investigate the ambush on his companion when a deadly chill struck him from behind his neck. Yuan's right hand was edged with a layer of finely condensed sharp frost, sharper than a quenched blade. With no extraneous movement, he accurately struck the nerve center at the thin man's neck. Crack! A slight sound of a bone cracking echoed, followed by a visible chill instantly invading the powerful cold current and immense force, simultaneously destroying the fragile structure of the cervical vertebrae and penetrating into the cerebral cortex, causing severe physical and energy shock. The thin man could only let out a muffled grunt before his eyes lost their luster, his body collapsing to the ground like a limp rag doll, utterly losing consciousness, and the mental strength field that covered the area dissipated along with him. Meanwhile, Marcus had just managed to maintain the solid energy shield, blocking the first wave of debris attacks thrown by Yuan's telekinesis. Fragments of metal and twisted duct shells were scattered all over the ground. He hadn't had time to catch his breath, let alone check on his companion's situation, when he was horrified to find the air temperature around him plummeting sharply. A chilling aura that seemed capable of freezing souls surged from all directions. Yuan was already less than 2 meters away from him. A purer and more condensed ice elemental power erupted explosively around him, forming a small extreme cold domain with a diameter of about 3 meters. Within this domain, the air seemed to solidify, and even the light appeared to slow down. The energy shield, which had been smoothly operating on Marcus' body surface, became obscure and rigid under the erosion of this extreme cold power. The surface of the shield even crystallized with a layer of fine ice, significantly reducing its defensive capabilities, and along with it, his body movements also became sluggish. Damn it, what ability is this? My body can't move. Marcus was engulfed by unprecedented fear while Yuan seized upon this fleeting opportunity. His gaze was cold as he raised his right hand. His telekinesis locked onto a metal piece no larger than a palm that he had casually pried off the metal grill while hiding in the ventilation duct. Its edges were exceedingly sharp. Whoosh! The moment that metal piece was shot out, it pierced through the layer of energy glow on Marcus' body that had become sluggish and fragile due to the extreme cold, transforming into a more refined silver-cold ray. It flew faster than an arrow accompanied by a sharp whistle and instantly slashed across Marcus' throat. The moment that metal piece was shot out, it pierced through the layer of energy glow on Marcus' body that had become sluggish and fragile due to the extreme cold, transforming into a more refined silver-cold ray. It flew faster than an arrow accompanied by a sharp whistle. The entire ambush process from Yuan launching the attack to the 2nd level ability, user guards being killed, lasted only a few seconds. It was swift and decisive. Apart from the initial loud sound of debris striking the energy shield, there was almost no noise during the subsequent killings. Yuan stood between the 2 corpses, his chest slightly rising and falling rapidly, adjusting his breath, which was somewhat disordered from continuously activating 2 abilities. The corridor once again fell into a dead silence with only the faint sound of emergency lights buzzing and the lingering smell of blood and coldness in the air. After dealing with the 2 level guards in the corridor, Yuan quickly arrived at the heavy isolation door of the core laboratory. He did not attempt to force the door open, for Lilia had already informed him through encrypted communication that she was working hard to crack the laboratory's access system. Yuan stood before the heavy alloy gate that flickered with a blue energy halo. The cold metallic touch transmitted from his fingertips. Behind the door was the ultimate objective of his mission, the Mental Domain Refinement Core Laboratory. He had no intention of attacking it. This cutting-edge creation, integrated with unknown devices, could not be opened by brute force. He raised his wrist, reopening the mini-encrypted communicator, and said, "Lilia, I have reached the laboratory entrance. The access system is up to you." On the other end, there was a brief silence of about half a second, followed by Lilia's clear voice tinged with faint confusion. "Received, but what was that just now?" "The communication seems to have had a little fluctuation, but it's fine. You've dealt with the guards, right?" "Yes, good." Lilia quickly brushed past this topic, her tone shifting from the previous lightness to a grave demeanor. "The security level of this door is very high, employing multiple dynamic encryption protocols. The permissions I currently have cannot directly open it. Those FBPA guys have certainly invested heavily in the protection of the core area. However, the more complex the system, the more vulnerabilities it often has. Give me some time to elevate my permissions, and I will dismantle it." Yuan nodded slightly, no longer speaking. The soul imprint continued to activate, and his spiritual tendrils spread outwards, capturing any potential thoughts and emotional fluctuations from nearby areas that might belong to potential threats. Every second of waiting felt as long as a century. Yuan's nerves remained taut, unwilling to relax, even for a moment. Data stream analysis complete. Found a timestamp-based verification backdoor. Attempting to inject a forged authorization key. Damn, there's an anti-tracking trap. Clearing traces, switching proxy nodes. Rebuilding the deception script. It seemed that Lilia wasn't having an easy time either. Yuan could sense the urgency in her voice from the intermittent murmurs coming through the communicator. Finally, just as Yuan felt his patience was about to be worn thin by the surrounding silence, Lilia's somewhat tired, yet undeniably excited voice rang out, "Success. I have obtained temporary highest control permissions for the laboratory access system, but time is very limited. According to system log analysis, this window of unauthorized access lasts only 5 minutes. After 5 minutes, the isolation door will automatically close and trigger the highest level of alarm simultaneously, sending an invasion signal to FBPA headquarters. You must hurry." As soon as Lilia's words fell, the heavy isolation door in front of Yuan emitted a faint hydraulic system activation hiss sound, and then slid open, a gap just wide enough for one person to pass through. Without a moment's hesitation, Yuan's figure darted like an arrow. As the gap opened to its limit, he swiftly slipped inside. The moment he entered, the heavy alloy door began to slowly close at a visibly rapid pace. As soon as he entered the laboratory, the sight before Yuan transformed his previously calm demeanor into one of grave concern. This was a far larger circular space than he had imagined. In the center of the laboratory stood a giant device, 5 meters tall, with an extraordinarily complex structure made entirely of a certain alloy that shimmered with a silvery metallic sheen. Countless energy conduits of various thicknesses glowing with a ghostly blue light coiled like living creatures in every corner of the device, continuously injecting pure energy into its core. Without a doubt, this was the mental stabilization field generator mentioned by Lilia and referred to in the conversation between Lin Zhu and the guards. What shook Yuan even more was that surrounding the generator, like stars circling the moon, were dozens of uniformly arranged transparent, cylindrical cultivation tanks, each 2 meters high. Inside these tanks, there was a pale green nutrient solution that emitted a faint glow. Through the transparent walls of the tanks, he saw various animals submerged within. There was a sleek black cat with shiny fur, a golden retriever with lively eyes, a long-limbed macaque, and even a few raptors with impressive wingspans. Without exception, they all lay with their eyes tightly closed, their bodies connected by various tubes and sensors flashing with dim indicator lights, as if trapped in an eternal slumber. Amidst these animal cultivation tanks there stood several taller and more shocking tanks. Inside there were indeed several naked human bodies. Their expressions were twisted in unimaginable pain, their skin pale and swollen eyes shut tight, and they too were filled with dense tubes, clearly having lost all consciousness, reduced to tragic sources for extracting mental energy in this evil experiment. A strong, nauseating mixed odor filled the air, pungent formaldehyde, high concentrations of disinfectants, and an indescribable scent tinged with rust and decay constantly irritating Yuan's nostrils. His gaze quickly swept across the entire laboratory, ultimately locking onto the core recess at the top of the mental stabilization field generator. There, a peculiar crystal about the size of a fist, flawless and emitting a soft, profound rainbow aura, was securely embedded. It seemed to possess life. With each shift of its light, it emitted a strange wave that could faintly soothe the soul, continuously supplying stable and pure energy to the massive, complex device. The Rainbow Stone. Yuan took a deep breath, forcing down the tumult that surged within him at the hellish sight before him. His only goal on this mission was this peculiar stone. Yuan had no time to lament the cruelty and inhumanity of these experiments. The isolation door was slowly closing behind him. He still had some time left, but he had to obtain the Rainbow Stone and safely retreat within 5 minutes. Just as he focused his energy and prepared to use telekinesis to retrieve the Rainbow Stone from the recess, a roar erupted from the shadows in the corner of the laboratory, where 3 large metal cages made of special alloys were located, sounding out with deafening cries filled with endless madness and bloody intent. Clang, clang. Accompanied by the piercing sound of metal clashing, 3 extraordinarily massive, bloodied, and distorted giant hounds suddenly broke free from their specially made alloy chains like 3 bolts of black lightning charging out of their cages with a foul wind. Their sizes were several times larger than that of an ordinary adult Tibetan mastiff, their bodies covered in terrifying scars and deep wounds visible to the bone, dark red muscle fibers twisted and bulging like ancient tree roots, clearly visible beneath their damaged skin, even revealing the outlines of their thick, hard bones. One of the hounds had undergone a significant aberration, with bony spikes protruding between its toes, each sharp spine shining with a chilling light, leaving deep scratches on the hard alloy floor with each step. Another had a jaw that appeared unnaturally torn, nearly split to the base of its ears, sharp fangs dripping with a green corrosive saliva that emitted a pungent sour odor, corroding the ground with a sizzling sound. The third one was relatively whole, but its eyes filled with blood and flashing with madness and pure bloody red light from endless experiments indicated that it too was an extremely dangerous existence. These 3 mutated hounds radiated a powerful energy fluctuation comparable to that of class psych. They were the failed products of the mental field refinement experiment, having lost control and undergone malignant mutations due to the forced infusion of mental energy, abandoned here to serve as the laboratory's last line of defense, acting as cleaners to eliminate any unauthorized intruders. Kill. Tear apart. Flesh and blood. A fierce battle was about to erupt. Confronted with the class mutated hounds charging at him from 3 different directions, Yuan's gaze turned ice cold. Instead of retreating, he surged forward, the telekinetic energy and ice elemental power within him, which had calmed somewhat due to the Rainbow Stone's influence, erupted once more with unprecedented intensity. Yuan crouched down, placing his left hand on the smooth alloy floor, a visible deep blue icy current emanating from him, rapidly spreading outwards. Crack, crack. The hard alloy floor instantly froze into a thick, mirror-smooth domain of dark blue ice. The 3 rapidly charging mutated hounds, caught off guard, suddenly slipped on the icy surface. Their forward momentum abruptly halted, their bodies twisting and contorting uncontrollably as they let out angry and anxious low growls. Before they could fully escape the entrapment of the icy domain, several thick metal conduits for energy transmission, suspended from the ceiling along with a few alloy supports by the wall, were forcibly torn from their fixed positions with a chilling metallic screech. They seemed to be imbued with life, transforming into several agile and fierce metal serpents that whizzed through the air, swiftly wrapping around the 2 mutated hounds that were still adjusting their positions due to the icy surface. A woo. Driven by telekinesis, the metal conduits and supports tightened madly, like the most brutal nooses, tightly constricting the bodies and limbs of the 2 mutated hounds. They let out pitiful howls as their hard bones cracked under the terrifying pressure, dark red blood seeping from the gaps between the metal and flesh. However, one of the hounds with the bone spikes on its forelimbs managed to dig the sharp spikes deeply into the icy surface, stabilizing its position and quickly shaking off the sluggishness brought on by the ice. It let out an even more frenzied roar, ignoring the plight of its companions. Its blood-red eyes locked onto Yuan, and with a powerful push it charged forward the glowing bone spikes aimed directly at Mo Yuan's throat. Facing this ferocious assault, Mo Yuan did not flinch or evade. His right hand clenched into a fist, and the moisture in the surrounding air rapidly condensed and compressed in his palm, instantly forming over a dozen ice spikes about an inch long, clear as crystal, yet as sharp and hard as steel. Swish, swish, swish. The ice spikes shot forth like a deadly rain. Under Mo Yuan's precise control, they did not scatter blindly, but aimed clearly, skillfully, avoiding the thick skull and muscular back of the mutated hound, concentrating their assault on its relatively vulnerable eyes, mouth, and soft abdomen. Thud, thud, thud. The piercing sound of the ice spikes striking flesh rang out, and the hound with the bone spikes was hit by the sudden barrage, flesh and blood flying. Several ice spikes even pierced through its eyeball and nostrils, causing it to emit a heart-wrenching wail, momentarily halting its charge as it stiffened from the intense pain. Mo Yuan seized this fleeting moment of vulnerability, his figure darting forward like a phantom. He had already used telekinesis to pull over a broken metal pipe about a meter long from the side. Under his mental control, the front end of this pipe gathered a layer of spiral, shimmering, cold blue ice crystals, making it hard and deadly sharp as a knight's lance. In the next moment, this frozen lance, infused with both Mo Yuan's telekinesis and ice elemental power, was firmly gripped in his hand and thrust into the gaping mouth of the hound, propelled by an unimaginable, terrifying acceleration. Thud! A dull, penetrating sound echoed as the frozen lance pierced through the hound's mouth, drilling through its skull, bursting out a cloud of mixed brain matter and shattered bone, pinning its massive body firmly against the hard alloy wall behind. The hound's limbs twitched a few times before it completely lost its life, its blood-red eyes still filled with endless madness and unwillingness. The other two mutated hounds, tightly bound by the telekinetic nooses, continued to howl and struggle. One of them, particularly powerful, had severely distorted the metal conduits on its body and was on the verge of breaking free. Mo Yuan's expression turned cold, and he suddenly increased the output of his power. Crack! Accompanied by a series of bone-crunching sounds, the already deeply sunk metal conduits tightened to the extreme, their brutal nature akin to the most cruel torture device, brutally breaking the spine and ribs of that mutated hound. It let out a shrill cry, its massive body stiffening before going limp, with only faint electrical currents flickering within the broken conduits. The last mutated hound, with a cracked jaw and dripping corrosive saliva, showed no fear despite witnessing its companions being killed one after another. Instead, it was driven into a more ferocious, beastly rage. It opened its terrifying maw, spewing forth a stream of corrosive acid that emitted a pungent, sour odor, rushing toward Mo Yuan with a force comparable to a high-pressure water gun. Mo Yuan's figure swayed. Instead of retreating, he surged forward, swiftly slicing his left hand in front of him, unleashing a pure ice elemental power that rapidly formed a thick, shimmering blue arc-shaped ice shield in front of him. Sizzle, sizzle. The corrosive acid slammed against the ice shield, producing a series of intense corrosive sounds. Large amounts of white, pungent smoke erupted from the surface of the ice shield, visibly dissolving and thinning at an alarming rate. However, just as the ice shield was about to be completely corroded through, Mo Yuan's figure had already flickered and appeared beside the corrosive hound without using any fancy techniques. He condensed all his telekinesis and frost power into his right fist and struck out. Bang! A sound erupted like that of a battering ram striking a city gate, reverberating throughout the laboratory. Mo Yuan's seemingly not very strong fist now contained terrifying power, capable of splitting mountains and shattering rocks, as his telekinesis and ice power merged, perfectly pouring down, without reservation, onto the hound's skull. The hard skull shattered like a fragile eggshell, blood and brain matter mixed together, bursting outward in all directions. In less than a few breaths, the three ferociously strong class mutated hounds were all eliminated by Mo Yuan in a thunderous fury. A beast is still just a beast. Standing in the midst of the wreckage of the laboratory, Mo Yuan's chest heaved violently, beads of sweat beading on his forehead. First it was 2 guards, then 3 hounds. The continuous high-intensity use of abilities took a significant toll on his mental and physical energy. In the air, the rich smell of blood mixed with the pungent odors of chemical agents and formaldehyde created an even more unbearable stench. Mo Yuan's gaze passed over the debris and bloodstains on the ground, once again focusing on the rainbow stone embedded at the top of the generator, still emanating a soft rainbow glow. Time was running out. The isolation door was slowly closing behind him, the 5-minute countdown hanging over him like a sword, constantly urging him. He did not hesitate, extending his telekinesis to form an invisible hand, steadily lifting the rainbow stone embedded in the top recess and slowly removing it. As he grasped the rainbow stone, a warm, gentle, yet immensely life-infused wave instantly surged from his palm, akin to the sweetest spring water, slowly seeping into the depths of his soul that was on the verge of exhaustion from forcibly imprinting psychic powers and continuous combat. It was an indescribable comfort and solace, as if the parched, cracked earth was nourished by rain, or as if, after traversing endless darkness, he finally caught a glimpse of dawn. The burning pain and tearing sensation in the depths of his soul caused by the clash of powers began to miraculously soothe and calm under this gentle energy. Yuan tightly gripped the rainbow light stone in his hand, feeling the strange energy continuously flowing into his soul, a surge of uncontrollable excitement and joy rising within him. The three key materials had been gathered, and this small crystal was the core. It was not only crucial for repairing his soul damage and completely integrating and controlling the supernatural powers within him, but also a means of survival and becoming stronger in this perilous otherworld. However, just a few seconds after Yuan took down the rainbow light stone, an unexpected change occurred. The mental stabilization field generator, which had lost the energy supply from the rainbow light stone, suddenly became extremely unstable, emitting a series of ear-piercing alarm sounds. Immediately, the lights in the entire laboratory began to flicker wildly, and a wave of chaotic energy, with strong characteristics of mental pollution, surged forth, like a black flood breaching a dam, erupting violently from the core of the generator. In the dozens of transparent cultivation tanks around the laboratory, the previously dormant animal test subjects and those human supply sources issued a chorus of mindless, agonized, and frenzied wails the moment they came into contact with this mental pollution. Their bodies began to convulse violently, some even crazily slamming against the walls of the cultivation tanks, creating loud bangs, as if they were trying to break free from their restraints, turning the laboratory into a true hell. At this moment, Lilia's anxious voice hurriedly came through the encrypted communicator. "Not good. The energy balance in the laboratory has been disrupted. The mental stabilization field generator is out of control, and mental pollution is spreading on a large scale. I've detected that alarms on the third underground level have been fully triggered. The ground security forces are rapidly gathering towards the underground. And, damn it, the FBPA's rapid response team deployed around River Bay University has also received orders. At least 3 squads are encircling the research building from different directions. You must evacuate immediately." Without waiting for Yuan to respond, Lilia quickly mapped out an emergency escape route for him. "Listen, returning to the elevator shaft along the original route is impossible. There is an emergency maintenance passage behind the laboratory. You can return to the surface through that passage. I've remotely modified the access permissions of several key electronic doors along the way and created new fire alarms and equipment failures on other floors to buy you some time. Hurry, use the maintenance passage." Yuan's gaze sharpened as he tightly gripped the rainbow light stone. He could feel the gentle energy emitted by the stone continuously nourishing his soul, slow but effective. He knew he shouldn't stay here for long, but having made it this far into the treasure trove, he felt unwilling to retreat with just the rainbow light stone. Especially Angela. Images flashed through Yuan's mind of the confidential information Lilia had mentioned regarding ordinary people's awakening of supernatural powers, as well as the rare materials and special equipment required. Since he had already taken such a huge risk to breach the FBPA's core laboratory, wouldn't it be a waste not to seize the opportunity to gather more spoils? "Lilia, hold the situation. Give me 30 seconds. Yuan said decisively, and without waiting for Lilia's response, he was already in action. Yuan's gaze was like the most precise scanner, quickly locking onto areas where high-value items might exist. Metal storage cabinets labeled with confidentiality, high-risk experimental samples, special containers radiating strange energy fluctuations, and those precision instruments that looked distinctly different. Psychokinesis was pushed to the limit at this moment. Crack, bang, crash. Several locked alloy storage cabinet doors were forcibly twisted and pried open by him, using psychokinesis. Rows of glowing mineral samples and plant samples, tubes of unknown colored substances sealed in special containers, palm-sized hard drives, and some small experimental device components that he couldn't understand the specific use of, but sensed were extraordinary, were all pulled toward him by psychokinesis. He didn't even have time to carefully identify these items' specific names and uses. He was engaged in an almost instinctual frenzy of looting. In a corner of the laboratory, Yuan discovered a sturdy black canvas backpack. He unceremoniously dragged it over, and psychokinesis stuffed all the precious materials he had gathered into it instantly, making the backpack bulge. The entire looting process was as swift as lightning, smooth and flowing, taking no more than a mere dozen seconds. "All right, I'm done." On the other end of the communicator, Lilia's voice carried a hint of exasperated amusement. "Done? What's with your tone? It sounds like you just pulled up your pants. Do you have any idea what's happening outside? The alarm is about to deafen me. You sounded like you were throwing a party in the FBPA's armory just now." Ignoring Lilia's complaints, Yuan flung the heavy backpack behind him, and without any delay, he immediately rushed towards an inconspicuous metal door at the back of the laboratory, following Lilia's guidance. Psychokinesis erupted, transforming into an invisible battering ram that violently struck the door, producing a deafening crash as the center of the door caved in. The door hinge instantly shattered, and the entire metal door spun and flew off. Behind the door was indeed a narrow, dust-covered maintenance passage. The alarm blared urgently like a death drum in his ears, and the entire underground complex seemed to tremble under the alarm's sound. Yuan took a deep breath, pocketed the rainbow lightstone, fully extending the perception of his soul imprint, and plunged into the dark depths of the passage. 50 meters ahead is an upward ventilation shaft. It's temporarily safe. I've interfered with several surveillance cameras in the nearby area, but you need to hurry. The security system is undergoing an emergency reset, and my interference window is short. Yuan rapidly traversed the narrow, winding maintenance passage, alternating between psychokinesis and ice elements to clear the scattered obstacles on the path. This maintenance passage seemed to have not been trodden for a long time, with only his hurried footsteps echoing within. But just as he was about to reach the ventilation shaft Lilia mentioned, he suddenly heard a series of somewhat chaotic footsteps and heavy breathing around a corner ahead. Hurry! There's trouble in the underground, third-level laboratory. Everyone is rushing over there. This damn place is like a maze. Who the hell designed the building structure like this? It was the security personnel responding to the alarm who were clearly alerted by the comprehensive alarm, rushing through this maintenance passage to take a shortcut to the core laboratory. In the next second, both sides almost collided at the corner. Yuan's eyes turned cold. There was no avoiding the battle when they met in this narrow space. Who goes there? Stop! The leading security captain shouted harshly, immediately raising his assault rifle, the dark muzzle aimed directly at Yuan, while the other team members reacted, instantly raising their guns. As well, the sound of metal being chambered echoed sharply in the narrow passage. Target confirmed. It's an intruder. Open fire. The captain's mind was filled with rage and a desire to achieve merits. However, Yuan's actions were faster than their bullets. At the moment the opponent shouted the question, Yuan erupted into action, the power of ice elements surging violently from within him, the ground underfoot cracking as a layer of frost rapidly spread from him, instantly turning several meters ahead into a smooth ice mirror. The security personnel just about to pull the trigger suddenly slipped, and amidst their screams they lost their balance, causing their originally stable shooting positions to collapse, the gun muzzles wildly pointing in all directions. Damn it! The ground! One team member shouted as he slipped. Steady! Move aside, Another team member tried to stabilize himself, but was knocked down by his comrade. Before they could struggle to rise from the chaos, several metal slots used to secure cables and a heavy inspection cover were forcefully yanked from the wall by Yuan's psychokinesis with a piercing metal tearing sound. These heavy metal objects howling through the air became deadly projectiles, raining down upon the stumbling and disoriented security personnel on the icy surface. In an instant, one team member screamed as a sharp slot pierced through his calf, pinning him to the ice, while another was struck in the face by the heavy inspection cover, his chest bones cracking as he spurted blood, his fate uncertain. Amidst the chaos, Yuan's figure had transformed into a blurred shadow, rushing swiftly across the smooth ice surface. His goal was very clear: to eliminate all obstacles without leaving a single survivor. The remaining two security personnel were filled with horror and despair. They had never witnessed such a bizarre and powerful attack method. One of them barely managed to get up from the ground, attempting to raise his assault rifle again, but Yuan had already ghosted up to him. Without any unnecessary movements, Yuan's right hand fingers together and covered with a layer of condensed frost swiftly sliced across the wrist of the security personnel holding the gun. Crack! A crisp sound of bones breaking echoed, accompanied by a suppressed groan of pain as the security personnel's wrist was forcibly severed by Yuan's hand, strike the assault rifle flying out of his hand and rolling several times on the ground. Before he could react, Yuan's palm, enhanced by psychokinesis, slammed against his chest, instantly collapsing his ribcage. His body flew backward and crashed heavily against the hard alloy wall, then slid down to the ground lifeless. The last security personnel was thoroughly stunned by the bloodshed and horror before him. He dropped his weapon and turned, trying to escape, desperately back the way he came. But how could Yuan give him that opportunity? An invisible psychokinetic rope instantly wrapped around his ankles, violently pulling him back. The man screamed as he lost his balance, crashing heavily to the cold ground. Before he could struggle to rise, sharp ice spikes glowing with a faint blue light suddenly burst from the ice beneath him, mercilessly piercing through his chest and throat. The piercing scream abruptly ceased, leaving only the faint sound of blood rapidly spreading across the ice. Yuan's figure did not pause, swiftly darting past the lifeless bodies of the security personnel, continuing his charge towards the ventilation shaft. The entire confrontation lasted only a few seconds, clean and efficient, filled with suffocating lethality. On the other end of the communicator, Lilia, upon hearing the gunfire, metallic clashes, and brief screams that accompanied Yuan's encounter with the security personnel, could roughly deduce what had transpired. Her fingertips hesitated slightly on the keyboard, her breath momentarily halting. Although she had long been aware of violence and conflict through the various dark sides of the online world, experiencing a real brutal massacre led by Yuan so closely still stirred a complex and indescribable emotion within her. When the corridor returned to a brief silence with only Yuan's slightly heavy breathing remaining, Lilia's voice rang out again. Her tone remained calm, but upon careful listening one could detect a subtle tremor. Did you encounter trouble just now? Was it those security personnel? Yuan's footsteps did not falter, his voice steady, as if the brief and bloody encounter had not stirred much in his heart. Yeah, a few pesky flies blocking the path have been dealt with. Keep guiding me, we don't have much time. Dealt with. Lilia softly repeated the word, pausing in silence for a few seconds, seemingly digesting the implications behind it. She understood that Yuan would undoubtedly employ all necessary means to restore his powers to survive and to achieve his goals, which perhaps included the slaughter she had once thought was far removed from her reality. I understand now. Lilia finally took a deep breath, suppressing the inexplicable emotions in her heart. Now was not the time for sentimentality. If Yuan were captured by the FBPA, she as his accomplice would also inevitably face legal repercussions. She could only continue to cooperate fully with Yuan. The ventilation shaft is 30 meters ahead of you. Once inside, climb up about 15 meters to reach the exit, where there will be a corridor leading to the storage area. From there you can avoid the main force gathering on the surface. But are you sure? Those people are all dealt with. There won't be any traces left, right? As Lilia asked this question, she was startled by her own inquiry, then found it somewhat amusing. Here she was, a hacker concerned about a killer's traces. Yuan's reply was succinct and powerful. Don't worry, there won't be any survivors. Lilia chose not to say more. She knew that having chosen to cooperate with Yuan meant she had to accept his methods, no matter how direct and cruel they seemed to her. Along the way, Yuan encountered 2 waves of animal test subjects that had become violent and bloodthirsty due to mental contamination emerging from other laboratories. Mutated rat swarms with sharp claws and fangs, and strange lizards exuding faint toxic mists. These former experimental materials had now transformed into the most primitive killing machines. However, these low-level test subjects were utterly no match for Yuan. He didn't even need to deliberately stop. With his psychic power, he effortlessly sliced them apart with the metal debris along the way. Finally, after climbing up the ladder of the ventilation shaft, passing through the storage area, and traversing a complex network of ducts that reeked of mold, Yuan saw the faint light from the outside world filtering in ahead. The light carried the slightly murky orange-yellow hue unique to the City of Freedom at night, starkly different from the harsh, white lighting inside the research building. The exit was near. According to Lilia's instructions, the end of this ventilation duct connected to a relatively obscure outdoor platform on the side of the research building piled with many abandoned machines. Exiting from here and passing through a small green belt and an inconspicuous side door would lead to the edge of the university campus. That was the rendezvous point he had arranged with Angela. Yuan slowed his pace, moving even more gently. He cautiously approached the grill at the exit of the ventilation duct, not rushing out, but first condensing his soul imprint to carefully probe the activity outside. Just as his spiritual tendrils extended outward, an icy, refined, killing intent suddenly locked onto him from all directions like invisible blades. The sensation was different from the overwhelming pressure of Elisa. It was a more restrained yet deadly feeling of being targeted, like a meticulously woven snare tightening just as he was about to escape. Yuan's heart jolted. He could clearly sense at least 3 unmistakable energy fluctuations belonging to D-level superpowers lurking in the shadows outside the exit, forming a perfect encirclement. Target is about to appear. All units prepare to execute the capture plan. Repulsion field has been charged and can be activated at any time to block his front escape route. Thermal radiation unit on standby. Once he uses ice element abilities, immediately implement high temperature suppression. Bone blades are ready, waiting for the repulsion field and thermal shock to create an opportunity. I will deliver a fatal blow from the flank. Cold, ruthless, filled with professional expertise and lethal determination, the fragments of thought surged into Yuan's mind. This elite FBPA team was not only powerful, but crucially their ability configurations were evidently tailored specifically to counter his already exposed psychic and ice element abilities. In the shadows outside the ventilation duct, 3 figures clad in black FBPA tactical combat suits, exuding a chilling killing intent, emerged silently from their concealed positions, as if materializing from darkness. The leader, of medium build and stern countenance, wore specially made gloves that shimmered with a silver metallic sheen. An invisible repulsion field centered around him was slowly accumulating energy, ready to explode at any moment. To his left, another man radiated an unsettling scorching heat, causing the air around him to subtly distort. His eyes were a deep red, and a magma-like glow flowed beneath his skin, indicating some powerful thermal radiation ability. The man to his right was the most menacing of all, exceptionally tall and muscular. His arms had transformed into long 1-meter bone blades that glimmered like metal. Each breath he took was accompanied by a beastly growl, his eyes filled with a thirst for battle. With carefully laid ambushes in front and pursuers rushing in from the research building behind, there was no retreat, no way to avoid. Yuan took a slow breath, then exhaled softly. He had long anticipated that this journey would be fraught with danger. The FBPA was no fool. After the earth-shattering battle between him and Elisa at the Blackwater modification site, the enemy must have grasped his craving for the Rainbow Stone. This research building was a dragon's lair prepared specifically for him, and this highly targeted elite team only confirmed his worst fears. What he hadn't expected was that the enemy had laid an ambush on his retreat route after he secured the stone rather than when he infiltrated the laboratory. This indicated that his infiltration tonight had been very successful, and his whereabouts were likely exposed after triggering the alarm upon obtaining the Rainbow Stone. Perhaps the battle within the maintenance passage activated the Shadow Protocol. Maybe there was an unknown perceiver lurking in the shadows. Regardless, since the escape route was cut off, he had no choice but to adopt the most decisive stance and tear through this deadly blockade at the fastest speed. Move it. Almost simultaneously with Yuan's resolution, the FBPA agent with the repulsion field power growled lowly, pushing his hands forward. An invisible, powerful repulsion barrier suddenly formed in front of him and rapidly expanded outward, clearly aimed at forcing Yuan back from the exit of the ventilation duct, suppressing him in a confined space. At the same time, the thermal energy user radiating scorching heat had also locked onto Yuan. The temperature of the air around him surged sharply, and visible orangered heat waves surged around him, ready to strike. Meanwhile, the biological mutant with bone blades remained still, but from his poised stance and tensed muscles, it was clear that once Yuan broke through the repulsion field's blockade, he would face a thunderous strike. 3rd-level superpowers, their abilities complementary, and their coordination seamless, instantaneously constructed a 3-dimensional killing net targeting Yuan. However, was Yuan the type to sit idly by? A glimmer of cold light flashed in Yuan's eyes as he advanced rather than retreating, facing the surging repulsion field capable of flipping cars. Instead of choosing to evade the danger, he concentrated his psychic power to an extreme point, compressing it into a sharp tip, like a meteor piercing the night, boldly charging toward the invisible energy barrier. A sharp, piercing sound erupted as if fabric were being forcefully torn apart, exploding on the surface of the repulsion field. The originally stable, unyielding, invisible barrier began to form a visibly distorted and concave energy vortex under the impact of Yuan's maximally concentrated psychic power. At the vortex's center, the energy structure of the repulsion field was forcefully breached, tearing open a narrow gap, less than half a person wide. Barely at the moment the gap appeared, Yuan transformed into a blurred afterimage, threading through that fleeting opening at an almost impossible angle and speed. Immediately after, Yuan spun rapidly in midair, lightly landing as if a feather, his feet firmly set on the ground of the outdoor platform. He's out. As Yuan landed, he immediately felt the terrifying heat that threatened to ignite him, along with a sharp, killing intent coming from the side. Instinctively, he summoned the power of the ice element, attempting to condense an ice shield in front of him and create a cold domain around his body. However, the frost power that had been invincible in the past now seemed somewhat powerless. The thin layer of ice he had just formed emitted a hissing sound of violent evaporation the moment it came into contact with the orangered heat wave, quickly melting and vaporizing, unable to even produce a decent chill, let alone block the relentless thermal impact. With the ice power being restrained and unable to function effectively, Yuan's thoughts raced. The abilities of this guy named Locke were somewhat akin to Eliza's flames, yet fundamentally different. Eliza's flames leaned more towards a tangible and controllable form, such as fire whips and fireballs. Although immensely powerful, they were ultimately traceable and could be avoided or countered through skill and anticipation. In contrast, the person before him leaned towards a large-scale, continuous high-temperature environmental suppression, a form of indiscriminate thermal radiation that had nearly compressed the space for him to utilize his ice element abilities to the utmost. At the same level, this pure environmental thermal anomaly was far more challenging to deal with than Eliza's explosion. A myriad of thoughts flashed through his mind, yet Yuan remained calm. Facing the oncoming lethal heat wave and the bone blade attacking from the side, he did not dodge or evade. Instead, he took a deep breath and unleashed his telekinetic power with unprecedented strength. With a roar, the old metallic pipes, rusted instrument casings, and even some heavy concrete bases on the equipment platform were all forcibly stripped, torn, and lifted into the air by his telekinesis in an instant. These debris did not fly aimlessly under his control, but were divided into three streams. One transformed into swirling metallic shards, becoming a raging torrent of steel that surged towards the mutated ability user, temporarily stalling his advance and forcing him to wield his bone blade to block and evade. Another formed several heavy metal shields stacked in layers in front of him. While blocking Locke's attack, they also braced against the shockwave that Kane attempted to unleash to disrupt his balance. The largest force was used to manipulate several sharp-edged, high-speed, rotating remnants of instruments, ignoring the searing heat targeting Locke's vital points from various tricky angles. Seeking death. Locke, seeing Yuan daring to multitask, even in such a desperate situation, flashed a sinister smile. He clasped his hands together, gathering even more intense thermal energy in his palms, preparing to unleash a lethal strike capable of melting steel. However, just as he was about to release this destructive energy, the metal flying wheels, accelerated to their limits by telekinesis, had already pierced through the high-temperature field surrounding him with a shrill scream. Locke was taken aback and instinctively twisted his body, intending to use the high-temperature field around him to melt these shards. Most of the flying wheels did indeed rapidly melt and deform under the high temperature of his body, losing their accuracy. However, one shard, specially enhanced by Yuan's telekinesis and containing a hint of icy power, broke through the high-temperature field's barrier, embedding itself deeply into his left shoulder with a muffled thud. Ugh! The intense pain caused Locke to emit a muffled groan, and the blazing energy he had gathered in his palm momentarily dispersed. Seizing this opportunity, Yuan stepped forward and dove toward Locke. He did not employ any flashy techniques, but instead concentrated his telekinetic power and a bit of frost energy into his right fist, preparing to strike heavily against this greatest threat to him, aiming to swiftly reduce the enemy's numbers. However, just as Yuan was about to land his blow, a bone blade, gleaming with a chilling light, suddenly slashed out from below his attack path, targeting his exposed rib area. It was Bru. This mutated ability user, after being momentarily stalled by the debris controlled by Yuan, had relied on his extraordinary combat intuition and supreme control of his body to escape the entanglement in the shortest time possible, capturing the defensive gap that appeared when Yuan attacked Locke. His timing was cunning and ruthless, with a deviously acute angle, clearly having predicted that Yuan would exploit Locke's opening for a surprise attack and setting a deadly trap in advance. Opportunity. His attention is entirely on Locke. This strike is guaranteed to hit. Yuan's pupils constricted sharply. He could feel the fierce wind and cold, killing intent from the bone blade. If struck by this blow, even if he did not die, he would certainly be severely injured and lose all ability to resist. At this critical moment, Yuan forcefully twisted his waist and abdomen, having to divert part of the power concentrated in his right fist to hastily form a rudimentary shield made from a mix of telekinesis and frost energy beneath his ribs. Hiss! The sharp tip of the bone blade grazed Yuan's rib narrowly, missing him, causing a small. Although he managed to evade and defend in time, suffering only a minor injury, the powerful impact still caused a sharp pain beneath his ribs, leaving him momentarily breathless. The hastily formed telekinetic frost shield crumbled under the bone blades, shattering like glass. Worse still, due to this sudden interception, Yuan's originally certain punch lost power and accuracy. Bang! Although Locke was still hit by this punch, he only staggered back a few steps and felt a tightness in his chest, not losing his fighting power, as Yuan had anticipated. He quickly steadied himself, a flicker of fear flashing in his eyes as he escaped death, soon replaced by an even stronger killing intent. Well done, Bru. Seeing Yuan's surprise attack thwarted, Kane immediately praised loudly, while drawing his hands inward, generating an even stronger repulsive force that pressed in on Yuan from all directions, restricting his movement space. Locke, keep the pressure on. Don't give him a chance to breathe. Locke gritted his teeth against the pain in his left shoulder and activated his ability again, spreading even hotter thermal energy centered on himself, enveloping Yuan. Bru let out a low growl, crossing his arms with bone blades, lunging toward Yuan once more with an unrelenting assault, every strike aimed to kill. Yuan, retreating while defending, found himself in an unprecedented predicament. His ice element abilities were severely restrained, and his telekinesis was struggling to organize effective counterattacks while coping with the interference from the repulsive field and Bru's fierce close combat. And although Locke was injured, his extensive high-temperature suppression still persisted, continuously draining Yuan's stamina and mental energy. While Yuan was doing everything he could to cope, he was also continuously contemplating countermeasures. He knew the difficulty of today's battle far exceeded any previous encounters. These three FBPA agents were by no means ordinary class ability users. In terms of combat capability, they were several times stronger than the two guards he had swiftly taken down previously at the laboratory entrance. What Yuan did not know was that this ambush team, specially set up against him, had each member seasoned in their respective fields. Kane, the repulsive field manipulator, was renowned in the FBPA's field operations for his precise battlefield control and area lockdown abilities, being a core member of multiple significant capture operations. His repulsive field could not only form a solid defense, but also transform into a crushing attack, while cleverly restricting the opponent's movement trajectory. Locke, the thermal radiation ability user, was said to have been an explosive expert in the Imperial Special Forces before being absorbed by the FBPA due to an accidental awakening of his thermal abilities. His high-temperature field posed an almost nemesis-like significant restraining effect on most elemental abilities. Brew, codenamed Bone Spike, was one of the early results of the FBPA's biological modification project, having integrated genes from various ferocious beasts, making his body extraordinarily powerful. His bone blades were capable of devastating destruction, and he was rarely matched in close combat among class users, with countless targets falling to his lethal blades. The tactical system formed by these three working together was far more complex than simple arithmetic. Their combat mode had almost no weaknesses. But just as Yuan found them troublesome, the three outstanding FBPA agents also felt a deep apprehension toward Yuan's strength. This guy is even more troublesome than described in the intel. His telekinesis and ice element can be used to such an extent. Kane's eyes were filled with gravitas as he continually adjusted the output frequency and direction of the repulsive field, hoping to lock down Yuan's movement space, but to little avail. Damn, my shoulder injury. I can't maintain the high-temperature field fully. I need to finish this quickly. Locke gritted his teeth, beads of sweat rolling down his temple. Although the heat waves he released remained scorching, they could not truly inflict severe damage on Yuan. This slippery eel. Every attack is being resolved by him in some bizarre way. His combat intuition is terrifying. Bruss' onslaught intensified, but the growing anxiety in his heart accumulated continuously. His proud bone blades had nearly torn through Yuan's defenses several times, only to be thwarted by unexpected tactics at the last moment. In a moment, the open platform was filled with howling winds, rolling heat waves, and the incessant sounds of metal clashing against bone blades. With the faint energy emitted by the rainbow stone in his pocket nourishing him, and the increasingly refined coordination of his dual abilities, Yuan strained to hold on against the assault of the Threed-class elite ability users, constantly seeking an opportunity to break through. At times he manipulated the surrounding metallic debris with telekinesis to form rapidly changing shields and hidden weapons, and at times he used ice elements to condense frost on the ground, creating ice spikes to disrupt his opponent's movements. As the battle continued, his combat experience and understanding of his abilities were rapidly improving under the extreme pressure of life and death. Merely passive defense was never Yuan's fighting style. He understood that prolonged defense would surely lead to defeat, especially in such a disadvantageous situation where he was outnumbered and his abilities were partially restrained. He could only counterattack, aiming to tear apart the enemy's formation and create chaos in the shortest time possible to have even a sliver of a chance of victory. The soul imprint was operating at an unprecedented intensity. No longer simply capturing the surface attack intentions of his opponents, he was delving deeper into their core thoughts, analyzing the anxiety that gradually emerged from their sustained combat, the openings created by their inability to break through, and the extremely subtle flows of energy between their abilities. Opportunities often lay hidden in these overlooked details. Yuan's gaze seemed to drift between the three, yet most of his attention was focused on the repulsive field manipulator Kane. The soul imprint captured that while Kane maintained a large-scale repulsive field, his mental energy was being heavily consumed. To counter Yuan's elusive telekinetic manipulations, he had to remain highly vigilant at all times to prevent falling for the same trick again, breaking his field with targeted strikes. This highly tense mental state was in fact more susceptible to interference from specific information, thus exposing vulnerabilities. I can't let him find the weak points in the repulsive field again. Locke's injury. Bruss' attack rhythm. I need to consider them all. I'm nearing my limit. Kane's thoughts were like a tightly stretched string filled with anxiety over the situation spiraling out of control. Now's the time. Yuan's gaze sharpened, suddenly consolidating all his telekinetic power, targeting not any of the three, but rather a large abandoned instrument not far beside Locke. Boom. The instrument shattered into pieces under the ferocious impact of Yuan's telekinesis. Countless metallic shards and parts exploded outward like a shower of petals. This sudden, unexpected, and seemingly nonsensical action stunned the FBPA trio, who were fully focused on attacking Yuan. What is he doing? What good will attacking that broken machine do? Kane's repulsive field instinctively shifted towards the explosion's center to block the splintering debris. A feint? Or is he trying to use the smoke from the explosion to cover his escape? Locke instinctively shifted his attention to the chaos. Madman. He dares to waste energy at a time like this. Bru's offensive also experienced a minuscule pause, unable to comprehend Mo Yuan's seemingly pointless actions. Mo Yuan caught the phrase covering his escape in Locke's thoughts, a cold smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. This was precisely the type of misjudgment he desired. He lowered his body and, after evading Bru's close-range assault, actually utilized the cover of smoke and debris from the explosion to dash toward the platform's edge, heading for a staircase leading to a lower floor. That posture resembled a desperate fugitive seeking a glimmer of hope in exhaustion. He's trying to run. Kane blocked the exit. Bru intercepted him. Seeing this, Locke, ignoring the pain in his left shoulder, immediately shouted sharply while forcibly activating his thermal radiation to delay Mo Yuan's escape speed with high temperature. Without hesitation, Kane concentrated the main force of the repulsive field on the staircase entrance, forming a more solid invisible barrier. Bru let out a low roar, his bone blades glimmering coldly, as he swiftly flanked from the side, preparing to intercept Mo Yuan before he reached the staircase. In an instant, the trio's formation shifted from an aggressive encirclement to a pursuit and blockade against the fleeing target, all their attention captivated by Mo Yuan's seemingly frantic escape. However, just as Mo Yuan was about to reach the staircase, which was sealed off by the repulsive field, and Bru's bone blade was about to strike from behind, Mo Yuan's rushing figure suddenly halted in a manner that completely defied inertia. He then spun like a top, targeting not the exit, but the repulsive field manipulator Kane, who had become vulnerable due to the pursuit and had partially shifted his attention due to the misjudgment. Mo Yuan's face bore no expression, only a chilling intent to kill. He pushed his telekinetic power to its limits, forcing all the scattered metal debris, pipe fragments, and instrument casings on the open platform to converge and compress into a 3-meter-long, grotesquely shaped telekinetic spear glimmering with a cold metallic light. As soon as the battle spear took shape, it soared toward Kane, who was stunned and caught off guard, unleashing a terrifying howl that tore through the air. Kane let out a low roar filled with shock and anger. He understood the horror of this strike. At the brink of life and death, he instantly retracted the repulsive energy he had used to block the entrance, crossing his arms in front of him and compressing all the repulsive energy into a thick, refined, arc-shaped shield, barely placing it in front of the telekinetic spear. Retreat. Kane is in danger. Bruce's mind was filled with urgency. He forced himself to stop his advance and turned to retreat, but Mo Yuan's attack was simply too fast and too sudden. The distance had already widened. Just as Kane fully defended against the telekinetic spear and Bruce desperately tried to counter, Mo Yuan's fearsome metal spear, charged with all his telekinetic power, bizarrely paused for a moment just before it was about to touch Kane's refined repulsive shield, suddenly changing direction in a graceful arc, whistling past Kane's slightly stiff body due to his full defense, and violently struck. The real target of Mo Yuan from the very beginning was Locke. Everything before, whether it was attacking the abandoned instruments to create chaos, feigning escape to attract attention, or the devastating fatal blow to Kane, was merely to numb the opponents, inducing them to make erroneous judgments, ultimately creating a perfect opportunity for this true lethal strike that could not possibly be intercepted. Locke's face was frozen in shock and disbelief. He watched helplessly as the metal spear embodying Mo Yuan's full strength silently sliced through and tore apart the high-temperature force field he hastily set up, brutally striking his already injured left shoulder. PFF. This time it was no longer a simple embedding. The frenzied telekinetic energy transformed into the most violent, explosive force, detonating the moment it made contact, and Locke's entire left arm, along with a portion of his shoulder, was ripped from his torso and blasted away by this terrifying power. A rain of blood and shredded flesh splattered everywhere. Locke didn't even have a chance to scream before he was completely engulfed by this destructive force. His body was like a sandbag thrown by immense power, tracing a tragic bloodline in the air, before crashing heavily to the ground, turning into a blurred mass of blood and flesh utterly devoid of life. A class elite under the relentless assault, dragging, and meticulously planned scheming of Mo Yuan was obliterated in an almost crushing manner. Locke, Kane, and Bruce simultaneously let out a heart-wrenching roar. Their eyes were filled with bloodshot fury as endless anger and fear gnawed at their sanity. They never dreamed that this D-734 would turn out to be so cunning, directly eliminating Locke through a series of deceptive maneuvers. Impossible. He was attacking that machine. On purpose. He was luring us to let our guard down. Kane's mind was filled with disbelief and fury at being outsmarted. Bastard. He'll tear you apart. Bruce's thoughts were consumed by pure rage. And anger often marks the beginning of a decline in judgment. Mo Yuan gave them no chance to adjust or reorganize their formation. The moment he killed Locke, he had already locked onto Kane as his next target. With the suppression of thermal radiation lost, Mo Yuan's ice elemental power could finally be unleashed without restraint. It's your turn now. Mo Yuan's figure left a blurry afterimage as he stood in place, frost exploding beneath him as he transformed into a bolt of lightning, ignoring Bruce's bone blade, whistling in from the side, charging straight toward Kane, who was disoriented by his companion's tragic death and the deception. He drew his left hand, rapidly condensing the water vapor in the air into several sharp ice blades, shimmering with a ghostly blue light shooting out to seal off all of Kane's possible escape routes, while his right hand, covered with an ice crystal glove, gathered telekinetic and frost powers ready to deliver a fatal blow to Kane. Kane snapped back to reality from his shock. Facing Yuan's storm-like assault, his face turned pale, and without a second thought, he pushed the repulsive field to maximum power. However, after losing Locke's high-temperature suppression, the ice blades, empowered by telekinesis, displayed astonishing destructive power, targeting the weak points of the repulsive field, and as soon as they were shot out, they tore through Kane's hastily erected repulsive shield, leaving deep wounds visible to the bone on his body. I can't hold this. This power. It's too strong. Kane's mind was filled with despair. In the next moment, Yuan's ice crystal-covered iron fist mercilessly slammed into Kane's chest. Bang! Kane's body was instantly struck as if hit by a heavy truck, his ribcage collapsing in an instant, his specially made tactical vest shattering into pieces, and he flew backward like a broken sack, toppling over several precision instruments along the way, his fate unknown. In the blink of an eye, both class elite psychics had been defeated. Only Bruce, codenamed Bone Spike, stood alone in the center of the devastated battlefield, his eyes filled with rage and bloodlust, now finally tinged with a hint of unbelievable shock and fear. Both of them were taken down by him. How is that possible? Before Bruce could recover from this tremendous shock, Yuan had already transformed into a harbinger of death, closing in on him once more. The rainbow stone in his pocket emitted a faint yet steadfast light, continuously repairing the wounds to his soul, allowing him to maintain peak combat power and a clear mind despite such intense battle. Capturing this mutated psychic would only be a matter of time. Bruce let out a beast-like roar, launching into one last desperate attack on Yuan without holding back. He knew he had no way out. It was a fight to the death now. Just as the cold, gleaming bone blade was about to strike Yuan again, and Yuan prepared to end this last opponent with a thunderous blow. A presence far more terrifying than the combined might of Kane, Locke, and Bruce surged toward him without warning from afar. In an instant, a tall, middle-aged man clad in a deep blue FBPA Senior Action Commander's uniform appeared at the edge of the platform, standing quietly, yet radiating an unsettling aura of absolute control, as if the air in this area had frozen upon his arrival. Yuan caught a glimpse of this new figure out of the corner of his eye. His heart immediately sounded alarm bells. He instantly abandoned the chase of Bruce, retreating swiftly while concentrating all his mental energy on high alert. This aura is definitely that of a class psychic. The battlefield fell into a moment of stagnation. Bruce also noticed the unexpected guest at the edge of the platform. Seeing Yuan retreat, he did not pursue, but gasping for breath, turned his gaze to the middle-aged man, a glimmer of relief flashing in his eyes, his voice trembling slightly with excitement. Minister Graham, you finally made it. This guy, he took down Locke and Kane. The visitor was indeed Graham, the FBPA Intelligence Department Minister coordinated by Cesare, deployed near River Bay University to respond to the worst-case scenario. An elite-class psychic on par with Cesare, codenamed Blast. Yes, I saw everything. Graham surveyed the devastated battlefield, his gaze lingering on the mangled bodies of Locke and Kane for several seconds. His thick eyebrows furrowed slightly, a flicker of heaviness and sorrow passing through his eyes. I'm sorry I'm late. He did not immediately look at Yuan, but nodded slightly to Bruce. Bruce, fall back, stay alert, he'll handle this. His brief words revealed no excessive emotions, yet they carried a comforting power that eased Bruce's taut nerves, which had been strained by the loss of comrades and his own peril. He nodded heavily, retreating to the side as instructed, but his eyes remained fixed on Yuan, filled with vigilance and hatred. Then Graham's gaze slowly turned toward Yuan, who was on high alert. His hawk-like sharp eyes held no unnecessary emotions, only a pure, almost tangible sense of oppression. D734. Graham's voice was not loud, yet it clearly reached Yuan's ears, each word carrying a metallic resonance. Kane, Locke, Bruce, the elite among the FBPA operational team, to be able to fight with them to this extent, you are quite remarkable. His tone revealed neither admiration nor mockery, but the acknowledgement of Yuan's strength was more chilling than any direct threat. It's hard to imagine that not long ago you were just an ordinary prisoner without any abilities. Graham scrutinized Yuan, as if trying to imprint his face deeply into his mind. In such a short time, not only have you perfectly replicated Carter's and Albert's abilities, but you have also utilized them to such an extent, even surpassing those two, directly defeating my direct squad. Even I at class might not have been able to handle the combined force of Bruce and the others. Your talent is indeed eye-catching. He stepped forward, the sound of his combat boots on the alloy floor producing a faint noise. If it were under different circumstances, I might be genuinely interested in how you achieved all this, and would like to talk with you, but now. Graham's expression was as calm as a frozen lake showing no ripples, yet Yuan could sense the terrifying power lurking beneath that calm, capable of destroying everything. The orders from the bishop are clear. An anomaly like you is an extremely unstable factor for the nation and must be eliminated. Moreover, you have just killed 2 of my subordinates. He slowly raised his right hand, and the air within his palm began to visibly twist and compress, emitting a nauseating buzzing sound as a destructive force brewed within. For both public and private reasons, I cannot afford to hold back even a little, but as an opponent, I must admit you have earned my respect. Therefore, I will allow you to die. With some dignity. Yuan did not respond. The terrifying aura emanating from Graham, a class powerhouse, continued to press upon his soul, making each breath feel immensely heavy, but the determination and fighting spirit in his eyes remained undiminished. Buzz, boom. Seeing that Yuan remained silent, Graham's eyes flashed with understanding. No longer hesitating, he thrust his right hand forward. A visibly large air cannonball, nearly half a meter in diameter and highly compressed, rushed toward Yuan with a terrifying howl, its might comparable to a meteor crashing down. Wherever it passed, the air twisted violently, producing a deafening explosion, like thousands of thunderclaps erupting simultaneously. The shockwave spread out in visible ripples. The solid outer wall, strong enough to withstand conventional artillery fire, seemed as fragile as paper before Graham's seemingly casual strike. A terrifying hole over 5 meters in diameter and bottomless suddenly erupted in the outer wall, with twisted and deformed rebar being torn outward like a giant's rope. Large chunks of concrete debris, mixed with shards of glass curtain walls, spraying out in all directions like hail. Inside the research building, several floors near the explosion point were instantly plunged into darkness and chaos, with piercing alarms and terrified screams rising and falling. Dense smoke and the acrid smell of charred materials surged upward, nearly engulfing the area. The entire open platform trembled violently under this terrifying shock, as if it might collapse at it. The hurricane brushed past Yuan's body. Despite narrowly avoiding the air cannon with the experience he had gained from battling with Eliza, the explosion's shockwave still pushed him several meters aside. Yuan gasped, his chest surging with blood, but he still managed to stabilize his stance, though his face became even paler. Clevel truly are monsters. I can't deal with them. I must escape. Yuan's mind raced. That last attack made him acutely aware of the absolute gap in power between himself and Clevel. Continuing the fight would be meaningless, only leading to his demise here. He needed to find a way to retreat quickly. Oh, you actually dodged it. Graham's voice held a hint of surprise, then turned cold as he continued. Your reflexes aren't slow. It seems that battle with Alicia taught you quite a bit, but do you really think you can escape like this? He slowly raised his right hand, sweeping over the chaotic courtyard of the research building below, filled with explosions and alarms. Look below, D734. The security forces of the entire building have been activated, and the follow-up support from FBPA will soon arrive. Right now you are nothing but a turtle in a jar. Will you choose to surrender and accept judgment for your crimes, or shall I personally smash you into mincemeat here, letting those mindless experimental subjects feast on your remains? Graham's voice was like the sharp edge of winter, each word carrying a bone-chilling coldness. Choose. This is your last chance. Yuan furrowed his brow, secretly activating his soul imprint to capture Graham's thoughts. Unfortunately, there was nothing useful to exploit. After all, the opponent was not Alicia. As an official figure, he had no reservations in the face of a clear mission. He needed to find a new opportunity. Seeing Yuan silent, Graham paid no mind and raised his right hand again, preparing to unleash a second round of even fiercer attacks to completely end this D734, which had brought too many surprises to FBPA. Brew had also adjusted his stance, approaching from another direction with a predatory gaze, ready to cooperate with Graham for the final kill. At this critical moment, under Graham's feet, a piece of concrete that had been weathered for years and had developed fine cracks seemed unable to withstand the oppressive aura radiating from him, emitting an extremely faint creak sound. The crack quietly widened a bit, and the edge of the slab slightly sank. This subtle sound and change should have gone unnoticed amidst the alarms and the aftermath of explosions on the battlefield. But then, as if triggering a chain reaction, not far from Graham, a high-pressure natural gas pipeline buried beneath the platform and connected to who knows what had a weakened connection point due to years of neglect, located directly beneath the loosened concrete slab. With the slab's slight subsidence and pressure, it suddenly emitted a hiss sound. The leaking natural gas was colorless and odorless, quickly mixing with the surrounding air in the chaotic air. Graham was completely oblivious to this. All his attention was focused on Yuan, and the air cannon in his palm had already formed the destructive energy fluctuations, making the surrounding air tremble. At the moment he was about to unleash this deadly blow, Above Bruss had a large suspended cleaning platform used for high-altitude work hanging from the outer wall of the research building suddenly had several crucial load-bearing bolts on one side of its cable-fixing device reach their breaking point due to years of wind and rain erosion. Creak, bang. Under the force of gravity, those load-bearing bolts broke almost simultaneously. The heavy cleaning platform lost its support on one side, tilting and becoming unbalanced, then crashing down towards Brew below with a series of loud bang. Sounds like a giant beast out of control. What? Brew was completely focused on Yuan and had not anticipated such a turn of events above him. He only felt a gust of foul wind envelop him. Looking up, the massive shadow had already covered his entire field of vision. His face changed drastically. Without a moment's thought, he rolled aside in a panic. Boom! The multi-ton cleaning platform slammed down where Brew had just been, creating a massive dent in the concrete floor, sending dust and shattered metal parts flying everywhere. Though Brew narrowly escaped being crushed, he lost the best position for an attack and was drenched in cold sweat from the sudden incident. And this was just the beginning. The most critical and deadly coincidence was about to befall the Clevel powerhouse just as he was slightly distracted by Brew's accident and about to refocus on Yuan to unleash the fully charged high-pressure air cannonball. The area nearby where natural gas had just begun to leak reached a dangerous ignition point due to the intense friction from compressing air and the accumulated weak static electricity in the air. Boom! A violent explosion, far more chaotic and uncontrollable than the air cannon Graham had created, erupted not far in front of him. The raging flames instantly engulfed half of the open platform, and the scorching shockwaves swept outwards with countless metal fragments and concrete debris. Although the force of the explosion was not enough to directly injure someone as battle-hardened as Graham, who had timely raised an air shield at the moment of the blast, the sudden and close-range explosion successfully interrupted his poised attack. Graham was pushed back repeatedly by the violent shockwave, and his originally steady demeanor showed signs. The air shield in front of him flickered violently in the explosion, clearly under immense pressure. The scene descended into greater chaos and dust, with the acrid smell of natural gas and gunpowder filling the air and visibility dropping sharply. This series of unexpected events, from the slight loosening of a piece of concrete to the gas leak, followed by the falling cleaning platform and the final explosion, all happened so perfectly. It felt as though an invisible hand was manipulating the dominoes from the shadows, each event linked to the next, not only interrupting Graham's deadly assault, but also forcefully tearing a glimmer of hope from Yuan's seemingly doomed predicament. The raging flames and shock waves gradually subsided, leaving the platform shrouded in choking smoke and dust from the shattered concrete, with visibility extremely low. Graham's figure flickered in the rolling smoke. Even though he had blocked the main force of the explosion, he was still shaken, blood surging. Brew had just crawled out from the shadow of the fallen cleaning platform, covered in dust, and with a look of lingering fear in his eyes. Yuan, though unaware of how these bizarre successive incidents had occurred, or whether some unknown force was aiding him from the shadows, felt his battle instincts honed through countless life-and-death situations sharpen. He sensed this was the best opportunity. Ice mist. Yuan did not hesitate for a moment. The power of the ice element erupted with, centered on him, a visible and intense cold current mixed with countless fine ice crystals swept outward. This cold current swiftly merged with the smoke from the explosion, forming a thick ice mist that obscured visibility. This sudden ice mist completely cut off Graham and Bruss' line of sight, and temporarily blocked their ability to lock onto Yuan's aura. But that was not all. At the moment the ice mist spread, Yuan directed all his telekinetic force towards himself. A powerful thrust surged from behind, propelling his entire body like a launched cannonball, gliding towards the university campus outside the platform at a speed far exceeding any previous attempts. Trying to run. Leave me behind. Amidst the smoke and ice mist, Graham's furious roar echoed, clearly realizing Yuan's intention. A more violent air wave erupted from him, clearly intending to disperse the obscuring ice mist. However, Yuan's speed was too fast. He leaped from the edge of the chaotic platform like a dark night falcon, carving a sharp arc in the air and landing steadily in a dense thicket within the university campus below. The telekinetic force acted like invisible wings, expertly dampening his descent, landing silently. Without any pause, Yuan, empowered by telekinesis, swiftly darted through the university campus, shrouded in night. He sometimes raced along the shadows of the teaching buildings, sometimes used flower beds and sculptures for cover to change direction, and sometimes darted like a fish among rows of bicycles and parked vehicles. He desperately ran along the escape route he had previously planned with Lilia, while behind him the aura emanating from Graham grew increasingly fierce. Yet for some unknown reason, a series of unexpected incidents kept him from closing the distance with Yuan. As for the armed personnel drawn in by the general alarm, they were no match for Yuan's speed. Lilia was also doing her utmost to create chaos on the network level, diverting the attention of the pursuers. Their tacit understanding required no excessive words. Finally, after passing through a dense thicket and quickly climbing over a not-too-high wall, Yuan saw the familiar faint city lights belonging to the area outside the campus on the street ahead. Not far away behind an inconspicuous bus stop, a petite figure was anxiously pacing back and forth. It was Angela. Yuan flashed and instantly appeared beside Angela. Yuan. Angela's eyes flashed with surprise upon seeing him, quickly replaced by worry due to the still wet bloodstains on him and his pale face. You're hurt again. Just a scratch, nothing serious. We need to leave here first. Yuan had no time for further explanations, his voice slightly hoarse from the urgency of running. He grabbed Angela's wrist and dashed away in the direction opposite, that of River Bay University. The two did not pause at all, directly abandoning the safe house provided by the Vulture located near River Bay. Yuan was well aware that after the uproar of the night, FBPA would inevitably conduct a thorough search of the area surrounding River Bay University. That apartment was no longer safe. Moving the base immediately after the action was already part of his plan. They twisted and turned quickly, slipping into a dark, narrow alley that reeked of decay. Yuan skillfully used telekinesis to lift a heavy manhole cover and said to Angela, "Go. Get down here and let's rid ourselves of them." Angela bit her lip and jumped into the deep darkness alongside. Meanwhile, near River Bay University, on the rooftop terrace of an 18-story commercial building, a figure dressed in a deep gray robe with a gaunt appearance stood by the railing overlooking the brightly lit but turbulent city below. He was the harbinger who had arrived without anyone knowing when or how long he had been there. The Crow Whisperer's gaze was profound, as if able to penetrate the layers of night. Upon capturing the moment when Yuan and Angela disappeared into the sewer entrance, a faint, inscrutable smile crept across his lips. He chuckled softly, his voice hoarse like the low croak of a raven. Interesting little fellow. It seemed he truly managed to escape with the rainbow stone from the clutches of that brutish Graham. Fate's threads are even more intriguing than I imagined. He slowly raised his hand, his fingertips gently plucking at the air as if tuning an invisible string. The series of unbelievable coincidences that occurred on the open platform. The loosened concrete slabs, the leaking gas pipes, the falling cleaning platform, the perfectly timed explosion, and subsequent unforeseen accidents were all orchestrated by him. The Crow Whisperer turned his head, casting his gaze towards River Bay University, where the sirens blared continuously. He could imagine Graham's furious expression, which brought him great delight, prompting him to hum an unknown tune. FBPA. Cesare. Graham. The smile on his face grew more playful. The show has only... With that, his figure blended into the night like a drop of ink, silently vanishing from the rooftop, as if he had never... Yuan and Angela navigated the labyrinthine sewer for nearly an hour, only emerging from an abandoned drainage outlet in the old industrial area at the city's far end once they were certain they had completely evaded any potential pursuit. Ignoring their filthy state, the two quickly made their way to a new hiding place. A two-story villa located in a quiet residential area on the city's outskirts, complete with a private yard. Before their operation began, Angela had already contacted a landlord who happened to be going on a trip and was in urgent need of money through online channels, anonymously paying the rent in advance. The landlord had informed her that the spare key was hidden under a discreet flower pot in the corner of the yard. Although this new safe house was not luxurious, it was undoubtedly much more spacious and comfortable compared to their previous hiding spots. More importantly, it was far from the storm center of River Bay University, with its own entrance and yard, ensuring excellent privacy and allowing them to avoid the large-scale searches that the FBPA would inevitably initiate. Once they entered the villa, locked the doors and windows, pulled down the heavy curtains, and confirmed their surroundings were safe, Yuan and Angela finally let out a sigh of relief, collapsing onto the soft sofa in the living room, gasping for breath. After resting for a while, Yuan took off the bulging black canvas bag from behind him and placed it on the solid wooden coffee table in front of him. Let's see what we have gained tonight. His voice still bore traces of fatigue, but his eyes shone with intense excitement. The rainbow stone was already in hand, but what surprises awaited him from the items pilfered from the FBPA's core laboratory. Angela also curiously leaned closer, her large eyes sparkling under the light, betraying her undeniable anticipation and nervousness. Yuan said little, reaching to untie the straps of the bag, revealing the items one by one, laying them out on the living room floor. The first things to catch the eye were mineral samples and plant specimens wrapped in special shockproof materials. The minerals shimmered under the light with a deep dark luster. Some were crystal clear, while others exhibited a bizarre metallic sheen. Most of the plant specimens were sealed within transparent gel, varying in shape, with some leaves displaying metallic hues and others emitting faint, strange fragrances. Next, there were dozens of vials of unknown colored potions, each labeled with complex tags. Some displayed clear liquids, while others were thick pastes emanating weak to strong energy fluctuations under the light, some gentle, like water, others violent like fire. Then came several palm-sized black hard drives crafted with extreme precision. The hard drive casings were made from a special alloy, cool and heavy to the touch, clearly embossed with an emblem of an eagle in flight, along with a string of numbers indicating the FBPA's internal confidentiality level. Finally, there were some small experimental devices whose specific purposes Yuan could not comprehend. These devices had complex structures filled with a sense of technology covered in fine circuits and tiny energy nodes, likely core components of a large sophisticated instrument. Faced with this dazzling array of loot that nearly filled half the living room floor, Yuan's brow, he could clearly sense the energy of the rainbow stone. Its effects and value were self-evident. However, the other items, whether minerals, plants, or devices, were far beyond his currently shallow understanding. These items, they all seem quite extraordinary, Angela said softly. Yuan nodded, his gaze eventually settling on the black hard drives marked with the FBPA insignia. The answers may lie within them. He picked up one of the hard drives and walked to the laptop that Angela had brought from the old safe house, connecting it. As the hard drive was successfully read, a series of encrypted folder icons appeared on the computer screen like silent sentinels. Yuan didn't attempt to crack them himself. The FBPA's encryption technology was certainly no trivial matter, and he knew he wouldn't be able to handle it alone. Fortunately, there was still Lilia. Thinking of Lilia, Yuan instinctively raised his wrist. Speaking of which, since he and Angela had escaped into the sewer, their connection had temporarily been severed due to signal instability. Now that the signal was normal, it was just the right time to confirm each other's situation. Thus he addressed the mini-communicator. Lilia, can you hear me? How are things on your end now? There was silence on the other end for a few seconds, seemingly conducting a final confirmation before Lilia's slightly fatigued, yet still clear voice came through. River Bay University is in complete chaos. The FBPA's rapid response team has cordoned off the entire vicinity of the research building. The police have also been deployed, sealing off all entrances and exits of the school, and several surrounding residential areas are undergoing thorough searches. Lilia paused, her tone laced with subtle concern. I'm fine here. The FBPA could never track me down. But you? How are things on your end? Have you reached safety? I heard quite a bit of intense commotion from the communicator. Are you alright? Yuan replied, I'm fine. The strong individuals deployed by the FBPA are indeed quite formidable, but it seems luck is on our side tonight. Luck? Lilia's tone carried a hint of skepticism. I just reviewed all the surveillance data after your ambush. In the final stages of your battle with those FBPA ability users, the ground collapsed, the cleaning platform fell, and then that sudden gas explosion. The timing and locations of these accidents were too precise, almost as if they were meticulously designed. If I'm not mistaken, it shouldn't have been caused by your abilities, right? Could it really be luck? Yuan's expression tightened slightly. Lilia's sharpness exceeded his expectations. He paused for a moment, then slowly said, You're right. When I was battling the FBPA's personnel and found myself in dire straits, a series of inexplicable coincidences did occur, interrupting the FBPA's offensive and creating an opportunity for me to escape. A third-party force. Lilia's voice instantly grew serious. Who could it be? Yuan shook his head. It's still unclear. The other party's methods are extremely covert, leaving no traces, more like they were just helping us along, taking advantage of the situation. Their intentions are hard to discern. Perhaps they want to sit back and watch the fight, or perhaps they have ulterior motives. However, one thing is certain, the waters in Freedom City are deeper than I imagined. Right now, we have ventured into an unknown sea filled with hidden reefs and whirlpools, and every step must be taken with greater caution. Lilia fell silent, clearly digesting this information. After a while, she spoke again, her tone regaining some lightness. All right, it seems our adventure story has added some new suspense. By the way, you contacting me at this time must not just be to check on my well-being, right? Lilia's voice was laced with teasing. You aren't drooling over those items you borrowed from the lab, are you? I bet there are plenty of treasures in there. Yuan smirked slightly at her words. You're not wrong, Lilia. I found some internal FBPA documents stored in a few hard drives. Unfortunately, the files are all encrypted, and I need your help to see what's hidden inside. Glad to help. Lilia's voice sparkled with excitement. Connect the computer to the internet and grant me remote control access. Let me dismantle these federal agents' treasures and see what they're really up to. Lilia's thirst for knowledge was as strong as ever, which might be why she had come this far. Yuan followed her instructions, connecting the laptop to a relatively secure wireless network in the villa and granting Lilia remote control access. On the screen, the mouse pointer began to move at high speed on its own. A series of professional decryption program windows popped up and countless lines of dazzling code scrolled rapidly, like a waterfall, showcasing Lilia's top-notch hacking skills. Even through the communicator, Yuan and Angela could feel Lilia's rapidly working mind on the other end. Although the FBPA's encryption system was complex and sturdy, it began to reveal its internal structure and vulnerabilities layer by layer before Lilia, the ghost of the digital world. As time passed by, Angela was so nervous that her palms began to sweat. Finally, after nearly an hour of effort and solving several complex keys, Lilia's relieved and cheerful voice rang out, "Got it. All encrypted folders have been successfully unlocked. The volume of data inside is enormous. I've already done a preliminary classification and indexing, highlighting some key information that I believe may be useful to you. You can start reviewing it now." As Lilia's voice faded, the icons of the folders that had previously shown as encrypted on the screen all switched to an accessible state. A flood of experimental data, highly confidential research reports, detailed lists of rare materials, and blueprints for precision equipment poured out before Yuan and Angela like a dam bursting. The two exchanged a glance, both seeing a trace of uncontainable excitement in each other's eyes. Without any hesitation, they immediately began to rapidly sift through, read, and compare this vast amount of information, seeking the most valuable treasures for themselves. Lilia also provided real-time technical support and information interpretation through screen sharing and voice communication. Time flew by in focused reading, and the night outside grew ever deeper. After several hours of tireless effort, when the first rays of dawn pierced through the curtain seams into the living room, they finally made a groundbreaking major discovery. The enlightening touch plan, the key to awakening extraordinary abilities. In a document marked as Enlightenment Project Phase 3 Evaluation Report, Yuan found detailed records of a method for awakening extraordinary abilities called Enlightening Touch. At the core of this plan is a special polyhedral mineral stone approximately the size of an infant's fist, emitting a faint blue glow, scientifically known as the Spiritual Crystal Resonance Source Stone, but referred to internally in FBPA as the Spirit Crystal Rock. Accompanying it is a set of devices composed of several precision small instrument components, which when combined are formally named the Mental Resonance Instrument. Fortunately, Yuan had the intuition to collect these seemingly insignificant components during his search, and they now lay quietly on the floor. Detailed records in the Enlightenment Project Phase 3 Evaluation Report indicate that through specific procedures of the Mental Resonance Instrument, one can stimulate the special energy field contained within the Spirit Crystal Rock, and under specific guidance, there is a certain probability of breaking the barrier between the mind and body of an ordinary person, awakening their unique, extraordinary abilities. This is simply a tailored opportunity for Angela. Yuan had always hoped to find a chance for this girl who had helped him in times of desperation to change her fate, and now this opportunity lay right before him. Next, they found detailed information on an experimental new drug that could enhance mental strength, which Linja mentioned while talking to the guard Marcus in a report on the research of derivatives from the Mental Field Refinement Project. Spirit Intelligence Agent, a catalyst for mental power and thought. Its official code name is NZT-47, and its internal abbreviation is more straightforward, Spirit Intelligence Insight Potion, or in simpler terms, Spirit Intelligence Agent. According to the experimental report, this agent extracts the essence of various rare active plants and combines it with a small amount of specially treated rainbow stone powder capable of significantly enhancing the user's mental power, limit, perceptual sensitivity, clarity of thought, and memory. For Yuan, who urgently needed to enhance his strength to face more severe future challenges, this was undoubtedly a timely boon. Although the report also clearly states that this agent has high requirements for the user's physique and mental resilience, and there are certain side effects such as heightened excitement and the short-term susceptibility to sensory overload leading to hallucinations and potential withdrawal symptoms after cessation. However, for Yuan, these potential risks are negligible. They are entirely acceptable in the face of such a significant strength enhancement. In addition, the materials also revealed the specific uses and potential values of all the plant samples, mineral samples, agents, and small instruments that Yuan collected, each of which is a rare treasure, strategic resources that are not circulated outside. One of the plant samples, known as shadow moss, is a deep black plant whose spores can be chemically processed to create a short-term concealment agent that can greatly reduce one's presence and even achieve near optical invisibility under specific lighting. For Yuan, who excels in stealth and assassination, this is like adding wings to a tiger. Several fist-sized crystal-clear pieces of frost crystal stone, which contain extremely pure ice attribute energy, can not only be directly absorbed to enhance the strength and control precision of ice-type extraordinary abilities, but can also be used to create rare equipment that can bear the power of extraordinary users. A whole box containing at least 20 standard doses of cell super rejuvenation liquid. This powerful agent, presenting a brilliant golden color, has restorative effects far superior to the diluted version of the cell activation liquid previously provided by the vulture, capable of visibly repairing almost all types of severe physical injuries and even promoting regeneration of severed limbs. This is undoubtedly a trump card for survival. Besides the aforementioned items of great value to Yuan and Angela, There are also some equally precious items lying quietly on the floor, which at present hold little significance for Mo Yuan and require specific conditions to be utilized. For example, several alloy ingots flashing with cold light, some tightly sealed active biological samples, and some intricately structured precision energy devices, which can be used to manufacture weaponry for genetic modification or to drive certain large experimental facilities. Although these treasures are also priceless, their utilization requires a series of high-end equipment and professional knowledge, making it difficult to use them in the short term. Even so, the gains from this expedition are self-evident. It can only be said that fortune indeed favored. Looking at these precious resources obtained from the mental field refinement laboratory, which would drive any underground force or extraordinary organization, crazy Mo Yuan's deep-set eyes flashed with an unprecedented fiery light. A bountiful harvest. Truly an unprecedented bountiful harvest. The path ahead for him will surely be broadened and filled with more possibilities because of these unexpected gains tonight. Beside him, Angela, upon realizing she also had the chance to awaken extraordinary abilities and break free from the fragile and powerless fate of an ordinary person, was so excited that she could hardly express herself. She clenched her fists tightly, her nails digging deep into her palms, her eyes shimmering with tears. A complex emotion mingled with joy, anticipation, and a sense of anxiety and determination about the unknown future. A night filled with crisis and bloodshed quietly came to a close in the dawn's light, but for Mo Yuan and Angela, a brand new chapter filled with endless opportunities and severe challenges was just beginning. Inside the villa, Mo Yuan did not allow himself much time to bask in joy. He knew that FBPA's pursuit would not cease, and clever powerhouses like Graham and Cesare would not let this go easily. Every moment is incredibly precious. He must quickly regain his strength to prepare for the impending crisis. The next morning, as the first faint rays of dawn seeped through the heavy curtain, seams casting mottled shadows on the living room wall, Mo Yuan was already sitting cross-legged on the floor, while Angela curled up in a corner of the sofa, sleeping soundly with even breaths. Mo Yuan's gaze fell on the rainbow stone lying quietly in the palm of his left hand, its colorful halo swirling, emitting a warm and powerful energy. He then looked at the core power component in his right hand, a metal piece the size of a matchbox obtained from the Blackwater modification. Based on the fragmented information acquired from Carter's memories and subsequent interpretation of FBPA's hard disk data, he confirmed that this core power component could refine and guide the energy of the rainbow stone, applying it to the damaged soul core. He took a deep breath and carefully adhered the core power component to a specific side of the rainbow stone. At the moment of contact, the colorful halo flowing on the rainbow stone suddenly became brighter and more concentrated. A surge of purer and more powerful soul-nourishing energy poured into his mind like a torrent that had found its outlet, rushing through his arm and flooding into his sea of consciousness. Mo Yuan groaned softly, feeling as if his entire soul was soaking in a warm fountain of life. The fine cracks caused by imprinting extraordinary abilities and the dark injuries left by excessive mental strain were being repaired and mended at an astonishing speed under the cleansing and nourishment of this pure energy. He could clearly see his previously cracked and dull soul body gradually becoming solid and transparent, even emitting a colorful luster that mirrored the rainbow stone. Each surge of energy brought an indescribable sense of comfort and wholeness, as if the long-drought seedlings finally received the nourishing rains, every cell rejoicing in delight. This process lasted for over an hour. When the light of the rainbow stone gradually softened and the core power component stopped its faint humming, Mo Yuan slowly opened his eyes. A bright light flashed momentarily in his eyes, and the lingering pain and stagnation that had troubled his soul for days had completely vanished, replaced by an unprecedented sense of lightness and strength. His mental power was at least several times more robust than before, and the two constantly restless extraordinary abilities, seeds telekinesis and ice element, finally stabilized completely, without any conflict or rejection, subtly trending towards perfect fusion. The soul injuries were completely healed. Huff. Mo Yuan let out a long breath, feeling the abundant power deep within his soul. A long-lost confidence to control everything arose. He did not immediately get up, but took out several sealed spirit intelligence agents from his backpack, also precious spoils from FBPA's core laboratory, which could significantly enhance the user's mental power limit and thought sharpness. Mo Yuan never delays when it comes to enhancing his strength. Without any hesitation, he twisted open the cap of one agent and downed it in one go. A cool, slightly sweet liquid slid down his throat, followed by an indescribable clarity that surged like lightning into the cerebral cortex, making his thoughts instantaneously clear and agile, as if the whole world appeared more transparent in his eyes, with countless previously overlooked details now vividly apparent. He could even clearly recall the terrifying backlash his soul suffered when he first imprinted Carter's telekinesis upon his arrival, a feeling that nearly tore him apart. At this moment, after his soul injuries healed and his mental power surged greatly, he finally understood the reason behind it. When he first crossed over, although his soul mutated due to merging with the original owner, and his mental power far surpassed that of an ordinary person, it was at most equivalent to an A-level extraordinary user who had just awakened and whose mental power had not yet stabilized. Carter, however, was a genuine D-level extraordinary user whose mental power intensity and the stability of his extraordinary core were far beyond what Yuan at that time could compare to. Using a level mental power to forcibly imprint a D-level extraordinary core was akin to a snake swallowing an elephant. Naturally, his soul could not withstand the vast information flow and energy impact, leading to severe backlash and leaving irreparable injuries. Later, when imprinting Albert's ice elemental ability, although he was somewhat prepared, the old soul injury was not healed, and he acted forcefully during a fierce battle, resulting in a similarly fierce backlash. But now it was different. Having gone through the complete healing from the Rainbow Stone, and the surge in mental power brought by the spirit intelligence agent Yuan, could vaguely sense that his soul intensity and mental power limit had far surpassed that of an ordinary D-level extraordinary user and was even subtly approaching the level. Not to mention the enhancement in combat capability, just his soul structure had become more stable and resilient due to the nourishment of the Rainbow Stone. If he were to use the core capability of soul imprinting again to replicate other extraordinary abilities, then. Now when I imprint a D-level extraordinary user, there should be no hidden dangers. Yuan thought to himself. Even when facing a level extraordinary user, I may not be completely without a fighting chance. At least in the aspect of soul imprinting and copying abilities, I could attempt a deep connection without worrying about being overwhelmed by the opponent's immense mental power, like when I faced Alyssa and nearly exploded from her overwhelming mental force. Just as he was feeling joyful about his leap in strength deep within his soul, the core of his soul imprinting ability, a certain indescribable mark, suddenly trembled slightly, without warning. A strange flow of information seemingly from a higher dimension instantly spread through his entire soul like an electric current. In that moment, several extremely brief yet exceptionally clear fragments of unfamiliar scenes flashed uncontrollably in Yuan's mind: a dark, damp, solitary cell, an old man with gray hair, and a hunched back curled up in a corner, his fingers unconsciously scratching something on the wall, his gaze vacant and numb. In a boiler room filled with the pungent smell of machine oil and high-temperature steam, another elderly man, also with white hair, but with a decent spirit, was struggling with a wrench on a rusty valve, muttering curses under his breath, his forehead beaded with sweat. In a brightly lit ward filled with a strong smell of disinfectant, a young man covered in tubes and pale lay on the hospital bed, breathing weakly, seemingly on the verge of stopping. And in an underground passage filled with piercing alarm sounds and chaotic energy fluctuations, a man in FBPA uniform with messy blonde hair was clutching his head, letting out a painful scream, his eyes filled with terror. He opened his eyes wide, his heart shaking. Those were Ghost Hand, the old electrician, Carter, and Albert. Yuan vaguely recognized that the characters in those scenes were precisely the targets he had previously deeply imprinted, and those settings seemed to be their current real environment. Soul imprinting. Could it be more than just reading and copying? Could it also remotely perceive the state of the imprinted individuals? Soul imprinting. Could it be more than just reading and This sudden discovery made Yuan's heart race uncontrollably. If this speculation is true, then the potential of soul imprinting and its implications would far exceed what he had previously imagined, becoming even more terrifying and unfathomable. Yuan concentrated his mind, attempting to reconnect with the fleeting images from earlier, wanting to capture the real-time states of the imprinted individuals more clearly, and even look further ahead. However, no matter how hard he tried, or how he mobilized his mental power to touch the mysterious mark deep within his soul, those previous images did not appear again. It was as if that brief glimpse was merely an unstable function triggered by certain specific conditions. The core of soul imprinting remained deep and mysterious, like being separated by a thick fog, making it difficult for him to grasp its true operational patterns. It seems this new ability cannot be triggered at will. Yuan pondered in his heart. Although slightly disappointed, he felt more anticipation for the future. Perhaps as his mental power continues to grow, the deeper mysteries of soul imprinting will eventually be unveiled one by one. With his thoughts settled, Yuan slowly stood up, stretched his muscles, feeling an explosive force throughout his body. He turned his gaze to the remaining essentials related to the enlightening touch plan in his backpack, the spirit crystal rock, and the components of the mental resonance instrument. It is time to open a door to a new world for Angela. This is not only a reward for her loyal companionship over such a long time, but also a means to enhance their combat capabilities, and moreover, he had made such a promise. Yuan walked to the sofa and gently nudged the still sleeping Angela. Angela, wake up. Angela slowly opened her eyes, dazed and disoriented, and found herself staring at Mo Yuan, vibrant, clear-eyed, radiating vitality. A faint flicker of astonishment crossed her face. Mo Yuan. Your injury. It's already healed. A subtle smile curved Mo Yuan's lips. Moreover, I feel perfectly attuned, ready to begin preparing you for your awakening. At his words, Angela jolted, fully awake, sitting bolt upright on the sofa. Last night, while assisting Mo Yuan in reviewing classified FBPA documents, she had already learned of the Illumination Touch Protocol and understood its profound implications. Hearing Mo Yuan speak those words, now her bloodshot eyes, wearied by sleepless hours, blazed with unrestrained excitement and anticipation, her voice trembled ever so slightly with tension. Right now. I'm ready. Mo Yuan nodded, placing a softly glowing blue crystal and several intricately engineered instrument components onto the coffee table. This is the Spirit Crystal Stone and the Psychic Resonance Device, recovered from an FBPA laboratory, designed to assist ordinary individuals in awakening their latent abilities. Mo Yuan pointed to the objects, once again explaining their operational principles, the step-by-step awakening process, and the potential risks involved. According to the documentation, activating the Spirit Crystal Stone's unique energy field via the Psychic Resonance Device and synchronizing it with precise mental guidance grants a measurable probability of triggering ability, awakening in unawakened individuals. Mo Yuan gazed intently at Angela, his expression grave, his tone more solemn than ever before. Angela, this awakening carries many unknown perils. It may be excruciatingly painful, and failure remains a distinct possibility. Are you certain you wish to proceed? Angela fixed her gaze upon the Spirit Crystal Stone and the cold, gleaming instruments resting on the coffee table. Her eyes shimmered with turbulent complexity, fear, yearning, desperate hope, and trembling uncertainty before an unknowable fate churned within her. In the end, she recalled her past. She remained silent for a long while, fingers unconsciously twisting the hem of her sleeve, then lifted her head to meet Mo Yuan's eyes and whispered, Mo Yuan, do you know why I owed vultures so much money? Mo Yuan raised a faint eyebrow, silently urging her to continue. He sensed the extraordinary turbulence roiling beneath her calm exterior. This perhaps was a secret long buried deep within her heart. Angela's gaze drifted toward the window, as if sinking into a distant, agonizing memory. Her eyes hollow, her expression eerily numb. My father died in an accident when I was very young, leaving only my mother and me to rely solely on each other. She raised me alone, working every odd job imaginable across Free City to afford my education and give me even a modest semblance of dignity. Her body was worn to ruin long before her time. Her eyes unfocused, her voice carried no discernible inflection. Later she fell gravely ill, a severe pulmonary disease. You know the cost of healthcare in Free City. For people like us, it is an endless, bottomless abyss. I worked relentlessly as the lowest-ranking hospital attendant, just to earn enough to keep her alive one more day, and then one more. To gather funds for a critical surgery, I turned in desperation to Victor. He spoke beautifully then. How we were all bottom dwellers, bound to help one another, how interest rates could be negotiated with goodwill. A cold, almost self-mocking smile tugged at Angela's lips. I believed him. I signed that contract, a virtual indenture, mortgaging 10, even 20 years of my future freedom. Should I fail to repay, everything I possessed, including my own body, would belong to Vulture. The surgery was performed, but what followed? Her voice remained unervingly steady, yet it cut into Mo Yuan's heart like a dull blade. My mother never regained consciousness on the operating table. The doctors cited complications. Her body was simply too frail. In truth, it was always because we lacked the means to procure the finest medicines or secure the most skilled surgeons. More absurd still, Angela's eyes suddenly sharpened. Beneath her placid surface, molten fury surged. After Mother passed, the hospital director approached me holding a posthumous donation agreement. He claimed my mother had voluntarily donated her body to a biotech firm called Demon Biotech for medical research, a noble pursuit, he insisted, for scientific progress and the greater good of humanity. Of course I refused. That was my mother. How could I allow her, even in death, to be subjected to such treatment? For the first time her voice quivered, then swiftly settled back into that chilling calm. But the hospital administrator kindly reminded me that if I declined, not only would every penny of the outstanding medical debt remain due, but also I would find myself blacklisted from every medical institution across Free City. What choice did I have? Angela let out a soft, hollow laugh, more harrowing than any sob. A powerless, nameless nurse. What weapons did I possess to fight them? I could only sign my name on that accursed donation form. From that day forward, I understood, in this world without power one is nothing but meat for the slaughter. Not even the dead can be protected. She lifted her head, locking eyes with Mo Yuan, her gaze searing. Deep within those once dulled, lifeless eyes now burned a flame, suppressed to its absolute limit, verging on madness hatred. not merely for injustice, but for the arrogant rulers who sat atop the world, and for her own crushing, humiliating weakness. So Yuan, you ask whether I wish to try. Of course I do. Her voice no longer trembled, instead it rang with ironclad resolve. I am utterly exhausted by this existence, trampled underfoot like an ant. I am utterly exhausted by this paralyzing helplessness, the inability to shield even those I hold. If power grants me vengeance, if it forces those who mocked me, degraded me, stripped me of dignity to pay the price. Even if I fail and die, what does it matter? Yuan listened in silence to Angela's raw confession. His inner world stirred deeply. He had always assumed Angela was merely a kind, somewhat naive girl, shaped by hardship, yet still bearing the timidity and hesitation of an ordinary person. Her prior actions, first rescuing him then aiding him, had seemed largely passive, born of reluctant entanglement and a fragile, fading hope of escape. Yet now that the chance to rewrite destiny hung palpably before her, and she laid bare her deepest wounds and fiercest hatred before Yuan, he finally grasped the truth. Beneath this seemingly fragile frame burned a soul aflame with incandescent fire. She was not unafraid. Rather, when every path backward had been sealed, every ember of hope crushed, and every shred of dignity trampled, the primal instinct to resist and to avenge rose like tenacious wild grass, bursting forth from scorched barren soil. Very well. Yuan met Angela's blazing, unwavering eyes and gave a slow, solemn nod. His voice was low, resonant, and resolute. I understand. Then let us seize together that slender thread of light. In Angela's gaze, Yuan saw irrevocable resolve and glimpsed a soul forged in despair, hungering for strength. It was a revelation that reshaped his understanding of her entirely. Next, Yuan meticulously studied the assembly and operation manual for the psychic resonance device. Leveraging the extraordinary comprehension and memory granted by the spirit intellect elixir, he swiftly assembled the intricate components into a compact, precision-engineered instrument pulsing with faint energy. Sit cross-legged at the center of the rug. Relax your mind, expel all distractions. Yuan placed the psychic resonance device before Angela and slotted the spirit crystal stone into the recess at its apex. Angela drew a deep breath and complied, striving to calm the storm of emotion still churning within her. Yuan watched her tense profile and said gravely, Angela, remember, no matter what unfolds next, no matter what sensations arise, keep your mind lucid. Hold fast to your core self. I will guide you, but ultimately success rests upon the strength of your own will. With that, he extended a finger and gently pressed the activation button on the device. Hum! A soft resonance filled the air. Indicator lights flared sequentially across the device. The spirit crystal stone embedded at its peak blazed with a gentle, pure, cerulean luminescence. An indescribable energy field, rhythmic, serene, radiated outward from the crystal, enveloping Angela completely. Angela shuddered faintly, feeling a cool, soothing energy flood her body from all directions, permeating every cell, every fiber. In that instant, her spirit felt ethereal, profoundly tranquil. Meanwhile, Yuan concentrated his spiritual energy, with razor-sharp focus, part directed toward regulating the device's output intensity, part extending as delicate psychic tendrils into Angela's consciousness, guiding her per the documented mental guidance technique to awaken and nurture the dormant seed of her ability. Time itself seemed suspended. Within the villa, only the device's quiet hum and Angela's gradually quickening breaths broke the silence. At first, all remained peaceful. Angela felt as though she floated within warm amniotic fluid, every trace of fatigue, anxiety, and anguish dissolving beneath the embrace of that strange azure energy. Her awareness grew weightless, as if straining to transcend the confines of flesh and soar toward some distant, unknown horizon. But soon that serenity shattered. Countless suppressed fragments of memory, long caged in the deepest recesses of her soul, burst forth like beasts breaking free from their chains, roaring, churning, surging with unstoppable force. Her father's hazy, sorrowful funeral, her mother's frail, perpetually coughing silhouette, the acrid sting of antiseptic in the hospital corridors, of Victor's revolting, greed-smeared visage, and above all, her mother's cold, unresponsive corpse. And that damning donation agreement stamped with her own humiliated signature. Agony, despair, wrath, bitter resentment, and the scorching self-loathing hatred born of utter powerlessness. All emotions she had ruthlessly suppressed for years erupted, like a volcanic cataclysm, battering her consciousness with unprecedented ferocity under the spirit crystal stone's catalytic resonance. Oh! Angela cried out, a sound wrenched from deep within, raw and involuntary. Her body convulsed violently, beads of sweat burst forth on her brow, her face paled starkly, her features contorted in extreme torment, as though enduring unimaginable agony. Yuan's eyes narrowed. Through their soul-bond imprint, he perceived the maelstrom raging within Angela's psyche, the most perilous phase of awakening documented as the will trial clinically termed trauma regression. Yet Yuan preferred to call it inner demon rebound. Should Angela fail to overcome this onslaught of negative emotion through sheer willpower, her mind risked total collapse, leaving her either permanently catatonic or dead on the spot. Angela, do not let this pain consume you. Remember what you seek. Remember why you crave power. Yuan's voice thundered directly within her consciousness, a resonant clarion call meant to pierce the suffocating fog of despair and agony. Angela's body jolted violently. Yuan's voice struck her mind like lightning, cleaving through the chaos. Deep within her awareness, the tide of despair and anguish receded, replaced by a single indistinct, yet towering figure, Yuan. He had pulled her from the mire. He had revealed a world utterly alien to her own. Dependence, gratitude, reverence. These complex currents swirled within her, converging into a fierce, singular obsession to grasp this sole beacon of light. I cannot return to the past. I must survive. I must keep pace with him. Never again be a burden. That desperate conviction ignited like a torch in darkness, rekindling the faintest glimmer of awareness in her crumbling consciousness. She remembered her mother's dying eyes, brimming with sorrow and worry. She remembered the shame and impotence of signing that donation form. She remembered Vulture's and Victor's grotesque faces, and finally every moment since meeting Yuan. No, she would not lose. She would not fall here. Angela unleashed a piercing, sky-rending shriek, charged with defiance, fury, and the ultimate irreversible resolve to break free. At the zenith of her will's eruption, deep within her soul, something ancient and bound snapped with a sharp crystalline crack. An indescribable new force, teeming with vibrant life and uncanny perception, bloomed quietly from the very root of her being like a tender shoot piercing hardened earth. Simultaneously, Angela's tightly shut eyes flew open. Angela's eyes were no longer the previous gray-blue. Instead, they displayed a strange, vibrant green, as if infused with countless luminous points of life. The light was soft yet profound, possessing an extraordinary penetrating power that seemed to unveil the essence of life. She instinctively raised her hand and looked at her palm. In her view, everything around seemed to have transformed. She could see the faint life energy flowing through the air, see the powerful life force surrounding Yuan blazing like the sun, and even see the weak life points struggling for survival within the pot of green plants on the coffee table, which had begun to wither. What shocked Angela even more was that when her gaze fell upon her palm, she could distinctly sense the flow of blood within her body, the respiration of her cells, and the mysterious energy deep within her soul that had just awakened, filled with the essence of healing and protection. This is my power, Angela murmured, her voice filled with surprise and a hint of confusion. Yuan had been quietly observing Angela's changes from the side. When he saw the glimmer of green light in her eyes and the rich life energy radiating from her, a knowing look flashed across his gaze. The extraordinary abilities that each person awakens are closely tied to their innermost needs. Angela's entire life could be said to have been lived in a yearning for salvation and protection. She longed to save her ailing mother, to safeguard her fragile dignity, and to escape a fate of bullying. Now, after experiencing life and death alongside Yuan, the deep desire within her for companionship and journeying together, as well as her expectations for a hopeful future, perhaps became the key to catalyzing the ultimate form of her extraordinary ability. This intense wish ultimately nurtured within her soul a power connected to life and protection. Although the specific details of Angela's ability were still unclear from the perceptible circumstances, Yuan speculated that it should be an extremely rare auxiliary type of extraordinary ability, combining characteristics of biological mutation and elemental interference. Yuan had seen similar descriptions in FBPA's data, but nothing compared to the purity and potential exhibited by Angela at that moment. It may lack powerful direct offensive capabilities, but in terms of team support, injury healing, and even subtle perception of life signs, it possesses immeasurable value. Even within FBPA, such pure healer-type abilities are extremely rare. Unexpected yet within reason. How do you feel? Yuan asked, breaking the silence in the room. Angela slowly lifted her head to look at Yuan, her emerald green eyes shining with the brilliance of rebirth. She took a deep breath, feeling the warm and powerful force within her, and a relieved yet determined smile appeared on her face. I feel better than ever. Yuan observed the smile on Angela's face, knowing she had successfully taken the first step into the extraordinary world, and gently inquired, how do you feel? What characteristics does this newfound power possess? Angela took a deep breath, feeling the warm and resilient energy closely connected to life within her. She tentatively tried to mobilize this energy, condensing it on her arm, where there was a small wound she had accidentally sustained while passing through a sewer the night before. Under Mo Yuan's gaze, the redness and swelling around the wound visibly diminished, while the slight, stinging sensation lessened. However, even this insignificant activation made beads of sweat form on Angela's forehead, and her face turned slightly pale. It can accelerate wound healing. Angela exclaimed with surprise, then weakly added, but it's so exhausting. Also, I think I felt that if I wanted it could stimulate a small area for accelerated cell growth. She looked at Mo Yuan uncertainly, seemingly confused by this wondrous sensation. Mo Yuan nodded, encouraging her. Yes, many extraordinary abilities are vague in their initial awakening and require constant attempts and guidance to clarify their characteristics. Try to feel that sensation of stimulating cell growth again and try to guide it to a specific point in your body. For instance, that mole on the back of your hand. This way it will be more evident to observe. Angela complied, closing her eyes and diligently directing that new power within her, focusing on a small mole on the back of her left hand. The green light once again flowed in her eyes, but it was noticeably dimmer than before, evidently drained by the previous healing. Seconds later, she opened her eyes and noticed that the mole's color seemed to have lightened a bit. It was nearly imperceptible without close observation. At the same time, a stronger sense of fatigue washed over her, causing Angela to sway slightly and gasp, I succeeded. A little bit, but it drained too much energy, and if my focus isn't strong enough, it might affect areas I don't want it to. Angela murmured somewhat dejectedly, this effect of changing skin color feels so useless. Besides beautifying, what else can it do? Mo Yuan supported her, his voice serious. You've just awakened, and your extraordinary ability is only at F level. The common issue with level abilities is weak control and low energy conversion efficiency, but I believe the potential of this ability has already been fully demonstrated. Besides healing injuries, it can also affect cellular activity on a microscopic level, which means that with proficiency, it might be capable of certain degrees of disguise, such as changing skin color, hair color, or even making slight adjustments to skeletal structure, though reaching that level would require very high levels and control. Angela listened to Mo Yuan's clear analysis, admiration unconsciously shining in her eyes. It was clearly her power that she had just awakened, one she barely understood herself, yet Mo Yuan could discern its essence in such a short time and deduce its future development trajectory. His keen insight and logical analytical ability left her astounded. Mo Yuan paused for a moment before continuing, try to sense the life state of the plants around you. For instance, the wilted spider plant on the windowsill. Encouraging Angela to sense her own state was to confirm whether her ability was controllable internally, while having her perceive the plants was to verify whether this life energy could act externally on other life forms, which was a crucial step in determining the broader auxiliary value of her extraordinary ability. Angela looked towards the windowsill where the spider plant indeed had yellowing leaves and appeared listless. She focused again, slowly extending the green energy outward, attempting to touch the spider plant. This time Angela did not attempt to change it, she simply focused on perceiving it. A wondrous feeling suddenly surged within her, as if she could hear the faint moans of the spider plant, sensing its dwindling life force and its yearning for water and sunlight. This sensation was vague, yet undeniably real. I think I can feel that it's very uncomfortable. Oh, it needs water, Angela said uncertainly. She withdrew the energy, a thoughtful expression on her face, then her eyes brightened with a hint of the sacred and joyful, and she softly said, this power, it allows me to feel the rhythm and beauty of life, like a hymn praising life. I feel. It should be called Lives Ode. When Angela uttered this name, her extraordinary ability within her seemed to quiver slightly, a warm current coursing through her limbs, invigorating her spirit, as if the name had received some form of acknowledgement from the universe. Mo Yuan looked at her, a hint of approval flashing in his eyes. Lives Ode, a very fitting name. To summarize your extraordinary ability, Lives Ode currently exhibits 3 effects. First, accelerating wound healing. Second, stimulating cellular activity for fine-tuning physiological traits. Third, possessing a certain perception ability towards living beings. All of which seem very practical. Remember, it is currently at F level with limited effects and high consumption and should not be used frequently. You need to practice diligently to better control it. Angela nodded earnestly, her eyes filled with yearning for the future. She remembered Mo Yuan's teachings, knowing her power was still weak, and only through diligent practice could she truly master this hard-earned gift. In the following days, Angela began her exploration and honing of Lives Ode by the sunlight-drenched windowsill of the new safe house. She immersed herself in that new green energy, carefully guiding it towards the spider plant that was on the verge of dying due to neglect. At first, progress was not obvious. The energy output was intermittent and difficult to control precisely. However, Angela did not lose heart, repeatedly trying and gaining insights, and finally, during one focused attempt, a miracle occurred. Visibly, the once drooping yellow leaves gradually stretched out, delicate green sprouting along the veins, and the withering aura was swept away. Hours later, the entire pot of spider plant not only fully regained vitality, but was even more lush and vibrant than ever before, with the dark green leaves shimmering as if washed by morning dew, radiating invigorating energy. The joy of success greatly boosted Angela's confidence, and her practice of the extraordinary ability became even more diligent and focused. As her control over the extraordinary ability deepened, she could now clearly sense the vast life force within Yuan, akin to a magnificent sea of stars, as well as the profound and unfathomable spiritual energy within his soul, refined through the dual baptism of the rainbow stone and the spiritual wisdom potion. That sensation felt like a dormant dragon exuding a chilling pressure and an unfathomable aura. Yuan fully acknowledged Angela's significant progress and pointed out that the potential of lives owed extends far beyond healing. Its meticulous control over cells' perception of life energy and the auxiliary abilities it may derive in the future will play immeasurable roles in teamwork. Meanwhile, Yuan, after perfectly healing his soul wounds and experiencing a surge in his spiritual power, still wielded psychokinesis and ice element powers, but both the precision of control and peak energy output had undergone a qualitative leap. More importantly, the extensive combat experience accumulated through numerous life and death battles had refined his understanding and application of his powers to an exceptional level. He was steadily knocking on the door of clever extraordinary ability, just one opportunity away from truly stepping into a new realm. At this moment, Yuan was examining the various spoils collected from the FBPA laboratory, his gaze lingering particularly long on the empty bottles left behind by the spiritual wisdom potion. To rapidly enhance his strength, maintain breakthroughs in spiritual power, and even challenge higher realms, he needed more and purer spiritual wisdom potions, as well as the potential existence of upgraded versions of the potion similar to the relationship between cell activation fluid and super regeneration fluid. This thought reminded him of the original inventor of the spiritual wisdom potion, Linzhou, a researcher who was also of Chinese descent, just like the original owner of this body. At the same time, a practical issue loomed before him, whether searching for Linzhou, persuading him to cooperate, or supporting a series of subsequent actions. Ample funding was an indispensable foundation. Every plan, every enhancement required substantial resources to support it in this city fraught with crises. With his thoughts settled, Yuan deemed it time to address certain historical issues, so he gestured to Angela, saying, "Prepare yourself. We need to have a small meeting with Lilia to discuss the upcoming action arrangements." Upon hearing this, Angela reined in her joy from the successful practice, her expression growing serious. Having spent so much time with Yuan, she was quite familiar with some of his habits. When he said this, it often implied that a new round of challenges was about to arrive. Yuan activated the encrypted communicator, and the call was quickly connected. "Hello." Lilia's crisp voice came through the speaker. "It's me, Dawn has arrived." Yuan used their agreed-upon code. After a brief silence, Lilia's voice rang out again, carrying an elusive tone, a blend of her usual sharp wit, a hint of new caution, and a touch of inexplicable meaning. "Hello, Kevin's friend, or rather Mr. Yuan. What new arrangements do you have for contacting me this time?" Angela looked at Yuan in surprise upon hearing Lilia call his real name so plainly, clearly. Yuan's expression remained unchanged, yet he weighed the implications of her words in his heart. It was not entirely unexpected that Lilia knew his true identity. After all, she possessed top-notch hacking skills. Following the incident at the research center, she undoubtedly had ways to learn about the latest news circulating within FBPA. The key lay in her attitude. There was no hostility or fear, more like assessment. "It seems Miss Lilia is quite well informed." Yuan's tone was calm and composed, revealing no signs of turmoil. "Since you already know my name, you must have a clearer understanding of the vortex we find ourselves in, as well as our common goals." Lilia let out a short, light laugh. "Well informed. The internal channels of FBPA occasionally bring surprises." D734, the criminal wanted at the Royal Theater, one of the #1 enemies of the Yigo Empire. "I must say, Mr. Yuan, your identity as Kevin's friend is much more low-key than your real identity." Lilia's tone remained difficult to gauge. Was it a warning, a statement, or the prelude to a negotiation? "Does my identity matter in our collaboration?" Yuan retorted calmly. "What matters is that we both have goals to achieve Kevin's innocence, and for all of us to survive and live better." There was silence on the other end of the communicator for a few seconds before Lilia's voice returned, carrying a calm scrutiny and even a hint of barely detectable sarcasm. "Mr. Yuan, your casual does it matter hardly encapsulates the shift in the nature of our collaboration. When I initially agreed to help you search for clues about the Rainbow Stone, and even assist you in infiltrating the research center's network, I was dealing with a mysterious individual who at least outwardly matched the identity of Kevin's friend. I provided you with countless confidential intelligence, and while you were infiltrating, I took the risk of being tracked, clearing obstacles in real time, creating chaos and diverting attention. Without my assistance, you probably wouldn't even have reached the entrance of the research center, let alone acquire the Rainbow Stone and those precious resources. Oh, and the uses of those precious resources. You only learned about them after I pried open the encrypted file. Lilia spoke at a measured pace, each word clear and powerful. Everything I did was based on the agreement we previously reached. I provide technical support, you pay the corresponding remuneration, and promise to help clear Kevin's name. But now my collaborator has transformed from a friend needing special materials for healing into D734, the number 1 on the FBPA's most wanted list. This means the risk I previously shouldered is now a mere trifle compared to what it is now. Lilia paused and continued with a smile. So Mr. Yuan, your earlier statement for all of us to survive now sounds more challenging for me due to your true identity. I need to know what additional assurances I can gain by cooperating with D734. How will you advocate for Kevin's innocence under an identity that is wanted by the entire empire? And how can I ensure I won't become the next target on the FBPA's list for assisting you? After all, Kevin's friend might only need some rare stones, but what D734 seeks is likely far, and I, Lilia, never engage in a losing deal, especially when my life is at stake. Yuan listened quietly to Lilia's coherent statements. Her reaction was within his expectations. A clever collaborator would inevitably reassess risks and rewards once the information asymmetry was broken, which was entirely reasonable. As for whether Lilia would betray him, Yuan had never considered that possibility. After the incident at the research center, the two were effectively in the same boat. The things Lilia did for Yuan could not be brushed aside in court with a simple, "I didn't know he was a wanted criminal." Surely Lilia herself was well aware of this. The issues Lilia brought up now were less about resisting cooperation and more about bargaining. "Lilia, your concerns are completely understandable." Yuan's voice remained steady, yet it bore a penetrating insight. Indeed, associating with the code named D734 does entail risks far greater than you initially anticipated. But you must also understand the forces I can mobilize are far beyond what an ordinary friend of Kevin's could achieve. You know better than I do who Kevin is, who a regular friend's assistance won't solve the tricky problems you face. Yuan paused before saying, regarding Kevin's innocence. My identity is indeed sensitive, but precisely because of that I have no qualms in my actions. Sometimes forces that operate outside the rules can reach into the darkness where sunlight fails to shine. And as for your safety, from the moment you decided to help me, we have been in the same boat. I will do everything I can to protect your safety. Our next actions will be more covert, and with your technology combined with my capabilities, we will have more room to maneuver. Moreover, our next target will provide us with the most direct assurance. Massive funding sufficient to ensure you can treat yourself and to support Kevin's case until he regains his freedom. Yuan's tone was steady, carrying a persuasive force. You are correct, I do have my own ambitions. I want to survive, to grow stronger, and to carve out a space in this unjust world for myself and for those who are worthy. Your goal of rescuing Kevin and giving him a new lease on life does not conflict with my ambitions. In fact, they can be seen as complementary. As for additional assurances, Yuan's lips curled into a faint smile. When we possess sufficient strength and resources, you will no longer need to rely on anyone and can freely utilize your talents to pursue the life you desire. Would that count as a form of assurance? Lilia fell silent for a moment on the other end of the communicator. Only her faint breathing could be heard. Yuan's candid demeanor and the vision he painted were undoubtedly appealing and addressed her doubts. Lilia realized at this moment that what Yuan said was not false. Collaborating with D734 posed both risks and opportunities, and she had already lost her way back since she decided to cooperate with Yuan that fateful night. However, a fundamental question, like an undercurrent beneath the surface, still swirled in her heart. Lilia took a deep breath, her voice carrying a final hint of caution. Mr. Yuan, I have one last question. How did you come to know Kevin? And how did you know I was his sister, aware of our family's predicament? By your status as D734, logically you and Kevin and I should have had no connection whatsoever. He did not conceal anything, slowly recounting. During the days I awaited execution after being sentenced to death, I was imprisoned in the death row of the federal penitentiary, where life was nothing but... He did not conceal anything, slowly recounting. During the days I awaited execution after being sentenced to death, I was imprisoned in the death row of the federal penitentiary, where life was nothing but despair. His tone was very flat, as if he were narrating someone else's story. During the exercise period, I met Kevin by chance. Unlike other violent criminals, he did not exude ferocity or numbness. His eyes still held a glimmer of youthful unwillingness and concern for the outside world. Perhaps Kevin was still unaccustomed to the prison environment. He was often bullied by a bully named Manyo, who robbed him of the credits he had painstakingly accumulated. Once when Manyo surrounded him again, I happened to be present and lent him a hand. Yuan downplayed the process of helping Kevin. Perhaps it was this act that led him to develop some trust in me. After that, he was very downcast and took the initiative to talk to me about his case. He claimed he was framed by the factory owner, and the charge of theft was an unjust accusation. The thing he worried about the most was you, Lilia. Mo Yuan's gaze turned toward the communicator as if he could penetrate the radio waves and see the wise and resilient girl on the other end. He said his sister suffered from a severe heart condition and urgently needed a large sum of money for surgery, and after he was imprisoned the family's only source of income ceased. He worried daily about your condition and the surgical costs. I could feel that despair and helplessness. At that time I was barely holding on to my own life. Oh, what could a death row inmate about to face the electric chair do for him? All I could do was listen to him vent. When he spoke of you, his eyes sparkled. He said you were very intelligent and outstanding student at Yuan University and the hope of the whole family. Later I escaped. I omitted the thrilling escape and the harrowing encounters with the FBPA. After I managed to settle down a bit, I remembered Kevin recalled his seriously ill sister in need of help, and through some special channels, I found your information, which is why I contacted you. Mo Yuan's voice remained low, but it now carried a rare gentleness. Lilia, my initial contact with you was indeed because I needed your skills, but helping Kevin and solving your medical expenses was not entirely transactional. Perhaps it was because I saw in Kevin something that shouldn't be easily forsaken by this world. The communicator fell into a long silence. Angela listened quietly, her eyes misty. She had never imagined that Mo Yuan and Kevin's acquaintance was so simple yet heavy. A death row inmate in the final moments of his life remembered the request of another prisoner and truly sought and helped that unseen sister of his, which formed such a stark contrast to the cold-blooded and ruthless image of D734 in the news. The way Angela looked at Mo Yuan shifted from initial awe and reliance to an indescribable understanding and admiration. Finally, Lilia's voice echoed again, carrying a hint of choked emotion, but more of a sense of relief and unprecedented determination. Mr. Mo Yuan, I understand now. Lilia took a deep breath. Though she did not say more, that resolve was clearly conveyed through the microphone. Mo Yuan sensed her emotional shift and that unspoken determination. Very well. Mo Yuan's voice carried a hint of approval. He knew Lilia had made her choice, and perhaps his earlier words held some genuine emotion or were merely specific rhetoric crafted to stabilize this crucial ally. As for the truth of it, only he himself knew. Now that we have reached a new consensus on risks and rewards, let's return to the original intention of my contact with you. We have 3 core goals to achieve next, each of which is crucial and closely related to you. Pay close attention. The primary goal, of course, is the foundation of survival and development, funding. Mo Yuan's gaze sharpened. I plan to completely dismantle the Vulture criminal gang. This is not only for settling Angela's old grievances, but also to reclaim the vast amount of black money they have plundered over the years. This wealth will be the lifeline for our team, supporting all subsequent actions and reserves to respond to emerge. Angela's breath quickened slightly, her tightly clenched fists turning pale. In her emerald green eyes the flames of revenge and the hope of rebirth intertwined and shone brightly. Was the day of reckoning for the Vulture, the nightmare that had dragged her into an abyss, finally coming? On the other end of the communicator, Lilia's voice carried a hint of confusion. Vulture. Mr. Mo Yuan, with all due respect, I don't recall that name. Who is he? Why are we listing him as the first target and even making his assets our team's startup capital? This seems related to that Miss Angela beside you. Lilia naturally knew that Mo Yuan had a female collaborator who had previously interfaced with her through encrypted communication, responsible for assisting Mo Yuan with some procurement-related tasks. However, she was unclear about Angela's past and the specifics of the connection between this Vulture and Angela. Mo Yuan glanced at Angela, whose emotions were somewhat stirred by the mention of the Vulture, and explained in a deep voice. The Vulture is a notorious gang leader in the Dock District of Free City, known for his ruthless methods, living by exploiting the lower strata of society with blood on his hands. Every bit of his wealth is soaked in the tears and blood of victims. Choosing him as the first target is due to 2 reasons. First, his crimes are unforgivable, and eliminating him is a service to the public. Second, his influence is relatively isolated. Unlike some entrenched local tycoons, he is suitable for us as an initial breakthrough. Third, there is a deep-seated vendetta that must be settled between him and Angela. Mo Yuan couldn't help but sigh at this point. Angela fell into the carefully designed debt trap of the Vulture while trying to save her ailing mother. Not only did she exhaust all her savings, but she also took on astronomical high-interest loans. Ultimately, her mother passed away due to not receiving timely and effective treatment, and even her remains. Mo Yuan did not continue, but the tragic circumstances were self-evident. Angela's eyes reddened again, but she held back her tears tightly, pursing her lips. After a moment of silence on the other end of the communicator, Lilia's voice came through again, carrying a hint of realization and deep sympathy. I see. The Vulture, this scum who takes advantage of others' misfortunes, truly deserves no pity. Thus, Mo Yuan continued, settling accounts with the Vulture will not only provide us with the necessary startup funds, but also deliver justice for Angela, allowing her to be entirely liberated from her past shadows. This is also a crucial step in uniting the strength of our team. After all, I promised Angela long ago that I would completely eliminate the threats posed by the vulture once her injuries healed, and now I am fulfilling that promise. At this point, I must remind you both of something. Once we officially initiate actions against the vulture, we must immediately dispose of all the encrypted phones we are currently using and replace them with new ones. These devices were provided by the vulture, and there is a possibility that he has left backdoors or tracking methods within them. We cannot give him any chance to retaliate, especially to prevent him from disclosing our location to the FBPA. Angela's heart sank at his words, and she instinctively glanced at the encrypted phone on the coffee table. Lilia was also silent for a moment before letting out a light laugh, saying, "You are right, Mr. Yuan. This is a very necessary precaution. However, rather than disposing of these devices that pose risks, why not hand them over to me? I have a better idea." Yuan did not inquire about Lilia's thoughts. He believed she had her own understanding. He then turned his gaze to Angela, who immediately nodded and said, "I will quickly purchase a new encrypted communicator on the black market website and send the old device to Lilia." This topic quickly passed, and Yuan mentioned the next core objective. The second matter is to clear Kevin's name and truly set him free. Lilia, this is what I promised you at the beginning of our collaboration, and now it is time for me to fulfill that promise. Without waiting for Lilia to respond, Yuan expressed his thoughts. "We need to clarify who was behind framing Kevin, the owner of that factory, and any potential interests behind him must be unearthed. Lilia, this will likely require you to invest more effort, but of course I will also give it my all." When it came to Kevin's wrongful conviction, after patiently listening to Yuan, Lilia's voice immediately came through the communicator, sharp and piercing, almost cutting through the radio waves, mixed with long-suppressed resentment. "Of course, I will do anything for Kevin. The one who framed him is named Rodney Green. A hypocritical. I have long regarded him as my top target, utilizing all public databases and some unconventional methods to gather information about him. However, he is too cautious, like a slippery snake, leaving almost no substantial evidence behind. Since Kevin's imprisonment, I have been investigating for so long, yet progress has been minimal. I only know that he is likely involved with a considerable underworld force in Freedom City and may even have connections to certain officials." Her words carried both sorrow for her brother's injustice and a gnashing of teeth at the enemy's cunning, as well as the fatigue of fighting alone for a long time. "Your efforts will not be in vain, Lilia." Yuan's voice was soothing yet sharp. "With the financial support from the vulture, we will have more abundant resources to pry open the seemingly impregnable shell of Rodney Green. If necessary, I will employ some more direct methods to ensure that the evidence he has buried deep cannot escape scrutiny. We must make Rodney Green and his protectors pay a bloody price for everything they have done to Kevin." Yuan paused, his gaze sweeping over Angela, as if penetrating through the communication device to Lilia on the other end. His voice deepened. "However, Lilia, Angela merely having funds and determination is far from enough. The enemies we face, whether it's the vulture's gang, the forces behind Rodney Green, or the relentless FBPA, are not to be taken lightly. Especially the FBPA, and do not forget that I narrowly escaped from Graham not long ago, and then there's Alyssa. This world hides many powerful individuals. In such a perilous environment, if we cannot rapidly enhance our own strength, then all our previous efforts might turn to dust in the next encounter. Therefore, the third core objective, which is the lifeline of all our actions, is the enhancement of the team's overall strength and the accumulation of strategic resources." Yuan's gaze became particularly sharp as he decisively shifted the topic to himself, his tone solemn. "To achieve this goal, my enhancement as the core combat strength of the team is of utmost importance, and it is the foundation upon which we can face all future challenges." Although Yuan's statement might seem self-aggrandizing, neither Angela nor Lilia refuted him, for it was the truth. The martial output and frontline assault capability of their small three-person team relied entirely on Yuan. The limit of his personal strength was also the ceiling for their team. Lilia asked, "What specific plans do you have for enhancing your strength? How can we assist you?" "My strength is currently approaching level, but I don't know how long it will take to break through. Therefore, seeking new critical materials to accelerate my strength growth is a top priority. You should know that I previously took the cognition elixir obtained from the FBPA laboratory. It has proven to be remarkably effective, far exceeding my previous expectations. Unfortunately, I only had one vial, and it has been used up now." Upon hearing this, Angela's eyes flickered, immediately following up with Yuan's words. "Used up? Then, is our next target to acquire more cognition elixirs? This kind of elixir sounds incredibly rare. Where can we possibly obtain it?" Yuan replied, "This is precisely the key I wanted to discuss. According to the intelligence I possess, the breakthrough technology for this elixir originates from a Dr. Lin Zhe, and many internal documents from the FBPA suggest that he is considered the actual founder and core inventor of this achievement. If we can obtain more cognition elixirs from Lin Zhe, or even the advanced formula he possesses, not only will my strength leap again, but it will also greatly benefit the overall strength enhancement of our team. Lilia keenly grasped the point. Cognition elixir. Dr. Linja. Mr. Mo Yuan, do you mean this elixir is not only useful for you, but can also help ordinary people like me and Miss Angela? Exactly, but there is one thing you got wrong. Angela is no longer an ordinary person. Mo Yuan turned to the communicator and explained to Lilia, while the cognition elixir has a significant enhancement effect on the mental core of ability, users its ability to improve clarity of thought, information processing efficiency, and memory is also a tremendous boost for top technical talents like you. Mo Yuan then looked at Angela and added, Angela's stronger mental resilience and perception will allow you to utilize Live's tribute more precisely and persistently, unleashing its greater potential. Angela naturally had no objections. On the other end of the communicator, Lilia's voice paused, clearly taken aback. Wait, you just said Miss Angela is no longer an ordinary person. She has awakened her abilities. When did this happen? What kind of ability is it? A series of questions revealed her strong surprise and curiosity about the matter. Mo Yuan smiled slightly, his tone containing a hint of gratification. Yes, just recently, with the help of some special materials obtained from the FBPA laboratory, Angela successfully awakened her abilities called Live's Tribute, which has a unique effect on healing injuries. Although it is still in the initial stage, its potential is enormous. After listening, Lilia fell into a brief silence, her tone carrying a hint of uncertainty. Live's Tribute. Sounds truly miraculous. Congratulations, Miss Angela. It seems you have seized the opportunity to change your destiny. Her congratulations seemed sincere, but before Angela could respond, the conversation shifted with a hint of cautious probing. Mr. Mo Yuan, since Miss Angela was able to successfully awaken through the Touch of Enlightenment program we obtained from the FBPA, this proves the authenticity and feasibility of that information. So, have you considered the universality of this program? Or rather, for someone like me who does not have abilities but considers myself intellectually advanced, if I can also obtain the corresponding materials and your guidance is there, a chance to try it as well. Lilia was aware of the existence of the Touch of Enlightenment program and understood the risks involved. She had originally held a cautious attitude towards it as she was different from Angela. Her top-tier technical skills and intelligence led Lilia to be unwilling to risk betting on an unknown outcome. But now, it was evident that Angela's successful awakening had somewhat stimulated Lilia, making her have different thoughts about her current identity as an ordinary person. After all, if even Angela could step into that extraordinary threshold, why couldn't Lilia? Mo Yuan keenly caught the subtle change in Lilia's address. From the previous you to the now slightly, this small shift undoubtedly revealed Lilia's inner thirst for power and a certain expectation. A faint smile passed Mo Yuan's lips. This clever girl always managed to seize every opportunity that might bring her benefits. Mo Yuan did not directly refuse, but pondered for a moment before saying, Lilia, the Touch of Enlightenment program indeed provides a path for ordinary people to achieve the extraordinary, but the process is filled with uncertainty and immense risks requiring high mental will and physical endurance from individuals. Angela's success involves her strong conviction and unique experiences which cannot be replicated by everyone. However, Mo Yuan shifted the topic, giving her a glimmer of hope. Your intelligence and mental resilience do indeed surpass that of ordinary people. Once we complete these 3 current goals, resolve the immediate survival crisis, and ensure we have enough resources in a relatively safe environment, I will consider giving you an opportunity to try it. But before that, we need to focus all our energy on facing the challenges at hand. After hearing Mo Yuan's words, Lilia's desire for extraordinary power ignited like kindling thrown into a fire, burning even more fervently. Although Mo Yuan's promise came with conditions, it was enough to show her a ray of hope, providing her with unprecedented motivation. Let's not mention the Touch of Enlightenment program for now. Just the fact that the cognition elixir can enhance my thinking ability makes this transaction worthwhile. Lilia will definitely spare no effort in searching for Linja and obtaining more cognition elixirs. It is my unshirkable duty. Angela also nodded vigorously, her eyes filled with anticipation. Now she was also an ability user, and the cognition elixir was crucial for enhancing her Live's Tribute. If she could advance her abilities further, she could better assist Mo Yuan and have stronger self-defense capabilities. Thus, the conclusion of this meeting was established under Mo Yuan's gradual guidance. With the team's recent action goals set, the next discussion would be about the execution aspect, specifically how to implement them. Mo Yuan's gaze grew solemn, a hint of nostalgia flashing in his eyes. Lilia, do you remember that Class Esper researcher I encountered when I infiltrated the underground level 3 of the research center? He was Dr. Linja, who was worried about the fluctuations of the mental stabilization field generator at that time. I have a bit of an impression. After that researcher left, it seemed the signal of the communicator was interrupted for a while, Lilia quickly recalled. Mo Yuan's thoughts raced like placing pieces on a chessboard, each move laden with significance. After we took the Rainbow Stone, the mental stabilization field generator went out of control coupled with the personnel losses I caused to FBPA during the breakout. The research center must have stirred up a tremendous storm these days. As Linja is a core member of the related project and the direct head of the lab we raided considering FBPA's modus operandi, he must be in a critical position, now either undergoing an internal investigation or being pushed out to take the blame, even possibly struggling to ensure his own safety. This is both his calamity and our opportunity. Yuan's eyes became profound as if he could see through layers of fog and gaze directly at the core of the matter. He continued to speak to Lilia. Lilia, I need you to use all your means to closely monitor the movements within the research center, especially anything related to Linja. His communication records action trajectories permission changes any abnormal activities on the internal network. He paused briefly as if carefully considering each word to ensure the precision and comprehensiveness of his instructions. I need to know his current real situation and whether he still has the possibility of accessing the core technology and products of the intelligent potion. Only by mastering these can we determine whether to extend an olive branch when he is in dire straits or to extract what we need from him before he becomes a discarded piece. No problem, leave it to me, Lilia replied succinctly, full of confidence. As for myself, a flicker of deep light flashed in Yuan's eyes, his tone laden with meaning. In addition to the usual Esper training, the heavily guarded fortress of FBPA and the deeper shadows of Freedom City harbor many targets with high-value abilities. I will pay close attention and at the right moment learn what is needed from them in order to continuously strengthen our capability gaps and make them our own. Although Lilia couldn't see it, Angela sensed a predator-like calm and confidence from the side of Yuan's face. The deep meaning behind the word learn made her heart tremble slightly. After becoming an Esper, Angela was no longer as ignorant as before. Reflecting on Yuan's various abnormal behaviors along his journey, she couldn't help but softly ask Yuan, when you say learn, are you referring to like how you did with Carter and Albert? Yuan glanced at her, not answering directly, but the tacit acknowledgement in his eyes said it all. On the other end of the communicator, Lilia frowned slightly at Angela's vague question and Yuan's meaning. Carter, Albert, who are they? What has Yuan learned from them? The dialogue between these two seemed to involve a kind of riddle she couldn't comprehend, hiding deeper secrets. Though her curiosity was piqued, Lilia keenly sensed that this might pertain to the core of Yuan's abilities. It wasn't the right time to pry further, so she chose to remain silent, burying her doubts deep within. Yuan's gaze returned from the window, his voice calm, yet imbued with a penetrating power. Angela, Lilia, everything we are doing now is not just to fulfill the promises I once made to you. Whether it is seizing wealth resources or acquiring knowledge and abilities, all that we do is for one purpose, to survive and thrive. In this world of the jungle, law power is our most solid shield and the capital for us to strive for everything. Only by continually growing stronger can we escape the fate of being hunted, no longer be bullied by villains, seek justice for the oppressed, and allow you and myself to truly possess the right to choose our future rather than struggle on the edge of a knife, as we do now. This is the most important and realistic goal we have at the moment. After his words fell, the living room fell into a sudden silence, yet it was filled with a palpable ambition and tension that quickened the heartbeat. Angela tightly pressed her lips together, calculating the target of the vulture, which filled her with strength. In her emerald green eyes, the flames of revenge intertwined with the light of rebirth, burning more fiercely, as if to consume all injustice and suffering. Lilia was silent on the other end of the communicator for a long time, seemingly digesting Yuan's comprehensive plan. Finally, her voice came through again, carrying a determined resolve, as if she had made a life-or-death decision along with a spark of ignited near-manic excitement. First, we will settle accounts with the gang squeezing their wealth as war reserves, then clear Kevin's name, challenging a force deeply entrenched in Freedom City. In addition, we must strengthen everyone's abilities, even setting our sights on the monsters of FBPA. Yuan, every one of your targets is akin to walking on the edge of a cliff. With the slightest mistake, it could lead to utter ruin. However, Lilia's tone shifted, filled with an uncontrollable tremor. I like it. Yuan's lips curved into a faint smile, yet his deep eyes remained calm and unruffled. Human hearts indeed are the most complex and intriguing of things. Angela, once a weak woman crushed by debt and despair who dared not resist after witnessing extraordinary power and experiencing the struggles at the edge of life and death, had awakened her abilities under her own enlightenment. The long-suppressed hatred and yearning for rebirth had transformed into a blazing fire, driving her forward. Her goals were direct and pure: revenge and to find her place in the new world. As for Lilia, the exceptionally intelligent hacker, her initial collaboration was based more on concern for Kevin and the weighing of her own predicament. But after witnessing the enormous risks brought by her identity as D734, and the living miracle of Angela awakening her abilities, her heart, unwilling to remain ordinary, had evidently been ignited. Seeking justice for her brother was her unchanging obsession, but at this moment the desire for her own evolution and the challenge of higher powers along with a secret thrill at overturning the chessboard likely occupied a significant part of her mind. She had transformed from a passive participant into an active, ambitious one. Whether it was Angela's deep-seated hatred and yearning for rebirth or Lilia's familial obsession and burgeoning ambition for the unknown, these seemingly different driving forces were now cleverly woven into a grand web known as common goals. Desperation can give birth to courage, and hope can unite hearts. As long as they are given a sufficiently clear goal and the possibility of achieving it, these suppressed and ignored souls can unleash energy far beyond imagination. The human heart can be used, but it can also be feared. As long as it is guided properly, this power may well be stronger and more interesting than any Esper ability he possesses. The new chess game has already begun. Freedom City, this giant beast woven of steel and neon royals with hidden currents beneath its glamorous surface, never having known a moment's peace. As Yuan, Angela, and Lilia discussed the next phase of their action plan, the raid he previously launched at River Bay University was still brewing, sending ripples that stirred the sensitive nerves of various factions. The Vulture had not been having a good time lately. Ever since Victor made a mistake and he was caught by that disaster, Yuan forced to search for those bizarre materials for him and was extorted for a hefty sum and a safe house, the Vulture had been restless and unable to enjoy his meals. He always felt as if he were being targeted by a venomous snake, the chill originating from the depths of his soul, lingering even on the hottest afternoons in Freedom City. The earth-shattering accident at the River Bay University Research Center had nearly snapped the 10th string. Although FBPA publicly claimed the explosion was caused by an experimental accident, the Vulture, through his deep-rooted intelligence network in the city's shadows, and several high-ranking protectors in government departments whom he served, had long sensed something unusual. Research building. FBPA Esper. Fierce gunfight. Escaping unscathed. The Vulture repeatedly chewed on these fragmented pieces of information. Coupled with Yuan's previous terrifying achievements of clashing heat-in with a class flame Esper from the Nightingale Society, leveling several blocks, and successfully escaping, a chilling conclusion gradually became clear. Yuan's rate of power growth was akin to riding a rocket, having swelled to a level he could not fathom or would ever dare to provoke. Thinking back to how he had intentionally leaked information about the rainbow stone hidden in the Blackwater modification shop to use it as a blade against Yuan, the Vulture felt a chill run down his spine. The knife of Blackwater was indeed sharp, but regrettably it failed to slay Yuan, and instead placed him in an even more passive position. Not to mention what kind of reaction the Nightingale Society would have if they knew he was behind the scenes, just the thought that Yuan might realize his initial scheme. With that guy's vengeful and reckless nature, the consequences would be unimaginable. The inner fear and unease gnawed at the Vulture's nerves like a venomous insect. He paced back and forth in his luxurious office, the cigar smoke swirling around him, yet it could not disperse the gloom on his brow. No, he had to do something at least to probe Yuan's current attitude. He took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down, picked up the phone, and dialed that number he both hated and feared. When the call connected, the Vulture immediately switched to a tone of utmost concern, as if Yuan were a long-lost brother. "Mr. Yuan, how are you? I heard there was a bit of a mess at River Bay University, and I've been quite uneasy about it. Please don't let anything happen to you." His voice was much more humble than usual, even carrying a hint of imperceptible flattery. Yuan had just finished a meeting and was currently sorting through the spoils and confidential documents plundered from the FBPA laboratory with Angela. Hearing the Vulture's sudden concern, a playful smile curved his lips, yet his voice remained calm and unruffled. "Oh, your news is quite timely. I'm doing well here, thank you for your concern." He continued, "By the way, why the change in address? Weren't you always used to calling me D734? I quite like that codename. You guessed it was just the people below who didn't understand, leading us to accumulate some trivial misunderstandings in the early stages." The Vulture awkwardly laughed and hurried to explain. "You are now our important partner, and your safety is our safety." After saying that, the Vulture laughed awkwardly again. Noticing that Yuan had not followed his lead, he lowered his voice mysteriously. "By the way, Mr. Yuan, I've just received a bit of news, not sure if I should share it. It's about the latest movements of FBPA targeting you. Go ahead and tell me." Yuan said, his expression unchanging. "Hey, race the thing." The Vulture's tone grew increasingly cautious. "A few of my friends in government have revealed that Minister Cesare of FBPA seems to be negotiating with the Holy Light Church, planning to join forces to hunt you down." The Holy Light Church. Hearing that name, Yuan's brow furrowed slightly. FBPA actually involved the forces of the church. This was somewhat unexpected for him. However, Yuan did not care too much. When soldiers come, soldiers will block. When water comes, earth will cover. Having one more force was just a bit more trouble. What intrigued him more was the vulture's current obsequious and eager-to-please demeanor. This guy had clearly been frightened by his recent achievements and was eager to clear the previous responsibilities to seek self-preservation. Yuan naturally wouldn't expose this, nor would he tell the vulture that he was already prepared to take action again. He pretended to ponder for a moment, then spoke with a hint of approval. This information you provided is quite valuable. It seems you have indeed put in some effort. Rest assured our cooperation has always been pleasant. Although I have acquired the rainbow stone, I may still need some more special materials later, so I will inevitably trouble you then. Regarding the latest information you provided, I will consider it carefully. You have made another contribution this time. Hearing Yuan's words, especially that he might still need some more special materials later, the vulture finally relaxed a great deal. As long as Yuan still needed him, he wouldn't be turned against for the time being. The vulture let out a long breath, feeling as if he had just snatched back alive from the grips of death. Now he had no thought of provoking Yuan at all. It would be best if both parties could coexist peacefully. Mr. Yuan, you are too polite. It is my honor to serve you. The vulture's tone became even more respectful. Rest assured, as long as you have needs, our Greystone gang will definitely go through fire and water without hesitation. After a few more insincere pleasantries, Yuan hung up the phone. Ending the call with the vulture, the playful smile on Yuan's face instantly vanished, replaced by indifference. He glanced at Angela, who was sorting through the documents, signaling her with his eyes. Lilia, Yuan said to the communicator, his voice calm. How have you organized the evidence of the crimes related to the vulture that Victor confessed to? Lilia's crisp voice came through the speaker, carrying a unique blend of efficiency and confidence characteristic of a tech enthusiast. It's basically completed. I have categorized the scope of his illegal operations, financial flows, a list of core members, the specific locations of several important secret bases, and preliminary clues regarding his collusion with certain officials, establishing a detailed database. Very good. A glint of cold light flashed in Yuan's eyes. Now it's time for this evidence to serve its proper function. Yuan briefly informed Lilia about the conversation with the vulture, adding, I will stabilize him before officially taking action against him, but in the meantime, we must start to sever his wings and significantly weaken his power. Even a lion uses all its strength to catch a rabbit. This is not only paving the way for our thorough resolution of him, but also effectively preventing him from resorting to desperate measures that could cause us unnecessary trouble once he realizes our true intentions. Next, Yuan gave clear instructions. So Lilia, I need you to act immediately. Use the clues from Victor's confession as a breakthrough point to penetrate the electronic information systems related to the vulture's gang, employing your technical means to gather concrete evidence that can substantiate their crimes. After obtaining this solid evidence, carefully edit and process it, then disseminate it through the anonymous channels and bot networks you control to several influential small media outlets and online forums in Free City that are eager for revelations. At the same time, Yuan paused, adding, select some less sensitive clues that are sufficient to attract police attention, such as the specific addresses of certain illegal dens and some indirect evidence of small bribes, and anonymously report them to the city police. Remember, timing is crucial. We need to put the vulture in a tight spot without immediately forcing him to his death. I want to see what cards he has up his sleeve. Understood. Lilia's response was crisp and decisive without any hesitation. The blade of public opinion can sometimes wound more than a real knife. I will ensure this villain's reputation in Free City is completely ruined. Lilia's efficiency and technical prowess were as astonishing as ever. Even the most confidential research bases of the FBPA were no match for her, let alone the outdated and rudimentary systems within the gang. There was no need to elaborate on Lilia's infiltration process. Within several hours after obtaining the evidence, the underground world of Free City and certain online communities exploded like a deep-water bomb had been dropped. Countless carefully coded and blurred bombshells pointing to members of the vulture's criminal gang spread like a virus across various small media sites and anonymous forums. Although mainstream media refrained from extensive reporting due to concerns about the forces backing the vulture, a flurry of rumors and hearsay had already reached a fever pitch, vividly depicting the numerous crimes committed by the vulture and his gang. In no time, the vulture's infamy reached its peak. His gang members began to feel anxious, with many lower-level members worried about being implicated, contemplating their escape routes. The police also received several exquisitely framed anonymous tip-off letters containing concrete evidence. Under pressure, they had no choice but to conduct symbolic investigations and summonses against some peripheral businesses under the vulture's control, such as several bars and small entertainment venues. In the shadows of Free City, a public opinion strangulation war orchestrated by Yuan behind the scenes and executed by Lilia had quietly begun. Federal Bureau of Paranormal Affairs, FBPA, Free City Headquarters. After several days of intense investigation and information gathering, the complete context of the disastrous attack at the Riverbend University Research Center finally presented itself before the high-ranking officials of the FBPA. Numerous investigation reports pointed out that Yuan, codenamed D734, had a clear attack target, the core laboratory for mental field cultivation. He not only successfully seized the strategic material Rainbow Stone, but also plundered a large amount of valuable experimental materials and data stored in the laboratory. In a heavily guarded oval conference room, there was a deathly silence, and the atmosphere was tense, as if a storm were about to break. At the long conference table, Graham, the head of the intelligence department, had a pale face, his tightly clenched fists trembling slightly from extreme anger, with veins bulging on the back of his hands. The pre-deployed capture operation had completely failed, and his two trusted subordinates, Kane and Locke, had also suffered losses. These painful results were hard for Graham to accept, and as a head of intelligence known for his toughness, he had lost face, his anger burning fiercely. Sitting in the main seat, the head of the operations department, Cesare Barmond, appeared calm, his deep gaze seeming to be oblivious to the low pressure surrounding him. At the other seats at the conference table sat several FBPA high-ranking officials, both men and women, most of whom were over 30 years old. They were all level experts and the backbone of the FBPA, overseeing various departments. Each one of them in the outside world would be a formidable presence, yet at this moment they remained silent, observing with their eyes. D734, Yuan. This name now held a unique significance for the FBPA. Even for these high-ranking level experts who had seen their share of storms, they had to admit that this prisoner, who had escaped from the highest security federal prison, was unlike any previous target. From the initial assessments of Carter, Albert, and Brian to the recent disaster at the research center, every time Yuan appeared in the FBPA site, his power seemed to increase significantly, constantly reshaping their understanding of the term danger. The ability to replicate powers, possessing multiple abilities, exceptional combat intelligence, and astonishing growth rate. These traits combined to create a monster that posed a significant challenge to them. If they continued to allow Yuan to grow unchecked, who knew how much trouble he would eventually cause? However, despite the severity of the situation, aside from Graham, who was burning with anger, the attitudes of the other high-ranking officials were somewhat subtle. After all, the one leading the capture operation against D734 was Cesare. They were more in the role of assisting and providing resources. No matter how challenging the problem posed by Yuan was, the fire temporarily did not burn on them. Some even secretly speculated that since Graham had stumbled so badly this time, the intelligence department's reputation within the bureau would likely suffer, which might not be unwelcome news for other departments. Of course, such thoughts would never be voiced. On the surface, they maintained a high level of concern about the situation and deep sympathy for Graham. Only Graham himself understood what this humiliation meant for him. Not only had he lost a favored subordinate, but he had also allowed a level criminal to escape from his grasp in front of everyone, which was a heavy blow to his prestige within the bureau. Brian Ashworth. Perhaps the strange gazes of his colleagues further provoked Graham. He could no longer restrain himself, slamming the conference table with a heavy thud that resonated throughout the room, causing the water cups on the table to tremble slightly. If it weren't for his serious misjudgment in assessing D734's threat level in prison, and if it weren't for his consecutive failures in subsequent operations, how could D734 possibly grow so powerful step by step? How could the situation develop to such an uncontrollable extent today? Hearing this, several other level high-ranking officials exchanged glances. Some scoffed inwardly, some relished in his misfortune, while others observed Cesar's reaction. In any case, no one spoke up easily. Cesare raised his hand to signal Graham to calm down. His calm voice echoed in the somewhat oppressive conference room. Graham, I understand your anger, but now is not the time to assign blame. The priority is to capture D734 as soon as possible and mitigate the losses. Moreover, Brian has always performed well in the field operations team, achieving many accomplishments. D734 is a special case. His bizarre abilities and rapid growth indeed exceeded our conventional expectations, and we cannot simply place all the blame on him alone. What we should reflect on is whether our response mechanisms for such anomalies are insufficient. Graham, however, clearly did not accept this reasoning and sneered, accomplishments. Cesare, are you making excuses for your subordinate? From the initial misjudgment in prison that led us to severely underestimate D734's danger to the subsequent capture operations where his team suffered consecutive defeats. Wasn't every instance directly his responsibility? If it weren't for his repeated misjudgments and slow actions, how could we at the FBPA have sent people to their deaths time and again? How could the intelligence department have lost elites like Kane and Locke? He must be held accountable for this. Graham grew increasingly agitated, even standing up as if he intended to shift all the blame onto Brian. Cesare frowned slightly. He did not want to get entangled with Graham over personnel issues at this time, which could affect subsequent deployments. Moreover, Graham was currently in a fit of rage, and any defensive wording could only fuel the fire affecting the unity within the FBPA. As the acting head of the FBPA headquarters, Cesare had to consider the bigger picture, so he decided not to engage in a dispute with Graham. All right, Graham, since you're insistent, in order to ease your anger and provide an explanation to the fallen agents, I will temporarily suspend Brian and allow him to reflect calmly while conducting a comprehensive internal review of this incident. Now what's more important is the next steps of action. Graham let out a heavy grunt sitting back down, but his expression remained grim. Upon hearing Cesare mention the next steps, he asked, "By the way, it's been several days since we submitted the request for collaborative action to the Church of the Holy Light. Have they responded?" The results are not optimistic. Cesare rubbed his temples and said in a deep voice, "I have already explained the situation to them in person during your final confrontation with D734. A series of coincidences occurred indicating that there are definitely threads of the Weaving Fate cult behind this type of ability. I emphasize that since the case involves the Weaving Fate cult's intervention, the pressure cannot fall solely on us at the FBPA. The Church must also step in to assist." However, Cesare changed the subject, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. The Church is not acknowledging this. They believe that since the Royal Theater attack, D734 has been under our surveillance. Now that such a large mess has occurred, the primary responsibility still lies with us. They claim that unless we can present concrete evidence proving that the core figures of the Weaving Fate cult have indeed appeared in Free City and directly participated in actions surrounding D734, they will not easily intervene. It cannot be ruled out that they have the intention of sitting back and watching the tiger fight, waiting for us and the Weaving Fate cult to exhaust each other so they can come in and pick up the pieces. Moreover, in the eyes of those politicians on Capitol Hill, the reputation of the Church of the Holy Light is far more important than our FBPA's hard work. Graham's anger surged even more upon hearing Cesare's analysis of the Church's attitude and their attempts to shift responsibility. This is outrageous. Aren't those hypocritical zealots part of the empire anymore? I will bring this to Congress to let them see the Church's true face. However, Cesare appeared quite calm, gently shaking his head. Graham, calm down. Those people in Congress have always favored the Church. This route is not viable. The task of capturing D734 must ultimately fall on us at the FBPA. So what do we do now, eh? Graham was somewhat exasperated. Are we just going to watch that monster roam freely and continue to grow in power? Of course not. Cesare's voice was as steady as ever. Since D734 has successfully seized the Rainbow Stone, due to the properties of the Rainbow Stone, his soul-level ability deficiencies may have been compensated, and he might even have gained even greater power as a result. I suspect that his next move will likely be to hunt other superhumans to replicate new abilities, further enhancing his own strength. At the same time, since the Weaving Fate cult has already intervened once to assist him, it cannot be ruled out that the two parties will further conspire or even merge. After all, D734 is originally a follower of the Weaving Fate cult. The potential for the enemy's strength to increase and the threat posed by a possible alliance with the Weaving Fate cult made Cesare feel a heavy pressure. The other high-ranking officials present also frowned, and the atmosphere in the conference room grew increasingly oppressive. At that moment, Cesare slowly unveiled his new plan. "Everyone, we must change our capture strategy for the next steps. Relying solely on our own strength to hunt down a stealthy, enigmatic D734 in the mixed environment of Free City is akin to searching for a needle in a haystack." The main topic has arrived. Graham adopted a posture of careful listening, and the other high-ranking officials also showed inquisitive expressions. "I plan to leverage some relatively reliable underground organizations of superhumans that have previously collaborated with FBPA, offering high-value resources that are not circulated externally, as a reward, fully mobilizing civil power to obtain broader and timelier intelligence sources." The high-ranking officials present reacted differently, but most showed expressions of understanding. They all understood that despite the bounty for D734 having reached 1 million imperial coins, a sum sufficient to drive countless bounty hunters and small gangs into a frenzy, the allure of money is often limited for those powerful underground organizations truly hidden in the shadows of the world. Many of these complex forces are not lacking in money. What can truly entice them are those strategic resources monopolized by official entities like FBPA, which cannot be obtained through conventional channels, such as certain rare superhuman catalysts, specially processed extraordinary materials, and even some cutting-edge technology data that are not publicly disclosed. This is also why, despite the official bounty notices for D734 being widespread, FBPA has consistently appeared to be fighting a lone battle in the pursuit, struggling to engage the deeper underground forces that truly have the ability to provide crucial clues. Cesare's actions undoubtedly aim to use real hard currency to break this deadlock. Graham hesitated. Sitting next to Graham, a middle-aged woman with golden curls and a calm demeanor. Isabel Morrow, the Minister of Strategic Resources and Technology Assessment of FBPA, furrowed her brow and voiced her objections. "Minister Cesare, your plan is bold, but the risks are equally immense. Collaborating with underground organizations is akin to seeking skin from a tiger. How can we ensure the authenticity of the intelligence they provide? How can we prevent them from using this opportunity to create trouble, or even leverage the resources we provide to strengthen themselves, causing even more uncontrollable impacts on stability? Isabel's gaze swept across the attendees. We have precedents of dealing with underground forces. The lessons from the Blood Scorpion case are still fresh. Initially, to pursue that defector clever researcher, we relied on the Blood Pact Alliance. But what was the outcome? We did acquire some intelligence, but the Blood Pact Alliance also took the opportunity to swallow up a lot of territory and even got involved in the forbidden superhuman weapon trade, resulting in us expending several times the effort to barely control the situation. This kind of drinking poison to quench thirst has extremely adverse political implications. Once the Congress catches wind of it, the consequences could be dire. Isabel's concerns were not unfounded and immediately resonated with another high-ranking official present, a sturdy middle-aged man with a resolute face and a buzz cut, Garrett Stern, the Minister of Discipline and Compliance of FBPA. Although he acknowledged the growing threat of D734, he instinctively felt wary of such a welcoming the wolf into the house approach. Minister Isabel is right. Garrett spoke in a deep voice. Those in underground organizations are profit-driven, utterly lacking in credibility. Once the resources we provide fall into their hands, no one can guarantee they won't stir up greater trouble in the future. Moreover, we all know that D734 is exceptionally cunning and unpredictable. Even if those guys obtain clues, they may not have the capability to take him down, or instead, they could be counterkilled by D734, further enhancing his strength. Don't forget, D734 can replicate superhuman abilities. He paused and looked at Cesare. Minister Cesare, do we have any other more reliable plans? For example, strengthening urban surveillance or delving deeper into the thread of the weaving fate cult for breakthroughs. As soon as Garrett finished speaking, a wave of discussions erupted in the conference room. Minister Stern makes sense. Using strategic resources as rewards opens a Pandora's box that may be hard to close later. Indeed, what if we raise a tiger that turns on us? But the threat of D734 is indeed pressing. Even Minister Graham can't handle him, and conventional methods seem to be ineffective. As for the weaving fate cult, the church is unwilling to lend a hand. Why should we be so proactive? Just the matter of a container is enough for us to handle. How about we wait a bit longer? A slightly older minister in charge of logistics hesitantly spoke up. Let's wait for the deputy directors to return, hear their opinions, or simply report this matter for higher-level decisions. That might be more prudent. Wait. Caesar's gaze suddenly sharpened, sweeping across the minister who had just made the suggestion. Wait for the deputy directors to return to discuss a fugitive who has toyed with us multiple times. Or wait until D734 has grown his wings and becomes an existence we cannot shake off. You all have no shame. Oh, I still want to keep my face. Cesare paused and said decisively, some responsibilities we must undertake now rather than expecting to pass the buck to the leaders and have them judge our incompetence. Ladies and gentlemen, we are the Federal Bureau of Supernatural Affairs. We are the last line of defense for the nation against supernatural threats. In the face of such a significant issue, if we are not thinking of how to swiftly eradicate it in its nascent state, but rather layer upon layer of reporting, passing the buck, and waiting for others to solve our problems, then what is the meaning of this organization's existence? Rules are dead, but people are alive. Caesar's tone brooked no argument as he calmly surveyed the crowd, his gaze landing on Isabel and Garrett. D734 has caused increasingly severe adverse effects in Free City through a series of events, and if we cannot swiftly capture him, FBPA will only become a laughingstock. This is something we cannot accept, nor can the Empire. Isabel, your concerns about the authenticity of intelligence and backlash risks, I will strictly screen cooperation partners and set up multiple verification mechanisms to minimize them. We will only engage in limited contacts with those organizations that have maintained understanding with us for a long time. As for political impacts, as long as we can capture D734, I will personally explain this manageable risk to the higher-ups. Isabel fell silent. Although she was still reluctant to contribute her precious resources, she said no more. After all, Cesare was the temporary head of FBPA appointed by the director before his departure, and unless it involved principled issues, respect had to be given. Cesare then turned to Garrett. Minister Stern, do you think we have any more reliable plans? The Shadow Protocol has been fully initiated, but what are the results so far? I even suspect that D734 has figured out the internal rules of the Shadow Protocol and has devised methods to evade detection. You all have seen how rapidly D734 is growing. For every day we delay, his threat increases. What we need now is efficiency results. As for discipline and compliance during special times, special considerations must be made. I will personally supervise the execution of this matter to ensure we do not cross the bottom line. Stern frowned deeply, but like Isabel said nothing. Regarding the capabilities of those underground organizations, Caesar's lips curled into a cold smile. They may not be able to capture D734, but their extensive network of eyes throughout the city can provide us with the freshest intelligence. What we need is D-734's whereabouts, not to rely on those riffraff to deliver the killing blow. As long as we can lock onto D-734, the subsequent capture will naturally be executed by the elite forces of FBPA, and I will personally step in then. Cesare paused for a moment, finally resting his gaze on Graham. In extraordinary times, extraordinary measures must be taken. Graham remained silent for a moment. He naturally considered the concerns raised by Isabel and Garrett, but Cesar's analysis was not without reason, and more importantly, he urgently needed a victory to cleanse the shame the intelligence department and he had suffered due to this matter. In the end, he nodded. The other high-ranking officials saw that the two big shots had reached an agreement, and Isabel and Garrett no longer objected, so they all fell silent, though their eyes still held a hint of reservation. Since there are no other opinions, let's proceed as such. This plan will temporarily be codenamed Night Owl. Thus, a top-secret plan initiated by Cesare aimed at mobilizing the unofficial superhuman forces of Free City to hunt down Yuan was secretly launched within FBPA. For a time, the underground world of Free City was once again in an uproar, with countless superhuman organizations and lone powerhouses operating in the gray area, all coveting the precious strategic resources mentioned in FBPA's bounty notice that were usually only heard of by name, not seen, and began secretly probing for every clue about D-734. Amidst the external turmoil, Yuan was not completely oblivious. The intelligence relayed by the Vulture regarding the Holy Light Church, as well as the mentions of bounties and expanding channels in FBPA's internal communications that Lilia monitored, made him vaguely aware that the encirclement targeting him was tightening in a new way. However, Yuan did not feel overly anxious about this. He was no longer the person who had just escaped from prison. Now, not only had his soul injuries healed and his mental strength significantly improved, but he also had a hidden and secure base and two trustworthy companions. Regardless of how the enemy changed tactics, he had become more composed than before and had more time to think. The public opinion strangulation battle against the Vulture had not ceased due to FBPA's slight changes. Instead, it was escalating like a snowball. Following the first wave of explosive revelations directed at the core members of the Vulture gang that stirred up a huge uproar online, Lilia in the following days released more deeply dug evidence in batches according to the established rhythm. This time, the content of the revelations was even more shocking. It no longer merely involved the usual underground operations of blackmail and violent collections, but began to touch upon more sensitive and taboo areas. For instance, vague clues suggesting that the Vulture gang was using its entertainment venues for organ trafficking. Behind several unresolved missing person cases lurked shadowy hands, and some financial transaction records related to the city's small-scale illicit drug trafficking networks. Although these subsequent disclosures were also obscured and deliberately omitted the most direct evidence chains to avoid immediate destructive strikes from state violence agencies, their clear targeting was enough to chill the bones of anyone who saw this information. The underground world of Free City was completely boiling. Those victims who had previously dared not express their anger towards the Vulture, inspired by anonymous information, also began to muster courage and provide scattered evidence they possessed through various secretive channels to independent journalists and online whistleblowers. In an instant, the Vulture's crimes were peeled away layer by layer like a rotten apple, emitting a nauseating The reputation the Vulture had painstakingly built over the years was completely nailed to the pillar of shame, becoming a tumor despised by all in Free City. The panic within the gang reached its peak, and some mid-level leaders and core enforcers who were originally still observing began to secretly transfer assets and plan to flee as they saw the building about to collapse, even contacting the police in secret to act as informants for self-preservation. The Internal Investigation Department of the City Police, faced with a flurry of increasingly specific anonymous reports and the overwhelming public sentiment online, could no longer conduct merely symbolic investigations. As before, they were forced to carry out surprise searches on several properties clearly identified as criminal dens under the Vulture's control. Although the search results were mostly unremarkable due to leaks and the Vulture's preemptive responses, this posture itself had already sent a strong signal to the outside world. Official tolerance for the Vulture seemed to have reached its limit. The Vulture sat in his luxurious office, once a symbol of power and authority, feeling a chill rising from his feet straight to the top of his head. The intelligence network he prided himself on now only brought back bad news. Those subordinates who once bowed and scraped before him now looked at him with strange eyes. Those partners who had once called him brother also began to deliberately keep their distance. Mr. Congressman, things have been a bit unstable in Free City lately. I've run into some trouble. Oh, what do you think? Trouble? Is your trouble not enough? Vulture, I advise you to behave yourself these days. Your issues are causing a storm in the city, and am about to be dragged down by you. Someone up top is already pressing me, do you understand? But Mr. Congressman, this time the matter is serious. You clean your own backside. Don't expect me to do anything for you again. If you want to keep your life disappear for a while, oh, don't appear in Free City again, or no one can save you. Beep, beep, beep. The vulture held the cold receiver, his hands and feet feeling cold. Even his biggest protector had abandoned him. He knew better than anyone what that meant. For reasons he could not fathom, Tugio's thoughts drifted to Mo Yuan. When they first made contact, the other side had blackmailed him with proof of his illegal acts, forcing him to act on their behalf. Now that those documents had been exposed, Mo Yuan's implication seemed significant. Yet only a few days ago he had called to ingratiate himself with Mo Yuan, and Mo Yuan showed no sign of turning hostile. No, it shouldn't be him. Tugio instinctively shook his head. Mo Yuan's last demeanor had been relatively mild, and he had expressed satisfaction with the intelligence provided. There was no reason to strike so brutally. Besides, Mo Yuan still needed him to procure those rare, special materials. What benefit would there be in destroying him now? By nature, Tugio calculated everything for maximal gain. In his view, Mo Yuan was cut from much the same cloth. Even if the nurse at Mo Yuan's side, Ankyla, bore a past grudge against him, so what? Ankyla, the nurse he had once regarded as a plaything to be toyed with, had never occupied Tugio's mind. To a despot who believed in the survival of the fittest and treated human life like chaff, she was merely an inconsequential accessory to Mo Yuan, scarcely even worthy of being called upon. Assuming Mo Yuan to be of the same type, Tugio could not imagine that Mo Yuan would go to great lengths for a woman he deemed worthless, much less move against a long-established local boss like himself in the Docklands. Tugio had no idea that with Mo Yuan's assistance, Ankyla had awakened an anomalous ability, weak but not negligible, and he could not comprehend Mo Yuan's code of action that, though appearing cold, was in fact governed by deep loyalty and solemn promises. It was Mo Yuan's promise to Ankyla, coupled with his instinctive contempt for scoundrels like Tugio, that truly motivated his determination to excise this malignant tumor. This blind spot rooted in his value system led Tugio to instinctively exclude Mo Yuan, the most dangerous adversary, from his list of suspects in his initial judgment. But who else aside from Mo Yuan, the man who had interrogated Waikichuo, could possess so many of his incriminating proofs? A sharp sense of crisis coiled around Tugio's heart like a serpent. He had to act. He could not sit idly and await annihilation. To ensure his survival and to buy time and bargaining chips, Tugio weighed his options and resolved to hire enforcers from underground ability user organizations to strengthen his defenses, only to discover that his leverage was pitifully small. Now his name was notorious, and everyone was ready to kick a man when he felt his funding had been hit by police investigations. Would truly powerful ability organizations risk themselves for a man whose star was waning? Just as Tugio was at his wits' end, a desperate idea flashed through his mind. Mo Yuan. He suddenly remembered that FBPA had been lavishly offering rewards for leads on Mo Yuan. The strategic supplies named in the bounty, restricted and not publicly distributed, had long made every underground ability group in Zio City salivate. If he could hand over Mo Yuan's whereabouts. Yes, the encrypted phones. A hard, merciless glint passed through Tugio's eyes. At Mo Yuan's request, he had once arranged for 2 encrypted phones along with 1,000 yuan in cash to be delivered by his men to a safe house near Yuan University. Although the research center incident had since emptied that safe house, those 2 phones must have been entrusted by Mo Yuan to someone important. Add to that the phone that originally belonged to Waikichuo and was later used directly by Mo Yuan. Locating Mo Yuan and his team would cease to be a problem. Presenting such priceless intelligence as chips to the ability groups coveting the FBPA bounty would surely buy their protection, giving him breathing room and time to prepare an escape route. If orchestrated properly, it might even offer an opportunity to ingratiate himself with the FBPA and barter for a lifeline. The plan was devious and ruthless, yet for a man driven to the brink like Tugio, it was a last straw. The maxim, "let fellow sinners perish rather than me," suited this gangster with elastic morals. To him, it was merely routine. As for what Mo Yuan would do if he discovered the betrayal, Tugio no longer cared. After all, this was not the first time he had plotted against Mo Yuan. Acting on impulse, Tugio immediately contacted his most trusted lieutenants, ordering them to fortify their lair's defenses at any cost, while covertly reaching out to the ability groups they had previously contacted, claiming to possess major leads on D734 as bargaining chips. Unfortunately for him, Tugio did not know that Mo Yuan had long since changed his communications equipment. What Tugio clutched was nothing but an abandoned shell. At the other end of Zio City, Mo Yuan paid little attention to Tugio's cornered struggles. To him, Tugio was a trapped creature, his destruction merely a matter of time. When Tugio truly reached the end of the road, Mo Yuan would naturally make the final move, and in the process take control of all the assets Tugio had accumulated over the years. Lilia's intelligence gathering proved remarkably effective. She had not only acquired the complete original dossier of Kaiwan's wrongful case through technical means, but had also unearthed background information and financial records on the key figures involved: the factory owner Luadini Jelin, several implicated police officers, and the prosecutor who led the case. Luadini Jelin, owner of Zio City's Jingmi Power Company. Lilia's voice came through the new, more secure, encrypted communicator. On the surface, he's a successful businessman and a fixture at charity galas, but intercepted covert communications and financial flows show he maintains close ties with a southern gang called the Taekwon Brotherhood, apparently involved in illegal parts smuggling and fencing stolen goods. The officers who handled Kaiwan's case received large, unexplained deposits shortly after the case concluded. Yuan even acquired luxury property in a time frame wildly inconsistent with his income. And the lead prosecutor's daughter happened to attend a private elite school funded by Luadini Jelin. Her tuition entirely. Lilia paused, a note of disgust in her voice. Although these clues may not yet be enough to directly overturn the verdict, they already outline a web of corruption woven by money and power. Kaiwan is clearly an innocent victim caught in that net. Yuan silently noted these key points, pondered for a moment, and asked, Lilia, have you found any motive for Luadini to frame Kaiwan? As an entrepreneur, he would hardly go to such lengths against an ordinary worker like Kaiwan without reason, would he? There was a brief silence on the line. Lilia's voice returned, tinged with uncertainty. To be honest, I'm not entirely sure either. From the patterns of Luoden's behavior I've gathered, he's extremely selfish and possessive. Perhaps Kaiwan inadvertently stumbled upon his clandestine dealings. Perhaps those stolen electronic components were linked to secrets he did not want exposed. I've reviewed the factory's production records and internal procurement lists from recent years and found that besides producing ordinary mechanical parts, they seem to be secretly manufacturing computing hardware of unclear purpose. Its specifications far exceed civilian grade and verge on military standards. To my knowledge, such hardware is typically produced by firms specially authorized by the government, and Luoden's Jingmi Power Company is clearly not on any authorized list. On that basis alone, he is likely breaking the law. Lilia exhaled and speculated. If Kaiwan had access to this, or if the stolen chips were connected, Luadini would have motive to silence and divert law enforcement by framing an insignificant worker. That would fit his modus operandi. Yuan listened to Lilia's analysis with obvious thought. Military-grade computing hardware. That dovetailed with indications of collusion between Luadini Jelin and the Taekwon Brotherhood in illicit parts smuggling. If true, Kaiwan's wrongful conviction implicated far more than an ordinary theft. Lilia, your analysis is very sound. Yuan said. We must dig deeper into the Luadini line. Relying solely on the circumstantial evidence you collected trying to overturn Kaiwan's conviction in court would be too difficult and too slow. Yuan paused, his tone growing resolute. I intend to confront him directly. Direct contact. Lilia's voice carried surprise and clear concern. Yuan, you are FBPA's most wanted. All of Zio City is hunting you. Moreover, Luadini Jelin's security is formidable and he is cautious. He seldom appears without precautions. Her tone carried hesitation as she continued, and, how do you plan to speak with him? I'm worried. If you use some illegal means to force him, even if Kaiwan is freed, someone like Luadini will certainly exact furious revenge later. I don't want Kaiwan to escape one injustice only to fall into another. I understand your concern, Lilia. Yuan's voice was calm, yet carried a comforting authority. I will not act rashly, nor will I place Kaiwan in danger. My objective is to obtain incontrovertible evidence to overturn the verdict and to ensure Luadini never has the capacity to retaliate. To do that, we must choose an opportune time and place, when Luoden's guard is lowest, and we can control the circumstances. That's where I will need your help next. Yuan said earnestly. I need Luoden's travel records for the past week. No, preferably the past half-month, detailing every movement after he leaves his company factory and villa, the places he commonly visits, and the security arrangements when he travels. The more detailed, the better. No problem. Lilia replied, at once somewhat reassured by Yuan's assurances. A man of his standing moves in a fairly fixed pattern, and Zio City's surveillance systems are riddled with vulnerabilities. Obtaining this information is not too difficult for me. Lilia replied, at once somewhat reassured by Yuan's assurances. A man of his standing moves in a fairly fixed pattern, and Zio City's traffic monitoring network, Luadini Jelin's vehicle GPS logs, and even reservation systems of the upscale clubs he frequented became intelligence sources she summoned at will. Soon a detailed travel report covering Luadini Jelin's movements over the past half-month was delivered to Yuan's terminal. Yuan examined Lilia's dossier carefully. Luadini Jelin's life was indeed, as she had said, highly regular yet steeped in the distinctive opulence of high society. Aside from daily commutes between his factory and several investment firms in Zio City's financial district, he visited an exclusive private club called Jingmi Jiu twice weekly, typically on Wednesday and Friday evenings. According to Lilia's annotations, Jingmi Jiu maintained exceedingly tight security. Its membership was uniformly wealthy, and its privacy protections boasted as the best in Zio City. Precisely because of that, Luadini would markedly reduce his entourage upon entry, sometimes entering certain private rooms with only 1 or 2 close bodyguards. What interested Yuan more was a detail Lilia had specially noted. Luadini had a habit that had persisted for years. Every Friday evening before going to Jingmijiu, he would drive alone without any bodyguards to a cemetery in the western suburbs of Zio City. He would usually stay there for about half an hour seemingly to pay respects to some deceased person. The western suburban cemetery was sparsely populated and secluded, especially at dusk. It was nearly deserted. This is the place. Yuan's gaze lingered on that entry for a long time before he finally made his decision. He looked at Ankila at his side. After the initial awakening of her Shengming Lizan Lives Him ability and several days of practice, her power remained slight, but her entire bearing had been renewed. Her emerald eyes shone with resilience and expectation. Ankila, get ready, Yuan said in a low voice. It's Friday. We'll go to the western cemetery and meet Mr. Luadini Jelen. Ankila felt a slight tightening in her chest, but nodded decisively. She knew this was a key step in clearing Kaiwan's name and the real beginning of her participation in Yuan's operation. They quickly altered their appearances. Yuan changed into an unremarkable gray work outfit, pulled on a cap and mask. Ankila put on a loose hooded sweatshirt and likewise concealed her face with a hat and mask. Looking at his somewhat ludicrous reflection in the mirror and then glancing at Ankila equally bundled up, Yuan could not help but remark, hats, masks, glasses. They are ultimately only coverings. At close range, or if you encounter someone familiar, exposure comes easily. He paused, turning his gaze to Ankila with a measure of expectation. Ankila, your Shengming Lizan Lives Him. Besides healing, can it not also influence cellular activity at a microscopic level? If in time you master that power to the point of achieving a degree of metamorphosis, changing hair color, skin tone, even subtly adjusting facial contours, then for us it would be a means of stealth far safer and more effective than any physical disguise. Ankila's eyes brightened for a moment, then clouded with uncertainty as she said, in theory it might be possible. I can sense that power can subtly stimulate the skin and hair follicles, but it is far too weak now, exceedingly difficult to control, and demands a great deal of energy. To achieve the disguising effect you describe would, I fear, require a very long time of practice. Don't lose. Yuan's expression was encouraging. Advancement in abnormal abilities is not always linear. Perhaps a sudden epiphany, a fierce confrontation, or even the use of a single treasure like a Lingji elixir could catapult your power forward in a short span. I believe you will attain it sooner or later. Listening to Yuan, Ankila felt an involuntary yearning well up inside her. If she could truly master an ability to alter her appearance at will, it would immeasurably ease their operations and give her an invaluable margin of safety when facing danger. Speaking of Lingji elixirs, Yuan shifted his tone and toward the still-connected communicator asked, Lilia, any new developments in the inquiry into Lingji over the past few days? Lilia's voice came quickly over the line, tinged with contemplation. Since the incident at the research center, the rainbow stone taken by you and the mind stabilizer going haywire, Dr. Lingji has been under FBPA's strict surveillance and internal investigation. I've been trying to infiltrate his related communications, but FBPA's confidentiality around core researchers is extremely tight. Progress has been slow. She paused, then continued. However, judging from the fragments I've managed to piece together, Dr. Lin's situation is likely very dire. FBPA appears to be pursuing accountability for the attack on the research center. As a core member of the Mental Domain Refinement Project and the direct head of the laboratory you visited, he is now the obvious candidate to be made a scapegoat. I've intercepted some blurred communication fragments. Though there is no definitive proof, I suspect FBPA may already be restricting his freedom of movement, and they may have stripped him from core projects for isolated review. Lilia concluded gravely, in short, Dr. Lingji can hardly protect himself. Contacting him to obtain a finished Lingji elixir or the core formula will be extremely difficult. There are certainly FBPA eyes all around him. Yuan listened to Lilia's report, a slight frown knitting his brows. Dr. Lin's predicament was worse than he had anticipated, and FBPA's response swifter than expected. Direct contact would indeed be fraught with peril, yet the Lingji elixir was vital to his and the team's strengthening. He could not simply abandon the pursuit. If FBPA so eagerly seeks a scapegoat, then we'll give them a little help. Yuan's mouth curved into a cold arc. Let this guilty lamb lose FBPA's trust utterly and be driven to the point where he must seek outside assistance. Lilia, clever as she was, immediately grasped the implication. You mean, we fabricate some evidence to further inflame the rift between Lingji and FBPA? Make him become in FBPA's eyes an insider and a traitor? Precisely. A deep light flickered in Yuan's eyes. Lilia, I need you to use your skills to discreetly leak certain sensitive information to FBPA in a manner that appears accidental, with the focus pointing squarely at Dr. Lingji. For example, fabricated analysis reports about internal security vulnerabilities at the research center or several forged snippets of encrypted communications that imply contacts with an unknown organization. These so-called pieces of evidence need not be conclusive, only enough to arouse FBPA's suspicion and tighten their scrutiny of Lin Jia. If FBPA takes the bait and elects to subject Lin to harsher interrogation, that will be the moment for us to step in. When a person is pushed to the brink and then glimpses a sliver of hope, they often make choices one could never predict. I understand. Lilia's voice carried a hint of excitement. You want to force him into our camp, or at least compel him to save himself to cooperate with us and hand over the Lingji elixir as a token of allegiance. You may understand it that way. Mo Yuan added. This plan is risky. Every step must be executed with surgical precision. You must ensure all operations are flawless and leave no trace that points back to us. At the same time, keep a close watch on Lin Jia and FBPA's movements. We must wait for the most opportune moment to extend our assistance to this beleaguered doctor. Rest assured, creating chaos and framing others is my specialty. Lilia's tone brimmed with confidence. Confidence is good, but do not be careless, Mo Yuan cautioned. In a low voice, Mo Yuan said, remember, do not attempt direct contact with Lin Jia for now. The risks are uncontrollable. Follow my instructions and put your personal safety first. If you detect any anomaly, abort immediately. Understood, Lilia replied. So about Luadini Jelen. Proceed as planned. Ankila and I will visit him today. Mo Yuan's tone regained its previous decisiveness. When we return, well, shape the next steps according to your investigative progress and how FBPA handles Lin Jia. Also keep the surveillance from Tujia's side active. I need to judge the best moment to move. Understood. Ending the call with Lilia, Mo Yuan looked at Ankila standing quietly by his side. Let's go. The sunset's afterglow lay like melted gold across the tranquil cemetery in the western suburbs of Zio City. A gentle breeze stirred a few withered leaves which danced silently among the cold headstones, lending the place a heightened sense of desolation and solemnity. Mo Yuan and Ankila had arrived early and taken up concealment behind a gently sloping mound planted with evergreen shrubs. From there they could observe the narrow path leading to a designated burial plot and use the dense vegetation and undulating terrain to hide themselves perfectly. Ankila's heart beat faster than she could command. A clammy sweat gathered in her palms. A faint glow shimmered in her emerald eyes as she strove to steady her breath, vigilantly attuned to any anomalous life signs around them. Mo Yuan remained unnaturally calm. Half crouched behind the bushes, his gaze was as keen as a hawk's. He had already unfurled his soul imprint, an invisible web that captured fluctuations of thought within hundreds of meters. At this moment, their abilities complemented one another in a subtle, marvelous way. Mo Yuan's soul imprint could perceive thoughts and anticipate danger, scanning potential threats and the currents of human intention, while Ankila's live's benediction acted like a natural biosensor compensating for Mo Yuan's limitations in pure life detection. Combined, they exercised control over their surroundings far beyond what either could achieve alone. Any rustle or tremor found it difficult to escape their joint perception. Minutes slipped by and dusk deepened. At last, a low car engine growl approached from afar, shattering the cemetery's hush. A car door opened, and a middle-aged man in a tailored deep red suit, his hair meticulously groomed, stepped out of the driver's seat. He was the owner of Jingmi Power Company mentioned in Lilia's dossier, Luadini Jelen. He held a bouquet of immaculate white lilies. Though his expression carried the accustomed arrogance of his station as he walked toward the burial plot, that pride was tinged with an almost imperceptible complexity, part remembrance, part impatience. As Lilia's intelligence had noted, he was alone, without a bodyguard in tow. He's here, Ankila murmured, forcing her voice low, but came out slightly dry, as if she were not yet wholly comfortable with the shift from nurse to operative. Mo Yuan nodded slightly to signal calm. He did not rush. He continued observing Luoden's movements until the man's silhouette vanished into the grove of headstones, then rose slowly. Let's move over there, Mo Yuan said in a low voice. They slid out from their concealment using tombstones and trees for cover and quickly crept toward Luoden's position. Soon they paused behind a tall angel statue. Not far ahead, Luadini stood before a polished black marble gravestone, gently placing the lilies he carried. There was no photograph on the stone, only an elegant line of calligraphy and brief birth and death dates. He seemed to be whispering something, his expression concentrated and complex. Mo Yuan did not reveal himself, but waited patiently. His soul imprint extended like invisible tendrils, lightly touching the slightly turbulent thoughts now occupying Luoden's mind. Whether in combat or negotiation, Mo Yuan habitually gathered intelligence with his soul imprint before fragments of thought flooded into Mo Yuan's head. Anxious, resentful, and furtive. Another year. Time flies. If not for those damned bastards. You would now. The orders for contraband are getting urgent, the risks grow. The Sweki Alliance's appetite only increases. I must finish these dirty jobs, get enough money, then leave this cursed place. These jagged, worry-laden fragments surged like electric current. He recorded each crucial detail without betraying emotion, intending to use them as leverage when the moment came. After perhaps 10 minutes, Luadini concluded his ritual, straightened, and released a long breath. The transient complexity on his face receded, replaced by the customary shrewdness and coldness of a business elite. He turned to leave. Mr. Luadini Jelin, please wait. A slightly hoarse yet piercing voice broke the stillness behind him. Luadini stiffened and spun around. Two figures emerged slowly from the shadows between nearby headstones. Leading them was a man wearing a baseball cap and a mask, tall and lean, clad in an ordinary gray work uniform. Behind him stood a young woman, likewise concealing her face. Their garb and demeanor practically broadcast ill intent. Who are you? Luadini instinctively took a step back. His voice betrayed tension. Yet the instincts of a long-tenured man of power forced a forced composure. This is a private cemetery. What do you want? Robbery. I advise you to consider the consequences. Yuan stepped forward calmly. Mr. Luadini, don't be nervous. We're not robbers. We simply want to speak with you. About some small matters you may be on the verge of forgetting. Small matters? Luodeni's brow furrowed tightly, suspicion and unease flashed across it. The two who had appeared so suddenly wore ordinary clothes, yet exuded an indescribable, uncanny aura. The leading man, although his face was obscured, radiated an oppressive presence, clearly not of ordinary origin. They had chosen this time and place with intent. The interception was premeditated. Luodeni's inner alarm bells rang. He scanned the surroundings for escape while quietly calculating options and said outwardly, I don't know what you're talking about. I have an appointment. Please let me go. Yuan chuckled softly. Mr. Luadini, you are quite apt to forget your benefactors. Tell me, do the Iron Fist Brotherhood and the military-grade electronic components you privately produce and traffic ring any bells? Luodeni's pupils constricted. The veneer of composure at last showed a hairline crack. I don't know what nonsense you're blathering. His voice rose a few degrees. Who are you people? If you do not leave, I will call the police. Yuan seemed to have heard a joke. Call the police. Mr. Luadini, which will reach the prosecutor's desks first? The men hauling us off or the illegal transaction records tying you to the gangs? Luodeni's face fell. If such matters reached the prosecutors, even if not immediately convicting him, the resulting investigations and chain reactions would be ruinous. He drew a steadying breath, tamped down the churn in his mind, and forced a professional smile. His tone softened considerably. Gentlemen, perhaps you misunderstand. I, Luadini Jelin, conduct lawful business, only legitimate trade. I have no dealings with gangs or underground groups. As for military electronics, that is absurd. My factories produce civilian components only. He paused, casting his gaze between Yuan and Ankila, searching their reactions for clues. However, since you waited for me here, you must have some instruction to offer. Sir, if you have matters to discuss, speak plainly. If there is anything I can assist with within lawful bounds, I will do my best. After all, a friend is better than an enemy, is it not? Yuan and Rodney exchanged glances for a moment before Yuan slowly said, It's quite simple. We have come for a wrongful case concerning a young man named Kevin. Kevin. Upon hearing this name, Rodney's eyebrows slightly raised. A hint of confusion appeared on his face as he seemed to struggle to recall any information related to it. Kevin. I seem to have some impression of that name. Was he a former employee of our factory? What happened to him? Is it worth the effort of you two to come to me? Don't you recognize him? Yuan curled the corner of his mouth in a mocking arc. Mr. Rodney, it seems you are quite busy. However, the name Kevin Miller, the former warehouse clerk who you personally sent to prison over a batch of stolen chips, and the twisted story behind him. Surely, you don't still find it unfamiliar. With Yuan's reminder, Rodney Green's expression slightly darkened, and a flicker of shadow passed through his eyes, but he quickly masked it. He remembered that indeed such a matter had occurred. A trivial employee who had happened to discover certain secrets of the company and refused to cooperate had been subjected to minor punishment and sent to prison. Yet he had never expected that after so long someone would come looking for such a minor character. Moreover, judging by the other party's demeanor, they seemed to possess some information unfavorable to him. He quietly assessed Yuan and Angela, his mind racing. What exactly were these two individuals' backgrounds? How did they know those inside details? Were their intentions merely to clear the name of that young employee named Kevin, or was there something more? Oh, so it's about this matter. Rodney feigned sudden enlightenment, nodding with a hint of just the right amount of regret and bureaucratic indifference. Kevin Miller, I remember him. He was sentenced by the court for stealing important company assets, and the amount was substantial. This matter is backed by solid evidence and lawful procedures. I do not believe there is any injustice to... Rodney paused for a moment, looking at Yuan and Angela, a glint of inquiry flashing in his eyes. You two are so concerned about a convicted thief, or could it be? You have some special relationship with him. Rodney intentionally steered the conversation toward laws and procedures, trying to occupy the moral high ground while probing the true intentions of Yuan and Angela. To him, Kevin's fate was of no importance. What mattered was these two strangers who knew some of his secrets and what they wanted from him. Solid evidence. Angela, who had been silently standing behind Yuan, could no longer contain herself upon hearing Rodney's shameless remarks. She coldly laughed. Was this evidence built on piles of money or fabricated with power? You probably know better than anyone whether Kevin is innocent. Rodney was momentarily stifled by Angela's pointed sarcasm, feeling somewhat displeased. He disdainfully glanced at the young woman wearing a mask and coldly snorted, I see. A reckless fool standing up for a friend accompanied by a sharp-tongued female companion. How touching. Unfortunately, the law is rigorous and impartial. Who says the evidence is solid does not matter, only the judge's verdict counts. Is that so? Yuan sneered, taking a step forward, lowering his voice slightly. Mr. Rodney, since we are here to see you today, we certainly did not come empty-handed. We are fully aware of how those so-called pieces of evidence were fabricated, who was involved, and who benefited from you. More importantly, we also know some things you might not want outsiders to know. Aside from what I just mentioned, your dealings with the Blood Pact Alliance will surely attract the interest of relevant authorities. If this information, along with all the details of your framing of Kevin, were to land in the hands of certain influential figures. Yuan paused, his gaze sharp as a probing needle seemingly aimed to pierce Rodney's inner self. Do you think you could still stand here calmly discussing laws and evidence with me? When Yuan mentioned the Blood Pact Alliance, his heart remained calm. Although he was still unaware of the organization's intricacies, it did not prevent him from using it as a critical bargaining chip to test and intimidate the other party. From the fleeting fragments of thought Rodney had previously shown, Yuan could sense that the other party was extremely wary of this Blood Pact Alliance. This organization was likely not benevolent. It was possible that they even had a record with the authorities, making it perfectly suited to use against Rodney. On the other hand, when the four words Blood Pact Alliance were clearly articulated by Yuan, Rodney's pupils abruptly contracted to the extreme and the color drained from his face. If previously Yuan's mention of illegal production of electronic components and collusion with the Iron Fist Brotherhood only made Rodney feel troubled and uneasy, then the name Blood Pact Alliance was like a poisoned ice pick, ruthlessly stabbing into the deepest fear of his heart. The Blood Pact Alliance. This nightmarish organization was the most core and lethal element of all his secrets. Each transaction with those people felt like walking on thin ice, each time like dancing with the devil. He believed he had conducted himself discreetly enough. Apart from a few absolutely trusted confidants, no one knew of his connection to this secret organization. Who exactly are these two people in front of me? How could they possibly know of the existence of the Blood Pact Alliance? Know of my relationship with them? In an instant, countless terrifying speculations churned in his mind, the immense shock and bone-deep fear, making it nearly impossible for Rodney to breathe, his legs trembling uncontrollably. He could no longer maintain his facade of calm. His voice became hoarse and sharp due to extreme horror. You? How could you know? About the Blood Pact Alliance? Yuan and Angela exchanged a glance, both seeing a hint of confusion in each other's eyes. They had anticipated Rodney's shock and fear upon hearing these secrets, but his near collapse was somewhat beyond their expectations. The Blood Pact Alliance's intimidation over Rodney seemed far greater than they had imagined. Just as Yuan opened his mouth to say something more to ease Rodney's emotions, a deep voice with a hint of an exotic accent unexpectedly came from the shadow of a massive tombstone nearby. Mr. Rodney, it seems you are encountering some trouble. Do you need assistance in handling it? Before the words faded, a tall figure slowly separated from the thick, inky shadows, as if he were part of the dark. The newcomer wore a fitted black outfit with deep facial contours resembling a venomous scorpion lurking in the desert, exuding a disturbing wave of shadow energy, clearly an ability user. Yuan and Angela both felt a chill run down their spines, warily eyeing this suddenly appearing mysterious figure. Compared to the inexperienced Angela, the battle-hardened Yuan felt a significant wave of unease. It was important to note that his soul imprint had previously confirmed that only Rodney was in the vicinity. However, this suddenly appearing ability user had stealthily approached them to such a close distance, without their awareness, only revealing himself upon speaking, a situation that had never occurred before. Whether it was facing FBPA agents before or the guards and mutated creatures encountered at the research center, Yuan's soul imprint could always capture the existence and general intentions of the other party in advance. Although Angela's life sensing was not as extensive or precise as Yuan's, she was also quite sensitive to the presence of living beings. Yet this guy could perfectly evade both of their dual perceptions, as if he had completely merged into the shadows. This indicated that either he possessed extremely advanced stealth techniques, or the ability he wielded to control shadows inherently had the capacity to block perception. This unknown method of countering perception caused Mo Yuan to raise his vigilance to the highest level without hesitation, and without the slightest delay, he redirected the tendrils of his soul imprint towards this newly emerged threat, attempting to capture the other party's thought waves. Strange. What is the deal with these two? The name of the organization is never leaked. Rodney knows the rules. How do they know? I must find out how much information they have about the organization. This instance of perception had undoubtedly succeeded. It seemed that once the other party separated from the shadows, they no longer retained the ability to block perception. Confirming this crucial information, Mo Yuan felt a bit less apprehensive towards this newly emerged ability user. Upon seeing this man, Rodney's fear not only did not diminish, but rather intensified with an indescribably complex expression, mingling disgust, wariness, and a hint of humiliation. Harder. How did you end up here? Rodney Green's voice was somewhat hoarse. It was evident he recognized this man. The man referred to as Harder scanned Mo Yuan and Angela with a scrutinizing gaze, as if evaluating merchandise, and casually remarked, Mr. Rodney, the Blood-Pact Alliance always places great importance on the safety of its partners. You seem to have been a bit restless lately, and we naturally need to pay more attention. So this guy is from the Blood-Pact Alliance. While observing Harder, Mo Yuan pondered in his mind. Perhaps Rodney's smuggling of military-grade electronic components was not solely for profit, but also due to coercion from this organization, which seemed consistent with the fluctuations in his thoughts before the tombstone. Harder was also observing Mo Yuan. After hastily brushing off Rodney, he feigned friendliness and said to Mo Yuan, My friend, may I ask where you heard about the Blood-Pact Alliance? And how did you know about Rodney and our relationship? Could it be? Do you have any connections to our organization? Harder wore a false smile, but the wave of shadow energy he controlled surged ominously in the background. Clearly, Harder was not concerned with the conflict between Mo Yuan and Rodney. His only interest lay in Mo Yuan's knowledge of the Blood-Pact Alliance, and he was prepared to take action if the negotiations broke down. Mo Yuan maintained a calm demeanor and replied, I wouldn't call it a connection, just hearsay. In a place like Freedom City where all sorts of characters mingle, any news could potentially spread, occasionally hearing about some. While extraordinary organizations naturally draws one's attention. The name Blood-Pact Alliance is distinctive and memorable, isn't it? Perhaps due to Mo Yuan's clearly evident flattery, the tense atmosphere in the space eased somewhat, and Harder's eyes flickered slightly, with Mo Yuan's soul imprint promptly capturing his more specific thought waves. Extraordinary. That is indeed a fact. We are the sharp blade of the Devoif Republic. We exist to overthrow tyranny. We require a substantial amount of technology and funding to enhance the organization's strength. The fertile land of the Igo Empire is the best hunting ground. Apart from arms and technology, eliminating certain targets is also part of our business. For the right price, anyone. We toil in the darkness. Serving the light. A killer organization. Is it entangled with local forces of the Devoif Republic? It seems the Blood-Pact Alliance, like the Nightingale Chamber of Commerce, is an external force seeking to seize benefits within the territory of the Igo Empire, except one is a large economic entity recognized by the authorities, and the other is an illegal secret society. These pieces of information quickly pieced together in Mo Yuan's mind, giving him a clearer understanding of the danger posed by this suddenly appearing Blood-Pact Alliance, and its member Harder. Harder listened to Mo Yuan's compliments, the smile on his face deepening, yet his probing gaze showed no sign of waning. My friend, you jest. The name of our organization is not something just anyone can casually hear about. Since you know about us, you must also be aware of some of our operating styles. Therefore, why don't we be candid? Tell me, where exactly does your information come from? His tone still carried that false gentleness, but the wave of shadow energy surrounding him grew more condensed, clearly indicating that his patience was running thin. Rodney did not dare to breathe. He anxiously watched Mo Yuan and Harder, hoping that Mo Yuan would be intimidated by Harder, but he also harbored a hidden fear that Harder would later make trouble for him, especially worrying that his relationship with the Blood-Pact Alliance would be exposed to the outside world, especially to the FBPA. Angela pressed closely against Mo Yuan, her emerald green eyes filled with vigilance. She could sense the dangerous aura emanating from Harder. He was a type of dangerous person she had never encountered before, but she would no longer avoid or shrink back as she had in the past. Mo Yuan met Harder's increasingly pressing gaze, feeling somewhat displeased, and casually replied, Why does Mr. Harder insist on my source of information? The FBPA possesses intelligence on most ability organizations in Freedom City. Is it not sufficient that I obtain some from them? FBPA. Harder's brows shot up, a glint of sharpness flashing in his eyes. You have ties with the FBPA. A lackey of the FBPA. Impossible. If he were with the FBPA, this fool Rodney would have been controlled long ago. Is he trying to deceive me? Or is there something else going on? Harder's thoughts were once again captured by Mo Yuan. He clearly appeared skeptical of Mo Yuan's claims. Mo Yuan watched as Hatter's expression changed unpredictably, and a cold smile crept into his heart as he said, "What relationship do I have with FBPA? That seems unrelated to Mr. Hatter, doesn't it? However, regarding Mr. Rodney, our matters are still unresolved. Since Mr. Hatter has been lurking in the shadows, he must have heard our previous conversation. I wonder what you, or rather the Blood Pact Alliance, think about the injustice of Kevin Miller. If Rodney's personal affairs have nothing to do with us in the Blood Pact Alliance, and we have no interest in whether the judicial system of the Ego Empire is fair or not." Hatter snorted coldly, clearly unwilling to get involved in Rodney's troubles. He refocused his gaze on Mo Yuan, his tone turning stern. "I will ask one last time, who exactly are you? How did you learn about the Blood Pact Alliance? And how do you know about Rodney and our connection? If you dare to be evasive again, don't blame me for being rude." As his words fell, the shadow energy around him began to surge violently, as if it could coalesce into a deadly attack at any moment. The atmosphere in the graveyard dropped to freezing point. Rodney's face turned pale, his body trembling slightly, while Angela clenched her fists nervously, the energy of Live's tribute circulating quietly within her. Mo Yuan observed Hatter's relentless demeanor, realizing that verbal probing had reached its limit. The other party clearly did not believe his words and harbored murderous intent towards him, the informed one. Since there is no common ground for conversation, there is nothing more to discuss. Confronted with Hatter's increasingly fierce gaze and unabashed killing intent, Mo Yuan's lips curled slightly, revealing a mocking smile. His voice was low yet carried a chilling calmness. "I have no interest in answering your questions." He paused, his gaze piercing Hatter's eyes like a blade. "Now either leave or die." This statement was extremely succinct, devoid of unnecessary explanations, or retreat, presenting only the most direct and brazen warning. "You're courting death." Hatter's eyes flared with murderous intent. He had never been treated with such contempt. The conflict erupted instantly. Hatter's figure suddenly blurred, transforming into a distorted shadow, without substance, and swiftly merged into the heavy shadows cast by the ground and surrounding tombstones. In the next moment, several sharp spikes formed purely from shadows shot up from the shadows beneath Mo Yuan's feet, aimed directly at his legs. This sudden attack was extremely bizarre, completely defying the laws of physics. Those shadow spikes seemed to ignore the hard ground, directly birthed from the shadows, carrying a biting chill and an unsettlingly dead energy. Angela let out a short gasp, instinctively retreating a few steps, while Rodney was so frightened that his face turned ashen, scrambling backward in panic, afraid of being caught in this terrifying battle between superhumans. Mo Yuan's expression tightened, and he exerted force beneath his feet, his body retreating several meters, as if pulled by invisible strings, leaving behind multiple afterimages on the ground, narrowly avoiding those shadow spikes emerging from the ground. Hiss, hiss, hiss. As those shadow spikes missed their target, they did not dissipate, but instead twisted and morphed in midair, as if they were alive, reorienting their tips toward Mo Yuan. They transformed into several twisted shadow serpents, crawling along the ground, shrieking as they tore through the air, continuing to pursue and entangle around Mo Yuan's feet. Wherever the shadows passed, the hard stone path of the graveyard was sliced open, deep cracks appearing and fragments flying everywhere. Several nearby small tombstones were even broken in half, stones tumbling and stirring up dust. The edges of the holes still retained wisps of black shadow energy, emanating an ominous aura. A level superhuman whose abilities leaned towards controlling shadows for stealth and ambush, possessing certain corrosive and annihilative traits. Rather interesting. Mo Yuan quickly made a judgment in his heart. After undergoing the baptism of rainbow crystal and mind elixir, Mo Yuan's strength had changed immensely. Although Hatter's level had reached D, in his eyes the refinement and control of his energy still exhibited many flaws, making him not a formidable opponent at all. However, this ability that can shield perception and is extremely stealthy is somewhat troublesome to deal with. "Do you only know how to hide in shadows like a rat?" Mo Yuan's voice was cold, deliberately revealing a hint of disdain. He did not rush to counterattack, but instead maintained vigilant alertness, drawing upon his rich combat experience and keen insight into the subtle changes in the battlefield, waiting for the moment Hatter would expose his physical form during the next attack. Such an ability, relying on the environment, must have its limitations. It cannot remain hidden indefinitely. "Soon you will pay the price for your arrogance." Hatter's voice seemed to come from all directions in the forest, tinged with mockery and cruelty. As his words echoed, the shadows of the surrounding tombstones began to writhe, violently elongating and reshaping into dozens of agile and deadly shadow tendrils, like a swarm of venomous snakes sweeping towards Mo Yuan from various tricky angles, sealing off all his possible escape routes. These shadow tendrils were not entities. They moved silently through the air, exuding a chilling aura. Once entangled, the consequences would be unthinkable. Trivial skills. Mo Yuan snorted coldly. Faced with this overwhelming shadow assault, he did not show the slightest panic. Instead, he took a deep breath, unleashing a surge of telekinetic energy with unprecedented intensity. Boom! A visible, nearly tangible milky white shockwave erupted from Yuan, centered around him, expanding wildly in a circular fashion. Compared to before, the intensity of this telekinetic ability had significantly increased with Yuan's rise in mental power. The force unleashed now after high compression and guidance of his mental energy could be described as a telekinetic storm capable of shattering steel. 3 meters, 5 meters, 10 meters. Where the shockwave passed, the air twisted violently, emitting piercing explosions. The shadow tendrils formed from shadows melted and dissolved upon contact with this violent telekinetic force, like ice thrown into the blazing sun, leaving not a trace behind. Rows of tombstones groaned under the burden of this shockwave, their surfaces covered in fine cracks. Some ancient and fragile tombstones were even shattered into pieces, debris scattering everywhere. The ground trembled violently, as if a minor earthquake had occurred. Dead branches and leaves were swept into the air by the fierce wind, then torn to shreds by an invisible force. Puff! A muffled grunt came from behind a massive cross-shaped tombstone. Hatter's figure stumbled out from the shadows, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. The shadows that Hatter controlled were closely linked to his spirit. Yuan's unreserved telekinetic impact not only violently dispersed the shadow realm he had set up, but also directly injured his spiritual core. Impossible. Your power. How can it be this strong? Hatter looked at Yuan in disbelief, his eyes filled with horror and confusion. He could feel that Yuan's ability level seemed to be only D, yet the intensity of the power he unleashed far exceeded his understanding of superhumans of the same level. This is simply not a power that a D-level superhuman should possess. Rodney was already terrified to the point of being soul-stricken by the battle scene before him, which resembled a clash of gods and demons. He collapsed to the ground, his body trembling like chaff, unable to muster even the thought of escape, while Angela tightly covered her mouth, trying hard not to make a sound, her eyes flickering with unspeakable shock and a hint of fervor. Is this Yuan's true strength? Powerful enough to crush opponents of the same rank? Yuan ignored Hatter's exclamations, and in the instant the telekinetic shockwave had yet to fully subside, he transformed into a blurred afterimage, charging towards Hatter like an arrow released from a bow. He knew that against an opponent skilled in stealth and self-preservation, he must not give them any opportunity to catch their breath or reintegrate into the shadows. Seeing Yuan charging at him like a thunderbolt, Hatter's heart raced, desperately enduring the intense pain in his mind, trying to transform into shadow and escape once more. But how could Yuan let him have this chance? Ice seal! Yuan shouted, unleashing an even purer and more tyrannical cold air that erupted around him. Wherever it passed, the air seemed to freeze. Hatter's figure, which had just begun to become illusory and blurry, suddenly faltered under this sudden extreme temperature. The shadow energy on his body, which had tried to merge with the environment, became sluggish and rigid as if doused with a freezing agent, freezing his movements in an instant. In that moment, Yuan's figure approached Hatter like a ghost, showing no mercy as he unleashed both telekinetic and ice elemental powers simultaneously. Crack, 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 crack. A series of teeth-grinding sounds of bones shattering echoed as Yuan unleashed a flurry of punches. With the boost of telekinetic power, his speed was lightning fast, precise, and ruthless, instantly breaking Hatter's limbs with fists enveloped in ice crystals. The intense pain caused Hatter to emit a piercing scream, his body collapsing to the ground like a puppet with severed strings, no longer able to gather shadow energy. Following that, Yuan pressed his left hand down, releasing an even purer cold air that transformed into a cold prison, instantly encasing Hatter's torso in ice, leaving only his head exposed, ensuring he could neither move nor lose consciousness from excessive blood loss. Ugh! You demon! Hatter, trapped in ice, felt the excruciating pain in his limbs and the helplessness of his body being restrained, bringing him close to mental collapse. He looked at Yuan, his eyes filled with resentment, fear, and despair. Yuan slowly retracted his hand, the frost at his fingertips quietly dissipating. He gazed at Hatter, who was slumped on the ground, struggling futilely within the ice, only able to emit weak groans. His eyes were calm and untroubled, as if he had merely completed a trivial task. From the moment Hatter launched his ambush to being subdued by Yuan with a thunderous method, the entire process lasted only a dozen seconds. Simple, direct, and clean. Was Hatter weak? Certainly not. As an elite superhuman honed in the Blood-Pact Alliance, a killer organization that had stirred up bloody storms in both the Devo Republic and the Ego Empire, Hatter's practical experience application of his abilities and ruthless decisiveness in battle far exceeded that of an ordinary D-level superhuman. His shadow, stealth, and ambush capabilities were enough to give any opponent of the same level a headache, even leading to their demise. However, he was facing Yuan. A monster who had undergone several transformations on a spiritual level, having his spirit refined by both the rainbow crystal and mind elixir, mastering telekinesis and ice elemental control, and possessing the heaven-defying ability of soul imprint. Now Yuan's soul strength and mental power limits had long surpassed the level range. Whether in the power of abilities or the precision of control and multitasking in combat, he had reached a whole new height. Not to mention his nearly beast-like combat intuition and precise grasp of battle opportunities honed through countless brushes with death. It could be said that at the level Yuan was almost invincible. Even when facing ordinary level superhumans with his bizarre and variable ability combinations and numerous trump cards, he would still have a chance to fight back. At the very least, he would not be as embarrassed as when he faced Eliza and Graham before. Hatter's downfall was not due to his weakness, but rather because Yuan was too strong. Yuan took a deep breath, slightly calming his surging blood from continuously activating his abilities. He walked up to the frozen Hatter, crouched down, and gently placed his right hand on Hatter's still warm forehead. Soul imprint activated once again after a long time. This time the target was Hatter's unique ability to control shadows. He was quite fond of this ability. A stream of cold and jumbled information surged into Yuan's mind in an instant. It was all of Hatter's knowledge about shadow abilities, his control methods, energy circuits, and years of experience and instinctive reactions from using this power for stealth and assassination. Unlike the almost soul-rending pain he experienced when imprinting Carter and Albert this time, although Yuan still felt the mental impact and burden, his soul was like a resilient sponge calmly absorbing the influx of information. The repair and nourishment of the soul by the rainbow crystal along with the mental power surge brought by the mind elixir had led to a qualitative leap in his soul's capacity and information processing efficiency. Now imprinting the abilities of a level superhuman posed no burden to him. In just a few seconds, Yuan felt a brand new seed of power closely connected to darkness and shadows taking root and sprouting deep within his soul. Shadow control imprint successful. Yuan slowly opened his eyes, and deep within his gaze it seemed two deep shadows were slowly swirling, adding an air of mystery and danger to him. He stood up coldly, gazing at Hatter, who was trapped in ice and whose face had twisted in pain from the forced imprint. Yuan never felt any pity for enemies who came willingly to seek their own demise and harbored murderous intent against him. Without the slightest hesitation, Yuan raised his right hand, gathering a point of icy power at the tip of his index finger, reflecting a chilling glimmer under the moonlight. Puff! A faint sound echoed as the sharp ice crystal pierced Hatter's forehead, instantly destroying the central part of his brain. Hatter's body trembled, his eyes completely losing their luster. The frozen form remained in its previous posture, but the flame of life within had already extinguished. Having completed all this, Yuan turned his head, his gaze sweeping over Rodney, who was slumped on the ground, already terrified to the point of losing his mind, and Angela, who stood nearby, watching him with a mixture of awe and an inexplicable hint of admiration. The scene fell into silence for a moment. Rodney had personally witnessed Hatter, the powerful superhuman who represented the blood-pact alliance, in his eyes, being easily subdued by Yuan in a nearly mocking manner, ultimately obliterated as if crushing an ant. This visual shock and psychological impact heightened his fear and panic towards Yuan to an unprecedented level. He struggled to rise from the ground, his voice trembling uncontrollably with extreme fear. You killed him. You killed Hatter. He was a member of the blood-pact alliance. You're doomed. They will never let you go. I will also be dragged down with you. Rodney spoke incoherently, his face filled with despair, as if he could already see his tragic fate at the hands of the blood-pact alliance. Yuan coldly glanced at him. Whether they let me go is my concern. What you should worry about now is yourself. He took a step forward, and the invisible sense of oppression once again enveloped Rodney. Our discussion is not over yet. Regarding the wrongful case of Kevin Miller, Mr. Rodney, have you thought about how to respond? Rodney could hardly believe his ears. At this moment, after having just killed a blood-pact ally with his own hands, this seemingly unfathomable monster before him was still entangled in what he considered a trivial matter regarding Kevin Miller. He was now completely certain this terrifying ability user Yuan had gone to great lengths to find him, even risking enmity with a killer organization like the Blood Pact, all for the fundamental purpose of clearing the name of a little employee named Kevin. This realization left Rodney feeling an unprecedented sense of absurdity, even bringing him to the brink of tears. However, the fear of the Blood Pact soon overwhelmed this sense of absurdity. Hartler's death would surely attract the organization's attention. They would soon trace it back to him, and if he could not find a way to distance himself or seek new protection, what awaited him would be a torment worse than death. I will cooperate. I will do anything. Rodney seemed to grasp at a last straw for survival. Any thoughts of law or evidence had vanished from his mind. He spoke urgently. I can arrange for people to modify the testimony for Kevin Miller's case and push for a retrial immediately. I can also offer him a large sum for mental distress, money he has never seen in his life, as long as you can guarantee my safety. Protect me from the Blood Pact's retribution. Yuan looked at Rodney's pitiful and pleading demeanor and could not help but sneer. He did not care about the other's life or death, but now since he had already demonstrated his power due to Hartler's unexpected appearance and demise, the subsequent negotiation could certainly be more straightforward. Mr. Rodney, it seems you have misunderstood something. Yuan's calm voice carried a heavy threat. You do not have the qualification to bargain with me right now. The wrongful case of Kevin Miller must be handled cleanly and unconditionally, otherwise I can send you to meet Hartler right now without waiting for the Blood Pact to come knocking on your door. Rodney's body trembled violently, and there was not a trace of color left on his face. Yuan paused, his tone slightly softened as if offering a glimmer of hope to the desperate prey. Of course, if you can ensure that Kevin Miller walks out of prison with a clean slate and also satisfactorily handle some subsequent matters. He dragged out his tone, meaningfully continuing. Then when the Blood Pact comes looking for trouble, I may well be in a good mood and spare your life. After all, having another obedient dog can sometimes be quite useful. This blend of threats and favors completely shattered Rodney's psychological defenses. He knew that he had no more room for choices before the unpredictable and terrifying monster Yuan. He could only choose to submit. I understand. I will cooperate with all my strength. Rodney's voice was hoarse, filled with despair and humiliation. On the way back, the night had deepened. Angela silently followed behind Yuan, feeling a mix of emotions. Everything that had just happened in the cemetery replayed in her mind like a movie. Hartler's eerie shadow ability, Yuan's overwhelming strength, and Rodney's pitiful and pleading demeanor. All of it filled her with a profound melancholy. Yuan. She finally could not help but speak, her voice somewhat low. Just now, I feel like I wasn't in the battle with Hartler. She hadn't even had the qualification to intervene, only able to watch helplessly as Yuan faced danger alone. This feeling left her very frustrated. Yuan's footsteps did not stop, but his voice softened slightly. Angela, there's no need to rush. Your life tribute is not meant for direct combat. Its value lies in assistance. Moreover, you've only just awakened, and your control over your abilities is still quite inexperienced. You have to take it one step at a time. Your growth requires time. Angela's emotions eased a little, but another deeper worry surfaced. Yuan, now that Hartler is dead, the Blood Pact will surely investigate. Rodney's demeanor clearly indicates he is not someone who can keep a secret. He is likely to tell the Blood Pact everything that happened today, including that we approached him for Kevin's sake. She paused, her emerald green eyes filled with concern. Although we have hidden our identities, the target of Kevin is clear. If the Blood Pact seeks revenge and targets Kevin to draw you out as Hartler's killer, wouldn't we be pushing him into a more dangerous situation? This seems to contradict Lilia's original intention. She only hoped for Kevin to be released safely, without wanting him to be dragged into these dangerous matters again. Yuan fell silent for a moment, sighed, and said, Angela, you saw what happened today. It was not my intention to use violence. I have been trying to reach an agreement with Rodney through communication. It was Hartler who voluntarily jumped out and had murderous intent toward me, forcing me to act in self-defense. He deliberately emphasized the words self-defense and continued, as for his unfortunate demise during my self-defense, he can only blame himself for being outmatched. Hartler's involvement and our conflict with him were indeed unplanned factors. Yuan's tone returned to calmness. I will explain clearly to Lilia. I believe she will understand. After all, in our world, plans are always subject to change. Now we can only take it one step at a time. Yuan's gaze turned to the dark night sky, his voice steady and resolute. First, let's get Kevin out of prison. As for the Blood Pact, if they really dare to extend their claws where they shouldn't, I wouldn't mind acquiring another interesting ability. As they walked and talked, when they returned to the small villa on the edge of the city, the night had fallen, and it was already deep into the night. Yuan and Angela quickly cleaned off the dust from themselves and immediately contacted Lilia remotely through encrypted communication. Lilia had evidently been waiting for the results of Yuan's contact with Rodney. As soon as the phone rang, it was connected. Yuan briefly explained to Lilia the details of his encounter with Rodney at the cemetery tonight, the special relationship between the Blood Pact and Rodney, and their unexpected conflict with the Blood Pact's ability, user Hartler, without withholding any information. Upon hearing the name of the Blood Pact, and that Yuan had eliminated a member of that organization, Lilia, on the other end of the line, fell silent. After a long time, Lilia's voice finally rang out again, laden with gravity. The Blood Pact. I seem to have seen that name in some very secretive dark web intelligence. Although the information is sparse and fragmented, it all points to it being an extremely dangerous organization that resorts to any means necessary. You have provoked their people. I fear there will be considerable trouble ahead. Lilia was not clear about the blood pact's details, but from the sparse traces left on the dark web and Mo Yuan's description, it was enough to make her wary. More importantly, if Kevin were targeted by the blood pact after his release, the consequences would be unimaginable. At this point, there's no point in saying more. Mo Yuan's tone remained calm. I promised you I would clear Kevin's name. Now that the line to Rodney Green has been established, the next steps need you to push forward. I understand. Lilia took a deep breath, temporarily suppressing her worries. As Mo Yuan had previously explained to Angela, Hartler's appearance was indeed an unforeseen development, and Mo Yuan had been forced to counterattack. In this unpredictable world, wanting to control everything completely is a mere luxury. At this point, Lilia could only choose to trust Mo Yuan, believing that he had the capability to deal with the subsequent risks. However, something still needed to be said in advance. Mo Yuan, since things have come to this point, I won't say more. I just hope that you can provide Kevin with the necessary protection after his release, at least until he can ensure a truly safe new life. That's only natural. Mo Yuan agreed without hesitation. In any case, this matter has not been handled perfectly. Even if you didn't mention it,